Chapter 1. 3 Days of Hunger, 9 Meals. Dear viewers, you are now watching the most brutal survival competition in history, Conquering the Wilderness. Among the 500,000 applicants, who will emerge as the ultimate champion, seizing the grand prize of 100 million? A gentle reminder. This is not scripted, it is a raw confrontation between humanity and nature. Real-time voting is now open. Come and cheer for your favorite contestant. Over 8 million viewers are engaging through live commentary. Since its launch 3 days ago, the hashtag has dominated Weibo's trending topics for over 72 hours. The topic of the Douyin challenge has amassed over 5 billion views. It is undoubtedly a phenomenal success. At this moment, deep in the rainforest, Jiang Mo lies motionless upon a large banana leaf. His skin is parched, his breath faint. He realizes he has transmigrated. 3 days ago, he awoke in this jungle. Through the fusion of memories, he discovered that he was participating in a survival program called Conquering the Wilderness. Before his transmigration, he was a mechanic for an agricultural protection team. While he could handle wild boars, he was utterly inept at hunting in the wild. As for the original owner of this body, one could expect nothing more. A 20th-year small streamer, his initial motivation for joining the program was merely to ride the wave of popularity. He intended to return and capitalize on the streaming industry. He had no experience in wilderness survival whatsoever. The sole reason he was selected can only be attributed to some ancestral luck. 100 million in prize money is indeed enticing, but the condition is to survive in the wild for 120 days. How would he hope to endure? Given his current state, let alone 120 days, he would be lucky to last a week. Fortunately, at this moment, he awakened to the top-tier jungle system. The good news is that he now possesses a golden finger. The bad news is that this golden finger is utterly unhelpful. The system demands that he complete a preliminary task to unlock its features. And that initial task is 3 days of hunger, 9 meals. Not even a sip of water is permitted. For a moment, he could not discern whether this system was a cheat or a blatant flaw. 3 days without food or water. By then, he would likely be stiff as a board. Initially, he resisted the idea, but the thought of that 100 million prize money made him relent. That is a staggering sum. What's 3 days without food and water in the grand scheme of things? Perhaps he could sneak in a bite. Otherwise, he would feel uneasy about claiming that prize. For the sake of that 100 million, he steeled himself and decided to gamble. 3 days of hunger it would be. He would wager on the strength of his resolve. To successfully complete the task, he planned to lie down for 3 days, maximizing his chances of conserving energy. Little did he know, this perplexing decision would draw much criticism. In the Yin Jing studio, the host, Yu Jia, smiled as he addressed the audience. Dear viewers, our wilderness program has been on air for 3 days. In these 3 days, many contestants have demonstrated remarkable strength. Of course, there are also those whose performances leave much to be desired. I would like to ask Chen Lao and Huang Lao, who do you think will be the first to be eliminated? As he spoke, the host's gaze fixed upon the two guests in the live studio. Chen Lao and Huang Lao are esteemed experts in wilderness survival in China, and they also serve as commentators for the show Conquering the Wilderness. Number 6, Jiang Mo. Chen Lao exclaimed almost instinctively, and even the typically reticent Huang Lao nodded in agreement. As soon as the name was mentioned, netizens could no longer contain their opinions. Jiang Mo? Is he the one who claimed he would lie down for 3 days at the start? He's still alive? I must say, he truly lay there for 3 days without a single drop of water. That's quite a feat. During yesterday's live broadcast, I saw him vomiting due to severe dehydration, even bringing up bile, and he looked utterly unwell. Could he really be on the verge of death? Even if he isn't, do you think he can endure in the wild after starving for 3 days? The problem is, this fool is quite stubborn. He refused to leave, even when the production team urged him to. Where else would I find my entertainment if he quits? Though I don't like this clown, I still enjoy watching him, just waiting to see when I can feast. Wow, it turns out everyone is here for the amusement. Haha. Observing the multitude of comments on Jiang Mo, Chen Lao remarked, Jiang Mo's approach is utterly inadvisable. Lying down for 3 days without food or water is merely a stunt for attention. I've reviewed his background. He was originally a small streamer with impure motives for joining this show. This is a wilderness survival program, where one must approach nature with reverence. Humans can only survive 3 days without water. Beyond that, it's essentially over. Even those who are fortunate enough to endure will suffer irreversible damage to their organs. I can confidently assert that he won't last through today. Huang Lao added. Jiang Mo appears exceedingly amateurish. Let's not even discuss water and food. His shelter consists only of 2 banana leaves. Is such a contestant truly here for wilderness survival? Therefore, let us refrain from discussing such contestants and not give them any attention. We should not focus on individuals with such misguided intentions. The host, Yu Jia, wore a subtle expression and refrained from expressing an opinion. From the production team's perspective, as long as there is attention, that suffices. Regardless of survival skills, capturing the audience's gaze is already half the battle won. With only one champion, why are there so many applicants? Isn't it because the show is popular? Even if they don't win the championship, isn't it possible to earn money after gaining a following? Conversely, the production team operates similarly. As long as a contestant garners attention, they will zealously showcase them. After the 2 guests finished their discussion, the director skillfully switched the camera to Jiang Mo. Given that he had been lying down and displayed severe conditions the previous day, the production team, after unsuccessful attempts to persuade him to withdraw, decisively adjusted the drone's camera for a close-up. This was to monitor Jiang Mo's condition, ensuring that if he faltered, timely intervention could be made. At that moment, it appeared that Jiang Mo's breathing was nearly imperceptible. If one did not look closely, the subtle rise and fall of his chest would go unnoticed. Seeing this situation, the production team was indeed alarmed. The director swiftly seized the radio, exclaiming, medical team, contestant number 6, Jiang Mo, is in critical condition. Prepare the helicopter for immediate rescue." The barrage of comments erupted like fireworks. What? Aside from the overwhelming sea of question marks, the other comments flooded in, too numerous to count. No way. Is he really done for? It's over. Given this situation, he's unlikely to survive. The production team is likely in deep trouble. Is it really that serious? What are you waiting for? Hurry and take a screenshot for a memorial photo. That electronic pickled vegetable we just discovered, and now it's gone in just 3 days. Yet amidst the myriad of comments, a keen-eyed netizen posted a message. He's moving. He's alive. In the second chapter, do you understand, Rebar? Just as Jiang Mo felt the gentle touch of fate drawing near, a mechanical voice jolted him back to reality. Beginner task completed. All attributes 1, resistance 80, and 1 lottery chance granted. Host, Jiang Mo. Speed, 38. Strength, 41. Agility, 43. Resistance, 98. Skills, none. Reputation, 0. When these values were conferred upon Jiang Mo, he felt little change. After all, a mere 1 felt negligible. However, when he noted the resistance increase of 80, he sensed a significant alleviation of his discomfort. Although he still battled an unbearable hunger, it had transformed into mere weakness rather than a brush with death. With a lottery opportunity at his disposal, Jiang Mo unhesitatingly opted to draw. Yet, when the lottery panel appeared, he found himself utterly bewildered. The options on the spinning wheel were blind box 1, blind box 2 up to blind box 7, and a thank you for participating. Was this some sort of Russian nesting doll game? Here he was, attempting to draw a prize, and they offered him a blind box instead. Was this not akin to a mother pig brazier, layer upon layer? Resigned to his fate, he realized he had little power to change the outcome. He could only hope for a skill that would aid him in surviving the wilderness. "Lottery," he commanded as the wheel began to spin. "Congratulations. You've drawn a blind box. Would you like to open it?" "Open. You have acquired immunity to snake venom. Note: single use?" Jiang Mo was taken aback. This ability would certainly be useful under fortunate circumstances, as it could prove life-saving at a critical moment. Yet he had been starving for 3 days. What he truly needed was sustenance. Without a survival skill, he felt he might very well perish from hunger. Moreover, this immunity to snake venom was a one-time deal. Was this some kind of cruel jest? Although his physical symptoms had improved considerably, the gnawing hunger and thirst were now more pronounced than ever. No one could fathom his desperate yearning for water and food at that moment. He could not wait another second. The urgency of his thirst and hunger compelled him to act immediately and seek nourishment. In the studio, the host, Yu Jia, spoke with excitement. He's moving. It seems he really is alive. Elder Chun, however, wore a look of skepticism. 3 days without water. All organs have begun to fail. It's likely to be a fleeting moment of clarity before the word light could be uttered. Jiang Mo had already risen to his feet. Old Chen stood there, mouth agape, clearly bewildered as this exceeded his comprehension. The barrage of comments was filled with question marks. Is this what you call a fleeting moment of clarity? Goodness, is he still alive? Ah, my electronic pickled vegetables have come back to life. The atmosphere in the studio fell silent for a moment. Everyone was fixated on the screen, captivated by Jiang Mo's every move. The director picked up the walkie-talkie once more. Medical team, remain stationary. Number 6, Jiang Mo's condition requires observation. In the jungle, Jiang Mo seemed to sense something, waving at the drone with a hint of bashfulness in his smile. What's wrong with you, buddy? How can you still smile at a time like this? Can someone explain what it means to be in this state after 3 days without food or water? You understand the toughness of rebar, right? Only second to a night bidding farewell to a loved one. To put it bluntly, it's akin to working in a crematorium, earning $100,000 a month. Of course, Jiang Mo was oblivious to these comments. His mind was consumed by 2 thoughts, food and water. Suddenly, his eyes glazed over, taking on a somewhat eerie look. The drone adjusted its angle to where Jiang Mo was staring. There, he spotted a stagnant pool of water, roughly the width of a foot. As the drone zoomed in, it became clear that a dead tree frog lay within. Jiang Mo noticed it too. He understood that the stagnant water was undrinkable, especially with a corpse contaminating it. Yet, after 3 days without water, he could no longer endure the thought of spending another hour or 2 searching for a source. He contemplated his formidable resistance, a score of 98. Drinking would only lead to 2 days of discomfort. The agony of thirst was unbearable. He was determined. The viewers in the live stream witnessed this unfolding situation. Oh no, brother, you really shouldn't drink that. Buddy, I acknowledge your toughness, but this could end badly. Don't drink it if you choose to take this risk. Even Jesus won't be able to help you. At this moment, Old Huang provided a warning. Drinking this stagnant water could lead to acute gastrointestinal infections at best, or severe chemical poisoning at worst. And there's a dead tree frog in there. His bodily functions are already weakened. It could even damage his nervous system. I strongly recommend the production team withdraw this contestant. The potential risks are far too high. The production team quickly attempted to communicate through the drone. Jiang Mo, that water is not safe to drink. I know you're extremely thirsty right now, but drinking it could lead to dire consequences. Do you hear me, Jiang Mo? At this moment, however, Jiang Mo was deaf to all words. He was parched, truly parched. He could bear it no longer. With haste, he rushed towards the stagnant pool. He picked up the dead tree frog and flung it aside, then bent down and began to drink, gulping the water. The viewers erupted once more. He's lost it. He's gone mad. He's crazy. Buddy, you're making a grave mistake. My electronic pickled vegetables, please don't die again right after coming back to life. Truly indomitable. This time, it's a lost cause. In the studio, host Yu Jia was left speechless. Despite his extensive experience in hosting, he found himself at a loss for words. The 2 guest commentators were equally uncertain about what to say. After a brief pause, Elder Chen finally spoke up. The player Jiang Mo is exceedingly perilous. He has no understanding of wilderness survival. He is merely gambling with his life. I strongly urge the production team to withdraw him, or else the show will suffer the consequences. The director was also contemplating this dilemma. Indeed, Elder Chen's words held merit. Jiang Mo's maneuvers were undeniably fraught with excessive risk. Yet, observing the surging barrage of comments, he hesitated. Since Jiang Mo had entered the program, he had consistently generated significant discussion. While he may not rival the celebrity influencers in popularity, he stood out among ordinary participants and smaller streamers. Moreover, there was an unmistakable trend of him breaking into the mainstream. This contestant always executed moves that were utterly unexpected. This would undoubtedly amplify the show's discourse. The director could already envision that Jiang Mo's actions today would surely become a hot topic. After careful consideration, although the risks were considerable, the potential rewards were equally high. He promptly seized the walkie-talkie again, Medical team, send someone to monitor Jiang Mo's condition at all times. Initiate immediate rescue if any danger arises. At that moment, Jiang Mo had completely drained the water from the pond. With a lingering sense of satisfaction, he stood up, threw a few punches into the air, and bellowed, "Incredible!" Chapter 3. Consuming the fiery delicacy, although the water in the pond bore a distinct muddy flavor, mingled with an undercurrent of unpleasant odor. These trivialities paled in comparison to the urgency of his thirst and hunger. Jiang Mo found himself almost savoring the experience, for he was consumed by an overwhelming need. After drinking, he felt revitalized, the burning sensation in his throat and stomach dissipating entirely. Though his limbs still felt somewhat weak, clarity returned to his mind. Starved, truly famished. The more alert he became, the more pronounced this hunger felt. He believed he could devour an entire cow at that very moment. The pressing question remained, where could he find sustenance? Wilderness survival? With no skills to his name, he felt utterly helpless. In that moment, he yearned to scoop up the earth beneath him and ingest it. In a live broadcast, host Yu Jia observed Jiang Mo as he drained the stagnant water, a chill running down his spine. He was genuinely astonished that Jiang Mo had actually done it, particularly given that a dead tree frog had accompanied the murky liquid. Despite his shock and discomfort, he maintained his composure and spoke in a measured tone. It seems that contestant Jiang Mo is exceedingly thirsty. He has not had water for 3 consecutive days, which pushes the limits of human endurance. Clearly, his physical constitution is commendable. However, the forthcoming challenges may prove to be quite arduous. Elder Chun, a specialist in the field, remained stoic, his opinion of Jiang Mo unwavering. Yet, he knew he had to respond to the host's query. It was part of his role. I have never held much hope for Jiang Mo. I stand by my belief that he is not here for wilderness survival. He is merely putting on a show. He has consumed that stagnant water. And even if luck is on his side and he does not succumb to poisoning, the adverse reactions alone will be formidable. Elder Huang nodded, picking up the thread of conversation. Indeed, because the water has been in contact with a corpse, it is rife with bacteria and parasites. Diarrhea, vomiting, and intestinal spasms will be beyond his endurance. Even if his willpower is extraordinary and he manages to withstand it. Let's not forget he has gone 3 days without food or water. How will he address his needs under such dire conditions, compounded by severe symptoms? It is evident he will surely be the first to be eliminated. Viewers online chimed in with their opinions. In the wild, even an enema must avoid stagnant water. Yet he guzzles it down like bubble tea? Bro, I concede your bravery, but this reckless act is beyond even divine intervention. What a pity. I genuinely wish to watch you for a few more days. Ugh, I can almost smell the stench of death through the screen. Brother, you must hang in there. I want to witness your explosive moments. Just as the barrage of comments surged, the host, rarely losing his composure, suddenly shouted, "A snake. There's a snake." His exclamation startled everyone, and the keen-eyed viewers quickly spotted it. No way. There truly is a snake. Someone alert Jiang Mo. It is indeed a green bamboo viper, and this is no jest. Conservatively estimating, it must weigh at least 1 or 2 pounds. Where is it? Where is it? If you no longer need those 2 light bulbs, you could donate them. It's right there on the bamboo branch above Jiang Mo's head. The production team should promptly alert him via drone. Jiang Mo, be cautious of what is above you. There is a green bamboo viper. Step back and do your utmost to avoid startling it. A snake? Where did that snake come from? Jiang Mo looked up to see a green bamboo viper perched on a bamboo stalk about 2 meters away, its eyes fixed on him, flicking its tongue. It seems I have immunity to snake venom. This should not only protect against bites, it can also be consumed. I am so hungry. At this moment, hunger has truly begun to dominate his reason. He was seen swallowing hard, his eyes gleaming with a greenish hue, and his feet, unable to restrain themselves, moved forward uncontrollably. This action drew the attention of the viewers in the live stream. No way, brother. Dude, that gaze of yours is perilous. This is inadvisable. I only know that gamblers can do anything. Can a starving ghost do the same? The production team quickly cautioned, Jiang Mo, it's dangerous. You cannot move any closer. That is a green bamboo viper, highly venomous. Venom? After 3 days of hunger, how much more lethal can it be? At this moment, in Jiang Mo's eyes, it was no longer a venomous snake, but rather a delectable snack. No one comprehended how he had endured these past 3 days, nor could anyone fathom the depths of his craving for food. As he approached, the viper's tongue flicked longer, seemingly readying for an attack. Yet, Jiang Mo was swifter. He seized a stick from the ground and struck fiercely. The bamboo branch shook violently, and the green bamboo viper fell to the ground. Jiang Mo pounced on it like a ravenous dog. He reached down, attempting to extract the viper from beneath him, but lost his grip. SSSSS. He was inadvertently bitten. Oh no! A pang of alarm struck Jiang Mo's heart. However, recalling the system's provision of immunity to snake venom, he steeled himself. He pulled out a multi-functional tool knife from behind him and swiftly severed the snake's head. Contestants on the show Extreme Wilderness are permitted to bring 3 tools. He had chosen a multi-functional tool knife, an axe, and salt. Originally, he intended to rely on luck, so he hadn't been particular in his selection of tools. Jiang Mo had assumed he possessed a golden finger. Skills like fire starting or trapping fish seemed trivial, and he had forgiven the original owner for this oversight. Little did he expect that this frustrating system had granted him no skills whatsoever. A miscalculation. This meant that he could only consume the venomous snake raw. Unfortunately, before mastering the art of fire-making in the wilderness, he could not even enjoy cooked food. After decapitating the snake, Jiang Mo began to skin it with his knife. Just moments ago, a snake had bitten his hand, and blood was already seeping from the wound. The drone fortuitously captured this alarming scene, causing the production team to panic. Jiang Montak, stop immediately. You've been bitten. This snake is highly venomous. If you continue to move, your blood circulation will accelerate, and the venom will take effect even more swiftly. Given your current physical condition, this could be life-threatening. Yet, no matter how fervently the production team pleaded, Jiang Mo showed no intention of halting his actions. He simply smiled at the drone. Can't I just eat it if I cut off the head and tail? Jiang Mo, this is not a joke. The production team grew increasingly anxious, their voices rising in urgency. Please don't move. We will dispatch a helicopter immediately. You must give us time to administer aid. At this moment, the barrage of comments surged wildly. Bro, listen to reason, don't move. I'm begging you. This creature is deadlier than the clients. Pretty boy, the last person who was bitten by this thing now has grass 2 meters high on their grave. Young man, it's fine to take a narrow path, but dying is a serious matter. Please don't touch my electronic pickled vegetables. This venom can fell you in an instant. Chapter 4. The venomous serpent's raw flesh and a gamble with life despite the repeated admonitions from the production team. Jiang Mo remained resolute in his intention to continue. Eat. Eat. This was the singular thought occupying his mind at that moment. He had come to believe in the ancient adage of cannibalism during desperate times. In the throes of extreme hunger, a person is capable of extraordinary actions. With swift efficiency, he prepared the bamboo viper, dismissing the idea of washing it down with water, and directly sliced a piece to consume. How to describe the flavor? Quite tender. Though a faint fishiness lingered, it was not altogether intolerable, perhaps finding it insufficiently satisfying. He embraced the serpent and devoured it voraciously. It was akin to indulging in spicy strips. Witnessing this scene, viewers were collectively taken aback. What? Eating it raw? This fellow had already been deprived of sustenance for 3 days, rendering his bodily functions compromised, and after recently being bitten by the bamboo viper, he was in a perilous state. Yet here he was, consuming the snake meat raw. The potential for parasites in wild venomous creatures is notorious, and the risks are not to be underestimated. Given his previous reckless actions, this would undoubtedly spell disaster. Even divine intervention would be futile. Consequently, the viewers flooded the screen with frantic messages. Carry him away. Carry him away. Carry him away. Carry him away. Is this real? A gamble with life over raw venomous serpent flesh? Poisonous snake venom as a meal? While others sought survival in the wild, he seemed to be courting death. The program's dramatic effect was in full swing, but at what cost to his life? A premature conclusion to the show. Farewell, brother. Bamboo viper. Did you think I wouldn't strike back after my demise? What a pity. This brother truly embodies the spirit of a fearless warrior. Alas, it may be too late for fans to rally around him now. In the broadcast studio, the host and two guests stared blankly at the screen, watching Jiang Mo devour the serpent with abandon, momentarily speechless in unison. Meanwhile, chaos erupted within the production team. The director, in disbelief, could hardly fathom that Jiang Mo had not only refused to stop, but was audaciously consuming the venomous snake raw. He had never encountered such a daring individual. He had assumed Jiang Mo was merely playing for show, but this man was genuinely risking everything. Logistics team, prepare the helicopter and immediately locate Jiang Mo's position for emergency assistance. Right now, at once. The director was genuinely alarmed. This was an officially sanctioned program, and any misstep could lead to dire consequences. At that moment, the director of broadcasting hesitantly inquired, "Director, should we continue airing this footage of Jiang Mo?" Observing the rapidly escalating viewer count and the overwhelming barrage of messages, the director gritted his teeth. Air it. If Jiang Mo were to truly face calamity, switching the footage would serve no purpose. Yet if by some stroke of luck he remained unharmed, this segment would ensure his legendary status. With the momentum Jiang Mo had built, there was no fear of the show lacking popularity. Truth be told, no one wished for Jiang Mo's safety more than he did. To outsiders, Jiang Mo appeared to be a reckless youth, but to him, Jiang Mo was a coveted asset. Unbeknownst to Jiang Mo, his reckless consumption of the venomous snake had thrown the production team into utter disarray. His current sentiment can be encapsulated in a single word: contentment. Although he has not savored a single warm bite, he feels an overwhelming sense of happiness. Detected host under attack from snake venom. Automatic venom removal function has been activated. Upon hearing this voice, Jiang Mo felt a greater sense of reassurance. But wait, something feels amiss. Why is there a sensation of dizziness? The process of venom removal comes with certain discomfort. Thus, it is normal for the host to experience mild unease. Why am I seeing my great-grandmother again? You call this mild discomfort? Sleepy. I wish to rest. Jiang Mo trudged heavily toward the two banana leaves, collapsing onto them and instantly drifting into a deep slumber. This scene captured the attention of the live-stream audience, causing an uproar. Goodness, is the onset this rapid? Will the next step involve frothing at the mouth and convulsions? If only I'd heeded the advice, it wouldn't have come to this. So young, yet so foolishly reckless. Brothers, if you do not perish this time, I shall surely support you. In the live stream, the three individuals were at a loss for words, but eventually, Elder Chen spoke first. This is self-inflicted. Had Jiang Mo not been so reckless, had he possessed even a modicum of basic wilderness survival knowledge, he would not have found himself in this predicament. This is the consequence of disrespecting nature. Despite Jiang Mo's perilous situation, Elder Chen's words were devoid of compassion. Elder Huang chimed in. I anticipated this outcome from the start. He is utterly irresponsible, both to himself and to the production team. Host Yujia also appeared somewhat flustered, uncertain of the program's direction moving forward. If a life were to be lost, it would not be a trivial matter. After a moment of adjustment, he composed himself and stated, Contestant Jiang Mo has encountered some unforeseen circumstances. Let us all pray for him. I hope he can endure this trial. I firmly believe that with our collective blessings, contestant Jiang Mo shall recover. At this moment, the barrage of comments ceased their playful banter. Prayers, prayers, prayers. Wait, what is that sound? Am I hearing Jiang Mo snoring? This comment abruptly interrupted the collective focus of all viewers. Zzz, zzz. The sound of Jiang Mo's snores grew louder, audible to anyone with functional hearing. Goodness, he truly is snoring. Is this even possible? The comments exploded in excitement. This fellow possesses an incredible resilience. How is he unscathed? Not a chance. You are indeed the chosen one. I suggest Jiang Mo consults a fortune teller. Even the king of hell would offer him a smoke. A medical marvel? The three individuals in the studio were left speechless. Even Elder Chen, who often criticized Jiang Mo, was rendered silent. Is it really possible that he is unharmed? Is this reasonable? The director had not yet relaxed. After all, He had been bitten by a bamboo viper. Moreover, this fellow had the audacity to consume the corpse raw. He did not rescind his orders to the medical team. Instead, the medical team was urged, do not delay. Proceed immediately to the location of Jiang Mo, conduct a thorough examination to ensure all is well. 20 minutes later, the medical team arrived at Jiang Mo's position. The attending physician first checked Jiang Mo's nasal breath with his hand, then listened with a stethoscope. Breathing normal. Heartbeat normal. He then opened Jiang Mo's mouth and shone a flashlight inside. The oral cavity appeared normal, with no signs of poisoning. Finally, he drew a vial of blood and tested it with an instrument. 5 minutes later, the results revealed a slight presence of toxins in the patient's blood, nearly at normal levels. The diagnosis showed no abnormalities. It was estimated that after a good rest, the patient would recover. After the attending physician reported, a question mark reappeared on the screen. Is this a fake show I'm watching today? The diagnosis is normal? What the hell? Not only did he get bitten by a bamboo viper, but he also had his body consumed. And nothing is amiss? A corpse submerged in water. A venomous snake bite. And you tell me he is fine? I suggest an autopsy, a tissue study. Come on, friends. We are all human. Why should you possess the ability to purify? If you continue to play this way, I might just become your fan. The production team, with the director clenching his fist, shouted a resounding yes. At that moment, no one was happier than him. His crisis was averted. Jiang Mo was unharmed, which was truly splendid. Furthermore, he anticipated that today's events involving Jiang Mo would, after fermenting through the internet, generate an overwhelming amount of discussion and attention for the show. This time, he had indeed placed a winning bet. Moreover, in the upcoming episodes, as long as Jiang Mo was present, there would undoubtedly be no shortage of topics. Chapter 5. The opening of Ginger Mince. The topic of minced ginger has ignited a fervent discussion online. Venomous snake sashimi life gamble. Corpse water-soaked rice. Wilderness survival's first victim. These 3 trending topics have amassed over 80 million views collectively. Viewers who have watched the live broadcast, along with bystanders, are fervently debating in the comment section. Has anyone witnessed this firsthand? Is it a deliberate arrangement by the production team? As mere onlookers, can we trust this sensational news? While you may question anything, do not doubt my good brother's fortune. Indeed, do you think the wilderness flathead brother is merely jesting? Most notably, prior to these antics, this fellow had not eaten or drunk anything for 3 days. What does it mean to be a max-level human? This is what it entails. Unbeknownst to him, Ginger Minced had become an internet sensation. The potency of that spicy snack was indeed remarkable, for he slumbered soundly until the following morning. Upon waking, he was greeted by the system's notification sound. Congratulations, host. Your reputation has exceeded 10,000, meeting the criteria for a lottery draw. Would you like to proceed? Ginger Mince did not rush to respond, instead inquiring, how does one acquire reputation points? This was something he needed to clarify. During the live broadcast, the intensity of discussions regarding your actions, such as comments in the live chat, social media topics, news dissemination, etc., will directly translate into reputation points. The more heated the public discourse, the greater the attention, resulting in a swifter increase in reputation. With the system's explanation, he gained understanding. However, he regarded the lottery as a trap. He preferred to expend a bit more reputation to procure items he desired rather than gamble on chance. Coupled with his previous experiences with the system, he harbored no favorable impressions. Can I browse the shop? Affirmative, the system shop is now accessible. This revelation stirred excitement within Ginger Minced. The offerings were extensive: fire-starting tools, fishing traps, and even combination gift packs. He was practically drooling. Yet the dilemma lay in the fact that all these items were grayed out, lacking prices or shopping cart icons. How can I obtain these skills? Lottery. His previous life's experiences with probability had left him disheartened, and he had not anticipated escaping such fate in this new existence. Moreover, could the system truly grant him anything worthwhile? Sensing his hesitation, the system prompted, with each lottery draw, regardless of winning or losing, all attributes will be enhanced by 1. Absolutely worth the investment. Ginger Minced scoffed, unwilling to succumb to the system's deceptive allure. Yet, The situation left him no choice. Even aware that the system was a pitfall, he had to muster the courage to draw. However, from another perspective, it was rather generous of the system to provide a tribute boost while allowing him to gamble. Let us draw. Ginger Minced observed his reputation points, exceeding 30,000, ample for 3 draws. He refused to believe his luck was so abysmal that he could not procure even a single good item. As he commanded, the wheel began to spin. If all went according to plan, an unexpected twist would surely emerge. Thank you for your patronage. Note, all attributes increased by 1. Again, thank you for your patronage. Congratulations, you have drawn from the mystery box with an attribute bonus of 1. Would you like to open the mystery box? Open. Without hesitation, Jiang Mo decided. Congratulations, you have gained immunity to be venom once. When this result appeared, Jiang Mo was seized by an ominous premonition. He had starved for 3 days and had only consumed a spicy strip yesterday to replenish a modicum of protein. His body's glycogen had long been depleted, and he was in dire need of carbohydrates. Honey was indeed an excellent choice, yet the system failed to grant him the skill to harvest honey. Instead, it provided a one-time immunity to bee venom. The ulterior motives were painfully clear. It was akin to failing to teach a thief the art of stealing while instead instructing him on how to endure punishment. Is this truly the act of a rational being? Drinking stagnant water and nibbling on a spicy strip was one thing, but facing a swarm of bees was another. Who could withstand that? Jiang Mo had no intention of suffering. He firmly believed that a living person could not be made to die from holding in their urine. Although he was unfamiliar with the flora and fauna around him and could not find a suitable source of carbohydrates, he could at least supplement his diet with fats. Fish would be a splendid option. Though he lacked fishing skills, as a resourceful individual, he could certainly spear a wild boar. He refused to believe he could not catch a single fish. In the broadcast studio, the host Yu Jia smiled as she began. Dear viewers, welcome to our Conquering the Wilderness program. Today marks the 4th day since the show commenced. The bullet screen voting is now open, allowing you to participate in real-time voting to support your favorite contestants. Before Yu Jia could finish her introduction, the bullet screen erupted with excitement. We want to see Jiang Mo. Yes, yes, yes. I came here to watch the master of poisonous snake sashimi. Hurry up, cut to my brother. I want to see him in action. I've missed him dearly after just one night. Hurry up and let my brother Jiang out. Following the online fervor from yesterday, many viewers had tuned in specifically to witness Jiang Mo's slicing skills. At this moment, Jiang Mo's popularity soared, even eclipsing that of the top contestants. It was inevitable. Jiang Mo was simply too captivating. They had seen survival in the wilderness, but they had never witnessed the struggle for survival to such an extreme. The production team quickly recognized this phenomenon, prompting the director to signal the host. The host wasted no time and said, "All right, let us see what remarkable feats the contestants will showcase today." The camera shifted, revealing Jiang Mo diligently crafting a spear from bamboo. The viewers were instantly displeased. Wait, is this truly the first person you refer to as the master of survival? Handsome, I came to see you perform fish spearing. Are you certain you are Jiang Mo? My brother Jiang would never go fishing. I don't care what you are. Get off my brother Jiang. It seemed he was indeed immersed in the struggle for survival. My good brother, I advise you not to stray from your true calling. Is this what you ought to be doing? In the realm of survival in the wild. I wonder, can you truly compare with the extraordinary talents of your neighbor? I advise you to reconsider your path and find your way back. Yet, regardless of the opinions expressed by netizens, Jiang Mo remains oblivious. At this moment, he is diligently crafting his spear. He must catch a fish today. Even the arrival of Jesus would not deter him, as he has declared. In the broadcasting studio, the host and 2 guests were expressions of astonishment. Is this really Jiang Mo? Are you certain? It appears that contestant Jiang Mo has indeed returned to the right track. The host, Yu Jia, spoke up. To be frank, given Jiang Mo's determination and physical prowess, if he approaches this with sincerity, I have great confidence in his potential. However, the elder Chen dismissed this notion, stating, I anticipated this. Just a few days ago, he was merely putting on a show to attract attention. Now he is dutifully crafting a spear? This is the essence of survival in the wild. Nature will teach him the ways of life. No sooner had he finished speaking than a portion of Jiang Mo's newfound admirers could no longer contain themselves. "You old fool. Didn't you claim that my brother Jiang would last 3 days? How amusing, relying on your age to spout nonsense. Has my brother's skills not already slapped you in the face?" Nevertheless, these were merely scattered comments, soon to be overwhelmed by the torrent of messages. Chapter 6, Is This It? The audience found themselves utterly disenchanted as they watched Jiang Mo crafting a spear. Particularly for the new viewers who had come seeking the allure of Jiang Mo, their patience had long since evaporated. Cut. What is there to admire in this? Disappointment. They had anticipated entertainment, yet were met with this? Just this? Meanwhile, a handful of Jiang Mo's fans lamented, "Oh, dear Jiang, how can you squander such immense fortune that has come your way? Spearing fish is a task for serious individuals." The production team, noticing the lack of activity from Jiang Mo, shifted their focus to other contestants in the rainforest. Jiang Mo had indeed completed his spear and was ready to commence his work. In the wilderness, rivers typically flow in lower areas. After traversing through the jungle for over an hour, he finally arrived at a small stream. However, upon seeing the murky water, his heart sank. The water was so turbid that nothing could be discerned, its muddy color evident to the naked eye. Although the flow was substantial, one could only surmise that fish might be present. But how could he spear anything when visibility was near zero? After such a long trek, he was parched. While he might not succeed in catching fish, at the very least, he could quench his thirst. Leaning by the stream, he began to drink greedily. Through the experiments conducted the previous day, Jiang Mo had discovered that with a resistance level reaching 98, drinking raw water was a mere formality. After hydrating, Jiang Mo was not inclined to surrender. He decided to tempt fate. Blind spearing. Yes, he would recklessly thrust his spear into the water, leaving his success to chance. Meanwhile, in the studio, the scene shifted to another contestant. The production team adeptly tailored their coverage to the most popular figures. The screen now displayed a top-tier celebrity, Kuan. As the handsome figure graced the lens, fervent female fans erupted into ecstatic screams. Kuan is so handsome. It was high time to switch to my brother. Who knows what is so captivating about Jiang Mo? Exactly, Jiang Mo is just a reckless fellow. Our brother is far more appealing, enduringly charming, and a delight to watch. At that moment, host Yu Jia interjected, "Dear viewers, what you are witnessing is our entertainment industry's leading star, Kuan. It has long been rumored in the entertainment world that Kuan is an ardent lover of outdoor sports, making his participation in our program entirely expected. His performance over the past few days has been remarkable. How do our two esteemed guests assess this?" With that, he turned his gaze toward Elder Chun and Elder Huang. In stark contrast to their attitude towards Jiang Mo, Elder Chun spoke with a warm expression as he commented on Kuan. Kuan is performing exceptionally well. Although he is a top-tier star, his survival skills in the wilderness have exceeded my expectations. I have high hopes for him. Kuan is indeed one of the standout contestants. As Old Chun began to speak, on the screen, Kuan was crouched down, delving into the grass. Moments later, he stood up holding a white object. Old Chun promptly elucidated. "This is wild water bamboo, rich in carbohydrates. In our survival in the wild, we must find ways to supplement carbohydrates, fats, and proteins. Otherwise, our bodily functions will become imbalanced." This simple action demonstrated that Kuan's foundation in wilderness survival was quite solid. No sooner had he finished speaking than the barrage of comments erupted. Kuan is impressive. Not only is he a great actor, but his outdoor survival skills are remarkable too. Wow, he knows this as well. He must be able to endure until the end. Look at how stable his emotions are. You can't even tell he's in a life-or-death situation in the wild. What is that Jiang Mo doing next to him? How dare he steal the spotlight from our brother? Exactly. That Jiang Mo is just a reckless fool, utterly incompetent, and frankly disgusting to watch. This guy's survival skills are fine, but his fans are utterly brainless. Isn't dragging others down their specialty? For an entire morning, Jiang Mo had no idea how many times he had plunged into the water, yet he hadn't caught a single fish. He was in despair. Why was catching a fish so difficult? Could it be that he truly had to poke a hornet's nest? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he extinguished it immediately. No. How could I fall so low? I must not underestimate the dangers of the Lee family's spicy dishes. Although he was utterly exhausted and his stomach was growling, he felt he could still persevere. Heaven would not forsake those who strive. He firmly believed that as long as he kept trying, he would eventually catch a fish. Soon, 2 hours passed. Jiang Mo was now lying on the ground, gasping for breath, utterly spent like a dead dog. At this moment, he understood that effort does not always yield rewards. However, hunger would surely drive one to madness. After all, he had high resistance and immunity to bee venom. A few stings wouldn't kill him. Once this thought took hold, it spiraled out of control, even as he tried repeatedly to press down. Ultimately, it proved futile. Damn it, Jiang Mo cursed loudly. I can obviously survive through sheer willpower. Am I really playing this absurd wilderness survival game? Little bees, your true father has arrived. In the live broadcast, other contestants were showcasing their thrilling moments. Although not as explosive as Jiang Mo's, the quality was evidently superior to other wilderness survival shows. Each time, slot attracted different viewers, and it was unlikely that anyone could stay glued to the broadcast continuously. Among the many new viewers who had arrived, many were unaware of Jiang Mo's performance from the morning. They were drawn in by the clips from yesterday. At this moment, the comments were fervently clamoring. We want to see Jiang Mo. Show us Jiang Mo, that fierce guy. You can't possibly think I came to watch wilderness survival, right? Quickly bring out that guy who made corpse-soaked rice. Director, if you don't know what to do, just resign. I'll take over. What are we waiting for if not for my brother Jiang? Hurry, arrange for the wild flathead. The director at this moment is also somewhat indecisive. Do you think he does not wish to showcase the ginger's remarkable maneuvers? Surely, he desires to witness the ginger's impressive antics. For goodness sake, we are all human. Who does not relish the spectacle? Each time a new wave of viewers arrives, they demand to see the ginger's slicing once more. Yet when the camera pans over, it reveals the ginger, looking rather foolish, idly poking at murky water. What is there to behold? After a few instances, he disregards the viewer's comments. Recognizing there is little of interest, by not showing the ginger, the audience might retain a glimmer of anticipation for their time in a live stream. However, once they witness the performance, they erupt into a frenzy of criticism and leave, unable to hide their disappointment. Whether for the sake of the production team or the ginger's dignity, withholding the spotlight from the ginger is indeed the wisest choice. Unable to withstand the overwhelming barrage of comments, the director glanced at the monitor. This fellow is no longer fishing, but instead is staring blankly at a tree trunk. That gaze, that demeanor, it feels oddly familiar. Chapter 7. Disturbing the hornet's nest in the heart of the rainforest. Jiang Mo stood gazing at the hornet's nest in the distance, engaging in a mental dialogue to bolster his courage. Well, being stung won't be fatal. However, if I don't eat, I may perish from hunger. Cursing under his breath, he resolved to proceed. Initially, he considered employing some form of protective gear, but after contemplating various methods, he concluded they would be futile. Thus, he decided to forego them entirely. After all, whether he faced a few stings or many, a sting was still a sting. To hell with it. Let fate take its course. Meanwhile, within the production team, the director promptly switched the camera upon noticing Jiang Mo's peculiar demeanor. Naturally, the audience was eager to witness Jiang's antics. As viewers finally laid eyes on the long-awaited Jiang Mo, a flurry of discussions ensued. What on earth is he doing, standing there motionless? One remarked, if your grand gesture is merely to remain still, I must say, brother, your creativity has run dry. Another chimed in, didn't we agree he was out there to seek adventure? The seasoned viewers, however, recognized the telltale signs of Jiang Mo's concentration and anticipated something spectacular. At that moment, the director directed a drone camera towards the object of Jiang Mo's fixation. When the audience beheld the immense hornet's nest perched on a tree branch, a wave of bewilderment swept through the chat. Brother, please don't tell me you intend to disturb that thing, exclaimed one viewer. Is this lad truly that brave? Goodness, how many bees must be in there? It sends shivers down my spine. This is perilous. If you provoke them, you might lose your life. The viewers were astonished by his audacity, recalling his previous escapades with venomous snakes. In contrast, the seasoned fans of Jiang Mo offered a different perspective, their comments reflecting a sense of familiarity. Finally, you're back on track. This is your true calling. Exactly. You shine brightest in your element, understand? Another added, look at you now, mastering the art of suspense. This morning was a mere showcase, and now you're flipping the script, aren't you? This live streaming business seems to be your forte. A playful retort followed. No, my good brother simply knows how to cater to his fans. This morning, he entertained the skeptics. This afternoon, he indulges the loyal ones. I'm in tears. How wonderful is Jiang Mo? In the studio, host Yu Jia felt a sense of numbness. Jiang Mo's actions, regardless of their nature, had become predictable. It was disconcerting for him to witness Jiang's earlier, more restrained demeanor. Yet, as the host, he endeavored to maintain a calm and objective tone. I suspect Jiang Mo is merely observing and has no intention of acting. He noted that honey was indeed a precious source of sugar in the wilderness, but the associated risks were too great. Huang Lao had learned his lesson. He refrained from commenting on Jiang Mo, understanding that one could not assess him through the lens of conventional reasoning, nor measure him by the standards of an ordinary person's physique. Conversely, Chen Lao found himself increasingly annoyed with Jiang Mo previously. I held a disdain for Jiang Mo due to his outrageous antics, compounded by the countless times I found myself embarrassed by his actions. Now, my disapproval of him has reached an unprecedented level. The swarm of grass bees in front of him appears to be quite substantial, conservatively estimated to number in the hundreds. While the venom of these bees is not particularly potent, the sheer volume of them surging towards him would be overwhelming. I maintain my belief that his likelihood of mere performance is considerably high. Furthermore, I have always held that he would be the first to be eliminated. Upon voicing my thoughts, the reactions from various parties were decidedly mixed. Firstly, the host, Yu Jia, wore an expression that was quite intriguing. Seriously, when has your prediction about Jiang Mo ever been accurate? You still cling to your viewpoint. If it weren't for your slight seniority, would you even have the opportunity to speak? Can you not see the immense popularity Jiang Mo currently enjoys? Can you not discern how the production team is leaning resources in his direction? You persistently oppose him simply because a young man has caused you to err in your predictions a few times, yet you continue to disparage others. At your age, you should possess a broader perspective. On the audience's side, there were indeed some who concurred with Elder Chen's perspective, considering it far too perilous. Yet, I too find it quite reckless. My good brother, while I desire to witness your antics, I sincerely hope you contemplate this. Having hundreds of bees swarm upon you is no jest. Brother, if you truly intend to disturb the beehive, I shall undoubtedly support you. Handsome, as long as you merely approach to touch it, I will regard it as a success. You must not underestimate my brother. He is not merely seeking thrills. He is driven by hunger. Indeed, my dear brother, this endeavor is either an all-or-nothing affair, where he must consume honey, even if it results in him being stung into a swollen visage. Some audience members do understand Jiang Mo, who in their right mind would take such a colossal risk if not driven by desperation, despite having mentally prepared himself countless times. When faced with the reality of the situation, Jiang Mo felt a wave of trepidation. It was not merely one or two bees, but hundreds. Can you imagine the sensation of being stung by them? Even if he harbored 1,000 thoughts of retreat, the pangs of hunger provided him with a myriad of reasons to charge forward. Now, with hunger gnawing at him, he felt as though his stomach was pressed against his back, his vision blurred. He knew he could not delay any longer. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, "I'm going for it." With that declaration, he surged forward. As the audience witnessed Jiang Mo's audacious advance, their excitement peaked. A flurry of question marks filled the screen. It was inconceivable, unbelievable. Was he truly not playing around, but rather taking this seriously? They had not anticipated such resolve from Jiang Mo. As he approached the beehive without any sign of hesitation, the audience finally believed that Jiang Mo was genuinely risking everything. Insanity, madness, utter lunacy. The tree branch was not particularly high, barely exceeding a meter from the ground. Jiang Mo charged forward, clearing away the dense swarm of bees with his bare hands, revealing a substantial section of the beehive. Due to the overwhelming presence of bees, it was impossible to discern the exact number of layers. However, there were certainly many. When the swarm felt threatened, these bees launched a frenzied counterattack against the unwelcome intruder. Jiang Mo. The piercing pain, akin to a multitude of stings, radiated from various parts of his body, prompting him to emit a cacophony of sounds. Oh no, please do not sting my mouth. My eyes at this moment, hundreds of bees were engaging in a suicidal assault on Jiang Mo. Though he frantically swatted at his face in an attempt to disperse the bees, the sheer number rendered his efforts futile. The viewers in the live stream could not help but shudder at the sight. Ouch! Just watching it was painful. How brutal! How brutal! How brutal! How brutal! Chapter 8. The Wild Hunt, unfettered by status, and the stalwart men do not visit hospitals. The swarm of bees is overwhelming. Despite Jiang Mo's earnest attempts to shield his head from the relentless assault of the bees, his efforts proved futile. Ultimately, he resolved to disregard the onslaught. Prolonging the struggle would only exacerbate his suffering. He swiftly brandished the knife he always carried and severed the honeycomb. With a sharp cut, the honeycomb burst forth, releasing a cascade of sweet nectar. As 2 or 3 chunks of honeycomb fell to the ground, Jiang Mo ceased his actions. He could endure no more. Quickly securing his knife, he bent down to retrieve the fallen honeycomb and began to flee. However, the relentless swarm of bees had no intention of relenting, pursuing him with fervor. The viewers in the live stream were thoroughly entertained by the spectacle. He ran, they chased, and it was as if he had wings. Brother, he is like a wild bolt, running at such speed. How could he not? Imagine yourself in his shoes. You wouldn't need bees. Even a pack of wolves on your tail would have you sprinting faster than the wind. The swarm was a formidable foe, a veritable-class pursuit order. Was he jesting? Brother, are you playing an endless game of Temple Run? I can almost feel the tension from across the screen. How excruciating that must be. Thankfully, Jiang Mo was not afflicted by a fear of clusters. With so many bees, those with such phobias would surely have fainted on the spot. Jiang Mo had no idea how long he had been running, only stopping once he was certain the swarm was no longer in pursuit. At that moment, he collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Indeed, the capabilities of humanity are boundless. He had never realized he could run so swiftly, nor had he acknowledged his remarkable stamina. Aside from fatigue, his entire body throbbed with intense pain. The sensation was indescribably invigorating. Just then, the familiar voice of the system rang out. Detection of host being attacked by bee venom. Immunity to bee venom function has been activated. Although the immunity skill had been triggered, the pain remained unabated. Jiang Mo felt himself growing somewhat numb from the agony. After resting for approximately 5 minutes, his breathing finally began to normalize. He propped himself up, clutching the nearby honeycomb, unable to suppress his salivation. After enduring so much hardship, he had finally attained his reward. With the honeycomb in hand, he began to voraciously suck the honey, and as the sweet liquid flooded his mouth, the pain seemed to lessen. The viewers, too, began to jest. Jiang, this honey is more difficult to obtain than Tang Sang's flesh. Just say whether he managed to get some. After yearning for honey all day, he finally tasted it, though the price paid was quite steep. The production team must compensate him handsomely. A work-related injury certification should be stamped on his face. Meanwhile, within the production team, the director was grinning ear to ear. Jiang Mo's antics were undeniably entertaining. It was hard not to smile. Moreover, he felt vindicated in his decision to keep Jiang Mo on the show, as he had undoubtedly boosted its popularity. After years in the industry, he had encountered a myriad of personalities, but none quite like Jiang Mo. In the studio, host Yu Jia began to develop a fondness for Jiang Mo as well. Well, how should one put it? Even those who do not hold a fondness for Jiang Mo find themselves captivated by his show. In a moment of unexpected inquiry, he asked, "Old Chun, how we proceed with this round?" Old Chen's countenance darkened, yet he steadfastly clung to his convictions. No matter his actions, my opinion remains unchanged. With such a reckless approach, he will undoubtedly falter before the end. Being stung by so many bees is no trifling matter. At best, he may experience days of immobility. At worst, he could succumb to poisoning and withdraw from the competition. In either scenario, it would be a fatal blow to his challenge. Moreover, Jiang Mo possesses no wilderness survival skills. On what grounds can he persist? Yu Jia couldn't help but laugh. On what grounds, you ask? Surely, it is through sheer tenacity. We are not blind. We all recognize that Jiang Mo lacks the necessary survival skills. Yet, the essence of wilderness survival does not solely hinge on skills. A robust spirit suffices. When this thought crossed Yu Jia's mind, he was startled by his own epiphany. He was entirely swayed by Jiang Mo's unorthodox perspective. How ridiculous to assert that wilderness survival does not require skills. Jiang Mo had utterly reshaped his understanding of this competitive arena. In the rainforest, Jiang Mo skillfully devoured the honeycombs, leaving them entirely bare. The satisfaction of being sated is always so grounding, though slightly overwhelming. It is a minor flaw overshadowed by the delight. Yet at this moment, the swelling on his face became increasingly pronounced. He knew without a doubt that he now resembled a pig's head. The online community was thoroughly entertained. Brother, are you cosplaying as Zhu Beiji? Director, quick, save this footage. It's far more realistic than the pig head effects in domestic dramas. Laughter erupted. The first idol of the pig genre? My brother has a handsome face. And now it's utterly ruined. In contrast to the viewers' jesting, the production team expressed genuine concern upon witnessing Jiang Mo's alarming condition. They swiftly communicated via drone. Jiang Mo, the swelling is severe. It poses a significant risk. While we'll be ashamed to withdraw now, I advise you to seek medical attention immediately. Although the director felt reluctant to see Jiang Mo exit, his health was paramount. Life is the utmost treasure, and everything else must take a back seat. Furthermore, he likely understood that Jiang Mo was not inclined to withdraw. By issuing this warning, he fulfilled his duty in case any unfortunate circumstances arose. No need. Jiang Mo did not even lift his head. The director hesitated before speaking again. Jiang Mo, I urge you to reflect carefully. After all, you are aware of your own survival skills. Your current condition is precarious, and considering your subsequent actions, they are bound to be even more hazardous. Your performance has already been commendable. While withdrawing may forfeit the grand prize, it will surely garner you a multitude of fans. The director's words made Jiang Mo slightly displeased. He discerned the underlying implication, an insinuation of his mediocrity. Do you perceive my actions as perilous, questioning my ability to survive in the wilderness? What does that imply? Is it a form of professional discrimination? Your judgment of my methods is irrelevant. My sole objective is survival. Although he recognized the director's intentions were benevolent, he seized this opportunity to convey a message to everyone. Regardless of the circumstances, he would endure until the very end. No matter his approach, he implored others to refrain from engaging in professional bias. With a piercing gaze fixed on the drone, he proclaimed, in the realm of survival, there exists no hierarchy. A true warrior does not seek refuge in hospitals. Your opinions on my survival tactics are inconsequential. The only thing that matters is whether I survive or not. I shall undoubtedly be the last one standing. It is preposterous. Without the chance to claim the grand prize of 100 million, would all his efforts have been in vain? Before the director could respond, the viewers in the live stream were left bewildered by Jiang Mo's eloquent remarks, flooding the screen with messages. Chapter 9. Intense rainfall. The wilderness does not discriminate between the noble and the humble, and true men do not seek refuge in hospitals. Brother Jiang, are you trying to make me laugh to death? My good friend, not only do you possess a fortuitous fate, but your linguistic artistry is also an unparalleled level. Hand me a cigarette, Brother Jiang. Is such banter something we can enjoy for free? The director, having caught wind of the situation, could only shake his head in bemusement and remark, I did not mean it in that way, Jiang Mo. I am genuinely concerned about your well-being. Please do not overthink it. Considering his impressive resilience of 98, coupled with immunity to bee venom, what could possibly be amiss? I am fine. Do not fret over me. He added, contemplating further. Brothers, This matter should not be taken lightly. Do not follow my example. I am merely compelled by circumstance in the wilderness. In return, Jiang Mo offered a warm reminder, clearing the program team of unnecessary troubles. The director nodded in satisfaction. This young man is quite impressive. He understands the importance of such words. In this age of advanced networking, it is inevitable that many thoughtless imitators will emerge. Yet any incident could inadvertently implicate the program team. Although Jiang Mo may appear brash, he possesses a keen insight that is commendable. Viewers expressed their astonishment at Jiang Mo's remarks. Did my brother Jiang truly say that? What a laugh. What normal person would provoke a beehive? Does brother Jiang need a reminder? Should you take a look at your own swollen lips while advising caution? You, with your swollen head, dare to lecture us on caution. Are you still engaged in such antics? Brother, I genuinely worry for you. Are you certain you're all right in your current state? Those above, please mind your language. You may question everything about my brother Jiang, but you must never doubt his fortuitous fate. Meanwhile, Jiang Mo felt well-fed and satisfied. He casually laid down a banana leaf upon the ground and reclined. He intended to rest for a while, after a day of fishing and being pursued by bees. He was utterly exhausted. Opening the interface, he silently thought, eager to assess whether his reputation had indeed increased. After all, this meal had a tangible outcome. Yet the next one remained uncertain. Host Jiang Mo, speed 41, strength 44, agility 46, resilience 101, skills none, reputation 10,038. Something feels amiss. How did his resilience reach 101? Previously, he had drawn prizes 3 times, augmenting his attributes each time. The question remained, how had resilience surpassed 100? Is not the maximum level supposed to be 100? He was well aware of his physical condition. While it could not be deemed excellent, it was certainly not lacking. Attributes in the range of 40 or 50 were quite normal. Achieving 100 would undoubtedly signify peak human capabilities. Previously, with a resilience of 98, he had consumed stagnant water without exhibiting any signs of distress, let alone poisoning. One could only imagine the extraordinary endurance he possessed, a feat unattainable for the average individual. Today, his resistance surged to an astonishing 101, leaving him utterly bewildered. What does this imply? In essence, it suggests that as long as I continue to draw from the lottery with my prestige points, my attributes will perpetually increase. Yet, this time the system offered no response. Something felt amiss. Jiang Mo muttered to himself, convinced there was a problem. However, he could not discern what it was, so he decided to set it aside for the moment. Observing that his prestige points barely exceeded 10,000, he surmised that the events of the day had yet to unfold fully. Otherwise, the count would surely be higher. Nevertheless, it was enough for a single draw. He did not harbor hopes that this flawed system would yield anything remarkable. He merely wished to test whether his resistance points would rise further. System, initiate the lottery. Prestige points, meet the lottery requirements, commencing the draw. As the wheel began to spin, the pointer ultimately landed on a blind box, which by chance was rather fortuitous. Congratulations! You have drawn a blind box. Would you like to open it? Open it. Opening the blind box. You have obtained deep sleep. Note, one-time use only. What is this? Deep sleep? I'm not even suffering from insomnia. Why would I need this? Is it not the case that it is now rendered useless? To receive such a worthless skill, and a one-time use at that. Is this some kind of joke? After venting his frustrations, Jiang Mo calmed himself, only for his brow to furrow in contemplation. No, this is not right. According to the system's usual behavior, it wouldn't be so arbitrary. Granting this deep sleep most likely indicates that he would struggle to sleep well. The question is, under what circumstances would his sleep be compromised? Considering that, without the system's assistance, he could manage to sleep soundly for 3 consecutive days. It was evident what his sleep quality was like. Now, to be given deep sleep, how terrible must the sleep environment be? Excessive anxiety about the future can suffocate the present self. Unable to fathom it, he decided not to dwell further. Instead, he lay down upon the banana leaves to rest and calm his nerves. In the broadcast studio, upon seeing Jiang Mo lie down to sleep, The production team swiftly shifted the camera to other contestants. Host Yu Zhao was just about to introduce the contestant when a message crackled through his earpiece. He immediately interjected. "We have a breaking news update. According to the latest report from the meteorological station, the rainforest area where the contestants are located will experience sustained heavy rainfall tonight. The rainfall is expected to exceed 90 millimeters over the next 12 hours, presenting a monumental challenge for the competitors." Upon hearing this news, Guest Chen's face could hardly conceal his excitement. At last, he felt he had found an opportunity. Hope was within reach. He was skeptical that Jiang Mo would be able to endure this time. The host, without needing to call on him, eagerly seized the opportunity to speak. "As for the other contestants, I cannot say for certain, but Jiang Mo will certainly struggle this time. Firstly, he is the only contestant who did not bring a waterproof tarp. With such torrential rain, I cannot fathom how he will manage. Furthermore, he has not constructed a shelter. If he were to seek out a cave now, it would be far too late. The area in which he finds himself offers no suitable caves to provide refuge. In addition to confronting the dampness of his surroundings, he must also guard against various natural perils. I truly cannot fathom how he will endure this time. Thus, I am convinced that Jiang Mo will undoubtedly be eliminated." After his analysis, the viewers in the comment section began to express their concerns. "Although I harbor a strong dislike for this old fellow, I must admit he has made valid points this time. Indeed, while it may be summer, rain in the wilderness can still be quite frigid. Without a shelter and a source of fire, the challenges posed by the relentless downpour are immense. Even if my brother Jiang possesses an extraordinary fate, he would likely find himself at a loss in such extreme conditions. How perplexing, dear brother. Why did you not even bring a waterproof cloth? Do you think it is possible that despite all this, Jiang might still endure? What a fanciful notion. What does he have to rely on?" Chapter 10. Jiang Mo's fate in light of this unforeseen circumstance. The production team convened an urgent meeting. The safety advisor remarked, "The ongoing heavy rainfall is quite rare and poses a significant risk. The complex terrain of the rainforest, coupled with this extreme weather, makes timely rescue exceedingly difficult. Therefore, my recommendation is to inform the contestants in advance so they can prepare accordingly. Each contestant should assess their own situation and consider whether they wish to withdraw early." Upon hearing the safety advisor's words, the producer nodded in agreement. "Very well. Director, please relay this information and, if necessary, advise a portion of the contestants to withdraw. Above all, safety comes first." "Understood," the director replied promptly. "I will make the arrangements." After the meeting concluded, the director returned to his post and spoke into the walkie-talkie. "Operations team, please activate the all-channel drone communication." "Received. All-channel drone communication is now active." The director paused for a moment before addressing the contestants. "Attention, all contestants. I have an important announcement. According to the meteorological station, there will be sustained heavy rainfall around 8 o'clock this evening, with a total rainfall exceeding 90 millimeters within the next 12 hours. Please prepare yourselves. Due to the substantial rainfall, the rescue operations will be challenging. Therefore, I urge each contestant to carefully consider their actual circumstances. While it may be regrettable to withdraw now, it is the best assurance for your safety. If any contestant wishes to withdraw, please contact the production team promptly, and we will arrange for a helicopter to pick you up. Furthermore, considering the force majeure of this situation, the production team will provide a compensation of 50,000 yuan to each contestant who withdraws." Upon receiving the announcement from the production team, many contestants began to waver. After all, such heavy rain was no trifling matter. A moment's negligence could cost them their lives. Coupled with the compensation of 50,000 yuan, they found themselves swayed. Some contestants were already aware that they could not endure until the end. Their primary motivation for participating in the show was to garner a following and eventually monetize their fame. Who would genuinely risk their life? One after another, the director's team received withdrawal applications from over 20 contestants. This marked the first large-scale withdrawal since the show's inception. The remaining nearly 70 contestants were either outdoor experts or had constructed particularly robust shelters capable of withstanding the impending downpour. Except for Jiang Mo, with merely 2 banana leaves for shelter and a meager survival experience, Jiang Mo was still soundly asleep beneath those leaves. Observing this, The director grew increasingly anxious. What on earth are you doing sleeping at a time like this? The other contestants have managed to set up proper rainproof shelters, while you seem utterly oblivious. He once again initiated a conversation with Jiang Mo alone, seemingly fearful that Jiang Mo might not awaken, and brought the drone in quite close. Jiang Mo, wake up! Jiang Mo. After calling out numerous times, he finally managed to rouse him. Anyone startled awake from slumber would naturally exhibit a touch of irritation, and thus his response was somewhat impatient. What's the matter? There's a severe downpour, rainfall exceeding 90 millimeters. Many competitors have chosen to withdraw. Your situation is far more precarious than theirs. Should you consider withdrawing as well? Withdraw? Are you offering me 100 million to do so? If I don't receive that sum, will all my efforts be in vain? I refuse to withdraw. Let those who wish to retreat do so. You can say it's pouring, but even if nuclear bombs were to fall from the sky, I wouldn't withdraw. At that moment, the live stream cut to Jiang Mo, and the audience erupted in laughter upon hearing his response. This is hilarious. I've heard of knives falling from the sky, but a nuclear bomb? That is a first for me. That is my brother Jiang for you. His linguistic talent is truly remarkable. You may refuse to withdraw, but what about your shelter? Can't you see those 2 banana leaves? Isn't that your shelter? Stop joking. This downpour is no laughing matter. The director chuckled helplessly, realizing that Jiang Mo's stubborn nature rendered his advice somewhat unnecessary. Nevertheless, if he chose not to withdraw, he ought to prepare adequately. With good intentions, he reminded him once more, if you're not withdrawing, then you'd better hurry and construct a shelter. Otherwise, you'll find yourself in a difficult situation later. Exhausted, Jiang Mo merely mumbled, got it. I'll take care of it right away. After the notification was conveyed, the director ceased further discussion, and the camera shifted to other competitors. At this moment, each participant was diligently reinforcing their defenses. The fortification of the shelters and various preparations were fervently underway. Observing the competitors' actions, the audience's tension was palpable. With such heavy rainfall, the challenge for the contestants is immense. If it were me, I would unhesitatingly withdraw. Same here. Just imagine being caught in the rain without an umbrella, drenched to the bone. How miserable. They must endure outdoors for 12 hours. In truth, if the shelters are well constructed, it shouldn't pose too much of a problem, but with such torrential rain, it could easily wash them away. Hearing you say that truly worries me about Brother Jiang. Indeed, I wonder if those 2 banana leaves can withstand it. In the studio, the host Yujia displayed a look of concern. To be honest, this is the first time in my hosting career that I've encountered such a peculiar situation. The rainfall during last month's flood in city, it was quite similar, and the losses were devastating. This time, the contestants are confronted with a formidable challenge in the great outdoors. All we can do is offer our prayers. The audience, too, aptly inundates the screen with their wishes. Prayers, prayers, prayers. Elder Chun, Elder Huang, what are your thoughts on this unforeseen situation? Elder Huang, speaking with objectivity, remarked, given the extreme outdoor weather, I believe it is quite prudent for the contestants to withdraw. As for the remaining participants, I observed their makeshift shelters, and most appear to be adequate, particularly those fortunate enough to have discovered caves. They should face no issues whatsoever. If they have a source of fire, they could withstand several more days of rain without concern. Elder Chin nodded in agreement with Elder Huang's assessment, adding, a treehouse is also a commendable option, as it will at least remain above water. Provided it is reinforced and equipped with waterproofing, it can certainly endure the conditions. He then paused before continuing, however, this batch of ginger is likely doomed. Chapter 11. Overdrawn long before. A thunderclap reverberated through the air, startling Jiang Mo from his slumber. Opening his eyes, he was met with a sky shrouded in ominous clouds, branches thrashing wildly in the howling wind. Alas, it dawned on him that the production team had informed him of impending rain. At that moment, fatigue had clouded his mind, and he had dismissed it as trivial. Yet now, the wind roared ominously, accompanied by sporadic flashes of lightning. What kind of torrential downpour was approaching? Jiang Mo began to comprehend the meaning behind the system's promise of deep sleep. In such inclement weather, Devoid of a waterproof tarp or shelter, how could one possibly sleep? Even if deep sleep were bestowed upon him, would he dare to succumb to slumber in such conditions? He acknowledged his own courage, yet he was not foolish. Contemplating the extreme circumstances that lay ahead, Jiang Mo realized he could no longer remain idle. It was imperative to construct a shelter, otherwise he would face severe tribulations that night. Although lacking waterproof materials, he possessed an axe among his tools, which would prove invaluable now. He set about chopping several branches and gathering a few bamboo poles, ensuring to include banana leaves as well. Sleeping on the ground was out of the question during the rain. A treehouse was essential. However, he harbored a slight fear of heights, and constructing a treehouse was beyond his expertise. Thus, he sought two adjacent tree forks, approximately a meter above the ground, binding the cut branches with vines to the forks. He fashioned a rudimentary bed frame. He then layered it with leaves and topped it with banana leaves, leaving only the rain cover to complete. Employing a few bamboo poles, he propped them upright in the ground and placed banana leaves atop, thereby creating a makeshift canopy. Such efficiency, any passerby would undoubtedly offer a thumbs up, exclaiming, "What a shoddy construction!" Time was of the essence, as darkness encroached swiftly. The first delicate raindrops began to descend. Jiang Mo understood that this shelter was merely a fade, yet having it was better than nothing. Whether it would withstand the storm was left to fate. Suddenly, a torrential downpour ensued. A deluge of rain lashed against the banana leaves, distorting the makeshift canopy in moments. Just as Jiang Mo felt relieved, a drop plummeted onto his face. Looking up, he discovered that a hole had formed in the banana leaves, allowing a cascade of rainwater to pour through. Indeed, he was destined for hardship. Cursing vehemently, Jiang Mo lamented, "What treachery is this? Oh heavens!" Although his impressive resistance to colds rendered him nearly immune, the clammy sensation was utterly unbearable. Coupled with the gusts of wind that sent shivers coursing through him, he was left in a state of torment. In this moment, he finally grasped the purpose of the system's deep sleep, for the agony of wakefulness was far too excruciating. Yet, the lingering question remained, would he dare to sleep? In this dire environment, any misstep could cost him his life. As the rain intensified, the torment endured by Jiang Mo grew increasingly severe. At this moment, the banana leaves had almost all been washed away, and the torrential downpour relentlessly drenched him, offering little respite despite the scant protection from the foliage. The discomfort was unbearable. It was far worse than being stung by a bee. Earlier that morning, the areas stung by bees had begun to heal, but now the raindrops pattered against him, causing him to grimace in pain. The most harrowing aspect was the wind. His body, already soaked, felt as though it were pierced by the chilling gusts. Jiang Mo was nearing his limit. This torment was a burden to bear for anyone willing. The peril of falling asleep was indeed daunting, but it was a danger nestled within the embrace of slumber, one he could not perceive. At worst, he could drift into dreams, a departure that would be tranquil in its own right. He resolved to bind the remaining vines around himself, wrapping them tightly around the branches below, securing his connection to the makeshift bed. This was to prevent a fall should he succumb to sleep. Once he completed this, he finally spoke. "System, initiate deep sleep. Host request received. Deep sleep has been activated. Please prepare yourself. You will enter deep sleep in 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3. Jiang Mo closed his eyes, feeling nothing at all. He slept as soundly as a log. Meanwhile, in the studio, host Yu Jia was engaged in conversation with two guests about the competitors' circumstances, their expressions betraying a hint of anxiety. In such weather, even through the screen, one could sense the hardships faced by the contestants. We could see the competitors huddled in their shelters, fervently hoping for good fortune to carry them through the night. After Yu Jia concluded, Elder Chun interjected. Although the rain is heavy, the production team had notified us in advance that the contestants' shelters had received varying degrees of reinforcement. They should withstand tonight's torrential downpour without much trouble. However, I wonder how Jiang Mo is faring? His tone held no trace of genuine concern, rather a hint of sarcasm. Upon hearing this, netizens erupted in discussion. Indeed, my brother Jiang has no shelter, not even a waterproof tarp. Who knows how he will survive this night? The rain is heavier than the day. Yiping sought money from her father. How can my good brother endure? Prolonged exposure to the rain could lead to severe hypothermia. Yes, there have been too many cases of hypothermia previously. We can only pray that my brother Jiang Mo pulls through once more. Quick, switch to Jiang Mo. Cut to Jiang Mo. The viewers frantically typed their demands to shift the focus to Jiang Mo, and the director promptly complied, cutting to him. Upon viewing, it was evident that Jiang Mo's rain shelter had long been destroyed, a piece of torn banana leaf still plastered to his face. Yet, none of this affected his deep and peaceful slumber. Upon witnessing the ginger strips lying motionless upon the branch, netizens were once again engulfed in a flurry of question marks. Is it lifeless? Is it truly lifeless? One cannot fault the netizens for their assumptions. Who among us could possibly slumber in such an environment? The sight of the ginger lying there, utterly still, inevitably conjures disquieting thoughts. Is this not so? My dear friend, I have merely been absent for a few hours. And yet, what has become of you? It appears that this time, the situation may have taken a dire turn. Oh, my beloved electronic pickled vegetables. I have grown fond of you, and your demise brings me great sorrow. Logically speaking, within such a brief span, even amidst torrential rain, one would not expect such an outcome. Have you not considered the perils faced in recent days? Submerged in corpse water, feasting on venomous snake sashimi, bravely confronting beehives, coupled with 3 days of hunger to start, it is likely that the body has long been pushed to its limits. Chapter 12. The misfortune of Jiang Mo on a stormy night. The wind howled ferociously, causing entire clusters of trees to sway perilously, their branches and leaves strewn across the ground. Jiang Mo's rickety bed frame was violently toppled, and he was unceremoniously hurled to the earth. One must commend the quality of the equipment provided by the system. Despite the cacophony, he remained blissfully unaware. The surging floodwaters swept him downstream towards the brook. Fortunately, he had tethered himself to the bed frame with vines while asleep. Otherwise, the abrasions from the ground would have left him grievously wounded. The rain showed no signs of abating, and with his shelter not far from the brook, he remained blissfully ignorant of the imminent peril. Meanwhile, in the production team, a somber atmosphere prevailed. From their perspective, Jiang Mo's fate appeared grim. Just imagine, in such torrential rain, having fallen from a branch over a meter high without any reaction. Only a corpse could achieve such stillness. Can a logistics team devise any means of rescue? Despite knowing the odds were slim, the director felt compelled to explore options. The head of the logistics team shook his head. The rain was too heavy for helicopters to land, and the floodwaters posed a significant risk to any rescuers. After a moment's pause, he continued, Jiang Mo may have already perished. It is not worth risking additional lives for a single casualty. The director's countenance fell, and his sorrow stemmed not only from the tragedy itself, but also from his high hopes for Jiang Mo. He had never anticipated such an unfortunate turn of events. Naturally, this incident would trigger a myriad of repercussions. For instance, should the program be halted? After all, an accident had occurred, and based on past experiences, calls for accountability from above would have been made by now. Yet today, there was an eerie silence. The director, uncertain, dialed the producer for clarification. The producer informed him, the show continues. This is a direct order from above. Something felt amiss. Typically, under such circumstances, the program would be immediately suspended. Yet this time, it was not. Why? Furthermore, the director had harbored doubts about the program since its inception. Ordinarily, the authorities would not sponsor survival shows of this nature. Even if such an event were to be held, it would not attract participants in the tens of thousands. This was an operation far beyond the scale of a mere entertainment program. However, he could not pinpoint the underlying issues, since there was no order to cease. The show would proceed. In the studio, Yuji's voice trembled slightly, clearly indicating his apprehension regarding Jiang Mo's fate. Dear viewers, Jiang Mo's current situation is dire. Regrettably, due to the inclement weather, the production team is unable to execute a timely rescue. Nevertheless, I still hold hope for a miracle. Although the host's words were delicately phrased, the reality captured on camera was unmistakably clear to the audience. In such circumstances, the likelihood of Jiang Mo surviving is exceedingly slim. We can only pray, 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 pray. It is disheartening, for although I have known my brother Jiang for merely a few days, my current emotions are overwhelming. I feel the same. Enough. I am on the verge of tears. While we may engage in playful banter, I never anticipated that it would culminate in such a dire situation. Alas, had he exercised just a modicum of caution, he would not have found himself in this perilous predicament. I firmly believe that my brother Jiang will witness a miracle. After all, he is the most resilient person I have ever encountered. Are you blind? In the midst of a torrential downpour, he remained motionless. And when he fell from the tree branch, he showed no reaction. Can a living person truly behave like that? Coupled with the flood, people were swept away. Though I find it hard to admit, my dear brother may not make it through this ordeal. Meanwhile, a young man responsible for filming hurried over to the director, hesitating before speaking. "Director," he stammered, failing to articulate his thoughts. "What's wrong?" the director inquired. Noticing his distress, the young man nodded. "The drone that was filming Jiang Mo has lost track of him." "What?" The director's voice rose several octaves. "How could that happen? The rain is too heavy. Visibility is compromised." He replied. When Jiang Mo was swept away, a fallen tree obstructed the drone's path. By the time the drone navigated around the obstacle, it discovered that he was already gone. The director rubbed his forehead, knowing that such extreme weather could not be blamed on the filming crew. Yet, this also signified the severance of Jiang Mo's only hope for survival. He had hoped that as the rain subsided, there could be a way to send the rescue team promptly to see if a miracle might occur. Now, even that faint glimmer of hope has vanished. No matter how much he wished to deny it, reality is unyielding. Since the higher-ups did not pursue the matter, the director chose not to conceal the truth. He swiftly informed the entire production team of the grim news. When host Yu Jia received this information, he was momentarily stunned. After a long pause, he managed to regain composure and spoke with a quivering voice. "Dear viewers, we interrupt this program for a significant announcement. Though I am reluctant to accept this as truth, regrettably, our contestant Jiang Mo has perished." Upon delivering this heart-wrenching news, a tear escaped his eye, unable to be restrained. The comments section erupted in chaos. Though some had anticipated it, hearing the news still overwhelmed many with grief. "I refuse to believe it. He is Jiang Mo, the most resilient individual in the world. How could this be? Just this afternoon, he was enjoying honey. He is the most entertaining and courageous survival contestant I have ever known. Alas, fate has been cruel to the gifted. I understand that this program is genuine, devoid of script, but this time I wish it were all an act. Tell me this is false, right? This is merely for the sake of dramatic effect, correct? Such vast waters may ultimately conceal even the bodies. A wave of sorrow envelopes the hearts of all. In tribute to Jiang Mo, the production team has chosen to render the visuals in monochrome. Ordinarily, contestants would not receive such an honor. Yet, he was Jiang Mo, beloved by the director, cherished by the host, and adored by the entire crew. Alas, the unpredictability of life. As the audience beheld the black and white screen, a sudden tremor coursed through their hearts. For they understood, there would be no miracle. The boy who braved the waters, feasted on venomous delicacies, and dared to face swarms of bees has, at this very moment, departed from them forever. In unison, they began to flood the screen with messages. Candlelight, safe travels. Candlelight, safe travels. Candlelight, safe travels. Candlelight, safe travels. Chapter 13. A chilling silence in the dead of night. Various discussions surrounding Jiang Mo's tragic demise surged to the forefront of social media trends. Heartbreaking. Wilderness contestant Jiang Mo has unfortunately passed away at the tender age of 24. Shock. An unexpected tragedy struck on Conquer the Wilderness, resulting in a contestant's untimely death. Viral. Is there more to Jiang Mo's unfortunate fate? Is there still a chance for survival? Stunned. The prodigious wilderness talent, Jiang Mo, has met with disaster. Breaking. The production team of Conquer the Wilderness has announced an uninterrupted broadcast. Netizens flooded the comment sections, expressing their sorrow. What a pity. Jiang Mo was my top pick. I never anticipated such an event. It is hard to accept. Humanity remains minuscule in the face of nature. Even someone as resilient as Jiang Ge could not withstand it. Even at this moment, I am reluctant to believe that this is reality. While we must respect the deceased, the production team had forewarned that the primary issue lay with Jiang Mo himself. I concur. From the onset of the program, his reckless behavior foreshadowed this outcome. This time, it truly feels irrevocable. No matter how tenacious one may be, such recklessness is insurmountable. This night shall forever haunt many, leaving them unable to find solace in sleep. The following morning, the rain had ceased and the sun began to rise. Jiang Mo awoke from his slumber, greeted by the sight of a young woman of similar age. With shoulder-length hair, sun-kissed skin, and standing approximately 1.7 meters tall, she donned a full camouflage outfit, exuding an air of competence indicative of a police academy graduate. Sensing Jiang Mo's awakening, she tilted her head and glanced at him. Awake? Jiang Mo nodded, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for saving me. Without your intervention, I would not know where the flood might have carried me. There's no need for gratitude. You should be thankful for your good fortune, the short-haired girl replied candidly. You were lucky. The flood carried you to a nearby shallows, and I merely dragged you over. She then offered Jiang Mo a cup of warm water, fashioned from a simple bamboo tube. Jiang Mo accepted it and took a sip, feeling warmth spread through his body. This marked the first instance since joining the program that he had tasted something warm. Although it was merely water, the sensation was indescribably delightful. Without concern for its temperature, he gulped it down eagerly. May I have another cup? He inquired. The girl took the cup back, asking, Isn't it too hot for you? Jiang Mo shook his head. Not at all. Noticing that Jiang Mo seemed to be in good condition, she continued, I can provide you with water, but I have no food. You must be a contestant from Conquer the Wilderness as well, and strictly speaking, we are rivals. Therefore, you will have to rely on yourself from here on. Jiang Mo was not an avaricious person, and considering her straightforwardness was far preferable to the convoluted expressions of others. I understand. I'm already grateful for your assistance, and the 2 cups of warm water. After a brief pause, he added, My name is Jiang Mo. What about you? Nan Xian, she replied. Her current situation was hardly any better. It was not that she was unwilling to assist Jiang Mo, but rather that she had not eaten for an entire day. I must seek food now. You shall manage on your own. With that, she turned and departed. Jiang Mo also wished to take action, yet after drifting in the water for an entire night, his skin had become prune-like. He found himself unable to move. Lying down to recuperate was his only option, and fortunately, the sun was shining today. Given the resilience of his body, he assumed that basking in the sunlight for an hour would pose no issues. As he lay there, he focused his thoughts and activated the system panel. Host, Jiang Mo. Speed, 42. Strength, 45. Agility, 47. Resistance, 102. Skills, none. Reputation points, 78,083. What? His reputation points had increased so significantly? Was it merely from drifting on a rainy night? Was there really such a high level of discourse online regarding this? Unbeknownst to him, he had already become a deceased individual. Seeing such a substantial increase in reputation points, Jiang Mo was overjoyed. Surely, this time, no matter how unfortunate his luck, he ought to acquire a commendable skill. System. Lottery. Requirements for lottery met. Commencing draw. Thank you for your patronage. All attributes 1. Continue. The lottery will spun once more. Thank you for your patronage. All attributes 1. Continue. Thank you for your patronage. All attributes 1. Is this some kind of joke? 3 consecutive failures at the outset. If that wretched system were standing before him, he would have surely struck it. Yet under the circumstances, he had no choice but to submit. Ultimately, he could only endure whatever arrangements the system imposed upon him. Continuing the lottery. Thank you for your patronage. All attributes 1. After 6 consecutive draws, each met with the same response of gratitude, Jiang Mo was now infuriated. How could it be like this? Is this how you intend to play? Are you even human? Capitalists are not this ruthless. You are nothing short of a beast. However, regardless of how vehemently he cursed, The system remained unresponsive. How to describe this feeling? It was akin to expending tremendous effort only for it to land upon a cushion. There remained one last chance for a draw. Surely, grant me a skill. Otherwise, I may very well perish from hunger. Gazing at the remaining reputation points. Slightly over 10,000, Jiang Mo gritted his teeth and decided to go all in. Congratulations. You have drawn a blind box. Would you like to open it? At that moment, Jiang Mo's face broke into an uncontainable grin. Finally, at long last, it was not merely a thank you for your patronage. After enduring so many failures, this time it must surely be something splendid. The system was finally playing its cards right, preparing to surprise him. Wasn't it? The thought of potentially drawing a wilderness survival package filled him with exhilaration. Such a prize would undoubtedly outshine all other competitors. Jiang Mo could scarcely suppress his enthusiasm. Was he finally on the verge of reaping the rewards of his trials? Open the blind box, Jiang Mo exclaimed, his voice ringing with fervor. Blind box opening in progress. Congratulations! You have acquired the ability to be immune to corpse poison, one-time use. The vicissitudes of life can occur in the blink of an eye. Just a moment ago, he was hoping to take flight from his current predicament, and now, the system has unceremoniously cast him into the depths of despair. He is utterly defeated. Jiang Mo has come to terms with his situation, feeling so disheartened that he can scarcely muster the energy to curse. At this moment, he has gained a certain clarity. This wretched system is incapable of bestowing anything of value upon him. A decaying corpse? Who would dare to consume such a revolting thing? Is the system truly toying with him as if he were some hapless fool? Why not grant him a skill befitting the chief of a proctology department? If only the first step of that skill involved exacting vengeance upon the system itself, extinguishing this vile creature. Glancing at his attributes, he notes a total increase of 7 points. His resistance has risen to an impressive 109. He refuses to believe that, armed with such extraordinary attributes, he cannot survive. As for that rotting corpse, let those who desire it partake. Jiang Mo would rather face starvation, even if it means leaping to his demise from this place, than ever consider taking a bite of such putrid flesh. Chapter 14. Is Jiang Mo really dead? As a result of Jiang Mo's unfortunate incident, a palpable gloom engulfed the production team. The director, though personally affected, recognized the necessity of continuing the show. Such a somber atmosphere was untenable. He addressed the team, stating, I empathize with everyone's sentiments. We all detest tales of fallen geniuses, yet Jiang Mo's fate is irrevocable. However, our program persists. Many contestants are striving to survive, and countless viewers are tuning in to our show. Therefore, I urge everyone to uplift their spirits. Upon concluding his remarks, the other team members harmoniously echoed, Understood. 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 Now, let's all get back to work. In the studio, Yujia's mood was hardly improved. Nonetheless, as a host, he was compelled to maintain composure and professionalism. Dear viewers, welcome to our program at the appointed time. Today marks the 5th day since the commencement of our show, and in the past 4 days, over 33 contestants have opted to withdraw. Among them, we deeply mourn the loss of contestant Jiang Mo. The show must go on. What challenges await the remaining 60 contestants? We shall witness. The scene shifted to the prominent contestant, Kunkin, who appeared on screen. Due to the torrential rain the previous night, his shelter suffered considerable damage, and he was presently reinforcing his abode with methodical precision. The live comments began to flood in. Our brother is impressive. Everything is under control. Indeed, this epitomized true wilderness survival, unlike Jiang Mo, who merely sought to attract attention. Exactly, compared to our brother, he is nothing. Thank goodness he was eliminated early. Otherwise, I fear he would feel utterly ashamed in our brother's presence. Is it too much to ask for a little decorum from the upstairs crowd? These fans are utterly insufferable. Why stoop to their level? As time progressed, the director shifted focus to several high-profile contestants, particularly one named Xiao Tianmei, whose popularity was astounding. True to her name, Xiao Tianmei possessed an exceptionally sweet appearance. She was a superstar on Douyin, boasting a following of 20 million fans. Having risen to fame due to her remarkable voice and striking looks. Her participation in this program was unexpected for many netizens. The contrast between her delicate demeanor and her adeptness in practical skills was striking. At that moment, she was boiling water to prepare a fragrant fish dish. Her circumstances notably better than most contestants. Indeed, being raised by the sea, she was a skilled fisher. Xiao Tianmei was the idol of every angler, never coming back empty-handed. Given her extraordinary fishing abilities, it was not beyond the realm of possibility for her to persevere until the end. A conservative estimate suggests that her participation in this program could increase her fan base by 1 million. The perspective has diminished, given such a vast platform. One would expect at least 500,000 followers as a baseline. The director has gradually switched between multiple contestants, and amidst the murmurs, it seems that many have forgotten the unfortunate incident involving Jiang Mo. However, a faction of Jiang Mo's ardent supporters still feels a sense of discontent. There lingers a feeling that something is amiss, prompting a flurry of comments in the chat. How shall I put it? While the other contestants are indeed remarkable, if it were in the past, I would have found them utterly captivating. Yet ever since I began watching my brother Jiang, everything else appears rather bland. Indeed, as the saying goes, during our youth, we must not encounter anyone too extraordinary, for afterward, everyone else seems rather ordinary. I miss brother Jiang on this first day. Nevertheless, such sentiments were soon drowned out in the chat. In the studio, Yu Jia glanced at the contestant's profile in hand and announced, "The next contestant is named Nanxian, a senior at the police academy. Let us delve into the wilderness survival routine of this police flower." The scene shifted to Nanxian. After wandering for the better part of the morning, she managed to find a few edible wild fruits. The quantity was scant, and the taste rather astringent. Yet in the wild, merely finding something to eat was commendable, leaving no room for picky preferences. Initially, she had intended to consume all of them. However, thoughts of Jiang Mo crept into her mind. That somewhat sunny boy, though a bit disheveled, still exuded a commendable essence. While she couldn't say she liked him, her feelings were undeniably positive. Being from a police academy, she possessed not only a kind heart, but also a profound sense of responsibility. All right, I shall lend him a hand this once, she resolved. As midday approached, the sun blazed fiercely, prompting her to return to the camp for a brief respite, along with some food for Jiang Mo. Observing Nanxian's condition, host Yu Jia remarked, "The situation for this police flower is not very promising. I wonder how long she can endure." Viewers began to voice their opinions as well. "I wager she can only last a week at best. Regardless of how long she persists, this girl is quite attractive. How did I not notice her before? She looks so striking, quite different from other beauties. Indeed, although her skin is not exceedingly fair, her features are exquisitely refined. In participating in this show, mere beauty is insufficient. One must also possess skill." The camera lingered on her for several minutes, and the director was quite generous. Had it not been for the excessive lewd comments flooding the screen, a contestant of this caliber would likely have been switched away in mere seconds. After feeling satisfied, the viewers entered a moment of enlightenment. Cut, cut, cut. This has grown rather dull. Indeed, time for a change. Just as the crowd clamored for a new shot, a familiar figure appeared on screen. The chat erupted in excitement. What am I seeing? Am I hallucinating? Is that Jiang Mo? Had he not perished? Who am I witnessing now? Goodness, could it be a resurrection? Director, please zoom in a little to ascertain whether it is indeed Jiang Mo. Quick, draw closer and confirm if it is my brother Jiang. Not only the comments are in uproar, the production team is in a frenzy as well. Initially, the director thought he was merely imagining things. Without hesitation, he swiftly adjusted the camera angle. Upon discerning the figure within the frame, he exclaimed, "Goodness!" The other staff members were startled by his sudden outburst. "What on earth are you doing? Such a commotion. It's Jiang Mo. It is indeed Jiang Mo." The others appeared utterly bewildered, questioning, "Jiang Mo? What on earth is Jiang Mo? Is it possible we are haunted?" Observing the perplexed expressions around him, the director clarified, "Jiang Mo. Jiang Mo is not dead. Jiang Mo is alive." Chapter 15, Is it not cold at all? What? Are you certain? Is this for real? The crew members asked in rapid succession. clearly incredulous. Why would I deceive you? The director explained helplessly. Come and see for yourselves. Jiang Mo is currently within a female contestant's territory. Upon hearing the director's words, the others gathered around. When they witnessed that Jiang Mo was indeed alive, they were utterly astonished. How is it possible that he's unharmed? How did he survive such a torrential downpour? Didn't he seem unresponsive when he was swept away? Quick, notify the director. Relay this news to him. The director nodded, swiftly retrieving his walkie-talkie. Director, please come to the control room immediately. 30 seconds later, the director arrived, exclaiming, What's all this commotion? I can't even go to the restroom in peace. The director explained with some excitement. It's Jiang Mo. Jiang Mo. The director, losing patience, retorted. Could you articulate your thoughts clearly? Was it said that Jiang Mo's situation was resolved? Everyone should focus on their tasks. In moments of excitement, speech can falter. After composing himself, the director finally declared Jiang Mo. He is not dead. He is alive. What? The director's voice rose sharply, and he stood up abruptly. How could this be? Where did you hear this? The director replied, I saw it with my own eyes. He is right there in our footage. See for yourself. The director hurried over, and upon seeing Jiang Mo sitting there as if nothing had happened, he was momentarily stunned. Shock, joy, confusion. In a mere second, 3 emotions were vividly expressed on his face. He was shocked that Jiang Mo was still alive, elated by his miraculous survival, and perplexed by how he managed to endure such dire circumstances. In the studio, the expressions of the host and 2 guests were equally captivating. Yu Jia's expression mirrored that of the director, leaving him speechless for a moment. Both Elder Chun and Elder Huang wore faces of disbelief. No matter how much they had doubted Jiang Mo or disliked him, witnessing him standing there unharmed shattered their perceptions. Is this still a human? Having dealt with the wilderness for years, they understood the gravity of what Jiang Mo had endured. Surviving such an ordeal transcended mere luck or resilience. As the drone's camera zoomed in and confirmed Jiang Mo's identity, the comments flooded in. Brother, are you wearing a resurrection suit for the show? Is this scientifically plausible? Could it be that what I'm seeing is all an illusion? Indeed, last night, after falling from such a great height, you displayed no reaction whatsoever. Even when swept away by the waters, you remained unfazed. How is it that you are still alive? Is this not a miracle? Truly, this is akin to a legendary tale. Even Robinson Crusoe would have to address you with reverence. Your experience amidst the flood is unprecedented and unparalleled. My dear brother, I am a loss for words. My mind is utterly bewildered. Under normal circumstances, one would expect a body to be submerged by now. Yet you emerge from those waters more spirited than ever. What sorcery is this? You truly live up to your reputation, dear Jiang. This can only be considered a miraculous escape. I must extend my heartfelt wishes for your eternal vitality. Meanwhile, on the crew's side, upon seeing Jiang's well-being, the director quickly activated the drone channel to communicate with him. Jiang, is that you? At that moment, Jiang, who had nearly recovered, was resting under a large tree, startled by the sudden voice. What kind of question is that? If I'm not Jiang, then who am I? This is utterly absurd. I am not Jiang. He has perished. He suddenly recalled a classic line from a movie in his past life and uttered it without thinking. This voice, who else could it be but Jiang? The director, ignoring the chaotic response, joyfully exclaimed, You are alive. This is wonderful, Jiang. Jiang, bewildered, thought to himself, Am I not alive? Have I not been thriving all this time? When did I die? Director, is this how you show courtesy? The director then realized that Jiang had no idea that everyone believed he had perished. Thus, he patiently explained everything that transpired the previous night. So, you all assumed I was gone, did you? Although the director felt a twinge of guilt, he responded honestly, Yes, given the circumstances, it seemed impossible for anyone to survive. This revelation displeased Jiang. You may doubt everything about me, but you cannot question my destiny. Do you comprehend the weight of my existence? Furthermore, my lack of response after falling was not due to death. Rather, I was merely in a deep slumber. The director, elated to learn that Jiang was alive, had no intention of prolonging the conversation. He concluded with a reminder, You should exercise more caution in the future. Not every stroke of luck can be so favorable. By the way, the drone that was filming you has been destroyed. We will arrange for a new one immediately. Listeners online absorbed every word of this exchange, erupting in laughter. Who understands? I merely took a deep sleep and awoke to the news of my own demise. How absurd. Ha ha ha. I was simply in a deep slumber. Not dead. Honestly, I am on the verge of laughter. No, let me ask you, are you polite? Brother Jiang, your recent actions might bring laughter, yet it seems laughter may not be entirely forthcoming. Why is the ceiling above so pointed? In the rainforest, Nanxian seems somewhat bewildered by the situation. What does it mean? Will the drone engage in a private conversation, or will the production team converse individually with the contestants? Why hasn't Tishi ever received any communication? Moreover, it appears the director seems quite familiar with Jiang Mo, hinting at an underlying peculiarity in their exchanges. It's as if Jiang Mo's outrageous antics are entirely justified. Really, apart from being swept away by a flood, have you engaged in any other exaggerated actions? Jiang Mo innocently replied, No, they're slandering me. Goodness. Nanxian rolled her eyes. Do I appear foolish to you? Not all. Jiang Mo resolutely responded. Then, who is the audience for your poor acting? Do tell, what other outrageous things have you done? At this moment, Nanxian's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. Chapter 16. He is still pretending. Nanxian was eager to learn more, and Jiang Mo did not hold back. He candidly recounted, to be honest, I went 3 whole days without a drop to drink. I managed to sip some putrid water infested with decay, munched on a venomous snake snack, disturbed a wasp nest, and endured the flood drift last night. Aside from that, nothing too extraordinary, just the usual routine. His tone was light and casual, as if he were discussing a trivial matter. This demeanor incited disdain among many online viewers who began to flood the screen with comments. He.S. really putting on a show? Is this a real-life survival saga? What are you trying to flaunt? Your antics made me quite envious, you know? Jianggu has truly leveled up to perform even before a police flower. Upon hearing Jiang Mo's tales, Nanxian was utterly astonished. Is it really that outrageous? The show has only just begun, and you've already had so many absurd experiences. It's as if you've mastered a daily survival skill. She reflected that had anyone else experienced even one of those incidents, it would have surely spelled disaster. In disbelief, she exclaimed, I truly cannot fathom how you've managed to survive thus far. Jiang Mo smiled and replied, I have a strong fate. No sooner had he spoken than the comments erupted once again. No, he is still pretending. His audacity infuriates me. Why don't I have such opportunities? Jiang Mo, what exactly are you trying to portray? At that moment, Nanxian presented a handful of wild fruits she had gathered. These are for you. Eat something to fill your stomach. She seemed a bit shy as she added, my circumstances aren't great either, so this is all I can offer. Her expression was a mix of bashfulness and awkwardness, but predominantly exuded a sense of sincerity and innocence. Witnessing this scene, the online community was utterly disarmed. This soft-hearted lad is truly being pampered. What gives? Police flower, are you confused? My good brother has looks and survival skills. What more could you possibly want? Is it really necessary to be so bitter? You're worried about your brother suffering, yet also concerned about him driving a luxury vehicle? Enough already. I have no objection to my brother driving a luxury SUV, but the suffering of love he endures feels far worse than death. As Jiang Mo looked at the wild fruits Nanxian offered, he showed no sign of hesitation. Thank you, he said, genuinely surprised that she would share food with him. In the wilderness, sustenance is a rare treasure, and her gesture was nothing short of a grand act of kindness. Coupled with her earlier assistance in providing him warm water, he felt deeply indebted. Though he had yet to devise a plan for repayment, he firmly etched this kindness into his memory. Take your time to eat. I shall take a moment to rest and depart for now. After speaking, Nanxian turned and returned to his sanctuary. Jiang Mo put a fruit in his mouth. How to describe the sensation? It was exceedingly sour, quite astringent, yet he found it inexplicably sweet. He was a person who believed in repaying kindness, and if others treated him well, he would return the favor tenfold. In the current predicament, food was undoubtedly the most fitting form of gratitude. However, a dilemma arose. He consumed rather mediocre fare daily, It was impossible to truly procure something grotesque like rotting flesh as a token of appreciation. Was it? That would be revenge, not gratitude. Yet at this moment, he truly lacked any reliable survival skills. Ultimately, he thought of the system. He opened the panel only to find that his prestige points were merely in the thousands, causing his heart to sink. It seemed he could only rely on himself. Thus, he rose and made his way toward the woods, uncertain of how long he had wandered, but he certainly had not encountered anything edible along the way. He resolved to venture deeper, hoping to discover something to satiate his hunger. At last, he beheld a vast expanse of vividly colored mushrooms. By heavens, fortune does favor the diligent. The system must have seen this. Even without its assistance, I can still survive in the wild. Do you understand? Gazing at the plethora of mushrooms, he eagerly crouched down to begin gathering them. Ah, quite a substantial amount, enough to last him a considerable time. Observing his actions, onlookers were utterly astonished. Surely, brother, you cannot be unaware that the more peculiar the color, the quicker one meets their demise? Being from Nan province, not a single one of these mushrooms before him is edible. He cannot possibly believe he has stumbled upon a treasure. Have you not noticed how his smile is almost splitting his face? He must think so. Goodness, brother, are you intending to unlock a new method of courting death? This is no laughing matter. I know of a person who left this world entirely because they consumed poisonous mushrooms. My dear friend, I advise you against such reckless experimentation. Originally, Jiang Mo intended to gather them all. However, he soon realized he could not consume so many at once, lacking a refrigerator or any means of preservation. It would be a shame for them to spoil. Thus, he only harvested a small portion, tucking them into his chest pocket, filled with joy as he planned to return. Suddenly, he froze. Oh no, he could no longer find his way back. Jiang Mo was not severely directionally challenged, but he had strayed too far without marking his path. And within this dense thicket, he truly did not know how to navigate his return. Never mind, I shall rely on my instincts. So, he walked eastward for a while, only to sense something amiss. Speaking to himself, he remarked, "This direction must be wrong." He then switched paths, only to find himself mistaken again. Thus, he meandered back and forth several times, nearly returning to his starting point. The audience, witnessing this spectacle, could hardly contain their amusement. Surely, my dear brother has not lost his way? Ha ha, I once thought him to be a jack of all trades, who knew he was directionally challenged. Was my good brother up to this time? A jungle maze? No, how's he managed to have so much fun? I could die from laughter. Brother Jiang, could you please behave like a normal person? What benefit do you gain from making me laugh to death? Oh no, Jiang Mo has realized that he truly cannot find his way back. In truth, it matters little to him where he stays. Being lost is of no consequence. The real issue is, he wishes to bring back these mushrooms to share with Nanxian. What if Nanxian cannot find him and thinks he has deserted her? Jiang Mo is feeling somewhat dramatic. Well, if he cannot find a way out, then he won't. He will deal with the future as it comes. Jiang Mo has decided to give up for now. However, fortune smiles upon him this time, as not far from the pile of mushrooms lies a source of water, and it is not stagnant, which is a stroke of luck amidst his misfortunes. Chapter 17. Disco on the grave at noon. Having consumed a few wild fruits, I felt far from satiated, and my stomach was already growling. Initially, I intended to bring back some mushrooms to cook a meal with Nanxian's fire, but that no longer seemed feasible. Eating them raw, it would be, as I had done before. Since we were not far from the water source, Jiang Mo decided to wash them. The production team, sensing the situation was amiss, prepared to intervene, particularly the director, whose mood today resembled that of a roller coaster ride. Jiang Mo had just resurrected and was now poised to stir trouble again. He was well aware of Jiang Mo's resilience. Yet, he was exasperated by Jiang Mo's propensity for self-destruction. It was evident that Jiang Mo was about to unleash something significant. The director hastily shouted into the drone, "Jiang Mo, that mushroom is poisonous. You barely escaped death. Please don't act foolishly." Viewers in the comments section echoed their concerns. "Bro, we know you're tough, but please heed the warning. This is not something to toy with. Indeed, especially in the wild, it's genuinely perilous. Dude, you've already died once. can you please exercise a bit of caution? I'm genuinely worried about you." However, Jiang Mo remained oblivious to the admonitions. He gazed at the freshly washed mushrooms in his hand, his face a mask of perplexity. Can this enticing treat truly be toxic? Though unfamiliar with these mushrooms, he had seen numerous videos of people suffering from mushroom poisoning. As long as luck was not particularly adverse, one would likely not succumb to death. It was said that one might enter a hallucinatory state where everything imagined could be witnessed. With his innate resistance bubbling within him, Jiang Mo could hardly contain his excitement. Poisonous? How splendid! He had longed to experience the cyberpunk realm that supposedly awaited those who indulged in toxic mushrooms. He raised the mushroom and stuffed it into his mouth. To his surprise, it tasted mildly sweet and delightful. As he devoured it raw, viewers were left in utter disbelief, their comments flooded with exclamations. "What the heck? Wait, yes, eating it raw? Is it truly safe to consume it like that?" Honestly, Jiang Mo found the flavor of the mushroom far superior to the wild fruits. The taste exceeded his expectations, and without further thought, he ravenously continued eating until he had consumed at least 20. Only when he was utterly stuffed did he finally cease. Minutes passed, and Jiang Mo felt no reaction whatsoever. Whereas the cyberpunk world I was promised. Just as he lamented his lack of poisoning, one mushroom stood upright and smiled at him. As the outline of the mushroom became clearer, vibrant lights began to cascade from above, reminiscent of a nightclub. The lively music began to play, and the mushroom started to sway in rhythm with the melody. Believe it or not, the mushroom's movements were surprisingly captivating. Noticing Jiang Mo's stillness, the mushroom began to speak. "Come on, raise your hands and let's get hyped." The incitement in its voice, coupled with the infectious music and swirling lights, compelled Jiang Mo to move uncontrollably. At this point, the comments exploded. "Wow, is my brother Jiang really grooving like that? How daring, brother Jiang. Quick, someone from the south explain what's happening here." Yes, in the zone. It's not too outrageous. Once, I ate some mushrooms and noticed nothing unusual until my pig asked me to buy a phone. That's when I realized I was poisoned. I can relate. Once, after eating mushrooms, I was playing mahjong and heard a knock at the door. When I opened it, 3'8" Tongtiles walked in, and I was completely bewildered. Can someone tell me if what's being said upstairs is true? If it is, I'd love to try it once. I advise against such thoughts. If something goes wrong, you'll regret it too late. Exactly. As someone from the south, I wouldn't dare eat mushrooms while traveling, fearing that doctors from other provinces wouldn't help. Based on your experiences, how long do you think Jiang Mo will remain in this state? Well, it varies from person to person. Although Jiang is quite resilient, he has consumed a lot. Primarily, he ate them raw. Meanwhile, the production team watched as Jiang Mo swayed exuberantly, nearly in stitches from laughter. How can he be so flamboyant? Isn't he better than male models? Truth be told, if Jiang Mo were to perform at a bar, he'd undoubtedly be a sensation. Despite the laughter, the director hesitated, saying, given Jiang Mo's condition, should we send someone to assist? After previous experiences, the director had become more cautious. He wouldn't immediately call for medical assistance for Jiang Mo's antics. I don't think it's necessary. After all, he had no issues eating raw bamboo leaves. This is certainly not as risky as bamboo leaves. Let's not rush. We can observe for a bit. Agreed, given Jiang Mo's resilience. We can always intervene if it becomes critical. After their discussion, the director concurred. All right then, let us not worry about him for now. In the rainforest, Jiang Mo was lost in the rhythm, completely unaware of anything amiss, until he spotted his great-grandmother. Her movements were mesmerizing, far surpassing the mushrooms. Wait, when did my great-grandmother start dancing? Could it be that she's truly grooving from beyond the grave? Damn it, I've been affected. Jiang Mo quickly halted, vigorously shaking his head in an attempt to regain clarity, but it was utterly futile. The more he endeavored to remain lucid, the more vivid the illusions became. At this moment, he felt as though he were not in the realm of reality, but rather in the world of an oil painting. Everything was adorned with vibrant, graffiti-like hues, including his great-grandmother. The spectacle before him was intoxicating, particularly when accompanied by that infernal music. Every cell in his body urged him to rise and dance. Do not dance, Jiang Mo repeatedly admonished himself. It was not that he feared physical exhaustion or bodily harm. Rather, he was acutely aware that countless eyes were fixated upon him, watching him dance. Those rascals were likely grinning with mockery. Do not inquire how he knew this so well. He had once been a source of amusement himself, an expert in the art of spectatorship. The world is uniformly dark, and he was well aware of the online populace's tendencies. He must resist at all costs, for otherwise, that group of scoundrels would undoubtedly fabricate all manner of grotesque videos about him. Chapter 18. Is the production team playing a script? In a moment of inspiration, Jiang Mo conceived a brilliant solution: sleep. Regardless of the illusions that beset him, as long as he could lie down and drift into slumber, he would no longer be the subject of ridicule, flailing about. His remarkable self-control was not merely a testament to his steadfast willpower, but rather a result of his exceptional resistance, 100-fold over. Despite the potent effects of the numerous toxic mushrooms he had consumed, they fell short of inducing a complete loss of control. Seemingly apprehensive that the production team might summon medical assistance in a frenzy, Jiang Mo waved dismissively at the drone before succumbing to sleep, reassuring them, "It's all right. Please refrain from sending a doctor. Although I've been affected, I am entirely within my limits. I'll take a nap to counteract this. Don't start chattering about my demise." With that, he collapsed onto the grass, entering a deep slumber. Meanwhile, the online community was abuzz with amusement. "I can't believe it. Jiang Gu is so considerate of the production team, worried they might misunderstand, even bidding them farewell before sleeping. Is he genuinely concerned for them? Or is he just anxious about waking up to a flood of rumors about his death?" Laughter echoed through the comments. The memories of death are attacking Jiang Gu once more. To be honest, it's remarkable that Jiang Gu's resilience allows him to withstand 20 toxic mushrooms, only momentarily losing control. What was that saying? Bamboo leaf green is merely a threshold. To truly overwhelm Jiang Gu, one would need the entire family of king cobras to intervene. The aftermath of the toxic mushrooms was no trivial matter. Jiang Mo's slumber was profound, stretching into the early hours of the morning with no sign of waking. Given the circumstances, it was conservatively estimated that he would not awaken until the following morning. While he rested, the discourse surrounding him raged on fervently. Jiang Mo from Conquering the Wilderness has risen from the dead. Breaking. The production team of Conquering the Wilderness announces Jiang Mo will continue participating in the challenge. Hilarious. A roundup of Jiang Mo's extreme antics during the show. Outrageous. Jiang Mo dancing wildly in the wild after consuming toxic mushrooms, rivaling top-tier female internet celebrities. Such headlines proliferated across various platforms, including Douyin, Xiaoshu, and Weibo, saturating social media with trending topics about Jiang Mo. Numerous public accounts, news platforms, and browsers fervently promoted the Jiang Mo incident. Following the previous day's sensational escapade, he had undeniably become the focal point of online discourse. Media outlets seized the opportunity, and with their sensationalizing efforts, the discussion surrounding Jiang Mo escalated to unprecedented heights, transforming him into a phenomenon of popular interest. With fame comes controversy, a plethora of doubts. Fact-checking inquiries and attacks began circulating. Heartbreaking. Allegations arise that the Conquering the Wilderness production team staged Jiang Mo's reckless actions as scripted. This topic was initiated by a prominent influencer, whose video could be found upon clicking the link. His greasy, plump face loomed before the camera as he spoke with fervor. Recently, a contestant named Jiang Mo from Ultimate Wilderness has garnered significant attention. Today, let us scrutinize him closely. First, let us recount the various outrageous moments since his participation in the show. Firstly, he lay idle for 3 days without a drop to drink. Secondly, he soaked his food in contaminated water. Thirdly, he consumed spicy snacks raw. Fourthly, he provoked a hornet's nest. Fifthly, he floated down a flood. Sixthly, he ingested poisonous mushrooms. Each of these actions, if undertaken by a rational individual, would certainly lead to dire consequences. Yet, inexplicably, Jiang Mo has managed to escape unscathed from such absurdities. thus solidifying his rather peculiar persona. Friends, do you not find this situation rather perplexing? We must cultivate independent thought and not blindly accept what we see. 4. This is an elaborate ruse, a meticulously crafted script by the production team, designed solely to elevate their popularity. Naturally, do not dismiss my claims hastily. Allow me to present several points for your consideration. Firstly, the production team's cameras did not continuously capture Jiang Mo. There was ample opportunity for manipulation during the transitions. Secondly, the items Jiang Mo consumed, whether spicy snacks or poisonous mushrooms, were all prearranged by the production team. Thirdly, and perhaps most absurdly, the production team even altered the live broadcast to black and white, deliberately creating an atmosphere to generate buzz, coinciding with Jiang Mo's dramatic twists. I can only express that the production team has forsaken all dignity for the sake of popularity, treating us, the audience, as mere pawns. As for that individual named Jiang Mo, he is hardly deserving of admiration. He is merely a puppet of the production team. I shall conclude my thoughts here, and I encourage you all to contemplate whether my reasoning holds merit. Many who come across this video may reflect seriously on the matter, only to find it increasingly unsettling. Indeed, how could a rational person repeatedly engage in such outlandish behaviors? Those actions are beyond the resilience of any carbon-based life form. Consequently, numerous comments flooded the section below. Goodness, the implications are chilling. Indeed, as a mere bystander, I was swept away by the various narratives and believed wholeheartedly. The performances were so convincingly genuine, coupled with the production team's overwhelming presence, that I never once questioned the authenticity of the events. Upon hearing Teacher Gao's analysis, I instantly felt foolish. It is perplexing to claim the events are fabricated when they seem so compelling. Although I have enjoyed watching these past few days, knowing it was all a meticulously orchestrated script leaves me feeling quite uneasy. Who would not feel that way? My emotions have been on a roller coaster. Just yesterday, I shed tears upon hearing of his supposed misfortune. Does this not constitute an emotional deception? How utterly distasteful for the production team to engage in such tactics. The majority of comments resonate with this sentiment, with only a scant few placing their trust in the production team and Jiang Mo himself. This group of individuals is comprised of ardent fans of Jiang Mo, as well as connoisseurs of amusement. They have commented, "Stop being so bitter. Just because you can't succeed doesn't mean others can't." Seriously, does anyone actually believe the words of this misguided individual? His assertions are made with such conviction, yet devoid of any evidence, merely conjectures intended to stir the pot. Regardless of what others may say, I steadfastly support my brother Jiang. However, such comments are swiftly drowned out. The primary issue is that beneath their remarks, numerous individuals criticize their lack of intellect, as the tide of negativity threatens to overwhelm them. Ever since this video emerged, the public sentiment across the internet has shifted dramatically. An overwhelming chorus of skepticism has arisen, and as the topic's popularity surges, many internet celebrities have joined in the condemnation, eager to capitalize on this wave of negative attention. Chapter 19. Urgent Public Relations Sister Sasha's News. A blogger, who amassed 2 million followers by riding the coattails of trends, hastily released a video upon witnessing the viral clip featuring Gao Dajing. Oh my goodness, friends. I never imagined that such a grand production as Conquering the Wilderness could be fabricated. After hearing what Teacher Gao had to say, I could scarcely believe my ears. When this world is genuine, what can we truly control? To be frank, I used to be quite fond of Jiang Mo. Upon uncovering the truth, I felt utterly repulsed. We are living in a meticulously crafted script devised by others. Merely contemplating such matters sends a chill down my spine. Individuals like her epitomize the creation of anxiety, fervently stirring the pot, fearing the situation might not escalate enough. Regardless of the facts, as long as the traffic is secured, she remains indifferent to the truth. Soon, as she wished, her video garnered over 500,000 likes. There are countless individuals like Sister Sasha scattered across the internet. This situation spiraled out of control. Ultimately, the collective outcry was directed at the production team, and Jiang Mo, host Jia, privy to the entire saga, promptly released a video to clarify the situation. Dear viewers, our Conquering the Wilderness is devoid of any script. We are the most authentic outdoor survival program, and Jiang Mo's actions are completely genuine. Therefore, I urge everyone to remain rational, trust the production team, and also have faith in our contestant, Jiang Mo. However, his attempt at clarification yielded no positive results and instead rendered him a target of public ire. The comment section was rife with vitriol. Still being obstinate at this point? Do you think we are fools? This is the most authentic program? Initially, it was your claim of no script that convinced me. Reflecting back now, I realize I was a fool, for only a fool would believe such nonsense. And what of the production team? What merit is there in dispatching a host to clarify? Is it that you can create but cannot admit the truth? Beyond this, numerous inquisitive netizens tagged Gao Dajin and Sister Sasha in the comments. Gao Dajin, come take a look. This host is still being obstinate. Sister Sasha, quick, come here. As the instigators of the uproar, the two, seeing the heightened fervor, decided to join the fray. Gao Dajin, Yu Jia, I have always appreciated your hosting skills. I find you quite professional, but this time you have truly gone too far. Even now, you continue to defend the production team? Have you been ensnared by capital? Do you lack the basic objectivity and fairness expected of a host? What has become of your professional integrity? I am genuinely disappointed. Sister Sasha, do you realize that your attempt at clarification makes you appear as a mere clown? You aren't the scapegoat for the production team, are you? If you are capable of creating, you must also boldly acknowledge the truth. An explanation must be provided to all netizens. Two individuals personally entered the fray, and their comments quickly garnered thousands of likes, firmly securing the top positions in the comment section. The situation online escalated rapidly, exacerbated by the instigation of certain influencers, ultimately spiraling out of control. Initially, the production team intended to adopt a hands-off approach. However, given the current circumstances, such a strategy was no longer viable. To address this predicament, the production team convened an urgent meeting. In a meeting room of approximately 30 square meters, the producer and director occupied the foremost seats, both bearing expressions of discontent. The producer inquired, "What are everyone's thoughts regarding the present situation?" The director furrowed his brow and replied, "I believe this issue is far more complex than it appears at first glance. Without the orchestrated efforts of online trolls, the topic would not have gained such swift traction." The public relations officer nodded in agreement, adding, "Clearly, this is a well-organized and premeditated attack, targeting not only the production team, but also Jiang Mo." The producer, twirling a pen in his fingers, wore a visibly displeased expression. That insufferable Gao Dajin, after all these years, he remains insufferable. Just the sight of him disgusts me. I suppose he is now in a desperate situation, stooping to such lowly tactics. Those who had navigated the industry for years were quite familiar with Gao Dajin, and none harbored fondness for him. Such a self-righteous figure could hardly win anyone's admiration. The director sighed and remarked, "Discussing this is futile. The pressing issue at hand is how to manage this crisis. What measures can we take to reassure the public?" At that moment, the imaging technician raised his hand and suggested, "I have a straightforward solution. We should simply release the footage, although our live broadcast did not capture it. The drone has been recording 24/7. Once we make the footage public, all rumors will be dispelled." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. It was indeed a commendable approach. Enjoy spreading rumors, do you? I shall present you with irrefutable evidence, and let us see how you continue. However, the public relations officer interjected, "If we only take this step, it may not suffice. The intent behind this public outcry is quite pronounced. If we do not handle it thoroughly, they will surely find other angles to launch attacks." The producer regarded him thoughtfully, recognizing the validity of his point, and urged, "Please, share your complete perspective." Acknowledged, the public relations officer continued, "Initially, the production team made it clear that forming teams was prohibited. Yet due to the floods, Jiang Mo indeed received assistance from Nanshan. If we do not address this point, they will accuse the production team of bias and unfairness, treating the rules of the game as trifles. This attack is glaringly targeted at both the production team and Jiang Mo. His words awakened everyone to the gravity of the situation. It is no wonder he excels in public relations. His instinct for danger is remarkably acute. The producer gently tapped the table and asserted, "Now, let us deliberate on how to navigate this situation. We are determined to clarify this matter comprehensively, leaving no stone unturned. To prevent such incidents from occurring in the future, we shall not grant this group of pests any opportunity." At this moment, the operator raised their hand and spoke. "I have a set of ideas that I wonder if could be realized. First, since it is a fact that Nonsensical has assisted Jiang Mo, the program team might as well directly grant the authority to form teams, with a maximum of 3 participants. Of course, only one individual will ultimately emerge as the champion. Thus, they remain competitors. Second, we should open all contestants' live streaming rooms. Viewers can enter the rooms of the contestants they wish to watch at any time, available 24 hours a day, which would eliminate the issue of the program team being accused of having a script. Chapter 20, a 2-level reversal after extensive discussions among the production team. They ultimately decided to adopt the operational recommendations, refining them further. In the dead of night, the Conquering the Wilderness program team released an announcement across all platforms. "Good evening, dear viewers. In response to the online skepticism regarding the authenticity of our script, we would like to make the following statement. Firstly, the production team will disclose a complete 24-hour recording of contestant Jiang Mo, making the absence of a script unequivocally clear. Additionally, we will pursue legal action against those who spread false rumors, holding them accountable for their actions. Secondly, to ensure objectivity and transparency, we will open all contestants' live streaming rooms. This means that while you watch our program, a contestant panel will appear on the right side of your screen, allowing you to click on any contestant of your choice to watch their entire journey. Thirdly, the production team will permit contestants to form teams of up to 3, although there will ultimately be only one champion. Once the team lineups are confirmed, we will rank team popularity, calculating results weekly, with an additional reward of 1 million for the weekly champion team. Note, team popularity will be determined by audience votes, the active number of viewers in the contestants' live room, and gifts received. At the conclusion of the announcement, the complete recording of Jiang Mo was also shared. Following this revelation from the production team, the prevailing narrative online experienced a dramatic reversal. Previously, individuals like Death-Defying and Sister Shasha had relied solely on speculation to tarnish Jiang Mo and the program, offering no concrete evidence. However, the production team's clarification was compelling, bolstered by tangible video evidence. Netizens flooded the comments section with their opinions. Can this footage truly prove the absence of script? Is there something wrong with your reasoning? Could a scripted performance really sustain 3 days without food or water? Could it truly depict a struggle against a flood? Jiang Mo is genuinely risking his life for this. Even if it were scripted, I would accept that. It is the existence of such conspiratorial minds that has led to tonight's uproar. How dark must one's heart be to concoct such nonsense? In addition to these remarks, many commenters extended apologies to the program and to Jiang Mo, my good brother. I sincerely apologize for misunderstanding you. It's all Death-Defying and Sister Shasha's fault. They've led us astray. Conquering the Wilderness remains the finest program, and we should not question your integrity. Those 2 slanderous creatures must be held legally accountable. Indeed, the comments section was rife with outrage directed at Death-Defying and Sister Shasha, filled with vitriolic denunciations. In addition to the public's anger, they now faced impending legal action from the production team. Such a significant program being defamed and the situation escalating to this extent would surely yield consequences substantial enough for both individuals involved. The following morning, Jiang Mo was roused from his slumber by the sound of drones operated by the production team. Today, the production team unveiled the new rules of the program to all contestants via drone. Upon hearing the announcement that team formations were permitted, every participant responded with delight. The addition of a weekly bonus of 1 million is indeed a considerable sum. Even if divided among 3 individuals, each would still receive over 300,000. Furthermore, in the wilderness, the advantages of collaboration far surpass those of individual efforts. This new regulation implies that prominent influencers and top-tier internet celebrities will become highly sought after. with contestants eager to partner with popular figures to not only secure the weekly championship, but also benefit from the influx of viewership. Conversely, the ordinary participants find themselves largely overlooked. This reflects the harsh reality where individuals are inclined towards profit and away from danger. In a further gesture, the production team equipped each contestant with a mobile phone. Naturally, the device's functions were limited. It could only facilitate messaging and allow interaction with viewers through the live stream. When Jiang Mo received his phone, he examined it meticulously. It lacked features such as texting, music, or search capabilities. The interface displayed merely two applications, one for messaging and another for Douyin. The messaging app only allowed communication with fellow contestants, while the Douyin app was peculiar in that it only enabled viewing comments in his own live stream, offering no additional functionality. In essence, this was merely a tool designed to support the new rules, with no intention of assisting the contestants in any meaningful way. This is understandable, after all, as it is a survival-themed reality show. Upon opening the messaging app, Jiang Mo found two message threads. One was titled Conquer the Wilderness Contestant Group, indicating over 99 unread messages. The other contained a message from Nonsensical. Where are you? Jiang Mo couldn't help but smile ruefully at this. It was somewhat embarrassing to admit, but there was no need to fabricate excuses, so he replied, Sorry, I got lost while searching for food yesterday and can't make it back. Nonsensical responded, Team up? Momentarily pausing at this message, Jiang Mo contemplated the production team's new regulation. The allure of a weekly prize of 1 million was tempting, yet he was acutely aware of his lack of competitiveness. The high-profile contestants likely had no idea who he was. Why would they wish to partner with him? He was not one to shamelessly seek others' favor. However, he was more than willing to team up with Nonsensical, who had previously assisted him. Jiang Mo, sure. Nonsensical, great. I'll find one more person since the production team mentioned a maximum of 3 in a team. An additional member means greater strength. It was evident that Nonsensical harbored no illusions about securing the team championship. Her words conveyed a focus on survival. Jiang Mo, okay. Closing WeChat, he opened Douyin and entered his live stream. Upon glancing at the upper right corner, he was astonished to see over 4,000 viewers online. Below there were the live stream visuals and comment section. The footage was provided by the drone, capturing his every move in clear detail. Jiang, you have finally opened your live streaming room. LV11, the irritable old horse. Good brother, it's great to finally converse with you. LV6, JKL, Jiang, please respond to everyone's messages. I know you're watching. LV22, Early Winter, wow. Jiang, I adore you. LV16, Gray Wolf, sending a lollipop X1. LV20AA, National Heavy Truck. Can't you see us, Jiang? LV11, Stubborn Little Donkey. LV32, Villainous Little Cat. What's happening? As Jiang Mo gazed at the flood of comments, he felt somewhat bewildered. When did his popularity soar to such heights? It appeared that these viewers were quite familiar with him. Just then, the live room was inundated with a special effect gift. LV60, Jiangnan 007, sending Carnival X2. Jiang Mo was once again taken aback. This gift was worth 6,000 yuan, just like that. In his previous live streams, he had never surpassed 10 viewers, and he had no fan base to speak of. How was it that so many people were now tuning in to his stream and bestowing such extravagant gifts upon him? It was no surprise that Jiang Mo was perplexed. During his time on the show, information had been quite restricted. Though he had achieved a degree of fame outside, he remained blissfully unaware of it. Chapter 21. No response implies rejection. After a while, Jiang Mo began to surmise the situation. It was likely that the fans he had garnered during the past few days of the program were the ones interacting with him, with the system's reputation points serving as evidence. Given the generous gift from his elder brother, it was only natural for him to express his gratitude for the carnival bestowed upon him. The lively chat was filled with reactions. LV11, Irritable Old Horse. LV6, JKL. LV22, Early Winter. LV16, Gray Wolf. Is it enough to simply say thank you for 2 carnivals from your elder brother? One could hardly blame the viewers. When significant gifts were presented in the live stream, Even if Jiang Mo refrained from performing, he ought to utter a few complimentary phrases. Surely, he should offer his elder brother some emotional value, should he not? LV60 Jiangnan 007. Here's your chance to rephrase your words, with a mischievous smile. With the elder brother speaking up, Jiang Mo had to respond with at least a couple of lines. Having been a small streamer in his past life, he possessed a certain flair for the online atmosphere. As for the content of his gratitude, he had seen enough in his previous life to know what to say. Thus, he boldly declared, I express my heartfelt thanks to Brother Jiangnan for the carnival. I wish my elder brother never to worry about food, never to worry about clothing, to dwell in high-rise buildings rather than humble abodes. Day by day, carefree. Night by night, gentle. LV16 Solitude. LV20 AA Salvador. LV11 8 Dong. LV32 Villainous Kitten. You certainly have a way with words. LV24 Anan. You truly have a way with words. LV24 Mini Clown. Brother Jiang. Is this sophistication? This is the first time I've heard such gratitude. The live streaming platforms in this world were far less vibrant than those of his previous life. They had never encountered such eloquent expressions. Jiang Mo's spontaneous rhyme ignited excitement among the viewers, making the ensuing live stream even more thrilling. LV11 Irritable Old Horse. Gifting a lollipop X1. Good brother. Hurry and thank me. LV6 JKL. Gifting sunglasses X1. Good brother. Hurry and thank me. LV22 Early Winter. Gifting a little heart X1. Good brother. Hurry and thank me. LV16 Gray Wolf. Gifting beer X1. Good brother. Hurry and thank me. LV16 Solitude. Gifting flowers X10. Good brother. Hurry and thank me. Upon witnessing the barrage of gifts, Jiang Mo could not help but chuckle. Was this a personal customization session? If he were to thank each gift, be it a small star or a tiny beer, when would it end? Moreover, if he did so, where would that leave his elder brother? Where would his elder brother's sense of superiority reside? He knew all too well that his good brothers were merely in it for fun. After all, he had been one of them in his previous life. However, today he had other matters to attend to. Otherwise, he would have thanked them all. But for now, pardon me, my friends, but I must speak with a bit of sarcasm. I extend my gratitude for the trifling gifts from all my good brothers. LV11 Irritable Old Horse. LV6 JKL. As he observed the various comments from the viewers, Jiang Mo found them quite amusing. However, he was acutely aware that he needed to promptly locate Nenshin to discuss matters regarding their team formation. While managing the live stream could yield a considerable amount of tips, the grand prize from the program was a staggering 100 million. When weighing the significance of such a monumental prize against the trivial gains from the stream, the choice was clear. Moreover, he felt no moral hesitation in exploiting the program for his benefit, yet he couldn't bear to let down his comrades. Truth be told, he had a strong desire for the 1 million awarded to the weekly top contender. However, he was painfully aware that he couldn't compete. The leading streamers and influencers had viewership numbers exceeding 100,000. How could he possibly measure up? Thus, his primary objective was to endure until the end, securing that 100 million prize from the program. This was of utmost importance. Brothers, I'll chat with you later. I need to arrange the team now. With that, he exited the live stream abruptly. He intended to find Nenshin, but encountered an unexpected dilemma. He could not retrace his steps. In the past, seeking assistance from the program when lost was out of the question. However, given the current context of team formations, the program would undoubtedly offer assistance. After all, how could team members gather without it? Consequently, he waved frantically at the drone, which the camera crew spotted. They communicated through the drone. What is up, Jianggo? Help me find Nenshin. I need to team up with her. Sure. Ordinarily, such assistance would not be granted by the program. But today was an exception due to the team formation. Given that each contestant was dispersed in different locations throughout the rainforest, the established rules necessitated that participants be able to convene. Thus, Jiang Mo's request was met with swift approval from the crew, effectively exploiting a loophole in the rules. The drone flew ahead while he followed behind. With some time to spare, Jiang Mo decided to access the system panel. System panel opened. Host, Jiang Mo. Speed, 49. Strength, 52. Agility, 54. Resistance, 109. Skills, none. Pending use. Corpse poison immunity, one-time use. Reputation points, 88, 0, 83. Upon seeing that he had amassed over 80,000 reputation points, Jiang Mo eagerly opted for a lottery draw. He was now fervently hoping that the system would grant him a useful skill. His circumstances had shifted dramatically. Previously, he could act impulsively without a second thought, but now, as part of a team, he felt the need to contribute meaningfully. The issue was, he lacked any skills. Would he truly allow his teammates to succumb to consuming corpses or toxic mushrooms? Was that a sensible course of action? However, this time he was met with disappointment. Having opened not a single blind box, receiving a string of 8 thank you for your patronage. An unfortunate 8 consecutive failures, though his attributes had increased by 8 points. The absence of any skills rendered him at a loss for how to proceed. It was evident that the system had intentionally conspired against him. He had gone a day without consuming any of the rotting corpses, and the system had indeed chosen to bestow upon him no skills whatsoever. Was it truly necessary to consume these corpses? With a resigned shake of his head and a heavy sigh, Jiang Mo soon found himself back at his original location. Nonsensical spotted him and teased, "You truly are something. You dare to venture out without leaving a mark? If you don't get lost, who will?" Jiang Mo could only respond with a sheepish acknowledgement of his carelessness, unwilling to retort. Instead, he shifted the topic, asking, by the way, "How did you fare with selecting the other teammate?" "I've already identified a candidate." Nonsensical replied eagerly. "It's my high school classmate, Li Huihui. She's a streamer. We share a close bond, and I just messaged her, but haven't heard back yet. She probably hasn't seen it." Jiang Mo shook his head, sensing her naivety. A lack of response typically indicated rejection. Among the competitors, they bore no significant weight. As a streamer, she would undoubtedly seek out a partner with greater popularity. "You needn't wait any longer. Find someone else. Your classmate won't team up with you." Nonsensical was indignant, countering, "How can you be so sure just because she hasn't replied?" Jiang Mo scratched his head, perplexed by her stubbornness. "Have you forgotten that each weekly championship team boasts a 1 million yuan prize? What competitive edge do we have? Your classmate will certainly pursue a more popular teammate. Don't hold on to false hopes." "I refuse to believe it." Nonsensical pouted. "I have a good relationship with her, and not everyone is so mercenary. Please refrain from making assumptions about others." Jiang Mo shook his head in resignation, suggesting, "If you don't believe me, why not simply call her and ask?" Still unconvinced, Nonsensical took out her phone and opened the chat with Huihui, sending a voice message. After a brief moment, her call was answered. "Hey Huihui, would you like to team up with me? I've reserved a spot for you." You're asking a bit too late. I've already teamed up with Shaolin Yoga." "Sorry, Nonsensical." Upon hearing this, Nonsensical expression darkened. She had reached out to Li Huihui the moment the program's rules were announced, earlier than Jiang Mo had. Yet now, Huihui claimed it was too late, clearly indicating her unwillingness to partner with Nonsensical while shifting the blame onto her. Jiang Mo had predicted that Li Huihui would not want to team up, but she had refused to believe him. Now, it seemed she was merely a fool in this unfolding drama. Given the circumstances, despite her simmering anger, she chose not to dwell on it further, saying, "It's all right, I'll hang up now." Chapter 22. New teammate Qian. It was evident that Nonsensical was in a state of deep despondency. However, Jiang Mo was not particularly surprised. After all, everyone had joined this program for monetary gain. There could only be one ultimate champion, and most participants were acutely aware that reaching the final was highly improbable. With the program allowing team formations, it was only natural for contestants to prioritize teaming up with the most popular players. If one could latch onto a successful partner, why not? Jiang Mo attempted to offer some consolation, saying, "It's all right. We can always find another teammate." Despite these words, Nonsensical found it hard to shift her perspective. As Li Huihui was indeed a close friend, and she had never anticipated things would unfold this way. As for finding a teammate, I will leave that decision to you. I need to rest for a while. Jiang Mo scratched his head, pondering whom to approach for a team. The stark reality was that he didn't know anyone in the competition. Ultimately, he resorted to opening the contestant chat group, where a flurry of messages flooded his screen. Most discussions revolved around forming teams, with the most popular contestants being frequently mentioned. Jiang Mo realized that, in comparison to others, he lacked any competitive edge. His best course of action was to seek out those who had yet to be selected, scanning for any unclaimed contestants. After several rounds of scrolling, he finally stumbled upon an ID named Guardian of the Village Qianqian. Without hesitation, he clicked on the profile and sent a message. "Hello, would you like to team up?" Meanwhile, on the other side of the rainforest, a somewhat slender girl was nervously clutching her phone. This was Qianqian. Hailing from the southwestern mountainous region, she had developed notable skills due to her upbringing. After graduating from high school, financial constraints prevented her from pursuing higher education. In recent years, with the rise of the internet, she had begun to share her rural life online, though her following was still modest. Coincidentally, she came across the announcement for Conquering the Wilderness, and the enticing prize money compelled her to muster the courage to sign up. After navigating a rigorous selection process, she ultimately secured a place among the top 100 contestants. Throughout the competition, she had found it relatively easy, as the jungle conditions mirrored those of the mountains behind her home. She could discern what was edible and what was not, and her exceptional trap-setting skills allowed her to thrive in this environment. However, when the program announced the opening of team formations, her nerves intensified, surpassing even her initial anxiety upon entering the rainforest. Due to her background, she had always felt shy and self-conscious. Watching the animated discussions among the contestants in the chat, she yearned to join but found herself paralyzed, unable to type a single word. She was acutely aware that, with the added incentive of prize money, contestants would be selective in choosing their partners. The fear of being overlooked, rejected, or embarrassed loomed large, ultimately leading her to remain without a team. Now, a sense of regret washed over her. If only she had been a bit braver, perhaps someone would have chosen her as their teammate. Yet, even if she were granted another opportunity, she might still lack the courage to voice her thoughts in the group. At that moment, the notification sound of her chat echoed, revealing a team invitation from a player named Jiang Mo. Upon seeing it, she nearly wept with joy. Could it be that fortune smiled upon her? Someone had taken the initiative to partner with her. Though she was inherently introverted, she longed to connect with others, yet her insecurities often hindered her. When an olive branch was extended her way, she clutched it fiercely. Thus, she hastily responded, "I am willing to team up with you." Fearing that he might retract his offer, she followed up with several more messages. "I can set traps. I can identify plants. I am quite useful." When Jiang Mo read her enthusiastic replies, he was taken aback. How profoundly insecure must this girl be? To be honest, her messages struck him as somewhat disconcerting. Consequently, his tone softened, becoming more gentle and considerate. "All right, then we shall be teammates. Qianqian, please gather your belongings. I will arrange for someone to pick you up. We shall meet shortly. By the way, there is another girl in our team. I believe you two will get along splendidly." Upon receiving Jiang Mo's reply, Qianqian's cheeks flushed with color. Jiang Mo seemed quite pleasant, his words courteous, and the prospect of having a female teammate was even better. She quickly responded, "Okay, I will pack my things right away." Jiang Mo set his phone down and signaled to the drone. A voice from the camera inquired, "What is up, Brother Jiang? I have found a teammate named Qianqian. Could you arrange for a helicopter to pick her up? I am unsure of her location." "Understood. I will arrange it immediately." Half an hour later, Qianqian had gathered all her belongings. A helicopter circled above her for a while before gently descending. The staff member addressed her. "Are you Qianqian?" "Yes, I am. Follow me. I will take you to Brother Jiang's territory." "Brother Jiang?" Qianqian was astonished. Was this Jiang Mo truly so impressive? To send a helicopter to fetch her and have the staff refer to him as Brother Jiang. It seemed her teammate was quite remarkable. She resolved to make a concerted effort to perform well and not let others look down upon her. Most importantly, such an extraordinary figure as Brother Jiang had chosen her. She felt compelled to excel in order to repay his faith in her. As the helicopter ascended, it was not long before she arrived at Jiang Mo's camp. After setting Qianqian down, the staff greeted Jiang Mo, "Brother Jiang, I have brought the person you requested. I hope you can endure until the end. I have high hopes for you." Jiang Mo made a gesture of acknowledgement, responding with resolute assurance. Absolutely. This scene left Qian in awe once more. Was Brother Jiang truly this formidable? His popularity must be substantial. If the staff had faith in him, then surely he was among the top contenders, likely possessing exceptional survival skills. My skills may seem insufficient at this moment, yet I shall strive to double my efforts and ensure I do not hinder the team. At last, Jiang Mo laid eyes on Qian. She stood at approximately 1.60 meters, slender in frame, adorned in simple attire. With a pair of sparkling eyes and a low ponytail, she perfectly embodied the essence of an unassuming girl. To alleviate any potential awkwardness, Jiang Mo took the initiative to greet her, saying, "Hello, Qian, welcome to our team. We shall be teammates from now on." Qian's cheeks flushed slightly, her voice trembling with nervousness as she replied, "Why yes, hello, Jiang. I will certainly put forth my utmost effort and ensure I do not hold our team back. You are quite remarkable. I have heard so much about you. I hope you will not think less of me." Chapter 23. Can Jiang have some dignity? Jiang Mo wore a perplexed expression, wondering what was happening. How did this girl perceive herself as formidable? If he were truly impressive, would he indulge in such lowly fare daily? Nevertheless, he could not undermine his own standing, so he mustered the courage to say, "It's not as exaggerated as you claim. You are quite capable as well. We shall be teammates from now on. Come, allow me to introduce you to another partner. Her name is Nanxian." With that, he turned and led Qian toward Nanxian's shelter. Nanxian. As they approached the shelter, Jiang Mo called out her name twice. Soon, Nanxian emerged. Jiang Mo first addressed Qian, saying, "Qian, this is Nanxian." Qian gently greeted her. "Hello, Sister Nanxian." Nanxian nodded in response. "Hello, Qian." Jiang Mo then turned to Nanxian. "I have discovered a treasure. Qian is truly remarkable. She can identify plants and craft traps." Upon hearing Jiang Mo's introduction, Qian's ears flushed with embarrassment as she quickly waved her hands, insisting, "I am not that impressive. It is Jiang who is truly extraordinary." Nanxian raised an eyebrow. "Jiang Mo is impressive? If you mean he has a big heart and a strong will to survive, I can agree. But to say he is impressive in that manner, I fail to comprehend. How can someone who engages in such outrageous antics be considered remarkable?" Jiang Mo let out a soft huff, silently signaling Nanxian not to undermine him. After all, he had his pride too. At that moment, Qian spoke up. "By the way, I caught 2 squirrels in my traps yesterday. Shall we eat them today?" Jiang Mo and Nanxian's eyes widened in astonishment. Was such fortune truly possible? This joy had arrived rather unexpectedly. Since the show began, Jiang Mo had not enjoyed a decent meal, and Nanxian's situation was no better. Now, they were about to indulge in some authentic game, and their excitement was palpable. "That sounds wonderful," Nanxian replied with a smile. She stepped forward to assist Qian with her belongings, saying, "Qian, you shall stay in my shelter tonight. We will make do for one night, and you can set up your own shelter tomorrow." Jiang Mo, eager to please, added, "If you need anything, feel free to let me know." He was joking, of course. After all, she was a significant asset, and he had to hold on tightly. Their chance of enjoying a warm meal depended entirely on Qian's prowess. Qian replied, "Yes, I will. But for now, let us prepare the food." Initially, Jiang Mo had offered to help with the squirrels, but Qian insisted he not interfere. An hour later, the 2 squirrels sizzled over the fire, releasing appetizing aromas. Jiang Mo and Nanxian were practically salivating, their eyes fixed hungrily on the food, resembling famished souls reborn. "All right," Qian announced, handing Jiang Mo a whole squirrel. She tore off a small piece for herself and generously offered the remaining portion to Nanxian. Observing this, Jiang Mo quickly interjected, "Qian, you can't possibly eat so little. Let me share half of mine with you." Nanxian remarked, "Indeed, after a long day of labor, you can hardly consume such a meager portion. It is rather unreasonable for you to share so much with us. From now on, we are teammates, so please do not be so modest." Qian quickly waved her hand, stating, "I am not being modest. My appetite is simply quite small, and I had a substantial meal this morning. Seemingly concerned that they might not believe her, she added, I assure you, I'm truly not hungry. Nonetheless, Jiang Mo disregarded her claims of hunger and tore off a generous piece to offer her. You are far too thin. You must eat more, lest others think I'm bullying my teammates. Surely, you do not wish for me to be tarnished by unfounded rumors? Qian, already viewing Jiang Mo through rose-colored glasses, felt a twinge of apprehension at his words. After all, he was remarkably talented, and his popularity was undeniable. She was acutely aware of the scrutiny that came with fame. The thought of bringing him negative attention weighed heavily on her conscience. Although she genuinely felt little hunger, she nodded earnestly, I will eat, I will eat. Is that not acceptable? Now, that is more like it. Jiang Mo finally tore off a piece to taste. Wow, delicious. He genuinely praised. Qian, your culinary skills are exceptional. Qian nodded vigorously, exclaiming, Qian, you're truly our lucky star. To have you as our companion is indeed a blessing. Seeing Jiang Mo and Qian relish the food with such enthusiasm, Qian smiled joyfully, feeling a sense of worth and determination to excel further, especially with her teammates' compliments. Before long, Qian and Jiang Mo had devoured their meals ravenously, leaving only Qian. Under Jiang Mo's watchful gaze, she too finished her portion completely. At that moment, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Qian took Qian's hand and said, Come, Qian, let us return and rest. Qian obediently nodded, though a hint of confusion crossed her face. She realized she had not seen Jiang Mo's shelter today and curiously inquired, Jiang, where's your shelter? Jiang Mo, caught off guard, thought to himself, is this a test of my resolve? Although he understood Qian did not mean it that way, her question left him momentarily speechless. How should he respond? Shall I lay upon the earth and use the sky as my blanket? Perhaps adding a few banana leaves for comfort when I am in high spirits? Qian's earlier praise had inflated his ego, and he felt a slight burden of maintaining a certain image in her eyes. Faced with this dilemma, he pondered how best to answer. Meanwhile, Qian was watching him with barely concealed amusement. After a prolonged silence, an idea struck Jiang Mo, and he declared, Qian, you need not concern yourself with this. You both rest easy, I will keep watch. Upon hearing this, Qian was nearly moved to tears. Is Jiang truly so kind? To guard us while we sleep? Such a remarkable teammate is hard to find. Jiang, you really do not have to, she protested. What do you mean, not necessary? Jiang Mo replied with an air of righteous determination. As the only male in our team, it is my duty to do so. Fearing that saying too much might expose his facade, he urged, All right, hurry back to rest. You need not worry about the rest. Qian's eyes glistened with tears, overwhelmed by emotion, exclaiming how wonderful Jiang truly was. Meanwhile, Qian stood beside her, utterly bewildered. How could Jiang Mo dare to utter such words? She was practically rolling her eyes to the heavens. At that moment, the camera from the production team conveniently shifted to this scene, capturing Jiang Mo's smooth antics, leaving everyone utterly flabbergasted. They were all rendered speechless. Host Jia, director, cameraman, director of broadcast. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the barrage of comments erupted. Jiang, can't you show a little dignity? This is pure deception. Call the police. Qian, dear girl, how could you possibly believe this? Jiang Mo, you scoundrel. How could you deceive such an innocent girl? Do you even have a conscience? Brother, do you take apprentices? If I possessed even half of your skills, I would not be perpetually single. Even the leader of the park would feel ashamed in your presence. Chapter 24. The strategist upon returning to the sanctuary, Jiang Mo found himself seated before the flickering flames, lost in thought. How disheartening. Today had merely been endured. What would tomorrow bring? It was reasonable to anticipate a quest for sustenance at the break of dawn, given his dire circumstances. Jiang Mo felt a surge of frustration, as the weight of expectation from Qian loomed large, leaving him feeling somewhat cornered. In a bid for assistance, he opened his live stream, hoping that his audience might proffer a viable solution. After all, there is strength in numbers, Perhaps the viewers would have a brilliant idea to share. However, as soon as he activated the stream, he was met with a chorus of derision. LV16 Lonely Beast. LV20 AA Salva. How could you deceive someone as adorable as Qian Qian? LV11 A Dong. Have you no shame? LV32 Villainous Kitten. The crux is that Qian Qian truly believes you. LV24 A Nan. Jealousy distorts my thoughts. Why does Jiang Mo have such good fortune with women? Oh, LV23 Mini Clown. Brother, your words make me seem even more of a fool. Reading these comments, Jiang Mo couldn't help but chuckle. The viewers were just having fun, so he decided to retort. Enough with the insults. Do you think I want this? I'm on the verge of despair. LV11 Irritable Old Horse. LV6 JKL. LV22 Early Winter. What are you worried about? You're reaping benefits while pretending to be innocent, aren't you? LV16 Gray Wolf. Have you been pretending all along? LV16 Lonely. Exactly. Jiangge, you've changed. Exasperated, Jiang Mo responded defensively. I'm not pretending. I'm asking you, what on earth should I do tomorrow? My predicament is clear to all of you, my good brothers. I must venture out to seek food. How can I not be troubled? Please, lend me your wisdom. LV16 Lonely. Are you serious? LV20 AA Salva. Are you serious? LV24 A Nan. Are you serious? LV11 A Dong. I can't stop laughing. You can't actually believe we'll help you brainstorm ideas, right? LV32 Villainous Kitten. You're reveling in your situation, yet expect your brothers to devise strategies for you. What are you thinking? LV24 A Nan, dude. Your reckless antics amuse me. But if you're thriving more than I am, it's more painful than death, so don't even think about it. Is it truly impossible for them to tolerate a bit of my good fortune? Yet, in this moment of need, he humbly pleaded, I'm genuinely not joking. I beseech you, help me devise a plan. If not, the little reputation I've painstakingly built will crumble. LV16 Lonely. LV11 Irritable Old Horse. You have a positive image? LV6 JKL. Don't you have any awareness of your own reputation? LV22 Early Winter. Are you pretending to be a cultured man like Zhu Beijing glasses? LV16 Gray Wolf. The real question is, do you even see yourself that way? Jiang Mo found himself at a loss, as these matters seemed to be never-ending. Thus, he spoke up. Can anyone offer a suggestion? If not, I shall take my leave. He pretended to exit the live stream, and this tactic of feigned withdrawal proved effective. The viewers in the chat hurriedly changed their tune. LV20 AA Sava. Help. LV11 A Dong. We must assist. LV32 Villainous Kitten. What concerned Brother Jiang is also my concern. LV24 A Nan. Exactly. Jiang Mo sighed, wondering how they intended to help. Could you please provide some concrete methods, dear brothers? LV16 Solitude. LV20 AA Sava. Well, you could feign illness. Just say you haven't been feeling well lately. That way, you can comfortably lie down. LV24 A Nan. AA Sava. That's good. LV11 A Dong. AA Sava. That's brilliant. LV32 Villainous Kitten. AA Sava. That's excellent. LV24 A Nan. AA Sava. That's splendid. Could we possibly have something more reliable? LV11 Irritable Old Horse. My good brother, I have a plan. Just say your ancestors were fortune tellers, and you too can read the signs. Predict that it's unwise to go out in the coming days. This method is foolproof. LV6 JKL. Irritable Old Horse. Brilliant. I shall call you the strategist. LV22 Early Winter. Irritable Old Horse. Strategist. LV16 Gray Wolf. Strategist. LV16 Solitude. Strategist. Jiang Mo realized that none of these individuals were genuinely inclined to offer practical advice. They merely wished to witness his embarrassment. He sighed in resignation. He was weary. Let all come to ruin. Consequently, he exited the live stream and reclined on the banana leaves, swiftly falling into a deep slumber. Around 10 o'clock in the evening, the program team announced the list of teams. A total of 21 teams were arranged according to audience votes. 1. Kuan Kuan Team. Kuan Kuan, Sweet Girl Alale. 2. Brother Xiao Nyo Team. Brother Xiao Nyo. Li Hui Hui. Xiao Feng Feng. 3. Old Horse Team. Old Horse Sakuan. Tian Tian. 4. Lu Tongtong Team, Lu Tongtong, Li Dakue He Xiaosheng. 15. Jiang Mo Team, Jiang Mo, Nanxian, Qianxian. Clearly, in the audience's predictions, Kuan Team was undoubtedly the frontrunner for the championship title, boasting a top-tier male celebrity and 2 female internet sensations with millions of followers. Every participant in the top 5 teams had a solid fan base. The gathering of such high-profile contenders left little room for competition from other teams. Jiang Mo had recently garnered a fair amount of popularity, yet the other 2 members of his team were significantly underwhelming. This dismal performance resulted in their less-than-ideal ranking. Upon seeing the list, many netizens voiced their opinions in the comments. Our brother will surely secure the weekly championship. Other teams need not bother. That is not necessarily the case. The teams ranked 2nd, 3rd, and 4th are all exceptionally strong and are not inferior to your first group. Alas, if this continues, it feels as though there is no suspense left, and the other teams merely serve as background players. Who could argue otherwise? Let us not even mention voting rankings. I suspect the traffic has been entirely siphoned off by these teams, leaving the other contestants' live streams virtually deserted. But where do you place my brother Jiang? Does he lack competitiveness? I truly cannot fathom how Jiang Mo dares to compare himself to the aforementioned teams. His 2 teammates, who are complete novices, are not even worth discussing. He was a mere amateur until recently. Even if he has garnered a few fans, what does he possess to compete with the top teams? Indeed, this division is exceedingly unfair. However, there is a silver lining. At least teaming up will yield greater entertainment value. Let us not forget, this is a survival program. The competition is not merely about popularity, but about who can endure the longest. The prize is a staggering 100 million. The stakes are high. With the current popularity of the show, contestants should seize this opportunity. Even if they do not ultimately win, the monetary rewards are certainly substantial, especially for those at the forefront, who can swiftly accrue a fortune of 100 million. The following morning, Jiang Mo was awakened by Nanxian. Upon seeing him having slept outside all night, Qianxian felt a pang of sympathy. How cold must it have been to spend the night out there? My brother Jiang endured such hardship to keep watch. Thus, she timidly remarked, "Brother Jiang, you've worked hard." Jiang Mo, Nanxian, hard work? He simply slept outside for a night. Well, have I not been sleeping outside? This girl, surely she is not overthinking again. At that moment, Nanxian spoke up. We are planning to go out in search of food. We have completely run out of supplies at home. Qianxian, filled with anticipation, chimed in, "Brother Jiang, will you join us? Here it comes. The inevitable has arrived." What should he do? If he agrees, it would undoubtedly expose him. Yet if he declines, how can he refuse? After all, searching for food is a collective task, and everyone must contribute. He cannot simply enjoy the fruits of their labor. Jiang Mo felt as though he might burst from the pressure, uncertain of how to respond. Seeing his hesitation, Nanxian grew impatient. "Are you mute? Speak up if you're going or not." However, feeling cornered, Jiang Mo was suddenly reminded of the strategist's words from the previous night. He steeled himself, deciding to take a leap of faith. To be candid, my family has been involved in fortune-telling for 3 generations, and I consulted my own fortune last night. It is not auspicious to venture out in search of food in the coming days. So, I apologize, but you'll have to bear the burden for the next couple of days. Nanxian? What is wrong with this guy? If he doesn't want to go, he could simply say so. There is no need for such absurd excuses. However, Qianxian reacted differently. Upon hearing Jiang Mo's words, her eyes widened in admiration. "Wow, Brother Jiang, you can even tell fortunes? How incredible you are. Jiang Montak." In this instance, he has become rather inept. "No, my dear, what is this?" Nanxian even pinched her philtrum with her thumb, bewildered by the caliber of her companions. One truly dares to fabricate such tales. More absurdly, the other genuinely believes it. What on earth has transpired in this world? Has she become outdated? Unable to bear it any longer, she turned to Qianxian and declared, "Let us go. We shall seek sustenance, disregarding him." P.S. This segment was added on June 4th as a supplement, in response to the concerns raised by the Guardians regarding the quality of the narrative. Initially, I did not intend for it to be superficial. At that moment, I believed that repetitive phrases could enhance the atmosphere of the jest. After the 40th chapter, I took the initiative to adjust such content, fearing it might detract from everyone's experience. If this has caused any displeasure to the Guardians, I sincerely apologize. Chapter 25, a show in Jiang Mo's live broadcast room. Although he did not interact with his viewers, they were already in a frenzy. LV16 lonely. LV20AA Salva. LV11A Dong. Seriously? She believes such an absurd excuse? LV32 Villainous Kitten. The key is that she actually admires him. LV24A Nan. It's over. I initially intended to set him up, but now it seems I have inadvertently assisted him. LV23 Mini Clown. I can't comprehend this at all. LV6JKL. Why does this charming girl have to encounter such a fool? LV22 Early Winter. I will never meet a girl like that. If I cannot have her, neither shall my good brother. Strategist, come up with a plan. Irate Old Horse. LV16 Gray Wolf. Irate Old Horse Strategist. Provide us with another brilliant strategy. LV16 Lonely. Irate Old Horse Strategist. Please devise another clever tactic. LV39 Almost a Handsome Guy. Irate Old Horse Strategist. We need another ingenious plan. LV33 A Dog from the Northwest. Irate Old Horse Strategist. We require another masterstroke. LV11 Irate Old Horse. Brothers, do not rush me. Let me think. Meanwhile, in Jiang Mo's vicinity, after Nan Xian and Qian Qian left, he could no longer remain seated. One must remain vigilant in times of peace. He had managed to deceive for a few days, but what would he do next? Continue the deception? What excuse could he possibly conjure up next? Wasn't that utterly ridiculous? In desperation, he contemplated the system. Though it was somewhat unreliable, it at least offered a glimmer of hope. The real question was, did he truly have to resort to consuming a rotting corpse? Jiang Mo refused to succumb to superstition. The last time he drew 8 consecutive failures. He believed it was merely a stroke of bad luck, not a mandate from the system to force him into such a fate. What if this time he could draw something worthwhile? Gazing at the 766 prestige points he had recently accumulated, he decided to give it another shot. With a thought, system, initiate the lottery. Lottery begins. Thank you for your patronage. Bonus, all attributes 1. Again, thank you for your patronage. Bonus, all attributes 1. Is it truly so? Is this the end? Looking at the remaining prestige points of just over 10,000, Jiang Mo gritted his teeth. He pressed on. Thank you for your patronage. Bonus, all attributes 1. 3 consecutive failures. His heart sank. Damn it. Jiang Mo felt a surge of frustration. Was he truly destined to consume a rotting corpse? After much internal struggle, he conceded. Regardless of Qian Qian's opinion, did he truly want to forfeit the grand prize of 100 million? That was his ultimate goal. The thought of 100 million made Jiang Mo believe that consuming a rotting corpse was not so intolerable after all. For 100 million, he would not only endure the rotting corpse, but would even be willing to taste something foul to discern its flavor. The question remained, where would he find a rotting corpse? After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to head to the stream's edge. Given the recent flooding, the likelihood of encountering a corpse there was significantly increased. He was not far from the stream, and without hesitation, he set off. 10 minutes later, Jiang Mo arrived at his destination. He searched along the stream for quite some time, but found no corpse. What was going on? Was he truly this unfortunate? After walking for a while, he grew weary and lay down by the stream to rest. Out of boredom, he opened his live streaming channel, and to his astonishment, the number of online viewers surged to over 20,000. He was taken aback. The first time he opened the stream, there were only 4,000 viewers. Yesterday, feeling somewhat distressed, he had not paid attention to the online count. But how had it skyrocketed to 20,000 today? Confused, he decided to inquire among his viewers. Brothers, what is happening? Why are there so many people in my stream? I remember there were only a little over 4,000 on the first day. LV16 Lonely? LV20AA Salva. LOL. Are you frightened by 20K? LV11 A Dong. Did you know that the peak viewership in the stream reached over 50K? LV32 Villain Cat. My good brother seems a bit out of the loop. When the rules were first announced, all contestants had only a few viewers. Be grateful for your 4000 LV24 Nan. To be honest, your popularity may not be at the very top, but being in the top 10 should be within reach. LV23 Mini Clown. Exactly. LV6 JKL. Come on, brother. Put in some effort. I believe in you. Upon reading the viewers' comments, Jiang Mo began to understand. It appeared that his popularity was accumulating at an impressive rate, something he had previously underestimated. This led him to refrain from harboring any thoughts of winning the weekly championship. However, now he felt that he might just be able to reach for it, especially since it promised a reward of 1 million each week. While that was but a drop in the bucket compared to the grand prize, for someone who had grown up in poverty, it held immense allure. At that moment, the livestream screen was flooded with a dazzling gift effect. LV60 Jiang Mo 07 sent out 3 carnivals. The viewers in the stream began to flood the chat with excitement. LV16 Lonely Jiang Mo 07, you're amazing. LV20 AA Salva Jiang Mo 07, you're amazing. LV11 A Dong Jiang Mo 07, you're amazing. LV32 Villain Cat Jiang Mo 07, you're amazing. LV24 A Nan Jiang Mo 07, you're amazing. Seeing the 2 lavish gifts, Jiang Mo couldn't help but smile broadly and quickly express his gratitude. Thank you, 007, for sending 3 carnivals. You're incredible. Wishing you all the best. May you earn a fortune in dollars. May everything flourish, and may you earn a windfall in pounds. May all your wishes come true, and may you earn a fortune in RMB. With these few phrases, the viewers' excitement escalated once more. LV16 Lonely? LV20 AA Salva. You're quite the wordsmith. LV32 Villain Cat. Although I feel a twinge of envy, this money is rightfully yours. LV16 Loneliness. My dear brother, allow me to gift you a pair of sunglasses. Could you express your gratitude? LV11 8 Dong. Don't even think about it. These are exclusively for the elder brother. LV60 Jiang Mo 07. Hyde's face, could you perhaps perform a little show? If it amuses me, I might reward you. Goodness, is money so easily earned? Jiang Mo felt as though he had stumbled upon a new world. No wonder the original owner was so eager to participate in such events. Elder brother, what would you like to see? Today I must cleverly extract those 2 coins from your pocket. No. Ugh, I got carried away and misspoke. LV60 Jiang Mo 07. Hyde's face, it matters not. If you possess the skill, deceive away. With the elder's words, the viewers in the live stream immediately began to stir. Naturally, when the elder brother is paying for you to watch a free show, one must seize the opportunity. LV23 Mini Clown. The elder brother has spoken. Seize the moment. My friend, LV6 JKL, what are you waiting for? Quickly showcase your skills. LV22 Early Winter. The meat is served right in front of you. Whether you can savor it depends on your abilities. LV16 Grey Wolf. Brother Jiang, I believe in your prowess. LV16 Loneliness. Brother, I have no expectations of you in other areas. Just demonstrate your rebar skills. Chapter 26. Brothers, let us get to work, as he observed the barrage of comments. Jiang Mo found himself weighing his options. When it came to conventional performances, he indeed lacked the necessary skills. However, if the task involved the abstract, he had something intriguing up his sleeve. Wasn't this venture merely a pursuit of decay? Furthermore, it offered the enticing prospect of a financial windfall. What could be better than that? All right then, today, I shall present to you a daring spectacle. LV16 Lonely. How daring can it truly be, my good brother? LV20 AA Salva. If Jianggu is talking about something daring, it must be quite the endeavor. LV11 A Dong. You've certainly piqued my anticipation. LV32 Villainous Kitten. Just don't mess it up. LV60 Jiangnan 007. Eagerly awaiting your splendid performance. Jiang Mo chose not to prolong the banter. Even if he was to perform an act involving decay, he first needed to locate the materials. Without that, he might as well be gnawing on nothing. Brothers, I shall take my leave for a moment to prepare some props. With that, he exited the live stream at lightning speed, leaving his audience in a state of bewilderment. What kind of performance required props? Jiang Mo, usually so haphazard, was actually preparing for something elaborate. The anticipation was palpable. After leaving the stream, Jiang Mo followed the stream downstream, his eyes keenly scanning the surroundings. At last, after traversing 2 kilometers, he spotted a deceased fish by the water's edge. It was quite sizable, estimated to weigh around 10 pounds. However, what floated upon the surface was no longer merely fish. It was a life form in the throes of dissolution. Pale, grayish skin enveloped its fermenting innards, swollen into a semi-translucent sac. Each time the putrid gases distended its scales. Dark red ichor mixed with yellow-green slime seeped forth. An unbearable stench invaded Jiang Mo's nostrils. He felt utterly queasy. Was he truly expected to consume such a thing? He questioned his very soul. Ugh! Jiang Mo could not suppress a wave of retching. The odor was simply foul, coupled with a viscous ooze. He could hardly fathom how one could ever bring this to their lips. After a prolonged moment of adjustment, he finally regained his composure. Thus, he reopened his live stream, forcing a smile as he spoke. Brothers, I have prepared my props. Would you like to see what performance I have in store for you? LV-16 Grey Wolf. Stop with the suspense, would you? LV-16 Lonely. If there is work to be done, let us get to it. LV-39 Almost Handsome. Indeed, my blade has long been eager for action. LV-33 Northwest Dog. Perform without delay. LV-11 Irritable Old Horse. No more theatrics. Commence the show at once. Inside, Jiang Mo felt a mischievous thrill. Anxious, were they? Very well. He was thoroughly disgusted, and he intended to share that sentiment with them. So, brothers, pay close attention. Do not blink. Jiang Mo waved at the cameraman, signaling for a close-up shot. He pointed towards the deceased fish. Upon hearing Jiang Mo's request, the cameraman swiftly adjusted the focus. With 8K ultra sampling, the visual quality was exceptional. At this moment, the already decaying carcass of a fish oozes liquid, coming into view for all. Although his viewers have remained in his live stream, drones typically capture wide-angle shots, maintaining some distance from Jiang Mo. Furthermore, their attention is entirely focused on Jiang Mo, and they had previously overlooked this dead fish. It is only now, as the drone zooms in for a close-up, that the visual shock hits them all at once. LV-16 Lonely, ugh. Quel-vous 20? Ah, salva, ah. LV-11 Adong. LV-32 Villainous Kitten. What does this mean? Just disgusting, right? LV-24 Anan. This is genuinely repulsive, my friend. You've truly hit the peak of physical shock. LV-23 Mini Clown. I'm done. Brothers. LV-6 JKL. Me too, but what does this have to do with your performance? LV-20 AA Salva. Does it even need to be asked? This mountain cannon is purely disgusting. The production team, noticing the commotion around Jiang Mo, quickly shifts the camera to him. When the rotting fish appears on screen, everyone is taken aback, truly taken aback. Firstly, they are repulsed, experiencing a visceral discomfort. Secondly, they are uncertain of Jiang Mo's intentions, feeling a sense of anxious anticipation. Host Yu Jia, dear viewers, while the content on screen may evoke some discomfort, this is the wilderness, an authentic portrayal of nature, truly commendable for a host, maintaining professionalism. This moment elevates the program to an entirely new level. However, the online audience is not so composed, flooding the screen with comments. What is Jiang Mo doing? Aside from courting disaster, he seems intent on disgusting people, doesn't he? Does he consider himself a vulture, intrigued by carrion? I truly do not understand why the production team would grant him camera time. What is there to admire? ISNT, this fellow's still in the game? I haven't watched in a couple of days, thinking he had already met his end. Is this guy about to unveil a grand stunt again? Most likely, but would he truly dare to eat it? In contrast to Jiang Mo's live stream, the atmosphere in the public channel is far less friendly. After all, those who have become his fans have long since migrated to his private live stream. Nevertheless, a portion of viewers remains, curious to see what antics he will conjure. At this moment, Jiang Mo no longer keeps them in suspense and declares, "Brother Jiang Nan, if I take a bite of this fish, would that be considered a bold move?" However, before the brother could respond, the viewers erupted. LV-16 Lonely, LV-20 Salva, LV-11 Dong, LV-32 Villainous Kitten. Are you truly daring to eat it? LV-6 JKL. No way, are you joking? LV-20 Salva. Praising your resilience, and you're still breathing, huh? LV-24 Nan. This is not something to be consumed. Brother, eating this could spell disaster. LV-23 Mini Clown. Exactly. Good brother, while playing around is fine. One's life must come first. Just as the viewers were debating, the brother finally spoke up. Upon reading the message, Jiang Mo felt an unwavering resolve within. This was not merely a matter of money. He would not stoop so low for a few carnival prizes. The true challenge lay within the treacherous system, for he had to overcome this hurdle. Otherwise, the forthcoming trials would be insurmountable. He fervently hoped that, after this ordeal, the system would bestow upon him a skill of considerable merit. Although a strong sense of aversion lingered in his heart, he recognized that there was no escaping this destiny. Whether he faced it now or later, he would have to confront it. With this thought in mind, he cast aside his hesitation. For the Brotherhood, he shouted as he stepped forward, grasping the decaying corpse from the water. With his eyes shut tight and breath held, he bit into it without a moment's pause, swallowing it whole without daring to chew. In the live stream, LV-16 Lonely? Que levu 20 a salva. LV-11 Dong. LV-32 Villainous Kitten. Is Jianggu really eating it? LV-24 Nan, what a tough guy. LV-23 Mini Clown, what a tough guy. Chapter 27, a fine job. To the reward. Jiang Mo believed that as long as he refrained from chewing, he could manage to swallow it. However, the overwhelming flavor surged straight to his head. Even after he had swallowed, the putrid aroma lingered stubbornly in his mouth and nasal passages. His entire face contorted in discomfort as he desperately attempted to suppress his various reactions. Ugh! At long last, he could no longer contain his physiological response and began to vomit. Ugh! Ugh! In the end, even the bitter bile was expelled, leaving his face pale. The viewers in the live stream could hardly contain their laughter. LV-16 Lonely. Huh, this is hilarious. LV-20 Salva. Finally caught you. Turns out you have a weakness too. Brother Jiang. LV-11 Dong. I really thought he could eat it. LV-32 Villainous Cat. This is a classic case of trying to be clever and failing miserably. Not only did he not eat the fish, but he also vomited up the meat he had managed to consume last night. LV-24 Nan. I usually don't laugh. Really, unless I can't help it. Ha ha. LV-23 Mini Clown, bro. Why don't you try my name? It suits you quite well. LV-6 JKL Mini Clown. That is a heartless jab. LV-22 Early Winter. In the studio, Yu Jia was also struggling to hold back laughter. His face flushed from the effort. It was truly a torment. Meanwhile, the director, camera operators, and broadcasters were laughing so hard they could barely stand. The public chat in the official live stream was alive with amusement. This fool is truly going to make me die of laughter. Although I'm a diehard fan of Shaolin Yoga, this guy is genuinely entertaining. I must admit, I'm starting to like him a bit. I'm not sure who his audience is, but with antics like these, I can only say they must be a little foolish. He has too much. Our brother is much more refined in wilderness survival. Unlike this Jiang Mo. Alright then, if this is how you want to play, I'll just have to camp out in your live stream, every day. Wait for me, I'm coming too, haha. For Jiang Mo, it wasn't until his stomach was completely emptied that his vomiting subsided. He felt quite exhausted. He hastily leaned over to the creek, rinsing his mouth with a few sips of water until the foul taste dissipated, making him feel considerably better. He picked up his phone and noticed a surge of new viewers joining. My mom says I'm very handsome, entered the live stream. Summer of Oranges entered the live stream. Little Grass entered the live stream. Why enter the live stream? The neighbor's cat entered the live stream. A little girl entered the live stream. In the upper right corner, the online viewer count had soared to over 30,000. Approximately 10,000 new viewers had arrived. Jiang Mo smiled. Brothers, though I've had a mishap, do tell me, was this performance not remarkable? He truly hadn't anticipated that the rotten meat would be so inedible that he couldn't swallow it at all. At this moment, the live stream was inundated with an overwhelming array of gift effects. LV60 Jiangnan 007 sent out Carnival X3. LV60 Jiangnan 007. A commendable performance deserves reward. Upon seeing the generous gifts from the esteemed viewer, Jiang Mo promptly expressed his gratitude. With the lead of the benefactor, the viewers in the live stream began to flood the chat with their own contributions. LV16 Lonely sent out Sunglasses X1. A commendable performance deserves reward. LV20AA Salva sent out Lollipops X10. A commendable performance deserves reward. LV32 Villainous Cat sent out Sports Car X1. A commendable performance deserves reward. This unexpected wave took Jiang Mo completely by surprise. He had consumed the rotten meat solely to fulfill the system's task. Just as the benefactor had sent the carnival, he casually suggested performing a show. Little did he anticipate that, due to a mishap, not only did many new viewers join the live stream, but even those who typically refrained from gifting also began to shower him with presents. Beyond his regular followers, numerous newcomers contributed generously. Witnessing the sudden influx of gifts, the viewers filled the chat with excitement. LV11 Irritable Old Horse. Honestly, I'm not envious of the money my brother earns at all. LV32 Villainous Cat. He deserves to earn it. LV24 Anan. He deserves to earn it. Having received such an abundance of gifts, Jiang Mo ultimately exited the live stream with great satisfaction. The first thing he intended to do was to hold a lottery. Although he had eaten the rotten flesh only to expel it, one could argue whether he had truly consumed it. Surely the system wouldn't be harsh on him this time. After so many consecutive failures, it was only reasonable that he would win a mystery box this time around. With a thought, he summoned the system panel. Host, Jiang Mo. Speed, 57. Strength, 63. Agility, 65. Resistance, 122. Skill, none. Reputation points, 19,265. This morning, he had over 9,000 reputation points remaining, and now it had surged by another 10,000. It was likely that as this matter gained traction, it would increase even further. Nevertheless, this amount was sufficient for a single lottery attempt, and Jiang Mo was eager to see if he could draw something worthwhile. He could hardly wait. System, initiate the lottery. Lottery requirements met, commencing the draw. The wheel began to spin, and Jiang Mo clenched his hands tightly, too anxious to look. He fervently prayed in his heart, win, win, win. Congratulations, you have drawn a mystery box. Would you like to open it? Yes, Jiang Mo exclaimed, finally. After 11 consecutive failures, he had finally won. Open, open, open. Immediately, opening mystery box. You have acquired master-level carpentry skills. What on earth? Jiang Mo was taken aback. After 11 consecutive failures, this was what he received. System, are you serious? While it was true that he hadn't drawn anything related to consuming rotten flesh, what use did master-level carpentry skills have for my survival in the wilderness? Wait, Jiang Mo began to regain his composure. It seems that this skill is not without merit. It proves to be quite beneficial for constructing a shelter. In ancient times, those who built houses were carpenters, and in this regard, he is indeed a master craftsman. Utilizing his skills to create a shelter in the wilderness may appear to be overkill, yet, even though his resistance is maximized, having a comfortable abode is certainly preferable to sleeping on banana leaves every night. Moreover, with this newfound ability, he can also fashion some small tools. Upon reflection, this skill is rather impressive. While it may not provide direct assistance for his survival in the wild or offer any immediate skills, it undeniably holds value. Well done, dog system. Keep it up next time. With his practical skill acquired, Jiang Mo whistled cheerfully as he made his way back to the camp. Chapter 28, Strategist. Think of a solution by the time they returned to the camp. It was already past 1 in the afternoon. Qianqian and Nanxian had been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing him arrive, Qianqian excitedly greeted him. Brother Jiang, you have finally returned. We had quite good fortune this morning, catching several tree frogs and even finding some cassava. Everything is ready. As she spoke, Qian pointed to a small fire nearby. Jiang Mo glanced over, and indeed, several tree frogs were sizzling with oil, accompanied by boiled cassava. What bliss this is! A heartfelt thanks to the production team. Had it not been for the lack of team formations, how could he have savored such delicacies? Qian, you are truly impressive, Jiang Mo praised sincerely. Qian's cheeks flushed slightly, her hands clasped behind her back, her entire body swaying gently. Clearly, Jiang Mo's compliment meant a great deal to her, akin to a child in kindergarten receiving a big red flower. Witnessing this scene, the viewers in Jiang Mo's live stream collectively expressed their envy. LV16 Lonely, what the heck? LV20 AA Salva, what the heck? LV11 A Dong, what the heck? This time, even the usually composed Brother Jiangnan was taken aback. LV16 Gray Wolf, is this wilderness survival allowing you to live like a king? LV16 Lonely, why should this be? LV39 Almost Handsome, how can he return from a stroll to find delicious food waiting for him? Who can he reason with? LV33 Northwest Dog, the main point is that this girl is so proactive, she doesn't feel at all disadvantaged. LV11 Irritable Old Horse, the key is that she admires him so much. I can't take it anymore. LV32 Villainous Kitten, this is more painful than being killed. LV24 A Nan, this girl is gentle, virtuous, capable, beautiful. Why can't I encounter someone like her? LV23 Mini Clown, my heart can't handle it. Why does Jiang Mo deserve this? The viewers were truly consumed by jealousy. They had clearly seen Jiang Mo struggling through the hardships of wilderness life, yet he still managed to bring them joy every day. But now suddenly, he was living a life of ease, embraced on both sides. And what's more, Qian's charm was irresistible. Any man would be drawn to her. While her appearance might only score an 8, her character and that gentle demeanor are lethal to any man. The reason Jiang Mo faced such collective ire was that the viewers viewed him as a rival in love. LV20 AA Salva, Irritable Old Horse, Strategist, think of a solution. LV11 A Dong, Irritable Old Horse, Strategist, think of a solution. LV32 Villainous Kitten, Irritable Old Horse, Strategist, think of a solution. The barrage of messages frantically tagging the strategist demanded a solution to halt the current momentum. A girl like Qian was the object of everyone's envy. One could only admire from afar. Why did this rascal Jiang Mo deserve such unwavering devotion from her? He must be thwarted. LV11 Irritable Old Horse. Brothers, I possess a skill. This situation can be reversed. Level 16 Solitude. Irritable Old Horse, please enlighten us swiftly. We are all ears. Level 20 AA Salva. Irritable Old Horse, please enlighten us swiftly. We are all ears. Level 11 Irritable Old Horse. We merely need to storm into Qian's live streaming room and recount all the unsavory past of this scoundrel. Surely, it will shatter her rose-tinted view of him, thus serving as a cautionary reminder for her to return to the right path. Level 16 Solitude, excellent. I shall proceed at once. Level 20 AA Salva, excellent. I shall proceed at once. Jiang Mo remained oblivious to the intentions of his fellow viewers to expose his shortcomings. At this moment, he was utterly famished, his stomach growling in protest. Squatting by the fire, he picked up a roasted tree frog and began to munch on it. After a few bites, noticing that the two women remained unmoving, he inquired with curiosity, "What's the matter? Why aren't you eating?" Nanxian shot him a glance. "We already ate. It's nearly 2 o'clock. Big brother, you may be lackadaisical in your foraging, but now even when it comes to dining, I was beginning to suspect you had lost your way again." To be honest, Nanxian's reaction was the most authentic. Qian had indeed been a tad too lenient in her views of Jiang Mo, coupled with her straightforward nature. Her words inevitably came out a bit blunt. Nonetheless, Jiang Mo found this rather endearing. "My apologies, Jiang. We were simply too hungry and couldn't resist eating first," Qian exclaimed, sticking out her tongue, clearly feeling a bit guilty for not waiting for him. Jiang Mo hurriedly waved his hand. "No need for that, Qian. I'm simply grateful for the food at hand. Truly, I must thank you. You are incredibly impressive." Hee hee. Qian chuckled shyly, choosing not to speak further. She sat on the ground, watching Jiang Mo eat, finding him increasingly attractive, causing her cheeks to flush. Jiang Mo, noticing her demeanor, asked with a hint of confusion, "What's wrong, Qian? Is there something on my face?" Qian quickly shook her head. No. Jiang Mo nodded and returned to his meal, unable to help himself due to his hunger. Last night's food had been expelled, and he was immensely relieved to find something to eat upon his return. Otherwise, he genuinely feared starvation. At this point, Qian felt a little embarrassed to continue watching Jiang Mo, so she took out her phone and opened her live streaming room. Although she knew only a few would be present, she clung to a glimmer of hope. This was also one of her reasons for participating in the program, hoping to enhance her popularity on this platform and promote her hometown. However, as soon as she opened it, she was left dumbfounded. The chat room was flooded with messages, and the number of viewers in the top right corner displayed over 8,000. This was beyond her wildest dreams. Earlier that morning, she had checked her live streaming room, and it had barely reached single digits, with several being bots. Now, it had surged to 8,000 in the afternoon. She felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief and excitement. Attempting to suppress her exhilaration, she greeted her viewers. "Hello, everyone. I am Qian, and welcome to my live streaming room." Her words, rather than calming the room, sent it into a frenzy. Level 11, Furious Old Horse. Alas, I can hardly bear it. The voice is too sweet. Level 16, Solitude. A voice from the heavens. A voice from the heavens indeed. Level 20, AA, Salva. Such a treasure girl. Why was she not discovered before? Level 11, Adong. It pains me to see that this rascal Jiang Mo has struck gold. Level 32, Villainous Little Cat. I am at my wit's end, my friends. How could she be so gentle? Chapter 29. Brother Jiang, you were so cool as the viewers became entranced by Qian's heavenly voice. The strategist, Old Ma, quickly typed a reminder. LV16, Irritable Old Ma. Brothers, let's not forget our mission. Upon seeing the strategist's prompt, the viewers suddenly came to their senses, hastily typing their responses. LV16, Gray Wolf. Qian, let me tell you, that Jiang Mo is not a good person. LV16, Lonely. Listen to me, sister. Keep your distance from that Jiang Mo. LV39, Almost Handsome. You are such a wonderful girl. Do not let that fool lead you astray. LV33, A Dog from the Northwest. Jiang Mo is truly inadequate. If you are genuinely seeking a partner, we are all superior to him. LV11, Irritable Old Ma. Jiang Mo used to do arms trade in Southeast Asia. His heart is as dark as they come. LV32, Villainous Little Cat. Have you heard about Mexico? Even the big drug lords call him Godfather when they see him. You cannot handle a person like that. LV24, Anan. Just trust your brothers. Stay far, far away from that guy. Observing these exaggerated comments, Qian began to understand why so many people were in her live stream. It was all because of Jiang Mo. Although these individuals were disparaging Jiang Mo, there seemed to be an underlying current that was not entirely negative. It felt rather peculiar. Just a few days ago, her live stream had been empty, and now, paired with Brother Jiang, it boasted 8,000 viewers. She could hardly believe how popular Jiang Mo truly was. Surely, his live stream must have reached 1 million viewers. Though she was somewhat introverted, she was not naive. She had witnessed many live streams where viewers were drawn in through a method known as linking viewers. It involved a larger stream directing viewers to a smaller streamer, thereby boosting their popularity. Yes, these people must have been sent by Brother Jiang. With this thought, her heart raced a little faster. Brother Jiang is truly kind. I am so fortunate to be teamed up with him. Well, I know you are here, sent by Brother Jiang to enhance my viewership, and I assure you, I will strive diligently to elevate my live stream. After saying this, she cast a grateful glance towards Jiang Mo, her small face radiating determination. Her intentions were clear. She would not squander Jiang Mo's goodwill. She was resolute in her aim to cultivate her live stream. Even if the goal of winning the team championship felt distant, she would at least avoid being a burden. Jiang Mo, meanwhile, was taken aback as he munched on his food. Hearing Qian's words left him utterly bewildered. What did I arrange? I did nothing at all. Besides him, the viewers in the live stream were equally perplexed. Wait, they had come to tarnish Jiang Mo's reputation, not to assist him. Could it be that the reasons they had just mentioned were somewhat exaggerated? Since Qian did not believe him, he had no choice but to reveal the outrageous antics he had performed, and he could not blame his brothers for being harsh. It was his own lack of decorum that instigated it. Such a wonderful girl, and Jiang Mo wished to monopolize her? Not a chance. LV20AA Salva. Sister, for the sake of your beautiful life, let me speak frankly. Jiang Mo is utterly inept at wilderness survival. You are the one at a disadvantage by teaming up with him. Indeed, you might think you've gained an advantage, but frankly, without your partnership, he wouldn't even have a hot meal. He spent the initial 3 days without food or water, nearly starving to death. He has resorted to drinking stagnant water, replete with decomposing corpses. In his desperation, he even consumed venomous snakes, the highly toxic bamboo viper. To obtain honey, he poked a beehive, only to be stung mercilessly. And I have a screenshot to prove it. He has no waterproof tarp for shelter. He relies solely on banana leaves. This scoundrel cannot even differentiate between poisonous mushrooms. He has ingested 20 of them. Yes, a full 20. He doesn't spare even rotting fish. He consumes them regardless of their putrid state. Sister, he is truly a dangerously reckless individual. He is not impressive, so please do not idolize him. Upon reading these comments, Qian was taken aback. The reasons presented seemed too credible to be fabricated, unlike the absurdity of arms dealers. Moreover, there were screenshots she had witnessed. Thus, she curiously addressed Jiang Mo, Brother Jiang. May I ask you a few questions? While munching on his food, Jiang Mo nodded and replied indistinctly, Go ahead. Ahem. Qian felt a touch of embarrassment, yet was overwhelmingly curious. Is it true that you have eaten venomous snakes? And that you were stung by bees? Your shelter is made of banana leaves. She inquired about every ludicrous act Jiang Mo had committed, leaving no detail unexamined. Jiang Montag was dumbfounded. Wasn't this akin to sentencing him? This was disastrous. The persona he had painstakingly constructed was on the verge of collapse within mere days. Instinctively, he felt the urge to defend himself. He truly wished to avoid leaving a negative impression on Qian. To be honest, he somewhat relished her admiration. The more one lacks, the more one cares. Jiang Mo was precisely that way, devoid of any survival skills. Yet Qian mistakenly regarded him as a formidable figure. And that sensation was incredibly exhilarating, almost addictive. However, before he could utter a word, Nanxian interjected and answered on his behalf. Yes, he was indeed responsible for all those antics. Turning to Qian with seriousness, he continued, So, Qian, this is the true Jiang Mo. Do not delude yourself into thinking he is a deity, nor should you idolize him blindly. Only with a clearer understanding of each other can our teamwork flow more smoothly. I haven't had the right opportunity to disclose this to you, but now that you've asked, as your teammate, you deserve to know the unvarnished truth. It was over. Jiang Mo realized that there was no way to fabricate a convincing story now. He bore no resentment towards Nanxian, for deep down, he believed that Nanxian was acting rightly. In a team where everyone is candid with one another, it is undoubtedly the ideal scenario. However, he felt a twinge of disappointment. How could his facade of greatness, which he had only maintained for a brief period, be so easily shattered? It was utterly unsatisfying, and now he was left with a lingering sense of awkwardness. He hesitantly attempted to explain, Qian, it wasn't my intention. Yet, before he could finish his words, Qian interrupted him, exclaiming, Wow, Brother Jiang, are you truly that remarkable? Have you really consumed bamboo leaf green? And poisonous mushrooms? I know about those. People around me experienced them when I was young. They are all gone. How did you manage it? You must tell me. You are incredible. Truly. Chapter 30. The Convergence of Three Flowers, Nanxian. She felt utterly disheartened. She had assumed that by revealing the truth to Qian about Jiang Mo, the girl would remove her rose-tinted glasses and interact with him normally. However, to her astonishment, after hearing about Jiang Mo's outrageous exploits, Qian seemed to admire him even more. Is this reasonable? Jiang Mo himself was bewildered. Qian, I actually lack the wilderness survival skills you possess. I can't do any of those things. He had pretended earlier. Before he could finish, Qian interrupted, No, no, no. Yang Yi. Having those skills is insignificant compared to your actions. My abilities pale in comparison. You are truly so cool and impressive. Please, share your thoughts and how you accomplished all of this. It was not difficult to understand. Due to her upbringing, Qian had always been obedient and sensible, which fostered within her a deep admiration for those who dared to defy conventions. These were the very things she had longed to do since childhood, yet had never had the courage to attempt. If she had previously looked up to Jiang Mo, now her admiration had blossomed into full-blown reverence. In contrast to Jiang Mo and Nanxian, the most affected were the viewers in the live stream. LV20AA, Salva, wait, is this right? LV11A Dong, what's going on with you, girl? LV32 Villainous Kitten, oh no, it seems we've just given this guy a boost. LV6JKL, this is outrageous. Oh, I'm gonna explode. LV20AA Anan, Jiang Mo, I can't believe your luck. LV16 Grey Wolf, good. Is your fortune really that strong? Do you have a faithful connection? LV16 Solitude, this is unacceptable. I can't find a reason to criticize this guy. LV39 Almost Handsome, why does this scoundrel deserve the admiration of a girl? LV33 Northwest Dog, I just can't comprehend it. LV11 Angry Old Horse, brothers, I swear it's not my fault. This girl certainly doesn't follow the norm. How do we navigate this? Seeing Qian genuinely intrigued by him, Jiang Mo decided to explain everything at once. Essentially, he knew nothing yet had participated in the show, driven by an obsession for the grand prize of 100 million. He was determined to secure it, and in the process of survival, had been compelled by hunger to engage in those absurd actions. Why was he still alive? Jiang Mo's explanation was straightforward and blunt. Pure resilience. After he finished speaking, Qian's mouth fell open in astonishment. For only by hearing Jiang Mo recount his experiences could she truly grasp the situation and its intricacies. Jiang Mo's recent experiences had been tumultuous, and his embellished narration left Qian utterly captivated. Jianggu, I understand now. Is your resilience due to the fact that your family has practiced fortune-telling for 3 generations? And you yourself possess those abilities, suggesting you have profound skills? Is it the legendary convergence of 3 flowers? Jiang Mo's features were contorted, and he questioned the girl. Are you truly serious about what you're saying? The notion of 3 flowers gathering at the crown, was he genuinely regarded as a master of the Tao? Just days prior, he had claimed that his family had been fortune-tellers for 3 generations, a mere excuse conjured on a whim. This idea had originated from a friend of theirs. Who would have thought the girl would close the logical loop so effortlessly? If this momentum continued, it would indeed devolve into the realm of metaphysics. While she was still not too deeply ensnared, it was imperative to redirect her thoughts. Qian, in this modern age, one must embrace science. Fortune-telling is nothing but a charade. My ability to navigate through numerous challenges is solely due to sheer luck. As for the notion of one's fate being rigid, it is merely an adjective. Do you understand adjectives? They do not represent an actual existence. Jiang Mo earnestly implored her, believing this could realign Qian's perspective. However, Qian merely cast him a glance, remaining silent. The look in her eyes struck Jiang Mo as unsettling. It seemed to convey, rest assured. I comprehend. I want to disclose this. Never mind. Jiang Mo realized that correcting her beliefs would not be an immediate task. Yet, upon reflection, Qian's reasoning was, in fact, quite applicable. Otherwise, explaining his various absurd actions would be exceedingly cumbersome. Why not attribute everything to metaphysics? It all suddenly made sense. Nanxian, standing to the side, shook her head in resignation, wondering what was happening. Coming from a police academy background, she could never subscribe to the ideas of metaphysics and remained steadfastly rational. Since they were a team, it was essential to delineate roles. Only through such division could harmony endure in the team. Otherwise, conflict was inevitable. Having formed this team for a day, it was time to discuss what each could contribute. thereby clarifying roles and ensuring smoother challenges. Nanxian spoke methodically. I'll go first. I possess practical skills and can lend a hand in various tasks. However, I am somewhat lacking in sourcing food. Seeing Nanxian's earnestness, Qian responded seriously. I can take charge of food procurement. With a bit of luck, we shall not face shortages. However, the wilderness holds too many uncertainties. If we were to run out of supplies for even a day or two, our situation would become precarious. Thus, we must devise a strategy to stockpile provisions and locate stored food. After their analysis, Jiang Mo found their reasoning quite sound. It is well known that the three essentials for survival in the wild are food, water, and shelter. Freshwater resources here are relatively abundant, so we can bypass that aspect. The food situation leaves him at a loss, but as for shelter, he felt confident in that regard. While I may not excel in food procurement, I can construct a solid shelter. We need a reliable abode for our time here. Having a secure place will significantly aid our endeavors. Jiang Mo's assertions are not without merit. Indeed, having a reliable shelter in the wilderness significantly benefits the team. However, a pressing question arises. Can Jiang Mo construct such a dwelling? Moreover, he is not merely referring to a temporary refuge, but rather a long-term residence, which presents an entirely different level of complexity. Can Jiang Mo truly handle such a formidable task? It is no wonder that doubts linger. After all, throughout his extensive wilderness survival experience, he has only slept under the open sky. That fateful night of heavy rain, he was even swept away by the deluge. If he possessed the skills to build a shelter, would such misfortunes have befallen him? Nanxian expressed some skepticism. Are you certain of your abilities? Qian, standing nearby, voiced her concerns as well. Jiangge, if you truly cannot manage it, it is perfectly acceptable, as long as you join us on our daily excursions. I assure you will not go hungry. Furthermore, should you struggle with the shelter, we are more than willing to assist you. Chapter 31. This pure white Jiang Mo comprehended the reactions of the two individuals, considering his past reckless behaviors. It was indeed difficult for anyone to believe he would construct a shelter. Originally, he would not have been capable of such a task. However, the system had graciously bestowed upon him master-level carpentry skills. Equipped with this newfound ability, he now intended to create a genuine wilderness abode, rather than a mere temporary dwelling supported by waterproof tarps. After all, they were to reside here for an extended period, and establishing a reliable shelter was of utmost importance. There's no need for assistance, Jiang Mo proclaimed. All you need to do is wait a while, and you will witness my creation. Upon hearing this, the two women fell silent, and the initial division of responsibilities for the team meeting was now settled. Jiang Mo would be in charge of constructing the team's shelter, while Qian and Nanxian would venture out to forage for food. In a live broadcast room, the viewers finally found an opportunity. Initially, they had lost hope in thwarting his potential relationship with Qian, as all of Jiang Mo's past misdeeds had been exposed, leaving him without any cards to play. Yet now, he had voluntarily taken on the task of building the team's shelter. The question lingered, however, did Jiang Mo possess the necessary skills? Wasn't he this merely providing them with an opportunity? LV-16 Grey Wolf. Jiangge building a shelter? Isn't this just providing some entertainment for the brothers? Ha ha ha. LV-16 Solitary. Good. This is something you've brought upon yourself. LV-39 Almost Handsome. Damn. After searching high and low, the chances come effortlessly. Good brother, this opportunity is yours, so don't blame us for being ruthless. LV-33 A Dog from the Northwest. After this, I refuse to believe Qian will still hold him in such high regard. LV-11 Irritable Old Horse. Exactly. Jiangge has such a kind heart. This is a self-sacrifice to force the girl to face reality. With this, even the less Han giant Buddha would descend, and I, Jiangge, would take a seat upon it. LV-32 Villainous Kitten. Awesome. After this, Qian will surely come to her senses. Then we can all compete fairly to see who can win her heart. LV-24 Anan. Confused, Jiangge. At this moment, the production team's camera had conveniently focused on Jiang Mo. Upon hearing his intention to construct a shelter, The expressions of everyone present were remarkably uniform, filled with question marks. Subsequently, the staff began to discuss among themselves. What is Jiang Mo attempting to do now? He can build a shelter? Oh dear, I genuinely want to laugh. If he possessed even a modicum of skill, could he have been swept away by the flood? Lying on banana leaves daily, and now he claims to be a master of shelter construction? Please, does he think this is a film? The studio host, Yu Jia, found himself momentarily speechless, primarily due to Jiang Mo's antics. Everyone was acutely aware of his capabilities, and Jiang Mo continued to surprise them. Was he truly planning to challenge himself this time? We all recognize that constructing a reliable shelter in the wilderness is no easy feat. Moreover, what he needs to construct is a team shelter, which adds to the difficulty. Regarding Jiang Mo's actions, what are your thoughts, Elder Chun and Elder Huang? Although Elder Chun was somewhat astonished by Jiang Mo's resilience, it is difficult to alter one's personal aversions. Prejudices within the human heart are like an insurmountable mountain. In his view, Jiang Mo is merely an unskilled individual with dubious intentions. To me, his endeavor to build a shelter is quite comprehensible. He is merely evading. Evading? Host Yu Jia inquired, somewhat bewildered. Elder Chun, could you elaborate on what Jiang Mo is trying to escape from? Elder Chun wore an expression as if he had already seen through everything. He is evading the search for food. We all know he lacks any outdoor survival skills. Now that the team is dividing tasks for the first time, only the construction of a shelter allows for some leeway, even if he fails to construct it. In the first couple of days, one cannot say much, as this requires a process. However, searching for food is a different matter. If they cannot find food in a day, their survival will face tremendous challenges. At that point, his ulterior motives will be exposed. After Elder Chin spoke, Elder Huang nodded in agreement. Even if we do not speculate on his true thoughts, it is evident to me that Jiang Mo lacks the capability to build a team shelter. His various actions in the early stages have been witnessed by all. He can certainly be regarded as a black hole in wilderness survival. The only reason he has persevered until now is due to sheer luck. Therefore, I firmly believe that his attempt to construct a shelter will inevitably end in failure. Upon hearing the two guests, netizens in the live broadcast room began to flood the screen with comments. I support what the two guests have said. I have never encountered a wilderness survival contestant like him. I too believe that based on Jiang Mo's previous performances, his aspiration to build a team dwelling is akin to a pipe dream. If you say he could manage a simple temporary shelter, I might believe it, but constructing a team dwelling is out of the question. I wonder what has possessed this fellow. He cannot seem to settle down for even a day. At this rate, the team will likely disband within a few days. Who would want to collaborate with him under such circumstances? No doubt about it. In the wild, what is elegantly termed as teamwork is, bluntly speaking, mutual exploitation. If you offer no value to the team and only take advantage of others, who would continue to support you? Should he find himself separated from the team? Given his abilities, he would likely be eliminated within a couple of days. I truly do not understand why so many people enjoy watching him. It baffles me. How much longer can his luck hold out? They must endure in the wild for 120 days. As for the prevalent skepticism surrounding him, Jiang Mo is aware of it. However, this time is different. He now possesses master-level carpentry skills. Constructing a team dwelling is not a significant challenge. Without hesitation, he decided to begin by cutting down trees, which would serve as his building materials. Fortunately, when I participated in the program, I brought along an axe, which I initially thought would be of little use. However, this time it proved invaluable. He discovered a small grove and, seizing the axe, commenced his laborious task of chopping. After an arduous afternoon of toil, he had managed to fell only a dozen trees, leaving him utterly exhausted. His palms were bloodied from the axe handle, and his entire grip throbbed with pain. Yet, the quantity of trees he had felled was far from sufficient. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, it became impractical to continue his efforts. Upon returning to the campsite, he found the two women had prepared dinner. Upon seeing him, Qian Qian excitedly greeted, "Jiangge, you're back. We've been waiting for you for quite a while." Chapter 32, Jiang Mo, the Soft Rice Man. This evening's dinner was not particularly lavish. The two women had only managed to gather some cashews and chicken mushrooms during their outing. After all, trapping small animals relies significantly on luck, and one cannot always expect to catch prey. Nevertheless, in the wilderness, having something to satiate hunger is quite commendable. Before the fire, Nanxian munched on cashews while recounting the day's events. Today, Qian and I set up some traps. I wonder what our haul will be tomorrow. By the way, how is your progress? Not too bad, Jiang Mo replied. I intend to construct a wooden cabin, so I require a substantial amount of timber. I spent the entire day felling trees and nearly exhausted myself. A wooden cabin? Nanxian exclaimed, her face a mask of disbelief. That is no simple shelter you're attempting to build. Constructing a wooden cabin demands a profound understanding of structure and numerous auxiliary components. Are you certain? Absolutely, Jiang Mo insisted. But how will you secure it? Nanxian questioned, her eyes narrowing inquisitively. Are you familiar with mortise and tenon joints? Jiang Mo declared, confident in his masterful carpentry skills. In ancient times, houses were constructed without nails, relying solely on this traditional technique. While erecting a structure akin to ancient architecture in the wild poses challenges, creating a simpler version is certainly within reach. Currently, the most daunting task is procuring the wooden planks, which is time-consuming. Hence, Jiang Mo decided to forego that aspect. He merely needs to secure the framework with several larger logs, while smaller round logs can fill in the gaps. Any crevices can be sealed with hay and clay, effectively addressing concerns about drafts. As for the roof, either bark or grass can provide waterproofing, and for added assurance, a layer of waterproof fabric from the two women can be laid over it, ensuring stability. You know how to use mortise and tenon joints? You're not exaggerating, are you? Nanxian inquired, aware of the technique as complexity. Such joints are employed in purely handcrafted furniture, which exhibits no metal components. The difficulty is considerable, and only traditional craftsmen from rural areas and skilled carpenters in factories are typically adept at it. Could Jiang Mo truly possess such skills? Given his usual demeanor, Nanxian found it challenging to associate him with the intricacies of mortise and tenon construction. Understanding her skepticism, Jiang Mo replied, "There's no point in arguing now. You'll find out whether I'm exaggerating soon enough." Humph. Observing Jiang Mo's cocky demeanor, Nanxian scoffed, "If you truly can't manage, there's no need to force it. We want to think less of you." At that moment, Qian chimed in, "Brother Jiang, I believe in you, but please, don't feel pressured. In my eyes, you're already the coolest, regardless of how it turns out." Jiang Mo smiled and said, "Oh dear, it seems you both still doubt me. But fear not, when I unveil it, you will undoubtedly be astonished. I believe in you." Qian spoke up, "If you require assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me and Sister Nanxian, for we shall be living together soon enough." At this, Nanxian nodded in agreement. Although she did not fully grasp the extent of his intentions, she reassured him that should there be any need, he simply had to inform them. Observing the camaraderie between the two women warmed Jiang Mo's heart. What merit did he possess to be graced with such remarkable companions? His fervent hope was that this troublesome system would bestow upon him some practical skills, enabling him to lead a fulfilling life with these two sisters during the forthcoming wilderness challenge. After dinner, Qian and Nanxian retreated to the shelter to rest. Exhausted from a day of chopping wood, Jiang Mo sprawled out on a banana leaf and soon succumbed to slumber. In the fan group for Kunkin, the supporters engaged in fervent discussions regarding the team formations. In their eyes, Kunkin was undoubtedly the foremost contender, and only Kunkin's team was deemed worthy of claiming the weekly team championship. The other teams were dismissed entirely, considered to be of a lower caliber. However, disparaging others was their favorite pastime. Only by portraying others as inept could they truly highlight Kunkin's prowess. Among the various teams, only Jiang Mo's and Kunkin's had the same composition, 2 women and 1 man. The prior incident where Jiang Mo had usurped much of Kunkin's trending searches had incited considerable discontent among the fans. Following the formation of the teams, the performance and contributions of the 2 individuals were starkly contrasted, and seizing upon this opportunity, they felt compelled to criticize Jiang Mo group. Leader Li Tunten announced, "Sisters, since our teams were formed 2 days ago, Our brother has been tirelessly foraging for food alongside his female teammates and even assisted in reinforcing the shelter. His performance undeniably exemplifies leadership. And what of Jiang Mo? He has never participated in any foraging endeavors, merely a typical freeloader. It is truly disheartening to behold. After this message was disseminated, it incited a wave of fervent discussion in the group. Tunton is absolutely correct. Jiang Mo relies entirely on women. What use is he? A grown man? Indeed, this kind of gigolo is exceedingly off-putting. I cannot fathom what those two women see in him. With his looks, how dare he claim the title of gigolo? Our brother surpasses him 1,000-fold in charm. Why does such a person attract so many followers? Likely a crowd of losers. I detest freeloaders, and I have grown to despise Jiang Mo. Seeing that the sentiments of the sisters in the group aligned with her own, Tunton proposed a plan. Sisters, this Jiang Mo has stolen the limelight from our brother and now lives off the efforts of our female compatriots. We must take to the internet to address this matter. The message resonated and support poured in. Tunton, we stand by you. Exactly. A man like Jiang Mo must be made to regret his actions. I shall ensure the world knows that only our brother is the best. Simply instruct me on how to proceed, dear sister Tunton, and I shall provide the financial means to enlist support. I can even liquidate my health insurance card for additional funds. I can request my boyfriend to send me red envelopes, ensuring ample resources at my disposal. Sister Tunton, devise a plan, and we shall follow your lead without hesitation. In the stillness of the night, the contentious figure of Jiang Mo once again surged to the forefront of trending discussions. Jiang Mo, the most disappointing male in conquering the wilderness. Disgusting. Jiang Mo is but a man living off others. Jiang Mo, what justifies his continuance among the vampire team? Jiang Mo, a parasitic approach to survival in the wilderness. Jiang Mo, exit the program forthwith. A series of 4 trending topics emerged, each laden with fervent and vehement language. Chapter 33. The Team of Jiang Mo. A collective null contribution, it must be said that the fanbase of Kuin exhibits formidable combativeness. In just a few hours, the situation escalated to a level of notoriety across the internet. The opinions of netizens regarding these trending discussions can be categorized into 3 distinct groups. One faction supports the young women involved, another consists of Jiang Mo's loyal supporters, and the final group merely observes the spectacle for entertainment. To be candid, Jiang Mo's actions have indeed deserved criticism. These past couple of days, I was utterly exasperated watching a particular program. That Xian is truly na-ve. Why should she share the food she procured on her own with Jiang Mo? If it were me, I would have left even a drop of soup for him. A grown man expecting a woman to forage for food. How shameless. The production team is quite amusing. Why did they not expel such a parasite when establishing the team rules? Moreover, that Nen Xian, having clearly seen through Jiang Mo's excuses to evade the task of foraging, why did he not confront him? Was he perhaps intimidated? Viewed in this light, Kuin actually comes across as quite the gentleman. As an impartial observer, based solely on the performances within the show, Jiang Mo is indeed unworthy of even carrying Kuin's shoes. Amidst the overwhelming chorus of condemnation, Jiang Mo's supporters refuse to be outdone. Do you truly understand anything? My brother Jiang does not shy away from foraging. He is merely considering the safety of his teammates, for the food he consumes is beyond what most can tolerate. Furthermore, does my brother need to rely on others for sustenance? It's laughable. He could endure without eating. Who does he look down upon? In the wilderness, anything edible is fair game for him. Do you honestly believe that my brother cannot survive without female companionship? Such comments, while present, constitute a mere minority. Moreover, Jiang Mo's supporters increasingly lack confidence. It seems their attempts at defense only worsen the situation. The primary issue is that Jiang Mo's only redeeming quality appears to be his resilience. He possesses no other noteworthy skills. His loyal friends wish to assist. Yet the reality is that Jiang Mo has never once demonstrated any substantial expertise, and since the formation of the team, his contributions have been virtually non-existent. With his firepower inherently inferior and his confidence waning, the voices of rebuttal have all but faded away. The discussions circulating online have certainly not escaped the notice of the production team. However, they typically refrain from intervening in such commentary, allowing the situation to unfold based on how the contestants manage it themselves. While they do not interfere with these topics, it does not preclude them from engaging in discussion. They shared links to these trending topics in the production group's chat, along with their own insights. Operator, for those awake, take a look. Jiang Mo is trending again. Director, I've seen it too. I must commend my brother Jiang. He has a firm grasp on the dynamics of viewer engagement, whether it be positive or negative attention. Stage manager, to be frank, while some netizen remarks may be overly harsh, they do articulate a truth. Since Jiang Mo formed his team, he has indeed contributed nothing of value. Director, Jiang Mo is known for his unconventional approach. While his solitary endeavors in the wild may not pose significant issues and can even enhance the show's appeal, his performance as part of a team undeniably leaves much to be desired. Yujia, I believe we should refrain from hastily drawing conclusions. Every action of Jiang Mo deserves scrutiny. Until the dust settles, we cannot ascertain the final outcome. Let us allow events to unfold further. Producer, I concur with Yujia's sentiments. Since we have established our rules, the individual trajectories of the contestants are beyond our concern. If Jiang Mo fails to demonstrate his contributions to the team, he will inevitably face criticism. Conversely, should he prove his worth, his popularity will undoubtedly soar to new heights. Jiang Mo's personal livestream. Although he slumbers soundly, his viewers remain wide awake. LV20AA Salva, damn it, this kid just sleeps while we're all losing our minds. LV11A Dong. Honestly, I'm about to explode. It's clear this is the result of his die-hard fans leading the narrative. LV32 Villainous Cat. I primarily wanted to counter, only to realize I seem to have become an accomplice. Jianggu certainly brings entertainment, but his survival skills are indeed lacking. LV6JKL. My good brother. Wilderness survival relies purely on luck. Expecting him to handle technical tasks is absurd. ISNT it? LV20AA Anan. I agree. This truly puts Jianggu in a difficult position. LV16 Grey Wolf. It's frustrating, brothers. Really, Jianggu is disappointing. I can't even find a point to argue. LV16 Solitude. The opposition has indeed found our Achilles heel, holding us firmly in their grasp. LV39 Almost Handsome. This is more painful than death. That rascal is sleeping soundly. LV33 Northwest Dog Sigh. LV11 Irritable Old Horse Sigh. The viewers expressed their collective disappointment, clearly disheartened by the situation. There is no denying that, in terms of team contribution, Jiang Mo pales in comparison to Kuan. While accusations of him living off others may not be entirely unfounded, it is infuriating because they know Jiang Mo is not that type of person. He simply struggles in a team context. But does this matter? Using these reasons to counter others will only serve to amplify the ridicule. As dawn broke, Jiang Mo awoke from his slumber, completely unaware of the online criticisms directed at him the previous night. His singular focus was on hastily constructing a shelter, so he no longer had to sleep outdoors every night, thereby contributing to the team. Eager to expedite progress and showcase his work, he departed to chop wood without bidding farewell to the two women. By the time Nan Xian and Qian Qian rose, it was already around 10 in the morning. Not seeing Jiang Mo, they were not surprised, as they too were preparing to head out. Sister Nan Xian, let us first inspect the traps we set yesterday to see if we have caught any small creatures. If they are all empty, we shall search elsewhere. After Qian Qian spoke, Nan Xian nodded in agreement and said, let us proceed. Qian Qian selected her tools for the venture, a coil of reinforced PE line, a lighter, and a pot. The PE line was of utmost significance to her, as it was exceptionally effective for setting traps, allowing her to maximize her outdoor skills. After traversing a considerable distance, they were nearing the conclusion of their trap inspection. Unfortunately, their efforts had yielded nothing. Now only one trap remained, and if it too was devoid of any catch, they would have to subsist on some plants for the day. As the two women approached the final trap, they were suddenly met with the sound of howling. Qian Qian recognized it all too well. It was a wild boar. Sister Nan Xian, we cannot proceed any further. This creature is quite perilous, and my PE line will not ensnare it. Qian felt a pang of regret. Had she chosen a thicker steel wire, the wild boar would surely have been captured. If they had confined it for 2 or 3 days, it would have perished, providing them with ample sustenance for a time. Alas, with the reinforced PE line they were currently using, they could at most injure the boar. It was merely a matter of time before it escaped. Chapter 34. Seize the opportunity to part ways in the studio. The camera now focuses on Nanxian and Qian. Yujia remarks, "It seems that the 2 female contestants from Jiang Mo's team have struck gold today. Their luck is indeed remarkable. This Qian is truly a hidden gem." The director, fully aware of the situation, swiftly directs the camera towards the wild boar, which is now ensnared by the PE line around one of its legs. The more the boar struggles, the tighter the line becomes. Old Chen comments, "Although Jiang Mo is quite inept, his 2 teammates are commendable, especially Qian, whose trapping skills are exceptionally refined. However, this trap will not contain the wild boar. The strength of the PE line is decent, yet it still falls short against such a large creature. The only reason this boar remains trapped is due to the line embedding itself in its leg, causing it pain. Once the boar goes wild, it will undoubtedly break free in no time." Old Huang nods in agreement, lamenting what a pity. If Qian could successfully hunt this wild boar, she would undoubtedly be a standout participant in our show, and as a female contestant, no less. In stark contrast, her teammate Jiang Mo is just yesterday. The entire internet was abuzz with claims that he is living off the efforts of others. Now, seeing Qian nearly hunt a wild boar, the disdain for Jiang Mo has only intensified. Can't he be of any use? His teammates are toiling away, while he simply idles about, chopping trees. Qian's potential had previously gone unnoticed. Had she been on a different team, I would have had high hopes for her. I concede that she possesses talent, yet her intellect seems lacking, and she is regrettably paired with Jiang Mo. If she had a more capable partner, perhaps they could have secured that wild boar. She was so close to achieving greatness, yet fate had other plans. My initial indifference towards Jiang Mo has now transformed into genuine disdain. Who would appreciate someone who lives off the efforts of their teammates? Meanwhile, the production team observes the unfolding situation with a sense of regret. Had Qian succeeded in her hunt, she would have undoubtedly become a sensational topic of discussion. The stark contrast of such a petite figure successfully hunting a massive wild boar would have been immensely impactful. Moreover, this would mark the first instance since the show commenced that a contestant could claim such a large prey. The director exclaims, "What a shame. If only Qian had opted for a steel wire, the wild boar would have surely been captured." The operations manager adds, "If they could secure the catch, a little finesse could elevate the show's popularity to new heights." The cameraman muses, "That wild boar must weigh nearly 300 pounds. This PE line won't hold it for long." The director, feeling a pang of helplessness, remarks, "It's truly frustrating to see the meat so tantalizingly close yet remain just out of reach." In the jungle, Nanxian, undeterred, exhibited the audacity befitting a graduate of the police academy. The prospect of the quarry lay tantalizingly close, and to relinquish the opportunity felt like a profound loss. Qian, let us draw closer for a glimpse. Should the chance arise, I wish to seize it. Sister, wild boars are indeed perilous. My line cannot contain them. I dare not approach rashly, for provoking a wild boar would lead to dire consequences, Qian cautioned. We shall merely take a closer look, Nanxian implored with fervor. If we perceive an opportunity, we shall attempt it. If not, we will retreat quietly. What do you say? Qian felt a flicker of temptation. Capturing a wild boar would ensure their sustenance for at least half a month. Yet, past experiences warned her against such proximity at this juncture. However, Nanxian's persistent persuasion began to erode her resolve. Very well, we shall take a look, but let us proceed with utmost caution. With that, the 2 women stealthily advanced towards the wild boar, their steps light and deliberate. At last, as they concealed themselves behind a large tree, they beheld the creature clearly. It was a wild boar, weighing approximately 300 pounds, its muscular frame adorned with deep gray bristles that cascaded down its back. Most striking were its long, sharp tusks. In that moment, Nan Xian's fleeting hope extinguished. The boar was far too formidable, and even with 10 of their kind, they would stand no chance. A mere charge from the beast would send them to their demise. She gently tapped Qian and signaled for a retreat, and the two quietly withdrew. Their faces were etched with disappointment, acutely aware of the enormous prey that eluded them, a poignant illustration of their helplessness. Despite their dissatisfaction, reason ultimately triumphed over impulse. In the studio, the host Yu Jia felt a twinge of discomfort upon witnessing their forlorn expressions. What a pity! For Nan Xian and Qian. This was undeniably a significant blow. Only by placing ourselves in their shoes can we truly grasp the depths of their emotions. Elder Huang remarked objectively, "We cannot fault Jiang Mo. Any other male contestant would likely find themselves equally helpless." Yet, observing the disheartened demeanor of these two women, coupled with their despondent spirits, I cannot help but feel Jiang Mo is unworthy of remaining in this team. Elder Chun concurred. Indeed, the online sentiments are not without basis. To put it bluntly, Jiang Mo is merely leeching off his teammates, while Huang was correct that the blame could not rest solely on Jiang Mo. It became evident that he contributed nothing to the team's efforts. Many recognized the impossibility of certain tasks, yet they maintain the illusion that with sufficient effort, success is attainable. When failure occurs, they attribute the shortcomings to the weakest link as a form of solace. Undoubtedly, Jiang Mo represents that weak link. The online discourse surrounding him has grown increasingly fervent. Frankly speaking, I genuinely empathize with Jiang Mo's two teammates. There is no alternative. They have fallen victim to Jiang Mo's shortcomings, and they are simply unfortunate. This segment truly incensed me. Had Jiang Mo displayed even a modicum of competence, the circumstances might have been entirely different. Primarily, observe the expressions of Nan Xian and Qian. They exude a profound sense of desolation. The mere thought of Jiang Mo's demeanor ignites a desire within me to deliver a decisive blow. Indeed, a man reliant on others is merely that, unworthy of expectation. It is high time to disband. Do not allow Jiang Mo to continue being a burden. I share this sentiment. The two of you as a duo would suffice. So why include Jiang Mo, that parasite? Such comments abound, and this peculiar sentiment has begun to spread like wildfire. Even Jiang Mo's supporters seem to be swayed by this prevailing mood, momentarily silenced and hesitant to voice any rebuttal. Chapter 35. Another show? Jiang Mo had been tirelessly chopping trees all morning, and now he felt both exhausted and famished. With the sun high overhead, it was evident that mealtime had arrived. He set down his tools and made his way back to the camp, his thoughts consumed by what culinary delights might await him, as his hunger had become quite pronounced due to his exertions. Upon returning to the camp, he found the two women resting under a large tree, though their spirits appeared rather low. "What are we having for lunch?" "I'm quite hungry," he inquired. "There's nothing to eat," Nan Xian replied. "We couldn't find any food, and I lack the mood to eat." "Sorry, Yang Yi. You might have to go hungry this noon," Qian added apologetically, feeling somewhat guilty. Witnessing this scene infuriated many online viewers. "Wait, how dare he come back demanding food? What audacity!" Another commenter exclaimed. "Is Qian out of her mind? Why is she apologizing to him? Someone like Jiang Mo deserves to starve." The two women indeed possessed remarkably good temperaments, not resorting to harsh words. How could he shamelessly ask what was for lunch, as if it were a given? Even a dog would shake its head at Jiang Mo. He truly was a burden. Seeing these comments, even those who had previously supported Jiang Mo remained silent. Indeed, given the current circumstances, it was challenging to defend him. Old Chin remarked, "Jiang Mo has gone too far. Although there was a division of labor at the onset of the team, he cannot so presumptuously demand food from his teammates when they themselves haven't eaten." Old Huang sighed, alas. This team likely won't last more than 2 days before disbanding. Unbeknownst to Jiang Mo, the events of the morning had been rather disheartening for the two women. Yet, in terms of fatigue, he had undoubtedly exerted himself far more than they had. Observing their demeanor, he set aside his own hunger and inquired with genuine concern, "Have you encountered some trouble?" Nan Xian sighed deeply, remaining silent. Her emotions were evidently still affected. Well, I ensnared a wild boar with a PE line. Qian patiently explained to Jiang Mo. The boar was too large. It could only be temporarily trapped. Sister Nanxian and I intended to give it a try, but we soon realized it was utterly impossible. After speaking, Qian lowered her head, feeling somewhat defeated and struggling to regain her composure. What did you say? A wild boar? Where is it? Jiang Mo pressed, his voice rising with each question, his excitement palpable. This was no joke. He felt as if fortune had finally smiled upon him. Damn, since the start of this program, I've never felt as confident as I do now. As a seasoned hunter, I finally have an opportunity to showcase my skills. The two women were taken aback by Jiang Mo's reaction, bewildered by his sudden fervor. Where is it? What is the matter? Do you have a way to handle a 300-pound wild boar? Nanxian asked. How do you know I don't? Jiang Mo retorted. Come on, I'm not in a mood for jokes right now. Upon hearing this response, Jiang Mo was able to comprehend the gravity of the situation. After all, a massive wild boar weighing over 300 pounds was indeed quite intimidating. Who could believe he could subdue such a beast? Even he himself lacked complete confidence. Nevertheless, with this opportunity laid before him, he felt compelled to give it a try. I am not jesting, Jiang Mo declared earnestly. Quickly tell me where it is. If we wait any longer, the wild boar may flee, and we will miss our chance. Observing his serious demeanor, Nanxian hastily interjected, What are you planning to do? That creature is not like the usual antics you engage in. It can genuinely endanger your life. Do not act impulsively. Nanxian understood Jiang Mo well. His stubbornness could lead him into peril without him realizing it. Rest assured, I have confidence, Jiang Mo urged. Hurry, do not dawdle. The opportunity will soon be lost. I'll take you there. Though she recognized the impracticality of the situation, Qian viewed Jiang Mo through the lens of unwavering belief, subconsciously convinced that he could accomplish anything. Wait for me. I need to prepare something. Jiang Mo could not possibly go unarmed. A wild boar of such size was no trifling matter, and a single misstep could have grave consequences. He swiftly chopped a tree branch, roughly the thickness of his wrist, sharpening one end to fashion a makeshift spear. After confirming its sturdiness by testing it in the ground, he declared, Lead the way. In addition to the spear, Jiang Mo also took a knife, knowing it would be essential when it came time to use the oil. Although Nanxian felt Jiang Mo was somewhat unreliable, she ultimately decided to join the expedition. Throughout their journey, she persistently cautioned him, Please do not act recklessly. Be adaptable to the circumstances, and do not take unnecessary risks. Safety first. Safety first. Safety first. The importance of her message warranted repetition. Jiang Mo nodded, understanding that Nanxian was genuinely concerned for his well-being. All right. However, he had already devised a plan in his mind, unwilling to concede easily. If he could successfully capture the wild boar, their lives would be considerably more comfortable for a long while, thus contributing meaningfully to the team. In the production team, witnessing the situation with Jiang Mo's team, several members could not help but engage in discussion. The director remarked, Do you think Jiang Mo is truly going to confront the wild boar? The operator replied, I certainly do not believe it. That wild boar, as you all witnessed, weighs nearly 300 pounds. This is no laughing matter. The cameraman added, It's precarious. Once Jiang Mo sees it, he will likely reconsider. Confronting a wild boar in the wild requires immense courage. I certainly would not dare. The director of broadcasting commented, It is difficult to draw conclusions at this moment. From what I know of Jiang Mo, he is not one to engage in theatrics. He likely has a genuine desire to succeed, but whether he can accomplish it is another question entirely. The director responded, Though it seems improbable, should he manage to capture it, this would undoubtedly generate a tremendous buzz. In the broadcasting studio, the atmosphere of conversation here is far from the harmonious ambience behind the scenes of the production team. Both Mr. Chun and Mr. Huang harbor significant reservations about Jiang Mo, Mr. Chun remarked. Jiang Mo continues to relish in attracting attention, yet this time is markedly different. His previous antics could be attributed to sheer audacity, but now he is grappling with a wild boar, a challenge that is immediately apparent in its severity. I suspect that upon arrival, he will surely reconsider his approach. Mr. Huang nodded in agreement, stating, at such a critical juncture, he persists in performing for show. Attempting to gain followers through such tactics is indeed rather disgraceful. If only he could redirect such thoughts towards supporting his team, he might alleviate some of their burdens. Engaging in these superficial antics for mere attention is truly beneath him. Chapter 36. Such ferocity? Soon, Jiang Mo, accompanied by the two women, arrived near their destination. At this moment, he could distinctly hear the anguished cries of the wild boar, prompting the group to come to a halt. You two stay put and do not move. No matter what happens, he instructed firmly. The two women nodded in agreement. Qian added, Jiang, please be careful. If it becomes too risky, retreat. Nanxian echoed her sentiment, advising, we can always find more food. Remember, safety comes first. Jiang Mo nodded and stealthily proceeded forward, intent on approaching the wild boar from behind to assess the situation before making further plans. Concealed behind a large tree, Qian and Nanxian's hearts raced with anxiety. Gradually, Jiang Mo drew nearer, halting approximately 5 meters from boar. At this point, he discerned the situation clearly. The wild boar remained ensnared due to its legs being trapped. Although Qian had used PE line, it had wrapped around several times, embedding itself painfully into the boar's flesh, causing blood to pool beneath it. In its agony, the boar lay still, not yet fully enraged. Once it reached that state, even with broken legs, it would struggle fiercely to escape. Jiang Mo rationally analyzed the predicament. Attempting to kill the wild boar directly with a wooden spear was impractical, necessitating a clever approach. The optimal strategy involved using the spear to target the boar's eyes before closing in with a knife to finish the confrontation. Despite his previous experience in dealing with wild boars, his heart raced with trepidation as the current circumstances were entirely different. In the past, he had numerous allies to assist him and tools far superior to what he had now. However, there was no room for retreat in this situation. Years of experience had not only provided him with ample knowledge, but it also instilled in him formidable courage. After taking a moment to steady his breathing, he gripped the spear tightly, rising to advance cautiously towards the wild boar, ready to engage in a desperate struggle. Nanxian and Qian, witnessing this scene, clasped their hands tightly together, their palms slick with cold sweat. In the production team, director, no. Is he really going in? Operator, cameraman. Director, should we call it off? This is genuinely perilous. Stage manager, we cannot stop now. It might startle the boar, making things even more dangerous. Director, so, we simply watch him proceed. Director, it seems, we have no other option. Let's hope this young man remains composed. In the broadcasting studio, host Yu Jia was equally astonished, never expecting Jiang Mo to take such a bold step. While he was aware of Jiang Mo's resilience and unconventional approach, the reality remained that he was facing a wild boar weighing 300 pounds. The danger it posed in the wild was comparable to that of a medium-sized feline predator. Regardless of the outcome, the sheer audacity to confront it head-on was a trait few possessed. I hold immense admiration for the courage exhibited by the player Jiang Mo. If I were in his position, I would falter. However, we must also acknowledge the stark realities of the situation. Evidently, his choice lacks rationality. My sole hope now is that Jiang Mo can awaken to his senses in a timely manner and abandon this endeavor. After Yu Jia finished speaking, Elder Chen shook his head beside him, firmly believing that even at this juncture, Jiang Mo would not dare to proceed. What purpose does it serve to engage in such antics at this stage? I refuse to believe he possesses the audacity to go through with it. The facade of bravado he projects will soon be met with a harsh reality. Following these remarks, netizens expressed their agreement. I too am skeptical. Does this soft-handed man truly have the courage? I wager he will not dare to proceed. It is utterly disgusting to see him still putting on a show at this point. Does he take us for fools? Does he genuinely believe that a mere display of bravado equates to the prowess of battling a wild boar? How shameless! Let be known, if he truly dares to proceed, I shall become his fan henceforth. Likewise, if he accomplishes this today, regardless of success, I shall admit my past misjudgments and apologize to him. I wish to apologize to him, but I fear he lacks the capability. Alas, spare your thoughts. Does that coward truly dare to venture forth? Who does he think he is fooling? In Jiang Mo's personal livestream, the atmosphere among the viewers was strikingly different. Brother, please, don't act impulsively. LV-16 Lonely. This is no trivial matter. This ISNTAB, if it charges at you, it could be fatal. LV-20 AA Salva, stay calm. Good brother. LV-11 8 Dong. Let us take it easy. There is no need for such extreme measures. LV-32 Villainous Cat, brother. I prefer you to just create some entertaining moments. A few gestures will suffice. Don't actually go for it. LV-24 A Nan. I know you're brave. But can you please use your head, Jianga? LV-6 JKL. I beg you. Please do not proceed. LV-22 Early Winter. Don't be foolish, all right? Jianga. In the jungle, Jiang Mo closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Upon opening them again, his face bore an expression of resolute determination. He seized the opportunity, brandished his spear, and charged towards the wild boar. This time, fortune favored him. Thud! The spear pierced accurately into the boar's eye, causing it to writhe in agony, unleashing a cacophony of primal screams that echoed through the surroundings. The wild boar thrashed violently, desperately trying to escape the trap, kicking up dirt and sending leaves and grass flying in all directions. Jiang Mo quickly retreated, maintaining a safe distance. Witnessing this scene, everyone erupted in frenzy. Director, what the hell? Operator, what the hell? In a live stream, host Yu Jia, due to the nature of his work, could not express such astonishment. Yet his eyes widened in shock, clearly taken aback. Even Elder Chun and Elder Huang were left aghast, staring in disbelief at the unfolding events. The barrage of comments surged dramatically. Wow, that is truly ferocious. 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 In the personal live broadcast room of Jiang Mo, various viewers expressed their excitement. The wild boar struggled intensely for nearly 30 seconds, caught in a precarious trap. Had it not been for the multiple bindings, it would have escaped long ago. Jiang Mo understood that there was no time to hesitate. Grasping his spear once more, he charged forward, unleashing a flurry of thrusts at the wild boar. Chapter 37. A true man, the wild boar was drenched in blood, with the only fatal injury being the stab to its eye. After a prolonged frenzy, its strength was waning, no longer exhibiting the vigorous energy it had at the start. However, one of its legs had completely escaped the trap, and several strands of the remaining PE line had snapped. If all went as expected, it would be free in approximately 5 seconds. The solitary piece of good news was that the boar was somewhat preoccupied, its attention not solely fixated on Jiang Mo. Jiang Mo recognized that he could no longer afford to delay. Time was of the essence. Internally, he wrestled with the decision of whether to close the distance. Engaging up close posed a significant risk of injury, while retreating would mean conceding defeat and fleeing. Cursing under his breath for a fleeting moment of hesitation, Jiang Mo resolved to take the plunge. In his previous life, he had admired a hefty foreign mechanic, a man weighing over 200 pounds, who excelled at ambushing his prey from the side, bringing them down, and then commencing the bloodletting. Countless times he had wished for such a highlight in his own life, yet he had always lacked the courage to attempt it. Today, circumstances had propelled him to this juncture, and he had no reason to shy away from trying. This body stood at over 180 centimeters tall and weighed around 85 kilograms, making it quite robust. Moreover, the original owner had a passion for bodybuilding, regularly engaging in hypertrophy training, which had endowed him with respectable strength. Although the system had assigned relatively low values, it was based on a max-level human. The absurdity of that reference was evident in the extraordinary resistance it conferred. Having made up his mind, Jiang Mo refrained from further hesitation. He swiftly drew the knife from behind and maneuvered to the side of the wild boar. Seizing the moment, he accelerated and launched himself forward, crashing both himself and the boar to the ground with tremendous force. Thud! The sound reverberated with an intensity far surpassing that of a WWE wrestling match. The two women concealed behind a large tree watched the visceral scene unfold, their mouths agape in astonishment. It was simply too shocking. No man could resist such a spectacle. The primal, instinctual male genes, etched into their DNA, were fully awakened in that moment. In Jiang Mo's live stream, LV16 Lonely, damn. A true man. LV20 AA Salva, damn. A true man. LV11 A Dong, damn. A true man. Production team. Director. I can't believe this. Operator. I can't believe this. Cameraman. I can't believe this. In the studio, even Yujia, despite his attempts at restraint, couldn't he help but exclaim, "My goodness, that's impressive." Meanwhile, the online comments echoed a surprising consensus. Wow. Impressive. Wow. Impressive. Wow. Impressive. After toppling the wild boar, Jiang Mo swiftly plunged his knife into its flesh. The boar, feeling the pain, thrashed wildly, but fortunately, one leg remained ensnared, preventing a complete escape. Nonetheless, the creature's strength was formidable, and Jiang Mo found himself struggling against its ferocity. However, he was acutely aware that he could not relent at this moment. Today, it was a matter of life and death. Either he or the wild boar must perish. He did not know how many times he had struck until the creature lay utterly still, at which point he finally ceased his assault, lying sprawled on the ground. He gasped for breath. At that moment, the two women hastened over from behind the trees. Jiang Mo, are you all right? Jiang Mo, how are you holding up? At this juncture, Jiang Mo was drenched in blood, most of which belonged to the wild boar, with a portion being his own. During the struggle, his clothing had been torn to shreds, his arms bore numerous cuts, and a gash on his leg from the fishing line was oozing blood. Yet, none of this mattered now. The wild boar was dead. He had secured sustenance for the team for over half a month, marking one of the most glorious moments of his life. Noticing the wounds on his leg, Nenshin tore a piece of fabric from her clothing and bandaged him. Qian meticulously examined Jiang Mo's wounds, promptly tending to any areas that were bleeding. Meanwhile, the two women did not cease their chatter. Nenshin, next time, don't be so reckless. It's truly dangerous. If the wild boar had escaped, we could have sought other food sources. What if something happened to you? Jiang Ge, Ihegrid bringing Iuhi, truly sobi. As they spoke, both women became choked with emotion. Women tend to be more sentimental, and Jiang Mo's willingness to risk his life for the team deeply moved them. In that moment, the team truly coalesced. Simultaneously, both women inadvertently nurtured a different kind of affection. The nature of women. At this moment, Jiang Mo resembled a triumphant general returning from battle or a tribal leader laden with spoils. In short, his masculine brilliance was on full display. In a live stream, the viewers who typically criticized Jiang Mo had shifted their tone. LV11 Furious Old Horse. No more criticism. This round, MVP display. LV16 Solitude. MVP display. LV20 AA Salva. MVP display. LV11 A Dong. MVP display. Production team. Director. Jiang Mo. You are truly incredible. Operator. I am in awe. Cameraman. I am in awe. In the broadcasting room, Yujia observed the scene, his face alight with excitement. Years of linguistic prowess erupted at this moment. His voice as fervent as molten lava. Look, this is the totem of the brave. True courage is never an unblemished shield, but the resolute heartbeat that drums against the flames of calamity. This is the battle song etched in the essence of humanity, not fangs that shred shackles. It is the wilderness colliding with a light more fierce than the sun. This beam of light pierces through a million years of time's creases, branding the moment when humanity stood upright, splitting the earth with a flash of lightning. The first explosive ignition of dawn, sparked by the flint of Homo sapiens, crystallizes an eternal resilience etched within the very bones of humanity. This brief yet powerful phrase elevated the atmosphere of a live broadcast to its zenith. No further words are necessary. Jiang Mo is remarkable. No further words are necessary. Jiang Mo is remarkable. No further words are necessary. Jiang Mo is remarkable. Chapter 38. Competing for the championship on this side, Jiang Mo lay on the ground for a while, gradually finding a steady rhythm in his breathing, feeling less fatigued. However, waves of pain coursed through his body, causing him to grimace. During his fierce struggle with the wild boar, adrenaline had surged through him, masking any sensation of pain. But now he was suffering greatly. Does it hurt a lot, Jiang? Qian's gentle voice reached him, and upon seeing his condition, she felt a pang of distress and guilt. If only she hadn't impulsively brought Jiang along, he wouldn't have endured such injuries. Oh no, Jiang, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have brought you here. Seeing her in such a state, Jiang Mo quickly reassured her. Oh, it's nothing. Just some superficial wounds, nothing serious. Please don't cry. He understood that if he didn't clarify the situation promptly, this naive girl would internalize an immense burden of guilt. Nonsensical examined Jiang Mo thoroughly, confirming there were no major issues. Most of his injuries were merely abrasions from ground. Nonetheless, the sight was rather grim, with numerous scratches adorning his body, and he would likely endure discomfort for several days. You mustn't be so impulsive next time. This time luck was on your side, but can you guarantee that it will be so every time? Her admonition, though seemingly reproachful, was laced with concern. Jiang Mo felt he had rested enough. Though he was in pain, he believed that given his remarkable resilience, these minor injuries were trivial. He needed to swiftly attend to the wild boar. For once an animal passes, the enzymes in its organs initiate a self-digestion process, while putrefactive bacteria and ammonia gases release toxins, hastening decay. In simpler terms, it would rot faster. The sooner he dealt with it, the better. He rose to his feet. We need to process the wild boar immediately and transport the meat back. The scent of blood will soon attract other predators. Are you sure your injuries are okay? Nonsensical asked with concern. It's just a minor issue. With that, Jiang Mo began to handle the wild boar. In the studio, Yuji's excitement had calmed somewhat, as the recent events had been overwhelmingly intense. The director had fixed the camera on Jiang Mo. His team had achieved significant success, and Jiang Mo's contributions were undoubtedly paramount, showcasing the essence of masculine charm. Yet, let's not forget that without his teammates setting the trap, Jiang Mo's valiance would have been rendered futile. Therefore, we must extend our applause and respect to his two companions. After Yuji's remarks, the comments section exploded with enthusiasm. Qian is amazing. Nonsensical is incredible. Yet Jiang is even more formidable. Agreed. I won't chat with you all any longer. I'm heading to Jiang's live stream. I can't stay here a moment longer. I declare from today onward, I am a fan of Jiang Mo. That Qian is quite adorable. She is my type. Isn't the policewoman charming? Nonsensical is both beautiful and rational. I'm off now, brothers. At this moment, a multitude of viewers flooded into the personal live stream of the three individuals, with Jiang Mo's stream witnessing the most astonishing influx, surpassing an impressive 70,000 viewers. Suddenly, a wave of newcomers arrived, but Jiang Mo had not yet activated his stream. The loyal fans, who had been there previously, spontaneously began to extend their warm welcome. Over time, this space had transformed from a mere live streaming room into a sanctuary for the fans. As the viewers enthusiastically greeted the newcomers, a new participant made a grand entrance, momentarily interrupting their camaraderie with a generous display of gifts. The screen was instantly overwhelmed by special effects, showcasing a bronze-armored warrior riding a green dragon, shattering through the display, accompanied by the sound of fluttering battle flags and booming drums. The roar of a fierce dragon reverberated through the air, causing a tingling sensation in the devices. This was the extravagant display of a wealthy patron, the spirited old horse, known as the strategist of Jiang Mo's live stream, was a logistics supervisor in real life. He often found himself with ample free time at work, spending the majority of his hours idly browsing live streams. Jiang Mo was the most captivating and entertaining streamer he had encountered throughout his years of watching. Thus, he had taken to immersing himself in Jiang Mo's live streams daily, even engaging with fellow fans in banter during Jiang Mo's absence. Gratefully, the community referred to him as the strategist, and he felt compelled to uphold this title with responsibility. Although Jiang Mo was not present, the generous gifts from the newcomer still warranted appreciation. Lacking Jiang Mo's talent for witty phrases, he nonetheless recalled the sentiments of gratitude expressed by Jiang Mo. Consequently, he began typing in the chat. Thank you for the generous gift of the Dragon Hero. May you enjoy prosperity and comfort, residing in splendid heights rather than humble abodes, living each day with flair and each night with gentleness. His lead prompted the loyal fans to follow suit in expressing their appreciation. The new viewers had never witnessed such a display, with the host absent. The fans united in their thanks to the benefactor, their responses synchronized and harmonious. The newcomers marveled at the scene, questioning the prowess of Jiang Mo and his remarkable fans. I must say, Jiang Mo is impressive. Are his fans equally extraordinary? One remarked, "This display has truly elevated the stature of our benefactor." Another added, "Indeed, it's quite exhilarating," came a voice from the crowd. The atmosphere in this live broadcast room is absolutely delightful. I'm truly fond of it. To speak frankly, I have yet to encounter a live stream that possesses such a remarkable sense of cohesion, even among the most popular ones. Perhaps this team led by Jiang Mo is indeed worthy of competing for the championship. Chapter 39. Li Hui's gratitude at this moment. Jiang Mo remained oblivious to the fervor of the live stream. After a bustling afternoon, the trio finally processed the wild boar and transported it back to their camp. Given its substantial size, it was evident that their team could not consume it all. Prolonged storage would lead to spoilage. Ultimately, Qian suggested curing the excess meat into jerky, thus significantly extending its shelf life. Currently, Qian and Nan were busy preparing the fire for cooking, while Jiang Mo meticulously sliced the boar meat into long strips, threading them with vines for subsequent smoking. Once Jiang Mo completed his task, the two women finished grilling the meat. In the wilderness, they lacked spices. Their only seasoning was salt. Nonetheless, the opportunity to savor a delectable piece of meat was a profound joy. "Delicious," Jiang Mo exclaimed, tearing off a bite with evident satisfaction. Qian, your skills are truly impressive." Hee. Qian chuckled. "If it weren't for Brother Jiang, we wouldn't be enjoying this. Jiang Mo, make sure to eat plenty." Nan lifted her bamboo cup, declaring, "Let us toast with water in place of wine to celebrate." At this moment, all three were in high spirits, raising their bamboo cups together. "Cheers! Cheers!" After indulging in a hearty meal, the two women returned to the shelter to rest, while Jiang Mo reclined comfortably on his banana leaf. He took out his phone and opened his live stream, only to be astounded by the number displayed in the upper right corner. Over 80,000 viewers. "What's going on, brothers? Why are there so many people?" As soon as he spoke, he was met with a barrage of gifs flooding the screen, rendering him unable to see any comments. The dazzling array of special effects overwhelmed him, continuing for nearly 10 minutes before subsiding. Glancing at the sound wave indicator in the corner, he was astonished to see over 3 million, a staggering sum, equivalent to more than 300,000 yuan. This was no trifling amount. In just 10 minutes, such a fortune had been amassed, and Jiang Mo couldn't help but beam with joy. LV23, I love to speak the truth. Finally open the door, wow. I see the real person now. LV11, a certain mountain king. Brother, a true man. I admire you. LV16, walking on thin ice. You are genuinely impressive. I never imagined you would dare to confront a wild boar, brother. LV17, taro grape. So cool, handsome guy. LV36, bright moon miles away. Your performance today has completely won me over. I previously lacked discernment. LV22, Xiao Yuan. No need to say more. Calling you Brother Jiang is my pleasure. In addition to the influx of new viewers, his loyal fans also flooded the chat. LV11, irritable old horse. No words can express my admiration. Brother Jiang is incredible, and this money earned doesn't make me envious at all. LV16, lonely. Thumbs up. LV20, AA, Salva. Good brother. With your performance today, we all share the glory. LV11, A Dong. Indeed. The constant negativity online these past few days had me feeling suffocated. LV32, villainous kitten. Good brother. You truly provided me with a sense of relief. LV24, A Nan, brother. You cannot fathom the excitement we felt during the day. You are truly remarkable. The usually reticent brother, Jiang Nan 007, is also typing fervently in the live stream. Brother, do you have any thoughts on vying for the Team S Weekly Championship? I support you. If you wish to strive, I will back you up. Upon reading this comment, it would be disingenuous to claim that Jiang Mo's heart remained untouched. The viewer count in his live stream has soared to over 80,000, a considerable figure, albeit not on par with the top-tier streamers. It is still a commendable position within the first echelon. The dilemma lies in the fact that those leading teams boast an average of over 100,000 viewers. While his team is somewhat formidable, the other two members do not even reach 10,000. How can they compete? Brother Jiangnan, while I too wish to contend, my current capabilities do not permit it. The gap between us and those popular teams is too vast. Brother, think long-term. If you cannot secure it this week, will you not have opportunities in the future? Brother Jiangnan is right. I believe in you. Have ambition. Oh, another esteemed brother? Jiang Mo hastily clicked on the contribution leaderboard and was astonished to find that Shengwei ranked first on the gift leaderboard. He had overlooked this detail earlier. This is indeed a true big brother, having generously bestowed numerous gifts. He recalled that a crucial criterion for the team's weekly championship is the volume of gifts received. With such a big brother backing them, a glimmer of hope emerges. However, if he is a big brother, then Kuan undoubtedly possesses a big sister, and the number of big sisters is likely far greater than his. Other top streamers share a similar narrative. Nevertheless, considering the program has only just begun, achieving this level is already a marvel. Given time, reaching the pinnacle could very well be within his grasp. All right, with all these brothers supporting me, the weekly championship is surely within reach. Observing his demeanor, the two esteemed brothers and the viewers expressed their satisfaction. Indeed, absolutely. What Jiang Mo remained unaware of was that due to today's live stream, the viewer count in the live streams of his two female teammates had also risen significantly. Qian's live stream had already surpassed the 10,000 mark. Her charming personality and impressive skills made her quite endearing. In contrast, Nanxian lagged considerably behind Qian, yet still boasted over 3,000 viewers. She is a complete novice. Had she not teamed up with Jiang Mo, the program's camera time would have been minimal, making her current viewer count quite commendable. It can be said that their team has already begun to take shape as a contender for the weekly championship. Given a little more time, they are destined to become a formidable force. As for the Xiaoyu team, this group is predicted by netizens to be the second contender for the weekly championship, showcasing evident strength. Li Huihui felt fortunate for her decision, relieved that she did not agree to team up with Nanxian, but instead chose Xiaoyu without hesitation. In her previous live streams, the peak viewer count reached 2,000, yet most often hovered around 700 to 800. Since teaming up with Xiaoyu, her livestream audience has been steadily increasing, now surpassing the remarkable milestone of 10,000 viewers. Had she partnered with Nanxian at that time, such an impressive outcome would have been improbable. Although a twinge of guilt lingers within her, what does it truly matter? Monetary gain takes precedence. Could her collaboration with Nanxian yield followers? Could it generate income? As for friendship and camaraderie, they must yield to the power of wealth. At that moment, a viewer in her live stream began discussing the incident involving Jiang Mo that transpired today. It was quite the spectacle to witness that reckless individual from the production team, brandishing a spear and engaging in combat with a wild boar. Truly absurd. I also caught a glimpse of it. I believe his name is Jiang Mo. It appears that he lacks common sense. Any misstep could cost him his life. I find it utterly baffling how he thinks. Speechless. Yet, our Xiaoyu team is formidable, each member possessing unique strengths, making it entirely feasible to triumph over the Kuan team. Jiang Mo. Li Huihui seems somewhat familiar. Isn't he the other male teammate Nanxian mentioned? Such a lack of foresight. To challenge a wild boar with merely a wooden spear. Thank goodness she declined to join him. Otherwise, she would surely be regretting her decision now. Chapter 40. The Rhythm Resumes. In the dead of night, the topic of Jiang Mo's confrontation with a wild boar has ignited fervor. Shockingly, contestant Jiang Mo single-handedly challenges a 300-pound wild boar, prompting an outpouring of admiration across the internet. The wilderness warrior Jiang Mo stands as a totem of human courage. It appears that Jiang Mo may be a retired Special Forces veteran. In an unprecedented turn of events, A UFC champion has expressed a desire to be mentored by him following his remarkable display of grappling with a ferocious beast. With 4 trending topics in succession, garnering over 10 million views, Jiang Mo's name resonates throughout the digital realm. An array of video clips floods the platform, each accruing astonishing view and like counts. The comments section is inundated with enthusiastic remarks. Goodness, setting aside all else, how many can rival this man's audacity? My adrenaline surged while watching. Truly a man. I must say, I rarely watch this program. Yet Jiang Mo's name has become almost ubiquitous in my ears. Incredible. Even having witnessed the live broadcast, I felt my blood boil anew. Previously indifferent to this individual, I found myself compelled to follow him after watching this video. Could this be scripted? Are you blind? Those 2 bulbs in your head must be donated. How could you not perceive such a fierce combat scene? Ignore that fool. Likely just another celebrity's deluded fan. Beyond this, another blogger compiled a highlight reel of all Jiang Mo's exploits since joining the program, leaving some new viewers exclaiming in astonishment. Indeed, he is a formidable character, consuming deadly water, feasting on venomous snakes and mushrooms, tackling a wild boar. Could such feats be accomplished by an ordinary person? Especially the grappling move against the wild boar. Exquisite. I never anticipated such talent would emerge from this program. I assumed it was solely populated by survival experts. This brother may lack intellect, yet his tenacity is undeniable. I won't say more. I must follow him immediately. Jiang Mo appears rather intriguing, even from just the highlights. I've developed a fondness for him. Upon witnessing Jiang Mo's soaring popularity and the multitude of trending searches, Kuan's fans were incensed. Netizens, as the leader of Kuan supporters, felt compelled to take a stand. The previous smear campaign against Jiang Mo as a soft man was instigated by her, and now she finds herself irked that Jiang Mo has countered with his wild boar takedown. She is infuriated and must respond swiftly, ensuring that such momentum does not persist. Within the realms of conquering the wilderness, she cannot allow anyone to eclipse Kuan's popularity. But how to tarnish Jiang Mo's reputation at this pinnacle of his fame? Eureka! Undermining his image is her forte. Thus, she posted a video on her social platform. I cannot fathom why so many adore Jiang Mo. He is simply a brutish fool. His successful hunt of that wild boar was merely a stroke of luck. Do not forget, the task assigned to his team was to construct a shelter. Yet he spent 2 days primarily chopping down trees. Do you truly believe this will lead to the successful erection of a refuge? Moreover, consider the timber he has felled. Each log weighs no less than 200 pounds. How does he intend to transport them back? Aside from being somewhat reckless, I believe he also lacks a modicum of common sense. I cannot fathom why the audience is enamored with such an individual. Today, I, Netizens, assert that no matter how adept Jiang Mo may seem, he merely resorts to underhanded tactics and will ultimately fail to make a significant mark. Even if he continues to achieve fleeting successes and his popularity surges, in the eyes of our esteemed brother, he is nothing. I guarantee that the championship title will undoubtedly belong to the Kuan team. They will sweep victories from the first week to the last, while Jiang Mo's team will be fortunate to secure a spot in the top 10. After the release of this video, the fanbase's hired commenters swiftly mobilized, rapidly elevating the video's visibility. Many onlookers began to leave comments, and while this young lady's remarks may appear somewhat absolute, there is a kernel of truth to them. Indeed, Jiang Mo relies solely on audacity, devoid of any technical skill. Moreover, can one truly believe he is capable of moving those massive logs? Would a reasonable person undertake such tasks? Let his fans revel for now. Such favorable days cannot last long. Jiang Mo will soon expose his inadequacies. Clearly, his endeavor to construct a shelter is destined to fail. 1. Eagerly awaiting Jiang Mo's downfall. Late at night, Chun Lao stumbled upon this video. After viewing it, he felt an insatiable urge to watch it repeatedly. At this moment, he harbored a singular thought. How right they are. These are sentiments he has longed to express. Yet as a commentary guest, he often refrains from being overt. However, he genuinely finds Jiang Mo intolerable. believing that all of Jiang Mo's actions tarnish the very essence of wilderness survival. Since the inception of this program, he has not executed a single legitimate maneuver. Even the most fundamental skills of wilderness survival elude him. He is merely riding on luck. How does such a contestant warrant such widespread acclaim? While he refrains from commenting, fearing repercussions, he feels compelled to like the video, even spending 1,000 yuan to promote it on Douyin, hoping to broaden its reach. Jiang Mo's supporters, upon witnessing these videos, were infuriated. Do these individuals lack any semblance of intelligence? Why concern themselves with how my brother survives? Simply question whether he has survived at all. Take today's audacious tackle of a wild boar. That is the ultimate dream of every man. Who among us could summon the courage to confront a wild boar one-on-one? Can someone as effeminate as Kuan compare? Yet, one cannot deny the sheer number of his fans. A casual post online can generate a whirlwind of attention, and they engage in heated debates in the comment section, only to be overwhelmed in the end. It is exasperating. The friends of Jiang Mo are currently consumed by a singular desire, to see him rise to the occasion and establish a shelter with utmost diligence. They yearn for his popularity to soar, striving to surpass Kuan. At that point, they would no longer have to endure this sense of indignation. The following morning, Jiang Mo awoke from his slumber. He had resolved to take a day of respite. He was not concerned about food, and the construction of the shelter could proceed at a leisurely pace. His primary concern was his injuries, which rendered him disinclined to move. Out of boredom, he retrieved his phone and opened his live streaming room. To his astonishment, the barrage of comments flooded in, revealing the intense frustration of his audience. LV11 irritable old horse. I am utterly infuriated. Can Jiang not stand up for himself? LV16 solitary. I was so enraged last night that I couldn't sleep a wink. LV20AA salva. Enough already. I feel as though I'm on the brink of a heart attack. LV11A dong. This is utterly humiliating. Chapter 41 bad. He seems to feel capable again. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Mo was utterly bewildered. What on earth is going on? Brothers, please enlighten me about the situation. Your urgency does me no good as I remain in the dark. LV11 irritable old horse. Brother Jiang, last night, Kuan's fans attacked you online. The strategist old horse recounted the events of last night in their entirety, without embellishment, simply relaying the derogatory remarks made by Li Tunten. As the audience listened again, the sense of frustration intensified. LV16 solitary. Come on, brothers, let us stand up for ourselves and confront that accursed weekly champion. LV20AA, Salva. Exactly. We support you. Brothers. LV11A dong, damn. Those contemptuous fools, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. LV32 villainous little cat. If you don't fight back, I will lose all respect for you. Engaging with the sentiments of the viewers, Jiang Mo could distinctly feel their collective indignation. As the principal figure in this incident, his experience was even more pronounced. He typically held disdain for online disputes. Yet Kuan's fans persistently provoked him. Even a clay Buddha has its limits. Did they truly think him a pushover? However, the challenge of contending for the weekly champion was formidable. His streaming audience hovered around 80,000, which was commendable. Yet what about Nanxian and Qianqian? Though reluctant to admit it, this was the stark reality. Popularity was an undeniable force, and what could one do against it? Nevertheless, success lies in effort. How could one know without trying? Brothers, let us all calm down. Objectively speaking, we do have a considerable gap to bridge. But I assure you, I will strive earnestly to allow my brothers to vent their frustrations. LV11 irritable old horse. With your words, I feel reassured. LV16 solitary. Indeed, good brother, we will support you no matter what. LV20AA Salva. We must seize that damned weekly champion. Initially, Jiang Mo had planned to take a break today, but upon witnessing the situation, he found it impossible to remain idle. It was imperative. He needed to act immediately. He must expedite the establishment of a shelter to bolster his popularity. Without further ado, brothers, let me grab a bite to eat and get to work, striving to complete the shelter and dazzle them with our brilliance. His words, instead of calming the audience, only heightened their anxiety. LV-11 Dong, brother, I beg you, please don't do it. LV-32 villainous little cat. Building that shabby shelter will only give them more ammunition against us. Our dignity has already been tarnished. Please, can you remain calm? LV-23, I love to speak the truth. You are truly unfit for that task. LV-11, a certain mountain king. Can you recognize your own capabilities? Are you truly suited for this? Reading these comments, Jiang Mo felt speechless. Each viewer seemed to doubt his ability to construct the shelter, their words laced with palpable concern. Am I really as incapable as you all suggest? Damn it! Do you truly believe that I will perish? Am I truly as incompetent as you claim? How could I possibly fail to construct a shelter? When the time comes, I shall indeed create a refuge that will undoubtedly bring you pride. It would have been better had he not uttered these words. Once spoken, his audience was left in utter disarray. LV-16 Lonely, are you serious? LV-20 Salva, it's over. LV-11 Dong, oh no, he seems to genuinely think he can do it. LV-32 Villainous Kitten, oh dear. Faced with such a reaction, Jiang Mo had anticipated this outcome. Were he to switch places with his audience, his thoughts would not deviate significantly from theirs. Yet, time shall reveal the truth. At this moment, he felt a pang of hunger, and after bidding farewell to his viewers, he exited the live stream. By now, the two women had risen and were preparing breakfast. Upon seeing him approach, Qian spoke up. Brother Jiang, please wait a moment. It will be ready shortly. I will handle the grilling. Having always been the recipient of their culinary efforts, he yearned to contribute in return. Although he was no master chef, he was proficient in barbecuing. This time, Qian did not refuse. All right, I will go smoke the cured meat. I'll assist you. With that, Nan followed suit. Their team had successfully hunted a wild boar, so for the time being, they need not worry excessively about food. However, other teams were not as fortunate. In the broadcasting studio, Yu Jia addressed the audience. Good morning, dear viewers. Welcome to our program Conquering the Wilderness. Today marks the 6th day of the show, and let us turn our attention to the remarkable performances of the contestants. As the camera panned, the first team to appear on screen was Team Kunkin. Since its inception, this team faced its first food crisis, having eaten only once the previous day, leaving several members ravenous. Xiao Tianmei, a skilled fisher, had set numerous traps yesterday, but fortune had eluded her, resulting in a fruitless check this morning. The situation for Kunkin was not much better. After scouring the area for a morning, he had only found a handful of wild fruits, hardly enough to sate hunger. As for fellow contestant Alale, due to her recent menstrual cycle, she opted not to venture out for food. Returning to camp, Xiao Tianmei felt disheartened. Kunkin, how did your search go? I'm empty-handed. I found a few fruits. Let us have them for now, and after lunch, we'll try our luck again. Perhaps we'll have better fortune. All right. When the two women bit into the fruits, their expressions contorted in disgust. They were far too sour and astringent. Witnessing this, Yu Jia remarked, it appears that Team Kunkin is facing quite the predicament. We hope their luck improves this afternoon. Chen Lao added, such circumstances are quite normal in the wild, but I have great faith in Team Kunkin. Given their capabilities, they will soon overcome this challenge. Huang Lao concurred indeed. In the wilderness, uncertainties abound, with the only constant being the presence of people. The members of Kuin's team exhibit commendable strength. Consequently, netizens have voiced their opinions. It is certain that the elder brother can manage this within a mere afternoon. Under his guidance, they would undoubtedly secure food. The primary concern lies with Alale, who has been unwell these past few days. Otherwise, given the prowess of Kuin's team, such a predicament would not have arisen. The unfortunate luck of the sweet girl is apparent. Considering her fishing skills, it is indeed disheartening that she has encountered such misfortune. This encapsulates the essence of survival in the wild. Anything can happen, rife with unpredictability. Yet, this does not detract from the fact that Kuin's team remains the most formidable in terms of overall strength. As the scene shifts, we are introduced to the team led by Xiao Nyoge. The members of this team include Xiao Nyoge, Li Hui, and Xiao Fengfeng. The primary force of this team rests solely on Xiao Nyoge, a premier outdoor enthusiast with exceptional survival skills. His substantial following of over 20 million on Douyin largely stems from his captivating outdoor survival videos. Xiao Fengfeng, a singer and streamer. Though diminutive in stature and blessed with a sweet appearance, significantly lags in outdoor survival skills. Nonetheless, her popularity remains remarkably high. As for Li Huihui, aside from possessing a more appealing exterior, she appears to be merely seeking to ride the wave of popularity. Chapter 42, Prize Quiz. Xiao Nyogu harbored considerable reservations about Li Huihui. However, as the team leader, he felt compelled to conceal his sentiments. Since the formation of the team, she had not participated in any collective foraging activities, embodying the persona of a pampered young lady. Throughout the day, she remained engrossed in her phone, engaging in conversations with netizens. Xiao Nyogu had come to a clear realization. Li Huihui was merely there to siphon off popularity. In truth, as streamers, it is not uncommon for individuals to seek to enhance their visibility, and it is hardly a significant issue. Yet, Li Huihui's approach was brazenly unrefined. She made no effort to disguise her motives. In contrast, Xiao Fengfeng at least contributed by lending a hand. Li Huihui, however, resembled a regal empress, expecting everything to be handed to her without lifting a finger. A quintessential gold digger. This was Xiao Nyogu's candid assessment of Li Huihui. Initially, he chose to team up with her due to her appearance, hoping to create some engaging content that would elevate his popularity. Now, he regretted his decision profoundly. On the other hand, Li Huihui's mindset was entirely different. She was filled with admiration for her choice to decline teaming up with Nonsensical and instead willingly accepted Xiao Nyogu's invitation. With no responsibilities to shoulder, Xiao Nyogu would procure food for her, and thanks to collaborating with two major influencers, her own popularity was rising daily, nearing the threshold of 10,000 followers. Had she partnered with Nonsensical, would she have achieved such success? Their team's combined audience barely exceeded 5,000. Nonsensical was indeed naive. They were no longer students, and friendships of that nature were scarce. The adult world is governed by reality, only reality. The thoughts of the two individuals were utterly inscrutable to outsiders. Observing the state of this group, Yu Jia remarked, "It seems Xiao Nyogu is encountering certain difficulties. They have yet to secure food today. I wonder if this team will navigate through this crisis." Upon hearing this, Chun Lao interjected, "This team is excessively reliant on Xiao Nyogu. Should he falter, the team could easily find itself in jeopardy." Objectively speaking, the contributions of the other two female contestants are rather limited. Huang Lao nodded in agreement, indicating that if this trend continues, the team would inevitably face challenges. After a thorough analysis, the viewers began to voice their opinions. "I am a devoted fan of Xiao Nyogu. I am well aware of his capabilities. If he were not in a team, I believe he could reach the pinnacle and secure the grand prize of 100 million. But now, the situation for the two most popular teams is not looking optimistic. At this point, Li Huihui is still glued to her phone. Could she not assist Xiao Nyogu? I must admit, I felt a twinge of anxiety. However, there was no need for such urgency. This is wilderness survival. Such scenarios are to be expected. Subsequently, the director shifted the focus to various teams. The situations were largely similar. None were thriving significantly. In the wild, each day upon awakening, one must confront the issue of sustenance. If food is not secured, elimination is imminent. Finally, the camera panned to Jiang Mo's team. 3 individuals sat by the fire, savoring their meal, their laughter occasionally echoing through the air. It was evident that they were sharing delightful tales. Observing this scene, netizens were taken aback, primarily due to the stark contrast in circumstances. While other teams toiled relentlessly without a morsel of warm food, this group seemed to live in unparalleled abundance. Are you certain this team is here for wilderness survival? They appear more like they are out for a picnic, one exclaimed. That Jiang Mo is truly fortunate. Yes, his luck is purely coincidental. He knows nothing else. Were it not for Qianqian's clever trap, would Jiang Mo have tasted wild boar meat? Despite Jiang Mo's seemingly comfortable existence, his rhythm seemed somewhat excessive, leading netizens to express their skepticism. As the host, Yu Jia maintained a relatively objective commentary. We can see that Jiang Mo's team is doing quite well. They hunted a wild boar yesterday, so they won't have to worry about food for a while, and the camaraderie within the team is commendable. However, the veteran commentator, Chun Lao, held a divergent opinion, expressing his critique. Even if they're not currently troubled by food, what about later? We all know that meat primarily consists of protein, but the human body also requires carbohydrates and fats. Without a balanced intake of nutrients, health issues will arise. Moreover, Jiang Mo is the greatest variable in this team. Yesterday's events demonstrated that he is rather reckless. I cannot believe his luck will hold indefinitely. There will inevitably be a day of misfortune. Upon hearing Chun Lao's remarks, many of Kuen's fans in the comments section echoed their agreement. Chun Lao is absolutely right. I refuse to believe Jiang Mo's luck can remain this favorable. Mistakes will surely happen. They praised Chun Lao's insightful analysis, affirming their support for Kuen. Feel free to express your opinions boldly. There's no need for restraint. Should anyone dare to criticize you, we shall retaliate, especially those fans of Jiang Mo. These comments were visible in real time to the studio audience. At that moment, Chun Lao could hardly contain his glee. After all, his purpose for being on this show was to monetize his presence. As a commentator, he needed to remain cognizant of the dynamics at play. Kuen's popularity far surpassed others, prompting him to speak positively of Kuen to curry favor with his fans. As for Jiang Mo, he lacked a solid fan base and survival skills. What justified his high popularity? He aimed to criticize Jiang Mo as thoroughly as possible, unperturbed by any potential backlash from Jiang Mo or his supporters. Yu Jia, the host, found Chun Lao's behavior distasteful, as he appeared shamelessly desperate for views. However, as a host, Yu Jia could not voice such sentiments openly. He cleared his throat and tactfully shifted the topic, indirectly offering assistance to Jiang Mo. Dear viewers, in just a few days, our team's weekly champion will be announced, and the production team has initiated a rewarding guessing game. You may cast your vote for the team you believe will triumph, and among those who correctly predict the outcome, we shall select 10 fortunate participants to receive a mobile phone valued at 5,000 yuan. Perhaps the lucky winner could be you. Do not hesitate to join in. As Yu Jia concluded, various voting options for the teams appeared on the screen. Soon, netizens eagerly engaged, casting their votes for their favorite teams. And with the enticing opportunity to win a mobile phone worth 5,000 yuan, who could possibly resist such a delightful prospect? Chapter 43. The Potent Potion Soon. The program team released their first prediction of the voting results. First place, Kuen's team. Second place, Little Neo Gu's team. Third place, Lao Ma's team. Fourth place, Lu Tong's team. Fifth place, Jiang Mo's team. Clearly, the netizens favored Kuen's team and Little Neo Gu's team the most. Even though both teams were not performing particularly well today, their popularity remained unaffected. The sole criterion for the program's weekly champion was popularity. As long as these two teams remained in the competition, the weekly champion would inevitably emerge from among them. Although the number of viewers in Jiang Mo's livestream was nearing 100,000 in the eyes of netizens, he was still not in the same league as Kuen and Little Neo Gu. Many of Jiang Mo's fans were indignant at this outcome, flooding the barrage with comments such as, "Are they looking down on my brother Jiang? There's no way he deserves 5th place. And come on, my good brother is also close to 100,000 viewers. Can we show a little respect here? What is the point of your predictions? We'll know the results when they come out." In response to these comments, Kuen's fans retorted without hesitation, "Sour. Keep being sour. No matter what Jiang Mo does, he is not on the same tier as our brother." Exactly. You can't even make it into the top 3. What are you shouting about? It's futile. Our brother's foundation is not something a mere brash youth can compare to. Give Jiang Mo a decade to gather fans. And even then, he could only look up to our brother. Seeing these remarks, the viewers felt a pang of bitterness. They only hoped that Jiang Mo could prove himself and strive to claim that coveted weekly championship, allowing them a moment to revel in victory. On Jiang Mo's side, he was unaware of the program team's guessing operation. Having not drawn prizes for quite some time, he focused his thoughts, and the system panel opened before him. Host Jiang Mo, Speed, 58. Strength, 64. Agility, 66. Resistance, 123. Skill, Master Level Carpentry. Reputation points, 219, 265. Over 200,000 reputation points? Jiang Mo rubbed his eyes to ensure he wasn't mistaken. What the heck? How could there be so many? He had not opened it for long. If he recalled correctly, he had only consumed a rotten fish and killed a wild boar, and his reputation had skyrocketed to over 200,000. He felt as if he had struck gold. This was a timely boon, as he urgently needed to validate himself. Just then, the system's voice sounded once more. Detected that the host's accumulated reputation points have reached 300,000, meeting the system upgrade requirements. Would you like to pay 200,000 reputation points for an upgrade? What is this nonsense? Jiang Mo was displeased. You can upgrade, but what is with deducting 200,000 reputation points? That is a staggering amount. I could draw 10 times. Even with my bad luck, I should be able to procure something good. Upgrading like this feels like a complete reset. It's quite painful. Upgraded, what changes can be expected? This inquiry is certainly crucial for Jiang Mo. If the upgrade yields no discernible difference, then his 20,000 reputation points would have been rendered utterly futile. Insufficient permissions. Unable to disclose. Damn, Jiang Mo cursed, feeling a foreboding sense of unease. Could the system possibly be concocting a ruse to undermine his reputation points? Given the system's dubious history, his skepticism was entirely justified. Nevertheless, Jiang Mo ultimately succumbed to temptation and opted for the upgrade. System upgrading. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Upgrade complete. As Jiang Mo surveyed the upgraded system, he was left in a state of disbelief. While it was not entirely identical to its pre-upgrade state, the differences were minimal at best. The only feature still available was the lottery, and the marketplace items remained inaccessible. Frustrated, he felt an urge to curse. Yet, there was little recourse. The upgrade was a choice he had made. He had been careless and unguarded. Observing that he still had over 10,000 experience points, Jiang Mo decided to try his luck at the lottery. He hoped desperately that the system, having drained his 20,000 reputation points, would reward him with something worthwhile. System. Lottery. Drawing. Congratulations, you have drawn a mystery box. Would you like to open it? Open. Opening mystery box. You have received a strength potion, valid for 7 days. A strength potion? While it may not directly enhance survival skills, it certainly possesses its merits. The shelter he intended to construct would require considerable strength, particularly to manage the weighty framework pillars. Moreover, with a 7-day duration, it was quite a commendable item. Armed with this newfound advantage, Jiang Mo could no longer remain idle. He sprang into action, seizing his axe and heading into the woods. Upon arrival at his destination, he wasted no time in consuming the strength potion. In the preceding days, he had already cut down a fair amount of timber, and several hefty logs lay scattered on the ground. Curiosity piqued, he bent down to test one. Goodness! With a mere effort, he effortlessly lifted it, estimating its weight to be around 200 pounds. What was most astonishing was how light it felt, requiring only a fraction of his strength. However, his testing was subtle, and the drone's camera failed to capture this remarkable display. Satisfied with the effect, Jiang Mo felt reassured. Previously, he had worried that the logs were too heavy to carry back. Now, that concern had vanished entirely. Contemplating the immense potency of the strength potion, he resolved not to squander it. What once seemed like an adequate log for support now appeared insufficient. Thus, he turned his gaze toward a nearby tree, its trunk significantly thicker than the previous one, its diameter likely exceeding 40 centimeters. Such a robust log would undoubtedly fortify his shelter. Without further ado, Jiang Mo grasped his axe and commenced chopping. The production team. The director skillfully shifted the camera to focus on Jiang Mo, leaving Yu Jia perplexed by his actions. If my memory serves me correctly, Jiang Mo was felling these trees to construct a shelter, wasn't he? The logs he had previously chopped were already quite substantial, and today's piece was even thicker by about half. How on earth does he intend to transport back? Chen Lao couldn't help but smirk, relishing the opportunity to endear himself to Kuan Kuan's fans once again. He had consistently labeled Jiang Mo as a brute, devoid of any intellect. And Jiang Mo was indeed providing him with ammunition. I had repeatedly emphasized that Jiang Mo was merely a reckless individual, lacking any survival skills. It now appears he is not only bereft of survival experience, but also devoid of basic common sense. What purpose does he serve in chopping down such a massive tree? To construct a shelter? How absurd. The trunk, stripped of its branches, must weigh at least 500 pounds. How does he expect to carry it back? Does he truly believe himself to be a strongman? At this moment, Huang Lao also furrowed his brow, expressing his confusion. He estimated that even the logs Jiang Mo had previously chopped would be a Herculean task to lift, and now he was attempting something even more outrageous. What exactly is he trying to accomplish? Viewers flooded the screen with comments, exclaiming, "Here we go again. This baffling behavior is truly incomprehensible. Could he possibly think he can lift that?" Chapter 44. Disqualification from competition in Jiang Mo's live streaming room. The audience watched in disbelief as his outrageous actions unfolded, each one filled with dismay. LV32 villainous cat. Terrible, terrible, terrible. LV23, I love speaking the truth. Brother, I truly cannot comprehend your reasoning. Why must you oppose this wretched shelter? LV11, a certain mountain king. Did I not advise you to refrain from such lowly antics? LV16, solitude. Why do you persist in disregarding our words? LV20AA, salva. It's over. LV11A, dong. It's not just about taking shelter. Why are you chopping such thick logs? Do you intend to carry them back? LV32, villainous cat. Unbelievable. Frustration mounts. LV24A, nan. What is he thinking? Does he not realize the gravity of the situation? LV23, mini clown. Jiangge, I implore you. This is not the time for antics. It is no wonder the audience was vocal in their complaints. Jiang Mo's recent actions appeared utterly absurd from an outsider's perspective. Such defiance of fundamental understanding and common sense was striking. The notion that he could carry back 500 pounds of wood was simply preposterous. Within the production team, the staff shook their heads in disbelief. The director remarked, "What on earth is Jiang Mo doing? He should be aware of his current predicament. Has he lost his senses?" The broadcast director wore a look of resignation. Due to work obligations, he was present during the day and remained in Jiang Mo's live stream room after hours. He was indeed one of Jiang Mo's staunch supporters. The events of the previous night were still fresh in his mind, and he felt a deep sense of frustration. He had hoped Jiang Mo would seize the opportunity to change the prevailing opinions and make a concerted effort to approach the championship. But now this reckless misstep had left him feeling disillusioned. I truly cannot fathom his thought process. Is he intentionally tarnishing his own reputation? Everyone knows it's impossible to transport such heavy wood. If you can't carry it, why chop it? Does he possess an inexhaustible supply of strength? More importantly, this action serves no beneficial purpose. It merely affords others the opportunity to strike back at him. Camera operator, alas. It has ultimately come to light. Previously, he could rely on luck to maintain his standing, but now, operator, to be honest, I replayed his solo confrontation with the wild boar from last night numerous times. It was indeed impressive. I even considered seeking a boyfriend like him. But now it appears I was far too hasty. Logistics, continuing on this path, offers him no advantages. Had he simply capitalized on yesterday's performance and avoided errors, he could have enjoyed a comfortable period ahead. Why engage in such folly now? I do not understand. The entire team was left in a state of bewilderment. Could it be that what was said online held some truth? Did Jiang Mo truly lack any common sense? This was not merely a flight of fancy. Upon reflecting on Jiang Mo's previous actions, it became evident that none of them adhered to reason. While he had managed to navigate precarious situations in the past, such fortune could not be relied upon indefinitely. Once such thoughts took root, they were difficult to suppress. They had begun to doubt whether Jiang Mo possesses the necessary intellect. Observing the unfolding events in the broadcast studio, even Yu Jia found himself at a loss for words to defend Jiang Mo. He truly did not know how to articulate a counterargument. Could he possibly assert that Jiang Mo is, in fact, a hidden powerhouse capable of lifting several hundred pounds of timber? Were he to make such a claim, The audience would likely group him with Jiang Mo as one of the same ilk. The actions of the contestant Jiang Mo at this moment are perplexing. However, until a conclusion is reached, I believe it prudent to adopt a wait-and-see attitude, for we remain unaware of Jiang Mo's true intentions. Yu Jia still attempted to support Jiang Mo, preserving a modicum of dignity for him, hoping that Jiang Mo might come to a timely realization. At this juncture, Mr. Chun seized the opportunity, eagerly proclaiming, "Dear viewers, tell me, is my critique not spot on? I previously made it abundantly clear that Jiang Mo lacks even the most fundamental knowledge. Now, everyone can see for themselves. It is evident that I was correct." At that moment, he perceived Jiang Mo's downfall as inevitable, and his rhetoric grew increasingly vehement. To allow someone like Jiang Mo to participate in our program is nothing short of disgraceful. I strongly urge that Jiang Mo's eligibility be revoked. Upon his declaration, the online audience erupted in applause, especially the fans of Kuan Kuan, who could not have been more elated. Mr. Chen's assertions resonated. Jiang Mo indeed stands as a disgrace to the show. Support for the revocation of his participation surged. With such conduct, what right does he have to remain on this program? I fail to comprehend how he was selected during the auditions. Surely no unscrupulous methods were employed. I strongly recommend that the production team conduct a thorough investigation. This sort of detrimental atmosphere must be quashed. Indeed, if someone like him can gain entry, was the audition process merely a farce? They claim to be the most professional and authentic outdoor survival program. Yet this is the outcome? I demand an explanation from the production team. As Mr. Chun led the charge, the barrage of comments began to swell, filled with a fervor that suggested they would not relent until their objectives were met. Yu Jia shot Mr. Chen a glare. This is creating trouble for the production team. They brought you in to comment on the show, not to stir up discord, and you're being paid for it, no less. How can you eat from the pot and simultaneously smash it? Is this acceptable behavior? The director, holding his forehead, clearly found himself in a state of distress. Such negative sentiments and rhetoric spread swiftly. If mishandled, the production team could find themselves in significant trouble. Yet he could not simply dismiss Jiang Mo without cause. Moreover, he understood that while Jiang Mo's behavior appeared somewhat absurd, it hardly warranted the extreme critique offered by Mr. Chun. The allegations of dark practices during the auditions were nothing but absurdity. Frustrated, after some contemplation, he resolved to adopt a hands-off approach for the time being. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Mo remained entirely unaware of the tumultuous discourse taking place online. At this moment, he was fervently chopping down trees, his enthusiasm seemingly boundless. It is worth noting that the strength potion proved remarkably effective. Not only did it enhance his physical power, but his stamina appeared to have significantly improved as well. Goodness! The expenditure of 200,000 reputation points was certainly not in vain. He earnestly wished for the system to bestow upon him more such invaluable items. His thoughts were straightforward: to diligently finish chopping the trees and gather the materials necessary for construction. By doing so, he could fulfill the grand promises he had made earlier and demonstrate to his viewers that he, Jiang Mo, was not merely resilient, but also possessed considerable survival skills in the wilderness. Simultaneously, he hoped that this endeavor would elevate his popularity, positioning him as a formidable contender in the competition for the weekly champion title. It was a way to vindicate himself and provide a sense of satisfaction for his loyal followers. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that his eagerness to prove himself was ironically leading to a contrary perception from the outside world. Chapter 45. For an entire day, Jiang Mo did not cease his labors. Once he had felled the coarse timber, he proceeded to chop the finer wood. Through his relentless efforts, he finally prepared all the materials necessary for constructing a shelter. At this moment, he was filled with immense joy and a profound sense of accomplishment. However, unbeknownst to him, the online discourse surrounding him had spiraled out of control. In the broadcast studio, Yu Jia appeared somewhat fatigued. While Jiang Mo had been tirelessly chopping trees all day, the online audience had been vociferously clamoring. The situation had escalated to an untenable level. Meanwhile, Chun Lao radiated with joy, utterly delighted. The viewers, however, relentlessly inundated the chat with harsh comments. Was the production team determined to protect Jiang Mo? They claimed there was no foul play, but if they were intent on safeguarding him, they might as well award him the championship outright, sparing the other contestants the ordeal. Indeed, with the championship seemingly predetermined, why should the other participants suffer? Jiang Mo must be disqualified. Such a person diminishes the overall caliber of the program. Jiang Mo, get out of conquering the wilderness. You do not deserve to be here. If the production team fails to address this, we shall take to social media to make our voices heard. Observing the overwhelming tide of criticism, Jiang Mo's supporters were nearly driven to despair. Yet their efforts proved futile, as Jiang Mo was oblivious to his phone. He was completely unaware of the live chat or the vitriolic remarks circulating online. In their frustration, his supporters devised a plan to visit Nanxian and Xian's livestream, hoping the two women could relay a message to Jiang Mo, urging him to cease his activities. Upon receiving this news, both women were filled with concern. Judging by the descriptions from the viewers, the situation had escalated significantly. If things continued this way, he might even withdraw from the competition. Xian was on the verge of tears. Why should this be happening? Wasn't Zhang Gu merely chopping down trees? How he chose to do so was his prerogative. Sighing, Nanxian understood that we lived in an era where popularity reigned supreme. The fervor surrounding Kuan was undeniable, and the influence of his fans was formidable. Otherwise, how could her good friend Li Huihui abandon her to team up with Xiao Niuge? The pressing matter at hand was to ascertain Jiang Mo's true situation. Don't fret just yet, Xian. Nanxian reassured her, it's not as dire as it seems. It's merely a matter of online hype. Nevertheless, Nanxian herself found Jiang Mo's actions perplexing, simply an instance of overindulgence. This behavior was all too familiar. It was the Jiang Mo she knew, one who never played by conventional rules. Yet her concern lingered. Let us go see what he is truly up to. Jiang Mo was located merely 500 meters from the campsite, and within 10 minutes, the two women arrived at his location. However, upon witnessing the substantial pile of timber before them, they were left speechless. Had he felled so much? What scale of construction did he have in mind? Was this truly a shelter? Upon seeing logs thicker than their waists, they understood why the online discourse had become so fervent. What purpose do you have for such a thick log? Nanxian inquired, her expression one of bewilderment. To construct a shelter, Jiang Mo replied, utterly speechless. What kind of question was that? Otherwise, why would he exhaust himself cutting it down? Was this a game? Goodness. Nanxian was even more perplexed. How do you intend to transport such a massive piece of wood back? You can't possibly think that I and Xian can assist you in moving it, can you? That log weighs at least 500 pounds. What strength can just the two of us muster? At that moment, even Xian spoke up, Jiang Ge, we cannot move this. We are of no help. Jiang Mo was taken aback, his face a canvas of confusion. I never asked you to help. Huh? Xian was astonished. Then how do you plan to carry it back? Of course, I'll shoulder it. Jiang Mo replied with an air of certainty. He had consumed a potion from the system that granted him immense strength, and this 500-pound log posed no challenge for him. Nanxian held her forehead in disbelief. She thought Jiang Mo had lost his mind. After all, this was a 500-pound log. Even if he possessed that much strength, his arms were not long enough to secure the log on his shoulder. Stop joking. Let's return to the camp. We won't build this shelter today, another day. Xian, and I will help you construct one. It may not be perfect, but it's certainly better than sleeping outdoors. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mo ceased to argue, knowing that words would prove futile and no one would believe him anyway. He bent down, spread his legs, grasped the log with both hands, and with a slight exertion, he hoisted the 500-pound piece of timber onto his shoulder, adjusting its position effortlessly. At this spectacle, the two women stood with mouths agape, astonished into silence. In Jiang Mo's live stream, viewers who had been grumbling about him suddenly erupted when they witnessed him effortlessly hoisting the log onto his shoulder. LV32 Villain Cat, what on earth? LV23, I love honesty. Am I seeing things? Is this real? LV11 Mountain King, wow. LV16 Solitude, wow. In the production team, all the staff widened their eyes, clearly in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Director, eh? Director of broadcasting. Huh? This astonishing feat left them collectively dumbfounded. Was this truly human? Indeed, they had been too naive, too mundane. Jiang Mo could not be perceived through the lens of ordinary expectations. One could never anticipate what extraordinary action he would take next to defy all reason. In the broadcasting studio, silence enveloped the room. Host Yujia's mouth hung open, yet no coherent words could escape her lips. Elder Chin's complexion had turned pale, clearly shaken by the revelation. Fear gripped his heart. Meanwhile, the comments section was ablaze with viewers frantically typing their astonishment. "Is this even human?" Jiang Mo exclaimed, oblivious to the sheer absurdity of his actions. Observing the two women standing there in stunned silence, he felt a twinge of annoyance. "What are you daydreaming about?" His words jolted them back to reality, yet their inner turmoil remained uncalmed. The spectacle before them was simply overwhelming. Just as their emotions began to settle slightly, Jiang Mo's next remark left them equally bewildered. "Why are you standing there? Lend a hand. Bring me another piece of wood. Yes, the one weighing 200 pounds. I'll carry more in one trip. I'm too lazy to make multiple runs." Chapter 46. Truly deserving of recognition, ah? Qian felt utterly bewildered. "Brother Jiang, what did you say?" Nanxian wore an expression of disbelief, certain that she must have misheard him. This was simply too absurd. "Could you repeat that?" Jiang Mo was at a loss for words. "I said, I need you both to lend a hand. Just lift another piece of wood into my hands, and I can carry one away." Upon receiving a definitive answer, the two women were even more confused. It was important to note that Jiang Mo was already bearing 500 pounds on his shoulders, and now he wanted them to add another piece of wood, which they could see weighed at least 200 pounds. Altogether, that amounted to an astonishing 700 pounds. The thought of lifting a 200-pound log together was daunting for them, especially since they would only be raising it from the ground to Jiang Mo's hands, who would then have to carry it back. Although the distance was merely a few hundred meters, the challenge was evident. Even the strongest men on television would struggle with such a feat. "Jiang Mo, why don't we just forget it?" Nanxian suggested. "If it's too much, we can make multiple trips. Qian and I can help with the lighter ones. This is too dangerous. What if you hurt your back or something?" Qian echoed her concern. "Yes, Brother Jiang. I've heard from the elders that being burdened too heavily can cause internal bleeding. I don't want to see you hurt." Jiang Mo understood that the two women were merely concerned for his well-being, but he was well aware of his own capabilities. He wouldn't undertake anything he wasn't confident in. After consuming the strength-enhancing potion, he conservatively estimated his limit exceeded 1,000 pounds. Given that he was only dealing with 700 pounds, he felt quite at ease. Moreover, he would eventually need to transport these items back, so moving more at once would save him from making several trips. The monotony of running back and forth was indeed tiresome. "Oh, it's nothing. You can put your minds at ease. This weight is trivial for me. Now, stop hesitating and lift it up quickly. Standing here is exhausting," Jiang Mo urged. Despite their reluctance, the two women complied. However, when they bent down to grasp the log, they failed to lift it on the first attempt. 200 pounds was no small matter for them. Lifting 100 pounds each was quite strenuous, especially since it was a solid object that required more effort. Their faces flushed red as they began to comprehend just how extraordinary Jiang Mo truly was. "Qian, on the count of 3, let's exert ourselves together," Nanxian instructed. Qian nodded. "All right, Sister Nanxian. 1, 2, 3, lift." The two women struggled to hoist the log, but given Jiang Mo's considerable height, raising it to his waist level proved difficult. After several unsuccessful attempts, Jiang Mo spoke up. "You two stay still. Let me come over." He shifted his weight low, bearing the 500-pound log, and with a single-handed motion, effortlessly lifted the log into his grasp. The two women felt a sudden lightness in their bodies, instantly relaxing. "Let's go." Jiang Mo hoisted one piece on his shoulder and tucked another under his waist, striding confidently toward the camp. The two behind him could hardly believe their eyes. Just moments ago, they struggled to lift a slender piece of wood, exerting all their strength. Yet here was Jiang Mo, effortlessly carrying such a heavy load. appearing remarkably at ease. It seemed as though, if he had more hands, he could carry even more. But was this right? Even the strongest of strong men could not accomplish such a feat. In the live stream, LV32 Villain Cat. What? This. LV23, I love honesty. I can't believe it. Is this even possible? LV11, a certain Mountain King. Jiang, are you modified? Are you even carbon-based life form? LV16 Solitary. I'm impressed. LV20 AA Salva. Is he the pinnacle of humanity? That looks like 700 to 800 pounds. PS just fine. LV11 A Dong. No wonder he is my good brother. Awesome. LV32 Villain Cat. The first strongman of the wilderness. LV24 A Nan. I can't even. This is absurd, truly absurd. The barrage of comments in the live stream flooded the screen, making it impossible to discern the multitude of messages. Yet, from the fragmented phrases, it was clear how astounded the viewers were. Initially, they thought Jiang Mo lifting that 500-pound log was already impressive, and now he was carrying another one at his waist. In the production team, everyone stood frozen, momentarily forgetting their tasks. Fortunately, the live streaming equipment had been set up and ready, allowing them a brief respite. The director had just been anxious about how to handle Jiang Mo's situation, given the overwhelming online buzz. But now, Jiang Mo had once again flipped the narrative with his monstrous feat. Who could have anticipated this? Unbelievable. We are all human. Why is this guy so powerful? Indeed, the director had never before used the word strong to describe Jiang Mo, but this time he was genuinely impressed. Naturally, the happiest person was the director of broadcasting. A staunch fan of Jiang Mo, he could envision the excitement in Jiang Mo's live stream at that moment. But alas, he had work to do. Otherwise, he would have certainly shown his support with a celebratory gesture. No doubt. Amazing. Well-deserved. Jiang Mo is truly exceptional. The operations team remarked, I've decided. From now on, I will seek a boyfriend who meets Jiang Mo's standards. The logistics team retorted, You're destined to be single for life. The only one who can match Jiang Mo's prowess is him alone. The camera crew chimed in. Why not just pursue Jiang Mo directly? If you were to date him, I wouldn't feel jealous. In fact, I would think you were reaching for my good brother. In the broadcasting studio, at this moment, Yu's expression is truly captivating. His initial remark about maintaining a wait-and-see attitude was merely a superficial gesture, intended to spare Jiang Mo some dignity and leave him with a modicum of leeway. How prophetic that turned out to be. Who could have anticipated that Jiang Mo would manage to carry those hefty logs? Moreover, he astonishingly lifted 2 of them. Dear audience, I implore you to shower your applause upon Jiang Mo this time, for he truly deserves it. Old Chen's countenance has darkened to the utmost degree. He had been under the impression that he held everything in his grasp, never foreseeing that the words he spoke today not only offended Jiang Mo, but also inadvertently alienated the production team. In the aftermath, his position as a guest on this show is likely in jeopardy. The financial compensation he anticipated may also elude him. To make matters worse, the production team might very well seek retribution against him, leaving him in a state of distress. Meanwhile, the audience in the comments section is displaying remarkable support, inundating the screen with messages. Jiang Mo, the foremost warrior of the wilderness. A title well-earned. Jiang Mo, the foremost warrior of the wilderness. A title well-earned. Chapter 47, a little bigger. Upon returning to the camp, darkness had already descended. Before seeking him out, the 2 women had prepared dinner. After placing the wood down, Jiang Mo approached the fire. At that moment, his hunger was insatiable. Although the system's strength-enhancing potion had augmented his physical prowess, it had simultaneously increased his consumption. He seized a piece of roasted wild boar meat and began to devour it voraciously, akin to a ravenous beast. Nan Xian and Qian Xian were still in a state of shock, struggling to comprehend the earlier scene. Is it truly possible for someone to lift 700 pounds so effortlessly? What kind of upbringing did Jiang Mo have? They were besieged by countless questions, but found themselves at a loss for words. Finally, Qian Xian could no longer contain herself and inquired, Brother Jiang, how on earth did you manage to carry that 700 pounds of wood back? Jiang Mo looked at her, bewildered, as if to say, what kind of question is that? Weren't you with me? I simply slung it over my shoulder and carried it back. Did you think I used my mouth to bring it back? Qian felt a flush of embarrassment. Perhaps her question was somewhat misplaced. However, she meant to convey something different and regrouped her thoughts, saying, have you always been this strong since childhood? Why don't you challenge a Guinness World Record? This question momentarily left Jiang Mo speechless. Indeed, by conventional reasoning, even if he didn't pursue a Guinness World Record, having such immense strength should have led to some recognition. Surely, he wouldn't remain obscure. Yet, one cannot simply claim that strength appeared overnight. Well, I never really understood those things. I just thought I was average. Average? The two women exchanged incredulous glances. You consider this average? What would you deem others? Nevertheless, Jiang Mo's response held some merit, as he exuded the persona of a genuine brute. Brother Jiang, you are truly remarkable, Qian exclaimed sincerely. If you were to attend a feast in our village, you would surely command a place of honor. Surprisingly, Nanxian nodded in agreement, adding, if you came to our police academy, no one would dare lift a bowl without your signal. While the two women's remarks may have been slightly exaggerated, they nonetheless underscored the extent of Jiang Mo's strength. With such raw power, he could assert himself anywhere. Originally, Qian had prepared dinner for 3, but Jiang Mo felt it insufficient for his appetite. Noticing the last piece of meat on the fire, he suddenly remembered that the two women had yet to eat. I'm really sorry. I was just so hungry that I didn't notice you. Jiang Mo chuckled awkwardly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. No worries at all. Qian waved her hands dismissively. We haven't done much today, Brother Jiang. You've been hungry all day, so eat. Are you still hungry? Nanxian observed Jiang Mo's unsated appetite. Wait a moment. I'll roast you some more. With that, she went to prepare additional skewers of meat. After several more pounds of meat were roasted, Jiang Mo finally felt satiated. He has come to understand that such strength does not come without a price. It requires a substantial amount of sustenance to support it. Fortunately, during this period, their food supply is abundant. Otherwise, starvation would be a grave concern. After satisfying his hunger, Jiang Mo reclined upon his banana leaf, adhering to his customary routine. It was time for him to engage in conversation with his online friends. He opened the live stream. To his astonishment, the viewer count displayed over 100,000. This indeed set a new record in this world's Douyin platform. Unlike his previous life, once the numbers exceed 100,000, the streamer can no longer see the precise count of viewers. Thus, whether it is exactly 100,000 or 1,000,000, the display remains the same. Upon entering the live stream, his audience remained silent as a flurry of gifts began to flutter across the screen. LV60 Tiger Might, gifted 5 Dragon Heroes. LV60 Jiangnan 007, gifted 10 Carnival Celebrations. LV16 Solitude, gifted 1 sports car. LV20 AA Salva, gifted 10 sunglasses. LV11 8 Dong, gifted 10 beers. LV11 Irritable Old Horse, gifted 1 sports car. Observing the screen filled with gift effects, Jiang Mo couldn't help but smile with delight. This was indeed a fortune. After waiting for the effects to subside, Jiang Mo finally spoke. Thank you to all my dear brothers for your generous gifts. Truly, you have outdone yourselves. LV11 Irritable Old Horse, what extravagance. You're doing such impressive work. You deserve the rewards. LV60 Tiger Might, you deserve it. LV60 Jiangnan 007, you deserve it. Jiang Mo placed his phone against a nearby branch, clasped his hands together, and expressed his gratitude once more. Thank you, brothers, for your unwavering support. Reflecting on the experiences shared by his online friends the previous day, he continued, with the support of all you brothers, I, Jiang Mo, shall strive diligently to seize that Team S weekly championship, ensuring that I provide you all with a worthy display. LV16 Solitude, with your performance, I have high hopes for you. LV20 AA Salva, the weekly championship is within reach. LV11 A Dong, within reach. At this moment, the brother known as 007 spoke up. LV60 Jiangnan 007, my good brother, Your strength truly is remarkable. Have you always possessed such power since childhood? Yet again, this question arose. However, Jiang Mo had long prepared his response. Yes, he had indeed been strong since childhood. He simply had not been acquainted with the Guinness World Records, nor participated in any strongman competitions. He skillfully addressed all the queries his viewers might have had in one go. This segment passed without further incident. Upon hearing that he had been strong since childhood, the viewers were filled with envy. LV60 Jiang 007. Impressive, brother. You must have never been bullied. LV60 Tiger Mite. Ha! Damn. I've been beaten to a pulp by my cousin since childhood. I couldn't fight back, and complaining was futile. If I did, I would just get beaten again at home. LV16 Solitude. If I had your strength, in our village, I would be a force to be reckoned with. LV20 AA Salva. Brother. It is indeed a pity that you do not utilize your strength on the construction site to lift steel bars. LV11A Dong. Come work with me on the building site. You could earn quite a bit. LV32 Villainous Kitten. I am genuinely curious. With a physique like yours, what level would you reach on the construction site? LV24A Nan. Do we even need to ask? He could earn a monthly income of 100,000 just by moving bricks. LV23 Mini Clown. Impressive. LV11 Irritable Old Horse. There is no way to refute that. Upon reading these comments, Jiang Mo couldn't help but chuckle, humbly stating, "It's not as exaggerated as you all claim. I merely possess slightly more strength than the average person." LV16 Lonely. Slightly more? LV20 AA Salva. Do you even hear what you're saying? LV11A Dong. Chapter 48. Mr. Chun in a panic 10 o'clock in the evening. The broadcasting studio. This hour marks the end of the workday, and the studio's signal has also been cut. As Yu Jia and two guests were just about to leave, the director and producer walked in. At this moment, Mr. Chun felt an ominous premonition. Were these two coming for him? He was aware that the momentum he had generated today was somewhat excessive, momentarily dragging the entire production team along with him. Producer, Mr. Chun, you need not come in tomorrow. As for the contract previously signed with you, I will arrange for a lawyer to contact you. Everything will proceed according to legal procedures. Whether or not you are entitled to any remuneration, and how much that may be, will depend on what the lawyer advises. But rest assured, we will not withhold a single penny from you. Upon hearing this, Mr. Chun grew anxious. At over 60 years of age, with a son who was utterly disappointing, idling at home, his daughter-in-law having left, and his grandson being cared for by his wife, he was the sole provider for the family. He had hoped the signing fee from this program would secure a stable period for them. Now, it seemed he was about to lose his job. Strictly speaking, this was a significant error in his work, and the production team could indeed terminate the contract. Moreover, their legal team was undoubtedly more adept than his own, making the prospect of obtaining compensation rather unrealistic. Instinctively, he wished to resist. He truly could not afford to lose this job. Why? Could he at least receive an explanation? The director chuckled, feigning ignorance. Why do you not understand? What do I know? Mr. Chun retorted stubbornly. All right. The director had initially intended to spare him some dignity, but it seemed utterly unnecessary now. When we signed the contract, did we not clearly state that evaluations must be objective and fair? Before the director could finish, Mr. Chun interrupted. Where have I been unfair? I have only spoken the truth. This was a classic case of panic, attempting to argue irrationally. The director sighed in exasperation. What are you so anxious about? I have yet to finish my statement. I am not anxious, Mr. Chin denied vehemently. Huh. The director was unwilling to engage further on this matter. Can you honestly claim your evaluations were fair? Do you think we are deaf or blind? Are we unaware of your bias against Jiang Mo? Mr. Chun was aware that some of his critiques of Jiang Mo were indeed extreme, but he felt he had not spoken incorrectly. What have I said against Jiang Mo? What did I say that was wrong? Do you know how to survive in the wild? He's merely a brute. The director found this increasingly intolerable. How can you say he cannot survive in the wild? At this point, Mr. Chun regained his confidence. What are the three essentials for surviving in the wild? Food, shelter, water. What does he know about any of this? Not all. The director interjected, perplexed. Who says one must know all three essentials for survival in the wild? The crucial aspect of survival in the wild is survival itself, understand? As long as he can survive, why should it matter to you? Old Chun, aware of his own shortcomings, stubbornly maintained his stance. All right. The director noticed this was merely a game of verbal sparring. Then let me ask you, how do you explain your influence on the show's rhythm today? Old Chun found himself at a loss for words. He recognized the validity of the criticism, yet he forced himself to respond, I did not malign the production team. It was merely banter, and it led to that point. Banter? The director retorted, exasperated. Does banter grant you the liberty to speak recklessly? Do you comprehend the chaos that would have ensued for the production team if Jiang Mo had not managed to carry those logs back today? You receive a salary from the team, yet you slander them. How can someone like you still remain with us? At this juncture, Old Chun understood that the production team was resolute in their decision to deal with him. However, he truly could not afford to lose this job. His family had numerous financial obligations. The thought of his family's struggles softened his tone. Director, producer, today was indeed my fault. I assure you it won't happen again. At my age, securing a job is not easy. I implore you to grant me another chance. The director chuckled. Now you choose to bow your head? Is age an excuse? When you criticized others, did you ever consider granting younger individuals a measure of understanding? How can someone like you expect empathy from others? Neither he nor the producer were inclined to be merciful. After years in the entertainment industry, they had encountered all types of individuals. They were well aware that someone like Old Chun, once given another chance, would likely cause trouble again. For the sake of the production team's future, action was necessary. The producer interjected, Enough of this. It's embarrassing for everyone. Let us proceed as such. Our lawyer will be in touch. With that, he turned and left, offering Old Chun no opportunity for further entanglement. The director glanced at Old Chun before following the producer out of the studio. In the studio, only Old Chun, Old Huang, and Yu Jia remained. The atmosphere became slightly awkward. Yu Jia had anticipated this outcome. To be honest, he had long been disenchanted with Old Chun. At his age, he should have known what to say and what not to say. Old Huang, although not particularly fond of Jiang Mo, never crossed the line in his criticisms. His remarks remained within reasonable bounds. Yu Jia had long been a consummate professional as a host. While he harbored a dislike for contestants like Kuan, he never displayed even a hint of it. One may choose not to like someone, but one cannot attack others. Simultaneously, one must respect individual differences and accept the existence of all things. Old Chun, now in his 60s, clearly lacked this understanding, and today's outcome was inevitable. Given his character, he would typically attempt to console someone in distress. Yet he felt utterly indifferent towards Old Chun and chose to gather his belongings and leave the office. Alas, Huang Lao let out a sigh, at a loss for words, patted Chun Lao's shoulder, and then departed. In the end, only Chun Lao remained in the studio. At this moment, his heart lay in ruins. He was uncertain of what to do next and apprehensive about how to confront his family upon returning home. His wife was in poor health. His grandson was in need of care, and he had a son of little worth. If he were to lose this job, it would truly be the end. All of this was the fault of Jiang Mo. Chun Lao attributed all his misfortunes to Jiang Mo. Had it not been for him, he would not have lost his job. If he was to suffer, then Jiang Mo should not expect to fare any better. At worst, they could both face ruin. Jiang Mo was chopping wood, was he not, in order to construct a shelter? Chun Lao found it hard to believe that Jiang Mo could actually build it. Moreover, the timber was so thick. Was he intending to erect a grand wooden house in the wilderness? He left the production team, emboldened by the online frenzy he had stirred. Just wait, Jiang Mo. Chapter 49. Truly unfathomable thoughts in the dead of night. Jiang Mo had long succumbed to slumber. However, at this moment, Chun Lao found himself unable to find rest, harboring a deep-seated resentment towards Jiang Mo that left him gnashing his teeth. He had evidently attributed the cause of his job loss entirely to Jiang Mo misery loves company. If he was to suffer, then so should everyone else. Thus, he propped up his phone and began recording a video to criticize Jiang Mo. Greetings, everyone. I am Chun Lao. The purpose of this video is to voice my disdain for certain contestants. Indeed, you guessed correctly. I am referring to none other than Jiang Mo. Although he currently enjoys immense popularity, it does not obscure the undeniable truth that he is utterly inept at wilderness survival. Since the very first day of the show, I have made my stance clear. I do not support him. My opinion remains unchanged. Many of Jiang Mo's fans may argue in his defense, but the only reason he has managed to last this long is sheer luck. Soon, he will attempt to build a shelter, a task that requires skill rather than mere fortune. If Jiang Mo is able to construct a proper shelter, I will eat excrement while standing on my head during a live broadcast. I boldly assert that Jiang Mo is nothing but worthless trash. To my supporters, feel free to like and share this video. I will continue to post videos criticizing Jiang Mo daily until he is expelled from the show. Such a person is entirely unworthy of participating in wilderness survival. Upon the video's release, it swiftly ascended to trending status. Viewers had long been divided into 3 factions. The largest group consisted of neutral onlookers, those merely enjoying the spectacle. The second group comprised individuals who harbored disdain for Jiang Mo, primarily fans of other contestants, with Kuin's fans being the most numerous. Lastly, there were Jiang Mo's diehard supporters, who were vastly outnumbered. After Chun Lao's video gained traction, the comment section quickly surpassed 10,000 remarks. Support Chun Lao. Indeed, Jiang Mo may be bold and strong, but he lacks intelligence. What use is such a person? I guarantee that his shelter will be a complete disaster. It is entirely possible that he won't even be able to construct one. I cannot fathom why so many people enjoy watching him. Compared to our brother, he isn't even worthy of tying his shoelaces. With such a meager fan base, how dare he compete for the weekly championship? What a pipe dream. Upon encountering such vitriolic comments, Jiang Mo's supporters were naturally incensed and began to retaliate. However, their fighting spirit was on an entirely different level compared to their opponents, and the disparity in numbers was undeniable. Moreover, most of Jiang Mo's supporters were adults with considerable life experience, rendering them disinclined to engage in fruitless arguments with these keyboard warriors. Amidst this turmoil, the most entertained were the neutral spectators. The exchanges between the two sides were simply too entertaining. They were indifferent to who emerged victorious, relishing the amusement it provided. Regardless, Chun Lao's momentum had drawn everyone's attention. Originally, the task of constructing a shelter was a trivial matter for Jiang Mo, yet at this moment, it had become a topic of considerable commotion. Many were eagerly anticipating his misstep. The following day, Jiang Mo awoke late into the afternoon, exhausted from the previous day's endeavors. Upon rising, he found that the 2 women had already prepared breakfast. Jiang, come and eat. Qian beckoned him. A small stream ran adjacent to their campsite, ensuring a plentiful supply of water. Jiang Mo hastily washed up by the stream and then settled by the fire to partake in a meal. Are you planning to carry those logs again today? Nanxian inquired. Jiang Mo nodded affirmatively. Indeed, if we can get the shelter built sooner. We want to have to sleep outdoors every night. The weather has been pleasant lately, but if it rains, it will be a real ordeal. Having experienced that discomfort before, Jiang Mo had no desire to relive it. The slightest drizzle and gust of wind would leave him shivering. Just thinking about it now sent chills down his spine. Then we'll help you after we finish eating. Qian volunteered eagerly. I'll join as well. Over time, the 2 women had come to view Jiang Mo in a different light. Although every endeavor he undertook seemed absurd at first glance, he was, in fact, quite capable. Initially, they had been skeptical about his ability to construct a shelter, but now they believed it was not an insurmountable task for him. Jiang Mo glanced at the 2 and shook his head in refusal. That is quite all right. If you genuinely wish to assist, you can gather some grass and tree bark for me to use as waterproofing material. I can handle the heavy lifting of the logs myself. The laborious task would not benefit from their help. He estimated that while he could make 1 trip, they would need to make 6 or 7. It was simply unnecessary. If they could devote their time to collecting lighter materials, it would be of far greater assistance. The 2 girls understood this logic and nodded in agreement. Then Nanxian and I will go collect the bark and grass. Jiang, you can do it. We believe in you. Qian clenched her small fist in encouragement. Nanxian echoed her sentiment. I believe you can do it. Jiang Mo thumped his chest. Absolutely. After finishing his meal, he began the labor of transporting wood, ensuring that the visual impact for the audience was as compelling as the previous day. Each trip he made involved at least 500 pounds of timber, and it seemed that were it not for physical limitations, he could carry even more. Remarkably, he made several trips back and forth without pausing, showing no signs of fatigue whatsoever. Viewers in the live stream began to speculate. LV-60 Tiger Power. No way. Is he really this incredible? He doesn't seem tired at all. LV-60 Jiang Mo 007. I've been watching for over an hour, and he hasn't stopped to rest once. LV-16 Solitude. He's like a machine. Even my farming oxen can't compare to his strength. LV-20 AA Salva. Truly, he is my good brother. LV-11 Dong. It is truly a pity that he does not join me at the construction site. With such strength and endurance, the foreman would be clamoring for him. LV-32 Villainous Cat. Although he's been tirelessly hauling, I remain apprehensive. Will my good brother truly construct a shelter? LV-24 Anan. To be frank, I share the same sentiments as you. LV-23 Mini Clown. The issue lies in his inability to see his own limitations. He insists on building that dilapidated structure. LV-11 Irritable Old Horse. Alas. From my understanding of my good brother, he has no need for such a shelter. Wouldn't it be better to sleep outdoors? Is the banana leaf no longer appealing? LV-11 AA National Heavy Truck. The crux of the matter is that if he fails at this endeavor, he will undoubtedly face a torrent of criticism at night. It is a thankless task, and I truly cannot fathom his thought process. Chapter 50, alas. He seems truly capable. After transporting all the timber back, he commenced the processing. The first task at hand was to craft the load-bearing columns. Utilizing a slender wooden strip as a measuring tool, he meticulously determined the positions before carving grooves into the columns. To employ a mortise and tenon joint for connection, it was essential to create tenon slots on the columns. With the finesse of a master carpenter, even armed with merely an axe, Jiang Mo managed to carve the wooden slots with remarkable precision. Once all the grooves in the columns were completed, he proceeded to shape the beams, ensuring that the ends were crafted into tenons, allowing them to fit snugly into the corresponding grooves. Thus, a complete mortise and tenon structure was achieved. In the broadcasting studio, having dismissed the elderly Chun, the new commentary guest had yet to be secured, leaving Yu Jia and Huang Lao to host the program. Observing Jiang Mo's work, Huang Lao interjected, "Wow, Jiang Mo actually understands mortise and tenon joints?" Yu Jia, though knowledgeable about the subject, feigned ignorance to accommodate less informed viewers, asking Huang Lao, "Could you enlighten us on what a mortise and tenon joint is?" The mortise and tenon joint is akin to assembling building blocks. The protruding part of the wood is called the tenon, while the recessed portion is the mortise. When they interlock, they hold tightly together without the need for nails or glue. Ancient houses and furniture were constructed this way, resulting in remarkable stability. Huang Lao concluded, his expression one of disbelief. Such craftsmanship is typically reserved for seasoned carpenters. The level of skill Jiang Mo exhibited with limited tools is truly astonishing. Is he really that impressive? Yu Jia inquired, somewhat surprised. He was familiar with the concept, but had limited understanding. Huang Lao's explanation illuminated the high caliber of Jiang Mo's work. Impressive indeed, Huang Lao earnestly remarked, marking his first genuine compliment towards Jiang Mo. This contrasted sharply with Chan Lao, who often targeted Jiang Mo without reason. Jiang Mo continually surprises us. Yu Jia beamed, having admired Jiang Mo since the onset of the program. In his eyes, Jiang Mo was a maverick, unafraid to tread unconventional paths. Yet today, it felt as if a boisterous warrior wielding a great sword had suddenly picked up a delicate embroidery needle, executing the task with surprising finesse. Who could challenge such a transformation? Meanwhile, viewers in the live chat were abuzz with excitement. Jiang Mo is quite something. Who knew he possessed such skills? Wait, isn't he just a reckless fellow? He can do this intricate work? I know about this. When my aunt got married, the furniture was crafted by a carpenter, and they used this mortise and tenon joint. In our village, we built wooden houses using this technique. Does Jiang Mo intend to construct a grand abode? Goodness, I always thought he was just tough and resourceful. Turns out he truly possesses skill. In Jiang Mo's livestream, an quaint addict, Mr. Chen was engrossed in a program when he witnessed Jiang Mo's remarkable maneuvers. A wave of unease washed over him. Could it be that this young man possessed genuine talent? Last night, he had already disseminated the video. Was he truly destined to partake in the absurdity of a food broadcast? As anxiety gnawed at him, a thought struck. Wait, hadn't this fellow merely carved the grooves without completing the installation? Jiang Mo lacked the precise measuring tools in the wilderness. That rudimentary wooden stick was bound to be inaccurate. It was crucial to understand that even a minor error in such a structure could lead to catastrophic misalignment. As long as Jiang Mo failed to construct it successfully, he would not be a loss. He could not believe Jiang Mo was indeed capable of crafting it by hand. Carpentry is a meticulous endeavor that demands considerable time and patience. Despite Jiang Mo's swift efficiency, by the time he had finished several columns, night had descended. At that moment, Qian Qian and Nan Xian returned, each carrying a bundle of tree bark, panting from their exertions. Jiang Mo hurried over to assist them, exclaiming, "You've worked hard." "Not at all. It's nothing," Qian Qian replied, brushing off the remnants from her clothing. "Jiang Ge, we managed to gather quite a bit of sod, but unfortunately, we couldn't carry it all back. Nan Xian and I will gradually transport it later." Nan Xian glanced at Jiang Mo's creations nearby, astonished. "Wait, you really know how to do this?" Jiang Mo, slightly smug, responded, "Isn't it just a matter of having hands?" "Cut out." Nan Xian rolled her eyes. "You're out of breath, even though you're overweight." Jiang Mo shrugged. "I'm just being honest." All right. Nan Xian dismissed the banter. "You focus on building your framework. Qian Qian and I will handle the waterproof tree bark and sod." Nan Xian had recognized Jiang Mo's true skills. This shelter would be used by everyone in the future, so she and Qian Qian could not afford to lag behind at this crucial moment. They would handle the smaller tasks and execute them well. "Exactly, Jiang Ge. We'll take care of the waterproofing. You concentrate on constructing your framework. And when it comes time to reside in a grand house in the wilderness, we'll surely have a unique experience." Envisioning a future where her living environment would undergo a significant transformation, Qian Qian felt a surge of joy. "All right," Jiang Mo declared as he pounded his chest. "I will ensure that you all reside in a grand house. Soon, our abode will be the largest wilderness survival mansion." Qian Qian, lost in her thoughts, couldn't help but smile with glee. "I will prepare dinner," Nan Xian announced. "I'll assist," Qian Qian offered. "No need," Nan Xian replied, gazing at Qian Qian. "You've worked hard today. Let me cook for you all. No stealing my duties." Faced with Nan Xian's resolute stance, Qian Qian had no choice but to relent. Thus, only she and Jiang Mo remained in the vicinity. It was her first time having such an intimate interaction with Jiang Mo, and her heart fluttered with a hint of nervousness, beating faster than usual. Fortunately, the night had fallen, obscuring the view of his flushed face. Chapter 51. Truly a mastermind before long. Nan Xian had roasted the meat to perfection. The three of them sat by the fire, relishing their meal. "It's not sustainable to eat meat alone every day," Nan Xian remarked. "Without glycogen, our weight will plummet drastically. In their usual lives, everyone is preoccupied with weight loss, especially women who place great importance on their physique. However, in the wild, the situation is quite the opposite. Many contestants tend to gain weight prior to participating in survival shows. The purpose is to store energy to combat a prolonged caloric deficit and maintain normal bodily functions. Though they currently have no shortage of food, a diet consisting solely of protein would be detrimental in the long run. Let us focus on getting through these next few days first." After speaking, Jiang Mo took another bite. To be honest, while the meat was initially delicious, consuming it daily has become monotonous. He felt a bit lightheaded as the wild boar meat began to taste rather bland. "Tomorrow, when I gather bark, I'll see if I can find any wild fruits to bring back." Qian Qian is quite adept at these things. After dinner, with little entertainment available in the wilderness, the two women returned to their shelter to rest. Jiang Mo, as usual, sprawled on the banana leaves and opened his live stream. At this point, the number of viewers in his stream had stabilized at over 100,000. He wasn't precisely sure of the exact figure. but he could distinctly sense that the audience was steadily increasing. Each day, unfamiliar usernames entered the stream in abundance. Upon his arrival, the viewers flooded the chat. LV60 Jiangnan 007. Awesome, bro. I didn't expect you to actually handle that thing. LV60 Hui. Honestly, when I saw it during the day, I was completely stunned. This is nothing like the impression I had of you. LV16 Lonely, bro. Be honest, how much more are you hiding? LV20 AA Salva. Max resistance, immense strength. And now you tell me you possess technical skills. Are you even human? LV11 A Dong. Brother Jiang. You're becoming increasingly outrageous. LV32 Villain Cat. At this rate, you might actually clinch the weekly championship. LV24 A Nan. Indeed. It feels like every time you showcase a skill, you gain a multitude of fans. At this pace, the weekly championship could very well be yours. LV23 Mini Clown. Good brother. I support you as the decision maker. Watching the flurry of messages, Jiang Mo couldn't help but smile. With his popularity on the rise, it would be disingenuous to say he wasn't pleased. Not to mention, his daily earnings from gifts had multiplied several times over. This was far superior to working in a factory. Thank you, dear friends, for your support. Without you, I wouldn't have reached this point. He remembered all the various criticisms he had faced online, and he held on to that memory dearly. Although he had no conflicts with the other contestants, their fans were quite aggressive towards him. Securing the team championship would not only allow him to vent his frustrations, but also silence his critics. What could be more delightful? LV11 Impetuous Old Horse. Good brother. Have you prepared well for today's work? Your technique seems quite standard, but will you really be able to assemble it later? His words resonated with some viewers. LV23, I love speaking the truth. Old Horse is right. Without measuring tools, such precision could lead to disastrous outcomes. If it doesn't match up, it would be utterly embarrassing. LV11, a certain Mountain King. Don't underestimate it. Brother Jiang really might pull off this feat. LV16 walking on thin ice. Good brother, do you have confidence? Otherwise, the embarrassment could be monumental. Upon seeing these comments, Jiang Mo smiled. In the past, such a situation would likely have led to problems. However, time has transformed him into a master carpenter. To put modestly, his eyes serve as measuring tools. Even a small wooden strip would be superfluous. Mistakes are simply out of the question. You may doubt anyone, but not me. For I am Jiang Mo, the foremost builder of the wilderness. LV17 Taro Grape. LV36 Bright Moonlight. LV22 Little Yuan. You really did manage to assemble it. LV11 A Dong. If there are any slip-ups, it would be immensely embarrassing. LV32 Villainous Kitten. Eagerly awaiting the blunders. LV23 Mini Clown. Eagerly awaiting the blunders. I'll give you my name. Jiang Mo smirked, relishing in their anticipation. Unfortunately for them, they might be disappointed. If there are to be blunders, they shall be theirs alone. LV11 Impetuous Old Horse. I can't watch this anymore. This kid is too pretentious. LV23, I love speaking the truth. What a scoundrel. LV11, a certain Mountain King. Purely a scoundrel. After bantering with the viewers for a while, Jiang Mo exited the live stream and quickly fell asleep on the banana leaves. Seeing him asleep, the viewers found the situation dull. At this moment, the strategist Old Horse began to take charge. LV11 Impetuous Old Horse. Good brothers, let us find some fun. That old chun has been targeting our good brother, and now that he has been booted from the show, he is still squawking. I recall he even posted a video yesterday claiming our good brother would return to build a shelter while he live streams eating excrement. We must not let this opportunity slip by. He raised his arm triumphantly. The viewers quickly rallied in agreement. LV17 Taro Grape. The strategist understands me. This is fun we must pursue. LV36 Bright Moonlight. Impetuous Old Horse. Truly the strategist. Soon, a wave of netizens flooded into Old Chun's comment section, typing furiously. Old Bai, come out and perform your act of eating excrement. Hurry. I'm not afraid of disgust. If you dare eat it, I dare to watch. How dare you call yourself Chun Lao, claiming that my good brother lacks the ability to construct a shelter? What do you have to say now? Speak up. Speak up. A torrent of comments has inundated Chun Lao's message section. Moreover, everyone seems to be in perfect harmony, mutually liking each other's remarks, resulting in an impressive number of likes for these comments, all ascending to the forefront. Chun Lao's phone incessantly buzzes with notifications from the Douyin platform. He is utterly delighted, pondering whether the video he posted yesterday has garnered traction today. It appears that if he seizes the opportunity with black ginger paste, he will undoubtedly attract a significant following. When the time comes for a live broadcast, the earnings will be substantial, confirming that he has indeed chosen the right path. The thought of this brings an almost unbearable smile to his wrinkled face. However, when he opens Douyin, he is left utterly astounded. There is no platform promotion whatsoever. It is solely a barrage of comments from ginger paste enthusiasts. The comment section has been utterly overwhelmed, primarily because the remarks from these enthusiasts are outrageously vulgar. Chapter 52. Brother Jiang, do you need assistance? Chun Lao felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Initially filled with joy, he was now confronted with a disheartening sight. After a prolonged moment of bewilderment, clarity dawned upon him. Even blackened fame is still fame, and dark traffic is still traffic. Jiang Mo's followers are just as brainless as he is. This is merely an opportunity for him to gain support. They have inadvertently elevated the popularity of his video. As for the idea of live streaming a rather unsavory act, nonsense. He has not been defeated yet. Jiang Mo has merely prepared the mortise and tenon joints. There remains a significant gap before actual construction can commence. Should even a single piece of wood fail to align, all of Jiang Mo's meticulous preparations would be rendered futile. He truly does not believe that Jiang Mo can achieve perfection without error. Seizing upon the current buzz surrounding the situation, he hastily produced another video. Greetings, dear viewers. I trust you all remember my previous video where I proclaimed that if Jiang Mo could successfully construct a shelter, I would live stream myself performing an absurd act. I have noticed that many of Jiang Mo's fervent admirers have already begun to cheer, as if he has emerged victorious. Please, Jiang Mo is still far from achieving anything. Even if he understands the mortise and tenon structure, can you truly assert that he can construct a shelter without proper tools or precise measurements outdoors? I stand by my assertion that he is indeed reckless. Would a reasonable person with his skills resort to sleeping outdoors every day? Shouldn't he have made prior preparations? Is it too much to ask to bring along a simple measuring tape? Furthermore, I would like to address Jiang Mo's zealous fans. I have not been defeated yet. I will guarantee you that Jiang Mo will absolutely fail to construct a suitable outdoor dwelling. To reiterate, if he manages to do so, I will live stream myself performing that absurd act, and I, Chun Lao, will honor my word. If Jiang Mo falls short, I kindly request that he depart from the program. A person like him does not deserve to partake in survival in the wilderness. Upon completing the recording, he did not hesitate for a moment and promptly chose to publish it. Soon, the view count of the video began to rise. The comments section became quite vibrant. Firstly, there were those viewers who supported Chun Lao, primarily fans of Kuan and other contestants. Chun Lao was right. Jiang Mo is indeed reckless. Who would expect Zhang Fei to embroider shoes? Jiang Mo's fervent admirers are truly amusing. They begin to cheer far too early. Let us wait until Jiang Mo has actually constructed something before we celebrate. Is it not obvious? Birds of a feather flock together. The nature of Jiang Mo is reflected in his fans. It is laughable. I cannot fathom what caliber of individuals would support someone like Jiang Mo. The viewers, upon encountering these comments, were understandably incensed. They retaliated furiously. Are you blind? My good brother is clearly talented. Is he truly reckless? Who cares if he is? Just acknowledge his prowess. Indeed, my brother's achievements could fill volumes, and I truly do not understand where your sense of superiority comes from. The most amusing are the fans of chicken, this group of individuals, so quick to label others as foolish. Old Chun, you ought to brace yourself. Your downfall is inevitable. Mark my words, not even the arrival of Christ could save you. The argument escalated on both sides, much to the delight of the onlookers. The more vicious the exchanges, the greater their amusement. Many comments were clearly orchestrated, revealing the high level of absurdity involved. The pianists from Zhuan would do well to bow their heads in defeat. The heated debate between the fans quickly propelled this controversial topic into the limelight. In addition to the casual observers, the crew of the show was also engaged. The director, aged and sleep-deprived, spent long hours each night scrolling through short videos. Upon encountering Chen's latest post, he promptly shared it in the group chat, accompanied by a remark. "Director, this old fellow truly cannot settle down even outside the show. Who does he think he is?" Demanding that Jiang Mo leave the program is downright amusing. Director of Broadcasting. I've detested him for quite some time. Initially, his true nature was hard to discern, but as time went on, he became increasingly repulsive. Operator. Though he may not be much to speak of, some of his statements still hold value. As a staunch supporter of Jiang Mo, the director of broadcasting felt a twinge of displeasure at the operator's comment, uncertain of its implication. Director of broadcasting, operator, what do you mean by that? Operator. This old man claims that Jiang Mo merely handled the preliminary work, which appears impressive, yet assembling it remains quite challenging. Cameraman. That's true. Until the boots touch the ground, who can predict the outcome? Stagehand. There can indeed be no errors between the tenon and mortise. The precision required is substantial. Jiang Mo's skills are commendable, but without precise measuring tools in the field, mistakes are likely, and the probability is quite high. Yu Jia. I concur with your assessments. Upon reading these messages, the director of broadcasting was incensed. While he acknowledged the validity of their analyses, he had unwavering faith in Jiang Mo previously. His opinions aligned closely with others, but Jiang Mo's repeated audacious maneuvers had completely captivated him. In his heart, a good brother would never act without purpose. Director of Broadcasting. Let's wager. I bet my breakfast for a week that Brother Jiang can construct it flawlessly. What do you say? Everyone, place your bets. All members. Director. While I too admire Jiang Mo, objectively speaking, he faces significant challenges, so I wager that he will not succeed, at least not on the first attempt. Operator 1. Stagehand 1. Cameraman 1. Yu Jia. Although your arguments are sound, I place my bet on Jiang Mo. Director of Broadcasting. Yu Jia, you have an eye for talent. Let's await their breakfast offerings. Operator. Rolls eyes. Stagehand. TSK. The following morning, Jiang Mo awoke from his slumber. The first task was to fashion a wooden pickaxe. Given his carpentry skills, crafting such a modest tool was child's play. Once the tool was completed, he began marking the ground on a chosen flat area, designating spots for the posts, essentially the foundation. After confirming the locations, he wasted no time and seized the pickaxe to commence his work. Thud, thud, thud. Jiang Mo swung the pickaxe repeatedly into the earth, resembling an indefatigable machine. Soon, the sound roused the two women from their slumber. Qian, rubbing the sleep from her eyes, emerged from the shelter and beheld Jiang Mo digging diligently. She was well aware of his intent. To her surprise, however, was the remarkable enthusiasm Jiang Mo displayed, starting his labor so early in the morning. As a member of the team, she felt it necessary to lend a helping hand. Yang Yi, do you need assistance? Chapter 53. The Iron Man, no need. As he spoke, Jiang Mo did not pause for a moment. Fully aware that delegating such laborious tasks to Nan Xian and Qian Xian would yield a low cost-benefit ratio. In a team, each individual should harness their unique strengths to maximize collective benefits. Upon hearing Jiang Mo's words, Qian Xian pouted, but we all have to live here in the future. How can you dig alone while I just stand by? Jiang Mo chuckled and explained. It's not that I don't want you to help. It's simply that your efficiency in such tasks is too slow. Instead, you could prepare breakfast during this time, and afterward, continue gathering bark. That would be the greatest assistance to me. Oh, Qian nodded obediently, as long as she didn't hold the team back. She was willing to do anything, as idleness would evoke a profound sense of guilt within her. However, she did not immediately start a fire to cook. Instead, she poured some of the cold boiled water from last night into a bamboo tube and walked over to Jiang Mo. Here, Brother Jiang, have a sip of water and take a break. To be honest, Jiang Mo felt a bit parched at that moment. Thank you, Qian. He accepted the bamboo tube and drank heartily, feeling a warm sensation in his heart. A rugged man like him found it hard to resist such unintentional displays of care. He was utterly charmed by it. After finishing, he returned the bamboo tube to Qian Qian and sincerely expressed, "Thank you, Qian Qian. It's wonderful to have you around." Hearing this, Qian Qian's ears flushed crimson. For a moment, she stammered, unable to formulate a complete sentence. "And no, it's nothing. We're all teammates, helping each other." After saying this, she grabbed the bamboo tube and hurried away. Jiang Mo was somewhat bewildered, pondering what had just transpired. However, he refocused on his task of digging and resumed working vigorously. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were increasingly agitated upon witnessing the scene. LV11 Angry Old Horse. What is going on with my bro? How can he be so oblivious? LV23 I love to speak the truth. Damn it. Why did Qian Qian take a liking to this guy? LV17 Taro Balls. I'm heartbroken. Brothers. LV36 Bright Moon across 1,000 miles. Sigh. LV22 Little Yuan. Honestly, I used to think my bro was unworthy, but now I believe he is quite deserving. LV11A Dong. 1. To be fair, my bro is brawny and has a decent appearance. With some grooming, he could certainly match Qian Qian without issue. LV23 Mini Clown. Damn it. So I've been the fool all along. Soon, the two girls had prepared breakfast. Jiang Mo paused his labor and began to eat, devouring his meal with the voracity of a famished ghost. There was no other choice. He had expended considerable energy recently and required ample sustenance. After all, energy is conserved. The two girls had grown accustomed to it by now. After all, they were looking at a man capable of lifting 700 pounds. What is wrong with him eating a bit more? Brother Jiang, if you don't require our assistance, then Sister Nan Xian and I will head out this afternoon to gather turf and other materials. We will try our best to keep up with your progress. Nan Xian nodded in agreement. And as for your vision for this dwelling, pursue it as you see fit. Although we may not be of much help with the heavy lifting, we are here for everything else. Just give us a signal, and we will wholeheartedly cooperate. Jiang Mo nodded in acknowledgement, expressing his gratitude to them. It is truly a blessing to be teamed up with you. This sentiment resonated deeply within Jiang Mo. From the very beginning, despite some doubts about his rather outrageous actions, the two women have consistently supported him. Qian Qian, without a doubt, believed in him unconditionally. And Nan Xian? She is the one who saved his life, offering him the first cup of warm water after they drifted through the stormy night, sharing her meager provisions. Even if the wild fruits were not particularly palatable, yet every little act of kindness is etched in Jiang Mo's heart. Regardless of the challenges that lie ahead, he is determined to contribute his utmost to this team. Oh, how sentimental. Nan Xian, unable to tolerate such displays, teased him. Just focus on building your shelter. Just don't embarrass us when the time comes. Jiang Mo patted his chest confidently, assuring her, rest assured, I got this. After finishing breakfast, Nan Xian and Qian Qian set out to collect waterproof materials, while Jiang Mo continued to toil with his pickaxe. Time flew by around 3 in the afternoon. Jiang Mo had excavated 8 large pits, each approximately a meter deep. The next step involved placing the supporting timber into the ground. Though the wood was heavy, it was manageable for him. He lifted a log and inserted it into one of the holes, then found some small stones to secure it, finally covering it with earth and compacting it with a pickaxe. In this manner, he systematically inserted each post into the ground without a moment's rest until dusk fell, when he secured the final post. In the studio, recently, Jiang Mo's popularity surged, and with the buzz surrounding his shelter construction online, the production team provided him with ample screen time. Yujia's attention was largely focused on him, as he had wagered with his colleagues on Jiang Mo's success. Although the stakes were merely a few breakfasts, he was eager to win. Despite Jiang Mo not connecting the framework today, and uncertainty surrounding the precision of his mortise and tenon joints, everyone witnessed his remarkable efficiency. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the amount of work he accomplished today would take 3 or 4 ordinary individuals to finish. Elder Huang nodded in agreement, beginning to appreciate Jiang Mo. He had not seen him take a break. Moreover, he was engaged in strenuous labor, whether it was burying posts or gathering small stones. It was indeed arduous work. Beyond his physical strength, his perseverance was equally commendable. Elder Huang's remarks were objective. In life, everyone inevitably encounters laborious tasks. Typically, one works for 10 minutes before taking a 10-minute respite, and the duration of work cannot be excessively prolonged, primarily due to the body's limitations. However, Jiang Mo is quite the exception, laboring tirelessly from dawn until dusk, pausing only for breakfast. The task of erecting such heavy timber is no small feat. Yet this individual accomplished it all alone. In response, netizens have expressed their astonishment. As a mere bystander, I must admit my admiration for Jiang Mo. Indeed, if you are unfamiliar with him, you might subconsciously believe the narratives circulating online. However, should you take the time to truly understand him, you will find that he becomes increasingly captivating. Without a doubt, I genuinely admire his remarkable stamina. Truly a man of iron. A man of iron. A man of iron. Chapter 54, A Second Lottery. As dusk descended, Nanxian and Qianqian returned. Upon seeing the stout pillars erected on the ground, both women were taken aback. What astonishing efficiency! If it had been the two of them, not only would they have struggled to erect them, but they likely would have barely managed to dig half the holes. It was primarily Jiang Mo who accomplished this all on his own. Jianggu, you are astonishingly swift. Qianqian's expression was filled with disbelief. Nanxian also marveled. Are you some sort of tentacle creature? I simply wish to finish early. I do prefer not to sleep outdoors every night, Jiang Mo casually remarked. The two women were momentarily stunned, a hint of guilt creeping into their hearts. Throughout their time together, Jiang Mo had always slept in the open, and they had grown accustomed to it, assuming he was indifferent. At times, they even thought he relished sleeping outdoors, enjoying communion with nature. Hearing him say this now made them realize that Jianggu's outdoor slumber was not by choice. He too desired a shelter. Yet as teammates, they had never inquired about it. Jianggu, why don't you squeeze in with us tonight? Qianqian innocently suggested, unaware of any impropriety in her words. Nanxian looked at Qianqian in surprise. Although she too cared for Jiang Mo, such a suggestion was rather audacious. The shelter she had constructed was meant for a single occupant. Now that Qianqian had moved in, it was already a tad cramped. If Jiang Mo were to join, wouldn't they truly be like a sandwich? Not only was Nanxian bewildered, but Jiang Mo was equally perplexed. Is this appropriate? His primary concern was his inability to restrain himself. Qianqian, I appreciate your kindness, but even if we were to share a space, let us not forget the propriety between men and women. And besides, your shelter is far too small. Qianqian found herself at a loss for words, realizing that even if they could fit, 3 people together would be rather intimate. Yet, she felt an ache in her heart. Jianggu, I'm sorry we never considered your shelter situation before. Nanxian nodded, feeling a sense of remorse as well. Well, it was indeed my oversight. Tomorrow I will help you construct a simple shelter. At least it's better than sleeping outdoors. At this moment, Jiang Mo understood that the two women had misinterpreted his earlier comment. He had merely spoken casually. For him, as long as it was extreme weather like a torrential downpour, where he slept was of little consequence. It truly had no impact. Did they think his high resistance was just for show? Besides, given his current skills, did he truly need assistance to build a simple shelter? However, he understood that this was their good intention, and he responded, Please do not overthink it. I merely spoke offhandedly, and my shelter is nearly complete. After spending so much time outdoors, I can manage a few more nights. With that, Jiang Mo decisively closed the topic, fearing that further discussion would only complicate matters. Women, being emotional, might end up prolonging the conversation unnecessarily. After dinner, Jiang Mo reclined on his banana leaf as usual. He did not engage with his audience in a live stream today, having not held a lottery in quite some time, and was uncertain of the amount of prestige he had accumulated. With a mere thought, the system panel materialized before him. Host, Jiang Mo, Speed 59, Strength 65, Agility 67, Resistance 124, Skill, Master Level Carpentry, Temporary Item, Strength Potion, in use, prestige. 88,045. What a delightful surprise. Over 80,000 prestige points. Jiang Mo's face broke into a wide grin. He could draw 8 times. Recently, he had consecutively won a master-level carpentry skill and a strength potion in the last 2 lotteries. Although these were not the conventional wilderness survival skills, they were certainly preferable to acquiring immunity against various toxins. Overall, the outcomes were progressing positively. Rubbing his hands together, he fervently wished for the system to present him with something remarkable this time. He implored it not to bestow upon him any scraps or mediocre skills. System. Lottery. Drawing. Congratulations, you have drawn a blind box. Would you like to open it? A moment of serendipity? Jiang Mo felt somewhat unaccustomed, particularly given how often this troublesome system had let him down in the past. When it wished not to grant him anything, it could easily subject him to 100 consecutive failures. Yet, this time it seemed to have changed its tune. However, observing the remaining 70,000 prestige points, Jiang Mo chose not to hastily open the blind box. Instead, he intended to seize the moment and exhaust the rest of his points. Such fortuitous luck was rare. Continue the lottery. Drawing. Thank you for your patronage. Bonus. All attributes 1. Jiang Mo was dissatisfied. Continue. Thank you for your patronage. Bonus. All attributes 1. Continue. Thank you for your patronage. Bonus. All attributes 1. After 6 consecutive failures, all was in vain. As expected, the system remained unchanged in its nature, and Jiang Mo cursed under his breath. Glancing at the remaining 1,000 prestige points, he resolved to expend them all. Keeping them served little purpose. However, after 6 consecutive failures, he desperately hoped the system would show some mercy and grant him something of value. Continue drawing. Drawing. Congratulations, you have drawn a blind box. Would you like to open it? Yes. Jiang Mo shouted triumphantly, fist raised. In total, he had drawn 8 times and won 2 blind boxes. Truth be told, he was quite satisfied. Although the odds of winning were low, they were far better than before. Could it be that his investment of 200,000 prestige points and upgrades had made a difference? System. Does upgrading enhance the probability of winning? Yes. Upon receiving this affirmative response, Jiang Mo beamed with joy. The 200,000 prestige points had been well worth the expenditure. Open a blind box. Opening blind box. Congratulations. You have drawn supervision. Vision increased by 5. 0. Current vision, 10. Vision? If I recall correctly, my vision is approximately 5. 0, which is the average for most individuals. Now, having acquired this extraordinary long-range vision, it seems my eyesight has improved by 50%. This skill is indeed remarkable. Although it may not be a direct survival skill, it feels even more advantageous than many traditional survival techniques. With a vision of 10. 0, one could truly proclaim, my eyes are as precise as a ruler. Quite splendid. Jiang Mo felt a surge of joy. The potential applications for this skill are undoubtedly vast, though he will need time to acclimate to it. He also discovered another mystery box and did not hesitate to proceed. Opening the mystery box. Mystery box opening. Congratulations. You have acquired high-altitude survival techniques. High-altitude survival techniques? What is this? The name sounds rather impressive. System. Could you provide an introduction to this skill? High-altitude survival techniques. S-rank skill. Adept at climbing. Fearless of heights. Is it really that straightforward? This seems rather cursory. Nonetheless, it is an S-rank skill, which must mean it possesses considerable power. Yet, the description leaves much to the imagination. Chapter 55. Successful connection soon. The 2 skills issued by the system were received. His vision improved by 5. 0, and now he could see much more clearly. Even though it was nighttime, it did not hinder his ability to observe the surroundings. This enhancement was truly remarkable. The world he perceived was entirely different from before. It was akin to transitioning from 720p to 4K Blu-ray, an unparalleled elevation in quality. As for the skill of high-altitude survival, he felt indifferent. Nonetheless, possessing this skill was undoubtedly advantageous, and he would test it out another day. The following morning, as dawn broke, Jiang Mo eagerly approached the shelter. With his vision doubled, He was now able to scrutinize details with much greater precision. Although connecting the beams was not overly challenging, there were still minor imperfections present. A swift glance revealed that one of the tenons was slightly thicker than the others, prompting him to grasp an axe and begin adjustments. He meticulously refined nearly all the wood until no further issues were apparent, at which point he paused. The next step was the most crucial, connecting the beams. As long as this segment proceeded without significant issues, the construction of his luxurious outdoor shelter would be more than halfway complete. Once the framework was established, the remainder would be mere trifles. In a broadcast studio, witnessing Jiang Mo tirelessly working on the wood left Yu Jia feeling uncertain. He had wagered with his colleagues, and while the stakes were modest, he still hoped for Jiang Mo's successful completion. We could see that Jiang Mo was making final preparations. The exhilarating moment was imminent, and it remained to be seen whether he could succeed on his first attempt. Though Huang Lao had developed a more favorable view of Jiang Mo, he remained grounded in realism and harbored doubts about Jiang Mo's chances. Despite the numerous captivating qualities Jiang Mo exhibited, such as his extraordinary strength and remarkable willpower, Huang Lao candidly expressed his skepticism. Admittedly, he wished for Jiang Mo's success, but the task was daunting. Earlier, Jiang Mo had conducted simple measurements with a homemade tool, appearing confident. However, this morning, it was evident to everyone that he had been engaged in blind adjustments without any measurements. This behavior revealed his underlying uncertainty, a manifestation of lack of confidence. Huang Lao's observations garnered unanimous agreement from the audience. Indeed, Huang Lao's analysis was astute. Behaviorally speaking, Jiang Mo was indeed lacking in self-assurance. I would love to witness his success. After all, constructing such a substantial shelter in the wild is a rarity. If he were to succeed, it would be a remarkable feat. Should he achieve this milestone, his team would likely be on a path toward the championship, as a well-constructed shelter could mitigate numerous uncertainties. He certainly won't succeed. Only our brother is the top seed for the championship. Indeed, don't you all watch short videos? Mr. Chen has remarked that if Jiang Mo achieves success, he will livestream himself performing a handstand while consuming excrement. Although I am aware of the reasons behind Mr. Chen's departure from the production team, I still have faith in his discernment. One may question Mr. Chen's character, but his professionalism remains unquestionable. This morning, upon witnessing Jiang Mo diligently repairing things, the director chuckled with delight. It appears this week's breakfast is secured. He jested with the director of photography, saying, "Young man, I already have plans for next week's breakfast, so be sure to remember to bring some for me." Hearing the director's words and seeing his smug expression, the director of photography's face fell. Losing a week's worth of breakfast may seem trivial, yet men often relish in establishing a victor and a vanquished. Sometimes, the sting of defeat is palpable. Just ask those who watch sports or gaming competitions. The mood can plummet for days following a loss. He presently shares that sentiment. For although the outcome remains undecided, Jiang Mo's performance this morning hints at an impending conclusion. However, he did not concede verbally, retorting to the director, "Uncle, we're not at the finish line yet. The outcome remains uncertain." Oh, look at the director of photography, still so defiant. The director found amusement in this youthful obstinacy. At that moment, the two appeared to be engaged in delightful banter, prompting the operations team to join in. "Young man, don't be a poor sport. It's merely a few breakfasts. Consider it as a deduction from this month's bonus." One remarked, "Exactly. Being so stingy will make it hard to find a girlfriend." Another added. The director of photography seethed. Was this truly about money? He understood his colleagues were merely jesting, yet he found himself devoid of justification to counter them. It was evident he was being stubborn, and to argue further would only render him foolish. With a huff, he fell silent, engrossed in his work, clearly at odds with himself. His colleagues, noticing his sullen demeanor, could hardly contain their laughter. Meanwhile, Jiang Mo, having adjusted all the beams, proceeded to assemble them. He inserted one end of a beam into the groove, while the tenon on the other side protruded, yet this posed no challenge for Jiang Mo. With a homemade wooden mallet, he swiftly hammered it into place. The fit was impeccable. His speed was remarkable, connecting one beam after another without a hitch. The process unfolded seamlessly, devoid of any errors. Upon completing the beam connections, he also assembled the roof structure. To facilitate optimal drainage, he opted for a hipped roof design, which, to be honest, is somewhat intricate, given its considerable height. Had this been prior to yesterday, Jiang Mo might have struggled. However, the lottery bestowed 2 skills upon him last night, proving invaluable today. While he remains uncertain of the other applications of the high-altitude survival skill, he has certainly felt its efficacy in overcoming his acrophobia. In the past, he was notably fearful of heights, yet today, standing atop this roof, he felt no trepidation whatsoever. It was as if he were walking on level ground. Quite remarkable indeed. These are the authentic thoughts that dwell within him. Potent elixirs, survival techniques in high altitudes, masterful carpentry skills, and exceptional eyesight, all complemented by his commendable agility. This accumulation of buffs is truly remarkable. His efficiency in assembling is astonishing. Constructing a shelter feels as effortless as piecing together a puzzle. In the broadcasting studio, Yu Jia observed Jiang Mo's fluid execution, rendering him momentarily speechless. Is this truly the case? Did he effortlessly piece it all together with such ease? The reason he placed his bet on Jiang Mo was simply due to his fondness for him, as well as a desire to create a semblance of balance in the wager, preventing it from becoming overwhelmingly one-sided. After all, it was merely a playful element among colleagues. Little did he anticipate, Jiang Mo actually pulled it off, and with such remarkable ease. Chapter 56. The framework completion. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Jia regained his focus. Ladies and gentlemen, we can now clearly observe that contestant Jiang Mo has successfully constructed the main framework. It is truly astonishing, although it is not yet fully completed. This does not diminish the magnitude of this remarkable endeavor. In the annals of wilderness survival, there has never been a shelter of such vastness and opulence. Jiang Mo deserves our applause. With that, he began to clap for himself. Old Huang glanced at Yu Jia and, shaking off his stupor, joined in the applause, exclaiming, Jiang Mo has genuinely transcended my expectations. In the wild, with scant tools and no measuring instruments, he has flawlessly erected this framework. I find it difficult to articulate my current sentiments. Suffice it to say, Jiang Mo is exceptionally impressive. The online audience could hardly contain their excitement, inundating the screen with comments. Incredible. Unbelievable. Frankly, this has somewhat shattered my worldview. Indeed, this cannot merely be considered a shelter. It is akin to a house. The fact that he accomplished this with just an axe is nothing short of remarkable. This promises to be entertaining. Where are those who previously doubted Jiang Mo? Come forth and speak. Those naysayers stand no chance in this uphill battle. Do not hold your breath. Meanwhile, the production team watched in awe as Jiang Mo perfectly fitted the final beam into place, prompting the director to leap with joy. With a raised voice, he addressed his colleagues. Hey, you old-timers. What do you have to say now? Who is buying breakfast? Speak up. His demeanor, though somewhat brash, was measured. He felt an immense satisfaction in his heart. The others chuckled at his exuberance. His current demeanor was indeed a bit over the top. The director interjected, All right. You've proven yourself. Haven to you? Uncle will bring you breakfast. The operations manager chimed in. I'll cover your breakfast for next week. The cameraman added, and I'll take care of the week after that. To treat them to breakfast for an entire week was trivial compared to the impact Jiang Mo had on them. How should one articulate this? Jiang Mo continually redefined their understanding. What they assumed was an act for the show turned out to be his earnest endeavor. You thought he might falter? His resilience is surpassed that of a battleship's tether. You believed he was merely tough? He would demonstrate to you his craftsmanship and extraordinary strength. Each of his actions seemed utterly absurd, yet he would reveal to you the logic behind them. Is this truly acceptable? They were in a wilderness survival scenario, not a superhero selection. It felt as though Jiang Mo was engaging in an entirely different game than the other contestants. Where could one find reason in this? And there was Jiang Mo. Nan Xian and Qian Xian returned early, and in addition to bringing back tree bark, Qian Xian had also gathered some wild milk fruits. Upon seeing that Jiang Mo had already erected the entire framework, both women were momentarily stunned. How did you manage this? Nanxian's features contorted in disbelief, while Qianxian's mouth formed an O, rendering her speechless. Jiang, you this? Observing their bewildered expressions, Jiang Mo couldn't help but chuckle, yet he explained, "It's just a crossbeam. I'm building a roof. I possess considerable strength, making the task relatively effortless, hence the speed." His tone was casual, but the two women perceived it quite differently, primarily due to the overwhelming visual impact. This morning, there had merely been a few wooden stakes standing, and upon their return at noon, a grand structure had risen from the ground. In their moment of astonishment, Jiang Mo noticed the wild fruits in Qianxian's hand, and his eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Truth be told, he had grown weary of eating meat daily. The wild boar meat had become increasingly tough, and he longed for a change in flavor. Noticing Jiang Mo's hungry gaze, Qianxian generously lifted the wild fruit, exclaiming, "Jiang, here." Jiang Mo wasted no time, striding forward to accept the fruit, peeling it, and promptly devouring it. The taste was indeed delightful, tangy and sweet, reminiscent of mangosteen. "Qianxian, you are amazing. Absolutely fantastic," Jiang Mo declared, giving her a thumbs up. The flavor was exquisite. His praise was somewhat exaggerated, yet Qianxian was thrilled by Jiang Mo's compliments. "Jiang, you're the impressive one. Compared to you, I am nothing." No. Jiang Mo hastily waved his hand. "We are equally skilled. It's merely that we excel in different areas." Qianxian beamed with joy at his words. Meanwhile, Nanxian, unable to endure their mutual flattery any longer, interjected, "Can you two stop the mutual admiration? I know both of you are talented, but isn't it a bit shameless to say it out loud?" Upon hearing this, Qianxian quickly closed her mouth, though the smile remained uncontainable. Noticing the situation, Jiang Mo winked at Qianxian. "Don't mind her. She's just jealous of us." Nanxian shot Jiang Mo a glance. "All right, you're impressive. I'll go prepare dinner. You two continue your peacock display." As Nanxian walked away, Qianxian hurried to follow, clearly intending to assist with the cooking. Left alone, Jiang Mo finished the remaining wild fruits and inspected the status of his framework. Once he confirmed that everything was in order, he decided to proceed to the next step. Logically, he should enhance the walls before considering the roof. However, circumstances demanded a flexible approach. Currently, he was sleeping on banana leaves, and any rain would spell trouble for him. By completing the roof, at least he would have a shelter from the rain, preventing the misfortune of being washed away while sleeping. This was wisdom gleaned from experience. Some experiences are best savored only once in a lifetime. A second encounter is quite unnecessary. Soon, Qianxian and Nanxian had successfully grilled the meat. Jiang Mo sat by the fire, and the three of them began to indulge in their meal. The sun blazed overhead. "You all should take a moment to rest. In the afternoon, I will accompany you to gather the bark and other materials. I intend to seal the roof first. Shouldn't we focus on reinforcing the base first?" Nanxian inquired with a hint of uncertainty. "But I must first create a shelter from the rain, right?" "That is indeed a valid point." Nanxian nodded in agreement. "Very well, Brother Jiang. This afternoon, I shall take you along. Nanxian and I have recently collected a considerable amount. It should suffice for the roofing. Currently, I am sharing a shelter with Sister Nanxian, and you are welcome to use my waterproof cloth for the time being. In truth, as long as an ample supply of bark and grass is gathered, the necessity of the waterproof cloth becomes irrelevant. The design inherently features a gabled roof. Once the bark is properly laid, there is no need to worry about leaks." Chapter 57. Climbing trees in the afternoon. The Jiang Mo team, consisting of 3 members, set out from the camp, their destination being the location where the 2 women store tree bark. This marked the first collective activity for the trio, and the experience felt rather novel. Along the way, Qianxian's chatter was incessant, discussing everything in sight, contributing to a light-hearted and harmonious atmosphere. As they progressed, Jiang Mo's keen eyes scanned the surroundings, eager to explore, especially given his enhanced vision. Suddenly, he halted in his tracks, standing still as a straight arrow before a towering Wang Tian tree. The very name suggested its impressive height, commonly exceeding 50 meters. The branches of such trees typically spread wide at the top, leaving a bare trunk below. Jiang Mo paused because he noticed a sizable bird's nest perched atop the tree. A surge of curiosity washed over him. Could a man truly see such a thing? His heart raced with anticipation. He had drawn the high-altitude survival technique and, lacking detailed explanations from the system, only knew that it granted proficient climbing abilities and a fearless disposition towards heights. The extent of this skill's prowess remained a mystery to him. Why not give it a try? Bird eggs should be quite delectable, and after growing weary of wild boar meat, a change in diet would be refreshing. Moreover, the nutrition provided by bird eggs is abundant. He had previously harbored a fear of heights, and now sought to challenge his vulnerability. Though apprehension lingered, one must take the first step. Furthermore, the system rated the high-altitude survival technique an S grade, suggesting it was indeed formidable. With determination, he declared, Qian, Nan Xian, wait for me a moment. I'm going up to retrieve a bird egg. Let us enhance our meals. Huh? Qian replied, bewildered. Bird egg? Where? Jiang Mo pointed, and the two women looked up, seeing nothing at all. There's nothing there, they exclaimed. Look closely, it's right at the top, on the adjacent branch. A sizable bird's nest. Can't you see it? Are you referring to the very top? Nan Xian asked uncertainly. Jiang Mo nodded affirmatively. Yes, precisely at the top. Nan Xian's expression was one of confusion. Are you sure you're not joking? Her reaction was understandable. The spot Jiang Mo indicated seemed absurdly high. At least 60 or 70 meters up. Who could see that high? Why would I joke with you? Jiang Mo retorted, gesturing to emphasize, it's at least this big. Jianggu, are you serious? I can't see anything. Clapping his forehead, Jiang Mo suddenly remembered that he possessed enhanced long-distance vision. While Nan Xian and Qian were ordinary individuals, it's normal that you can't see it. My vision is superior to that of an average person. Just disregard it. With that, he prepared to ascend the tree, adopting a climbing stance. However, Nan Xian, quick to react, pulled him back. Brother, what are you doing? I believe your vision is indeed better than that of ordinary people, but at that height, how do you plan to climb such a bare tree? Qian wore a face full of anxiety. Jianggu, this is far too dangerous. The height is excessive. Risking it for a few bird eggs is simply not worth it. Could Jiang Mo truly relinquish his determination at this moment? He had mentally prepared himself thoroughly. He was resolute in his decision to climb this tree today. No one could dissuade him. Don't worry, I'm quite adept at tree climbing. You should all know that I, Jiang Mo, seldom boast without justification. When I declare my prowess, there's invariably substance behind it. In my childhood, I earned the nickname the King of Tree Climbers from Zaihe Village. Surely you understand that while one may have a misnomer, a nickname is never mistaken. To persuade the two women, Jiang Mo exerted considerable effort, convinced that his tale was flawless. The production team observed the unfolding situation, rendered speechless. This young man, Jiang Mo, seemed restless without a scheme to pursue. They estimated the tree to be roughly 70 meters high, equivalent to about 25 stories. What does that even signify? At such a distance, unless Jiang Mo had a telescope, he would be unable to see anything. The most absurd part was that he intended to climb it barehanded. Was he jesting? The trunk was completely bare, devoid of any footholds, and one could hardly mention climbing tools. How on earth could he ascend? Thankfully, his name was Jiang Mo. Had it been anyone else, the production team would have begun to scoff. What's all this boasting about? But Jiang Mo was different. Regardless of whether he could succeed in climbing, when he declared his intention, it was highly likely he would genuinely attempt it. As for the danger everyone spoke of, had Jiang Mo ever operated safely? To him, taking risks was as mundane as drinking water. Director, should we intervene? One of the crew members suggested. Yes, Director. This height is alarming. If he tires midway, he won't be able to ascend or descend, and the wind is quite fierce. The danger level is extraordinarily high. The director hesitated. This was a wilderness survival show, and frequent dialogue with the contestants was not ideal. Unless faced with an urgent situation, they preferred to minimize conversation. Let's observe for now. If he truly intends to climb, we can advise him later. Meanwhile, Jiang Mo believed his persuasive words would sway the two women. However, they proved futile. No, You cannot climb this tree today. We cannot allow you to take such a risk. Nanxian's tone was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Qianqian nodded emphatically. Jianggu, I trust you in everything else, but this tree is simply too high. If anything goes awry, I cannot bear to imagine the consequences. So please, would you heed our counsel? Realizing that climbing the tree before the two women was impractical, Jiang Mo nodded in acquiescence. Fine. If you insist, I shall not climb. All right, I can sneak back later, he thought to himself. Upon witnessing Jiang Mo relent, the two women also breathed a sigh of relief. Let us continue our journey, Qianqian suggested. We are not far from the place where we can gather tree bark. Onward. Jiang Mo kept pace with the two women. On the production team's side, upon seeing Jiang Mo persuaded to step down, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They were genuinely concerned that Jiang Mo might act impulsively. With his obstinate nature, once he made a decision, no amount of persuasion would sway him. However, it seemed that these two teammates could potentially rein him in. After walking for about 7 or 8 minutes, Jiang Mo ensured that the distance was safe before clutching his stomach and saying, "You two go ahead and wait for me. I'm feeling a bit unwell and need to take care of something." The two women, without a hint of doubt, nodded in perfect synchronization and proceeded forward. Once they had distanced themselves, Jiang Mo suddenly turned and bolted. He was determined to climb that tree today. On the production team's end, upon hearing Jiang Mo mention needing to address a problem, the cameraman prepared to cut the footage. Yet, in the next moment, they witnessed Jiang Mo turning and racing away. What was Jiang Mo up to? Chapter 58. A great wind rises. With an exhilarating rush, Jiang Mo swiftly returned to the towering tree. Without a moment's hesitation, he skillfully ascended several meters, employing both hands and feet in a manner reminiscent of a gibbon, exhibiting both amplitude and efficiency. To his astonishment, the technique of aerial survival proved to be extraordinarily effective. The lower half of the tree offered no branches for leverage, yet he found himself effortlessly adhering to the trunk. It was no exaggeration to say that he moved as if upon flat ground. This thrilled him immensely, and with each ascent, his excitement grew. He felt more adept than any parkour athlete navigating heights. His movements flowed seamlessly, executed with grace. Previously, even a modest elevation would induce anxiety, leaving him breathless and weak. Yet now, as he glanced down from over 10 meters above the ground, he felt no trace of fear. The production team. As everyone emerged from their stupor, Jiang Mo had already scaled nearly 20 meters. The director wore a look of astonishment, turning to his colleagues. Am I seeing things? Did he just leap up there in a couple of moves? You. The operations team is equally bewildered. You haven't misread it, the director exclaimed. What on earth? Has he reverted to some primal state? Which human can climb a tree like that? The cameraman interjected, Director, should we intervene? At that moment, the director hesitated. Given Jiang Mo's current ascent, advice seemed superfluous. However, refraining from intervention posed its own risks. The tree was indeed perilously high, and any misstep could spell disaster. A fall from such heights would likely defy even Newton's laws of gravity. Moreover, attempting to communicate via drone would undoubtedly distract Jiang Mo, thereby increasing the danger. At this point, intervention seemed futile. The stage manager concurred. I also believe we should refrain from speaking. At this height, a sudden noise might startle him, leading to calamity. The broadcast studio. At this moment, the screen displayed Jiang Mo's remarkable ascent. Yu Jia and Elder Huang shared expressions of sheer astonishment, both standing motionless. After a prolonged silence, Yu Jia regained his composure. Jiang Mo, is this scientifically feasible? It was no wonder he stammered. Any rational individual witnessing Jiang Mo's performance would be left utterly flabbergasted. Such feats seemed entirely outside the realm of human capability, more fitting for the silver screen than reality. Elder Huang remarked, in my 30 years of outdoor experience, I have encountered countless prodigies skilled in tree climbing, yet compared to Jiang Mo, they appear as mere novices. However, a question lingered in Huang's mind. What was Jiang Mo's objective in scaling the tree? Surely it wasn't merely to showcase his prowess. They had only just switched to this camera angle, missing the earlier conversation among Jiang Mo's team. Yu Jia replied, I'm uncertain from what I know of Jiang Mo. He is not one to act without purpose. Elder Huang nodded in agreement, acknowledging that while Jiang Mo's climbing skills were exceptional, the height of the tree posed significant challenges, particularly concerning stamina, and the increasing winds would only heighten the difficulties he faced. As Elder Huang pointed this out, Yu Jia felt an unsettling sense of concern. On the barrage, netizens flooded the screen with comments. I suffer from acrophobia. Merely viewing through the lens sends tremors through me. I can relate. The absence of any safety measures is alarming. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences. Let us not dwell on other matters. His tree-climbing prowess is truly remarkable. I was fixated on the screen, watching him ascend with a series of swift movements. How could this possibly be human? What do you suppose his purpose for climbing the tree might be? At such heights, there must be something valuable up there, otherwise the risk would not be worth it. Although I cannot fathom what it could be, I am convinced there lies something irresistible at the treetop. What on earth could possess such allure? It leaves me in a state of restless anticipation. In the woods, Nan Xian and Qian Qian waited for a while, growing increasingly concerned that Jiang Mo had not caught up. However, to return hastily might lead them to an embarrassing scene if they stumbled upon Jiang Mo in a compromising situation. Yet the duration of his absence was becoming concerning. Sister Nan Xian, should we not go back to search for Brother Jiang? Nan Xian nodded. Let us go, to avoid any mortifying scenarios. The two women called out his name as they approached the area where Jiang Mo might be resolving his predicament. Jiang Mo, Brother Jiang, they shouted several times, yet received no response. Instantly, they sensed something was amiss. With a face full of worry, Qian Qian exclaimed, Sister Nan Xian, what if Brother Jiang has encountered some misfortune? Impossible, Nan Xian replied firmly. She felt she knew Jiang Mo well. With his physical condition, the likelihood of a sudden collapse was nearly nil. If he were to face an attack from another creature, there would surely be some noise, which they would have heard. But then, where could Brother Jiang have gone? Faced with Qian Qian's question, Nan Xian furrowed her brow. Suddenly, it dawned on her, Jiang Mo. He would have gone back to climb that tree. Would he? Huh? Qian Qian found it hard to comprehend. That tree is so tall. Would Brother Jiang really climb it? Nan Xian was merely speculating, yet at that moment, the most plausible location for Jiang Mo was indeed that tree. Let us go. We should check back. All right. A few minutes later, the two returned to the base of the towering tree. Looking up, they were not surprised to find Jiang Mo ascending at a pace that defied their understanding. As she beheld the height, Qian Qian instinctively opened her mouth to shout. Nan Xian, quick-witted, swiftly covered her mouth. Be quiet. Sudden noise might startle him. Realizing her mistake, Qian Qian's face flushed with guilt. I'm sorry. I was just too worried and didn't think it through. Qian Qian, Nan Xian said earnestly. I'm not upset with you, but refrain from apologizing so readily. We are all human and can overlook things. We are a team. We must understand one another. Do you understand? Qian Qian nodded obediently. I understand, Sister Nan Xian. Upon witnessing Jiang Mo's current altitude, Nan Xian couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. While she appeared composed on the surface, her hands were tightly clenched, palms slick with cold sweat. In that moment, their worries proved futile. All they could do was silently offer prayers for Jiang Mo. At this juncture, Jiang Mo had ascended to a height of 50 meters. His hands had begun to ache, a testament to the considerable exertion he had endured. Climbing a mere 10 stories would leave one breathless, let alone scaling a tree. Despite his exceptional physical capabilities, there were still limits. Just as he took a moment to rest, a fierce gust of wind swept through, causing the leaves to rustle ominously and the trunk to sway violently. Jiang Mo dared not relax. He gripped the robust tree with all his strength. Yet, the wind showed no signs of abating, only growing more ferocious. Witnessing this, the two women beneath the tree were on the brink of tears. Chapter 59, Jiang Mo. Danger. The wind grew increasingly fierce, causing the top of the Wangtian tree to sway dramatically. At this moment, everyone held their breath. Jiang Mo, however, remained remarkably composed, devoid of any panic. It was curious, despite the terrifying height and the violent shaking, One would typically feel fear, even with a sense of assurance. Yet, he felt an unusual tranquility, as if he had faced such a scene countless times before. Was this the power of the high-altitude generation technique? A skill rated S level by the system. Indeed, it bore significant merit. Though unafraid, hanging there was quite exhausting. Yet, he could not control the natural elements and could only hope for the heavens to grant him respite from the wind. While he was calm, the others were in a frenzy. In Jiang Mo's live stream, LV11 irritable old horse, bad, bad, bad. LV23, I love the truth. Wow, this is making my scalp tingle. LV17 taro grape. Honestly, my hands and feet are icy right now. LV36 bright moon across 1,000 miles. My brother is confused. Even if he wants to show off his climbing skills, he could just display a bit without climbing so high. LV22 Xiao Yuan. I disagree with the previous statement. Knowing my brother, there must be something good at the top, otherwise he wouldn't take such risks. LV11 A Dong. Shallow thinking. You dare claim to understand Brother Jiang? Given his nature, he might just want to go up there for a breath of fresh air. Don't try to figure him out with your limited perspective. LV23 Mini Clown. This isn't the time for boasting. My brother is truly in danger now. Production team. The director was in a state of panic, pacing back and forth. While Jiang Mo had often engaged in reckless antics, today's situation presented a direct visual shock. Most people harbor a fear of heights, and Jiang Mo's predicament was enough to make anyone's heart race. Falling from such a height would surely lead to disaster. He regretted not having urged Jiang Mo to reconsider. After all, a 10-meter drop might still allow for survival, but from 50 meters, hope was futile. The director clasped his hands in prayer, fervently murmuring, "May the Bodhisattva bless us. May Buddha protect us. My brother is fortunate and has a strong fate." The other staff members glanced at him, their thoughts mirroring his. They too could only pray for divine intervention, hoping the winds would cease and Jiang Mo would safely navigate this crisis. Broadcast studio. Yu's legs trembled uncontrollably, his face betraying his anxiety. This was one of the rare moments in his hosting career where he lost composure, primarily due to the distressing situation Jiang Mo found himself in. Normally, he would say a few words to alleviate the tension, but in this instance, he found himself at a loss for words. Huang Lao took over his task and spoke. "Dear viewers, we can clearly see that Jiang Mo's situation is exceedingly perilous. Let us hope he can navigate this crisis safely." The barrage of comments from netizens flooded in. Given the circumstances, it seems dire. Indeed, while the source of such temptation remains a mystery, compelling him to take such significant risks, he should have anticipated the dangers he faced beforehand. It reflects a lack of prudence on his part. His impetuous nature can sometimes ignite a fervor within, creating an illusion that life should be lived so boldly. Yet we are ultimately but ordinary individuals. Jiang Mo, danger. Jiang Mo, danger. Jiang Mo, danger. Sister Nan Xian, what shall we do? Qian Xian's tears streamed down her cheeks, her hands clutching her chest tightly, her entire body trembling uncontrollably. In this dire circumstance, even Nan Xian, with her rationality, could not maintain her usual composure. I don't know either. Her face was etched with worry, her voice barely concealing a tremor. He always disregards advice. What can I do? With that, Nan Xian broke down, tears flowing freely. The fierce wind had persisted for half an hour, making it difficult for Jiang Mo to keep his eyes open. Fortunately, it eventually subsided. Jiang Mo hesitated no longer. Though weary, this was not the time to rest. He exerted himself once more, using both hands and feet, swiftly ascending to the treetop. At the pinnacle of the Wang Tian tree, he found a branch to rest upon. From this vantage point, he could survey the entire rainforest. The spectacle was nothing short of magnificent. Ascending to such heights, the concept of broadening one's horizons became vividly tangible. After resting for a while, Jiang Mo gradually moved closer to the nest. He extended his hand and counted 5 eggs. Quite few. Yet, Jiang Mo felt a surge of joy. He had anticipated the modest yield of the nest while climbing. Nonetheless, having some is certainly better than having none. Moreover, He now grasped some practical applications of this high-altitude survival technique. Although this venture was somewhat risky, it was worthwhile. Now the question arose, how could he safely bring these eggs down? A moment's carelessness could result in their shattering, rendering his efforts futile. After pondering for a while, he removed his shirt, placed the eggs inside, and gathered some grass from around the nest to cushion them against direct impact. Once securely packed, he tied the shirt around his waist. Yes, this should suffice. After sufficient rest, Jiang Mo planned to retrace his steps. However, when a scene of him retrieving the eggs was transmitted to the audience via drone, it left everyone utterly bewildered. In the broadcasting studio, Hosu Jia was left speechless. He climbed all that way just to collect bird eggs? Huang Lao wore a puzzled expression, as if he truly could not comprehend the situation. At that moment, both of them silently contemplated whether to utter a certain expletive. They were consumed by various speculations, pondering what could possibly be so significant as to compel Jiang Mo to undertake such a perilous endeavor. Curiosity is an inherent trait of humanity. Beyond their concern for Jiang Mo, they too were eager to uncover what lay above. And what was the outcome? The online community was collectively bewildered. My goodness, did he ascend to such heights merely for a few worthless bird eggs? Was it truly rational behavior? It is incomprehensible. The combined worth of those 5 eggs scarcely equates to 2 chicken eggs, and yet he risked his life for such triviality. Is he mad, or am I losing my sanity? Is this truly an undertaking befitting a carbon-based life form? Strangely enough, it does align perfectly with his reckless persona. He regards life and death with indifference, willing to confront any challenge head-on, embodying the rugged spirit of the wilderness. One must still reckon with the prowess of our Jiang Ge. Chapter 60. The impressive Jiang Mo after carefully gathering the bird eggs. Jiang Mo did not linger any longer and swiftly descended along the tree trunk. His speed in falling far surpassed that of climbing, as descending required little effort. In approximately 3 minutes, he safely reached the ground. Upon seeing the 2 women, he remained oblivious to any disquiet, proudly brandishing the bird eggs he had collected from behind him. I just told you that there were bird eggs up there, and you didn't believe me. I assure you, my eyes are like a ruler. If I say there are, then there are. He patted his chest, declaring, I must improve your meals. Although there are only 5, we can still share a bowl of egg soup. He anticipated that his proclamation would elicit applause from the 2 women, but to his surprise, it did not. Jiang Montak, are you out of your mind? Nan Xian nearly shouted in exasperation. You climbed that high tree just for these few eggs? Haven't you been eating well? When have I or Qian ever complained about our food? Do you realize that if anything had happened to you, I and Qian. She left her sentence unfinished, but Jiang Mo could clearly sense her anxiety. Such emotions were not typical for Nan Xian. He had always known her to be rational and composed. What had caused her distress today? Woo, brother Jiang. Qian suddenly began to cry. I was so worried. That was far too dangerous. When the strong wind was blowing just now, Sister Nan Xian was in tears. What? Jiang Mo replied incredulously. Qian, what nonsense are you talking about? Nan Xian retorted. When did I ever cry? With someone as reckless as you, it's no wonder we are so worried. What they say online is absolutely true. You are a foolhardy person. Not only are you reckless, but you're also foolish. Qian continued to sob, her voice trembling as she said, Sister Nan Xian, you don't need to be like this. I saw it all. Turning back to Jiang Mo with tearful eyes, she pleaded, Brother Jiang, please don't take such risks again, all right? Even Jiang Mo, despite his usual lack of awareness, began to grasp the gravity of the situation. However, he was not particularly skilled in handling emotional matters and did not know how to confront his 2 teammates. After pondering for a moment, he decided to feign ignorance and replied, Risk? What kind of risk is this? Do you think I, the champion tree climber of Xiahe Village, have earned my title in vain? For me, a 90-degree angle is a cliff, while 89 degrees is merely a slope. Moreover, the tree bark has such great friction. I can handle it effortlessly. Having delivered his boastful speech, he was met with a look of utter disbelief from Nan Xian. You're insane. Without a moment's hesitation, she turned and walked away. Qian, feeling somewhat lost, pondered what she should do next. Should she stay with Jiang Mo or follow Nanxian? Brother Jiang, I'm going to leave. Sister Nanxian is really upset. Please don't do this again. After uttering a soft sigh, he turned around and shouted into the distance. Sister Nanxian, wait for me. The unfolding scenes were crystal clear to the audience before the camera, and chaos erupted instantly. My goodness. So he was indeed aiming for those 5 eggs from the very beginning, was he? The term brute perfectly encapsulates Jiang Mo. What sane individual would risk so much for a mere handful of eggs? A 90-degree angle signifies a cliff, while 89 degrees spells disaster. How quintessentially classic. Did you not notice that both of his teammates seemed to harbor some interest in him? That dunderhead, Jiang Mo, remained blissfully oblivious. Do you comprehend the value of a straight man? Women would merely impede Jiang Ji's swiftness in drawing his sword. There are many pure-hearted warriors, but this is my first encounter with a pure brute. Meanwhile, the expressions of the production team were rife with disbelief. The 2 girls were so overt in their affections. Yet Jiang Mo remained preoccupied with flaunting his reckless antics, entirely missing the point. Nevertheless, this perfectly aligns with his character. The director chuckled and shook his head, bemused by the enigma of what occupies his mind. The operator mused that while one might wonder what it's like to date Jiang Mo, one could rest assured that he would never cheat, as he simply could not handle 2 women. The director looked at the operator, bewildered by this line of thought. However, one could hardly envision any woman fortunate enough to capture the heart of a man as splendid as Jiang Ge. He clicked his tongue, evidently convinced of the validity of his perspective. Yet, others regarded him with expressions of incredulity. The director remarked, "This child is beyond redemption." The cameraman quipped, "I've discovered the reason he struggles to find a partner." The stagehand added, "I've never witnessed a man so infatuated with another man. You don't have any peculiar inclinations, do you? Get lost." The director retorted, glaring, "While you may say whatever you like about other matters, I must emphasize that I am only interested in women." Initially, he had intended to bring back some grass to waterproof his dwelling. Now, with the 2 women vanished without a trace, he found himself utterly at a loss for where to hide the tree bark. To think he would even bother with such trivialities? Reluctantly, he turned back, occasionally flailing his arms in delight along the way. Why? Simply because he was elated. The high-altitude survival skill bestowed upon him by the system was astonishing. He felt as though he had merely scratched the surface of its potential. He never anticipated its remarkable efficacy. Once he masters it entirely, it would be even more formidable. Contemplating this, he couldn't help but exclaim, "I am truly impressive," not merely pretending to be. Upon returning to the camp, Jiang Mo did not see anyone, yet he could distinctly sense that the 2 women were within the shelter. Were they genuinely upset? Anger is detrimental. It disrupts team harmony. Thus, he stood outside the shelter and began to call out, "Nanxian, Qian, Nanxian." He called out several times, yet no one responded. Had it been anyone else, they would have had the sense to fall silent. But who was he? He was the formidable Jiang Mo. As long as the 2 remained unresponsive, he would persist in his calls. At last, Nanxian's defenses crumbled. "Jiang Mo, do you have some sort of affliction?" Even outside the sanctuary, she could sense the murderous intent emanating from Nanxian. "I am merely concerned for your well-being," Jiang Mo shamelessly retorted. "I knew you would eventually respond to me." How could someone like Jiang Mo exist in this world? With immense strength, astonishing resilience, and an astonishingly thick skin. Although she wasn't genuinely angry enough to ignore him, she felt it necessary to uphold a semblance of decorum. Yet, Jiang Mo's brazen antics swiftly dismantled her resolve. Chapter 61. Troubling Old Chun for 2 consecutive days. Jiang Mo refrained from opening his live stream. His loyal fans were growing restless, eagerly wondering when their beloved brother would resume broadcasting. Observing through the lens, it was evident that Jiang Mo had directed all his attention towards entertaining his teammates, leading one to speculate that today would also be devoid of his presence. LV-16 Lonely. Irate old horse, our brothers offline, come up with a clever idea to amuse everyone. LV-20 AA Salva. Irate old horse, we need a brilliant scheme. LV-11 A Dong. Irate old horse. With one fan leading the charge, The chat room erupted with tags directed at Old Horse. He, too, had noticed the absence of Jiang Mo in the live stream over the past couple of days and felt a sense of something amiss. After all, he was accustomed to spending his days in Jiang Mo's stream, where he was always certain that his brother would have something entertaining for everyone to enjoy. Just the other day, they had witnessed a thrilling performance of high-altitude antics, which had been nothing short of spectacular. Now that their brother was off duty, as the strategist of the live stream, Old Horse felt a responsibility to meet everyone's expectations. LV11 irate Old Horse. Let's have some fun. I have an idea. Didn't Old Chin claim that once her brother's sanctuary was established, he would live stream himself performing a handstand while consuming excrement? What are we waiting for? Let us see this old boy put on a show. LV32 villainous kitten. Let us go. LV24 Anan. Let us go. LV23 mini clown. Let us go. Meanwhile, on the Douyin platform, Old Chun was currently live streaming. By disparaging Jiang Mo without restraint, he had managed to attract a modest following. His stream boasted around 2,000 viewers, and with daily gifts flowing in, he could earn 300 to 500, which alleviated his immediate financial concerns. However, a lingering worry gnawed at him, for he had previously made a bold proclamation that had become known across the internet, specifically targeting Jiang Mo yesterday. As he watched Jiang Mo flawlessly connect the beams during his stream, he realized that trouble lay ahead. An entire day passed with him in a state of anxiety, fully aware of Jiang Mo's formidable popularity and the potential for his own downfall. Strangely enough, no one seemed to come after him. The day unfolded quietly, as if everyone had forgotten about him. Encouraged by the calm, he boldly decided to stream today. After all, missing a single day could result in a loss of several hundred. Just as he was comfortably receiving gifts, a sudden surge of viewers flooded into his stream. Unaware of the circumstances, he mistakenly assumed it was a surge from the platform, his smile widening as he welcomed the newcomers with open arms. Welcome, esteemed guests, to my live stream. If you have any questions, feel free to discuss them in the chat. And don't forget to follow. For those who can, please support with 2 light sticks and join the fan club. Seeing Old Chin's shameless demeanor, the viewers were incensed. Who the hell do you think you are? I'm your father. You said we could discuss any issues in the chat, right? Well, I have a question. When are you going to eat that excrement? At your age, if it's too dry to consume, we'd even allow you to drink it diluted. Speak up. Do not delay any further. You're live streaming anyway, so just eat. We are waiting. With such a flurry of comments, it is impossible for you to pretend not to see them. As Chin's expression fluctuated from pale to purple upon witnessing the overwhelming barrage of messages, he pondered his predicament. Should he maintain his stubbornness? The reality was laid bare before him. Jiang Mo not only constructed the shelter, but did so with remarkable opulence. Could he refuse to pay? If he dared to, Jiang Mo's supporters would undoubtedly retaliate vehemently. Would he even be able to continue his broadcast? Just as things were beginning to look up, he found himself ensnared in such a dilemma, and his resentment towards Jiang Mo grew immensely. He had come to realize that Jiang Mo was not merely resilient. He seemed to possess a multitude of talents. Why didn't he utilize these skills earlier? As he stood there, immobilized, the viewers' comments became increasingly frantic. Ultimately, with no other choice, Chun had to disgracefully end the stream and flee. What other option did he have? Was he really going to taste the saltiness of defeat? The audience had anticipated his retreat from the situation, but they would not let such an individual off easily. Those who wished to play the role of saints could do so, but they were certainly not fit for it. Running away from the first challenge would not spare him from the subsequent ones. Reflecting on the indignities they had suffered, they could not bear to let him escape unscathed. He must face the consequences. Unless he withdrew from the internet entirely, every encounter would be met with fervent backlash. Withdraw? Would that mean I would let him off the hook? If I were to catch him offline, I certainly could not refrain from giving him a few slaps. The audience relentlessly targeted Chun, inciting the ire of Cohen's fans. Was it amusing to bully an elderly man? They were truly overstepping. Chun only made a jest. Was it necessary to pursue him so relentlessly? They displayed a complete lack of perspective. Indeed, what perspective could the fans of such a brash individual possess? They were nothing but a mindless crowd. Upon reading these comments, The viewers were infuriated. Were they truly bullying an old man? Were they brazenly fabricating lies? In the past, when they stirred the pot against Jiang Mo online, these individuals certainly did not hold back. Was that just a joke? They nearly drove a good brother out of the production team. Now that retribution had arrived, they feigned pity, did they? What did it have to do with this group of imbeciles? They had conveniently omitted any mention of their previous antics against Jiang Mo. What was it? Was Kuan your dear brother, while Chun was your father? Get lost. I intend to force him to eat his own words. Do not attempt to constrain me with moral arguments. I possess no such morals. So what? Having experienced the prior events, the audience had never forgotten those humiliations. Their hatred for Chun ran deep. A typical scoundrel growing old. This time, they were determined to bring him down. Seeing the audience's unwavering resolve, Kuan's fans were enraged. Why should it be this way? Usually, they were the ones who bullied others, who tore others down. How can one allow another group of individuals to dominate over them? What pretense is this? Bullying an elderly man is hardly an accomplishment. If one possesses true courage, let them confront us directly. Indeed, isn't Jiang Mo remarkable? Isn't popular? Do they dare to compare themselves to my brother? After merely a few days of indulgence, they act as if they are superior? I assert this firmly. For Elder Chun, we, the Kuan fans, stand resolute. What can you possibly do about it? In the past, even if the Water Friends wished to refute, they would be unable to do so, as the disparity in strength between both sides was undeniably vast. However, the situation has changed. My good brother's livestream has been stable at over 100,000 viewers for quite some time now. Moreover, Jiang Mo continues to produce fresh content, attracting an ever-growing number of fans. Every day, a multitude of unfamiliar IDs enters the livestream. When it comes to popularity, the outcome remains uncertain. Do they truly believe that the championship is a foregone conclusion? Chapter 62. Unable to tolerate even a little, it is not the first time that the Water Friends have engaged in a quarrel with the fans of Kuan. Previously, they were often overwhelmed, as no matter how fierce the Water Friends fought, they ultimately succumbed to the sheer numbers of their opponents. However, this time seemed to be markedly different. They were not at a disadvantage. With both sides evenly matched, the Water Friends did not hold back, using the most vulgar language at their disposal. They were not instigating trouble. Calling upon Elder Chun to honor his bet was entirely justified, was it not? The notion of eating dung was proposed by Elder Chun himself, not coerced by them. How outrageous had this individual been? Any rational person could see it. Even after being ousted from the production team, he continued to be unrelenting. We are all adults here. Is it permissible for you to provoke others while forbidding them from retaliating? The fans of Kuan are indeed overstepping their bounds. The Water Friends' dealings with Elder Chun have no bearing on them. This instantly ignited the emotions of the Water Friends. Previously, many of these individuals had taken to the internet to disparage Jiang Mo, and Elder Chun's increasingly brazen behavior could largely be attributed to their instigation. With the advantage now on their side, the Water Friends launched a fierce verbal assault. When had they ever fought such a prosperous battle? In contrast, Kuan's fans had always enjoyed a favorable position. This time, faced with even slight resistance, they crumbled swiftly. The battleground for this verbal clash was in Elder Chun's comment section, where his video amassed over 500,000 comments, a testament to the explosive nature of the situation. Soon enough, this large-scale feud surged into trending topics, as onlookers eagerly joined in to witness the spectacle. Jiang Mo is quite impressive. How long has it been since he joined the show? His fans are already standing up to Kuan supporters. Incredible. Regardless of who is attacking Kuan's fans, my group 358 must lend our support. I must admit, it feels gratifying. I had previously endured severe ridicule from these individuals. At last, someone has stepped up to confront them. However, let's not celebrate too prematurely. One must not underestimate Kuan's depth of support. Jiang Mo's Water Friends are evidently organized, and if Kuan's side were to mobilize, the outcome could be uncertain. I share this sentiment. After all, Jiang Mo has only recently risen to fame. Compared to Kuan, he still lacks a certain gravitas. The announcement of the weekly team champion is just around the corner. and it will soon be evident who possesses the superior strength. I suspect that the champion will still belong to Kuan, as the other two contestants on his team are also trending well, certainly stronger than Jiang Mo's teammates. Of course, one cannot overlook our director among the frontline spectators. The elderly often find themselves restless at night, indulging in short videos. Upon discovering the juicy gossip in Elder Chen's comment section, he swiftly shared it in the production team's group chat. Director, quick, take a look. This is exhilarating. Both sides are evenly matched. Operator, excellent, excellent. The exchanges are superb. This is exactly the kind of balanced rivalry we need to boost our show's popularity. Cameraman, I've seen it all. The insults are truly outrageous. Stagehand, it's captivating. I love it. I've learned something today, and it might come in handy in the future. Director, sweating, expression, well, there's no point in learning what's useless. By the way, where's that director? I haven't seen him around. Stagehand, oh him. He's probably down there fighting himself. Someone's bad-mouthing Brother Jiang. How could he not join in? Director, I'm here. Ha ha, it's already over. Damn, we finally won once. What a thrill. Director, don't get too carried away, my friend. The day after tomorrow is the championship settlement day. If someone else takes the championship, they'll surely flaunt it in front of you. Just wait. Operator, although I also support Jiang Mo, to speak frankly, he has little chance of winning the championship this week. Stagehand agreed. Cameraman, personally, I hope Jiang Mo wins. But one cannot deny the significant popularity gap between the two. Director, how about a bet? As per our usual practice, the loser treats breakfast. Stagehand, bet. Operator, of course. I'm in. This is like delivering benefits right to our door. I must participate. Director, agreed. But if you lose, we'll all cancel each other out. The following morning, Jiang Mo did not rush to get out of bed. Mainly, Nen was still upset. His plan was to seal the top of the shelter. But without the two women to guide him, he couldn't find a place to hide the bark and could only take a day off. With nothing to do, he opened the live stream room. To his surprise, upon entering, the viewers were overjoyed. LV11 irritated old horse. Finally, my brother is back in business. We missed you so much. LV60 John Andro 07. You rascal. You haven't shown your face in days. We've just been staring at the screen. LV60 Tiger Mite. Exactly. What's your situation? Jiang Mo rubbed his forehead, saying, Brothers, it's not that I don't enter the live stream. It's just that the readers don't like to watch this, and they say I'm flooding the chat, so I thought I'd come less. LV16 Lonely. LV20 AA Salva. I don't get what you're saying, but I have good news for you. What good news? Jiang Mo was a bit curious. LV11 A Dong. You know we want to find trouble with Chun, right? Then, the viewers recounted the events that transpired online yesterday, and upon hearing it, Jiang Mo understood. So, my popularity has soared this much? I can now compete with top-tier fans. That's impressive. Indeed, it's good news. I've heard of that Chun. He's the head of my biggest haters, right? He has been causing trouble for me online, meaning he hasn't calmed down even after leaving the production team? LV60 Jiangnan 007. Exactly. LV16 Lonely. And he's getting worse. As for what you're doing to him, I can only say 3 words. Well done. Jiang Mo isn't want to fuss online, but he certainly doesn't shy away from a fight. Everything that Chun has today is of his own making. There's no enmity between them, yet this guy clings to him like a dog. He stated that one should provide candid critiques, even if it involves acknowledging one's own shortcomings, and that sharper language should not be deemed inappropriate. Meanwhile, Old Bai seems to be perpetually stirring the pot, truly treating him as if he were Japanese. If not for the desire for retribution, one would find it impossible to quell this frustration. However, he seems to have misconstrued the situation. He was clearly seeking to confront old Chun, yet somehow ended up clashing with Kuan's fans. Gentlemen, while you may have triumphed over Kuan supporters, what prompted you to engage with this group? LV11 Impetuous Old Horse. Those individuals are excessively arrogant, relying on their substantial fan base. We have endured considerable indignities. We initially aimed to confront old Chun, yet those people claimed that we were merely bullying an elder. They challenged us to face them directly. Could we possibly remain passive? Certainly not. Chapter 63. Clear distinctions. After listening to the account from his fans, Jiang Mo had come to an understanding. However, the current circumstances were rather peculiar. He found himself amidst a grand variety show, thus considered a public figure to some extent. There was no need to engage in conflict with a band of superficial individuals. One must maintain perspective. Nonetheless, Jiang Mo was quite eager to attain the weekly championship title, not merely for the monetary reward of 1 million yuan, but also to deliver a resounding blow to the faces of those oblivious fans. This would serve as his rightful form of retribution. Should there come a day when he was no longer part of this show, he would not hesitate to confront these individuals directly. As for Kuan, the idol at the center of this fan frenzy, Jiang Mo refrained from passing judgment, as his knowledge of this top-tier celebrity was rather limited. Meanwhile, within Kuan's live broadcast room, fans tearfully recounted their experiences, painting Chun Lao in a positive light, asserting that their actions were motivated by a sense of justice. They claimed that Jiang Mo had instigated the entire situation, branding him as a petty character in their narrative. Kuan had heard Jiang Mo's name mentioned before, albeit without much concern, as it seemed rather commonplace. However, today was different. He noticed a crucial detail, the fact that his fans had indeed lost the verbal battle. Knowing the combat prowess of his supporters, he was taken aback by Jiang Mo's rapid fan growth. If this continued, would his position as the leading figure in the program not be jeopardized? Such a prospect was unacceptable. He had entered this show to bolster his popularity, and to fall short of the top spot would be a tremendous disgrace. His primary competitor was an ordinary person, and from the fans' descriptions, it appeared that Jiang Mo was far from virtuous. How could Jiang Mo stoop so low as to bully an elder? It baffled him why the production team would grant him screen time, and even more so, why anyone would choose to support him. Lacking any sense of traditional virtues, did he require others to teach him the simple principle of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young? Kuan's remarks were laden with significance. He refrained from directly criticizing Jiang Mo, instead opting to question from a moral high ground. This approach simultaneously undermined his rival and preserved his own dignity. His fans responded with enthusiastic applause, exclaiming their admiration for their idol. Our brother is the best. What is Jiang Mo even worth? All he knows is to bully the elderly. Oof. How dare he even compare himself to our brother? Despite the fans claiming that they had lost today's verbal skirmish, Kuan remained confident about the weekly championship. Had all his efforts with numerous idols been in vain? He understood well the combativeness of his fans when it came to such rankings, and he believed Jiang Mo was far from a match. Rest assured, dear fans, the weekly championship is firmly within my grasp. With Jiang Mo's character, he is utterly unqualified to compete with me. Upon his declaration, the fans flooded the chat with fervent messages. Our brother is magnificent. Our brother is magnificent. In the broadcasting studio, Yu Jia was left utterly stunned by the scene before him. Is this Kunkin truly a top-tier star? Is this his approach to problem-solving? No. Jiang Mo, a mere brash individual, when faced with fan disputes, refrains from inciting his admirers or elevating the matter to involve the competitors themselves. After all, fans are fans, and competitors are competitors. As a prominent celebrity, is it appropriate for you to utter such words? Huang Lao's expression mirrored the peculiarity of the situation. Logically, this should not be the case. As a star, surely the agency has provided training regarding conduct. Could it be that he harbors disdain for Jiang Mo, thus speaking without restraint? Netizens flooded the comments, and in contrast, I can't help but feel that Jiang Mo appears rather refined. Some individuals may outwardly seem brash, yet possess an inner sense of restraint, while others may appear virtuous but are, in truth, nothing of the sort. This time, I stand with Jiang Mo. Indeed, it is the first time I've witnessed a fan altercation with the principal party involved, and moreover, disparaging other competitors. But wait, the crux of the matter is that he has no evidence at all. Does he truly believe he can act with impunity simply because he is a top star? Observing these comments, Yu Jia felt a deep sense of agreement. However, as a professional host, he would not address such matters in a public forum. Tomorrow marks the day of the team weekly championship results, and as per tradition, he must outline the process. Dear viewers, tomorrow is the day we announce the weekly champion. Today is the final day for voting. After 6 o'clock p.m., the voting channel will officially close. Participation in the voting offers a chance to win a super grand prize. Upon concluding this segment, the voting methods appeared in the upper right corner of the screen. Regarding the attribution of the weekly championship, netizens expressed unique insights. Although Kunkin may not seem impressive, I still believe the championship will fall to their team. Sigh. If predicting votes equates to popularity, I would undoubtedly cast my vote for Jiang Mo. However, this is merely speculation. Only those who guess correctly will receive a prize. Though reluctantly, my ideal choice remains Kunkin. That makes sense. If Jiang Mo can secure a position in the top 5, it would be commendable. His two teammates have seen a significant rise in their streaming popularity. Yet they lack a solid foundation, currently hovering around 20 to 30,000 viewers, which pales in comparison to the leading teams. Not necessarily. While my brother Jiang alone boasts over 100,000 viewers, there exists a disparity even among those with 100,000. Who knows the exact number of viewers in Brother Jiang's streaming room? The thing is, my good brother's streaming rooms generally possess the capacity for spending. With a surge tonight, securing the weekly championship isn't impossible. That seems overly optimistic. From my perspective, Jiang Mo's aspiration to attain the weekly championship is akin to a pipe dream. Within the production team, after hearing Kunkin's remarks, the staff exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Finally, the director broke the silence. To be frank, we have consistently targeted only Kunkin's fans, and it has always been this group that instigates trouble. We have never aimed at Kunkin himself. How could he say such things? Moreover, my brother Jiang has never even mentioned his name. This detail speaks volumes about one's character, does it not? Director, indeed, I concur with you this time. Kuin, truly. Stage manager. As a top-tier celebrity, it baffles me that he would utter such words. Could it be that he has been influenced by his fans? Has he succumbed to binary thinking? It is not impossible that proximity to the red could lead to such outcomes. Cameraman. However, regarding the handling of this matter, my brother Jiang has indeed outshone Kuin by a significant margin. Operator, what does that matter? Tomorrow marks the day for the weekly champions tally. And based on the current predictive voting, Kuin is leading by a considerable margin, while Jiang Mo is struggling to even secure a spot in the top 3. Chapter 64. The reversal of the celestial pattern at 8 o'clock p.m. The final results of the audience's predictions were unveiled. First place, Team Kunkin. Second place, Team Xiaonyo. Third place, Team Jiang Mo. Compared to the previous voting, Team Jiang Mo had advanced 2 positions. However, the netizens still predominantly favored Team Kunkin and Team Xiaonyo. Upon receiving this news, Kunkin's live stream erupted with excitement. That Jiang Mo couldn't even surpass Team Xiaonyo. How dare he challenge us? Indeed, our brother is in a league of his own. I wonder if that reckless fan dares to boast now. Does it sting to be slapped in the face like that? Kunkin, observing the barrage of comments from his fans, could not suppress a smile. Dear fans, we don't even deign to compare ourselves with someone like Jiang Mo. Honestly, I feel it's somewhat embarrassing to be compared to him. What is his level compared to mine? With those words, Kunkin propelled the live stream to a new peak of enthusiasm. Brother speaks the truth. Did you see that? This is what we call vision. We are not even on the same tier as Jiang Mo. Those fans of his really know how to leech on his success. Once the results are finalized tomorrow, that reckless fan supporters will likely fall silent. As for Team Xiaonyo, the members observed the rankings without significant emotional shifts, as everything unfolded as they had anticipated. Their team was perpetually destined for second place, overshadowed by Kunkin, making it quite challenging to surpass him unless they produced an extraordinary performance to attract a surge of fans, which remained a slim possibility. Xiaonyo had come to terms with the situation, recognizing that securing second place was still commendable. Although he harbored considerable grievances towards Li Huihui, he chose to endure them. On Li Huihui's side, she was elated to have around 10,000 viewers in her live stream. She rejoiced daily over her past decisions, realizing that had she chosen to follow Nanxian, her popularity would likely have stagnated at merely 2,000 to 3,000 viewers. Just moments ago, she learned of the voting results. And to her surprise, she found it somewhat astonishing that Jiang Mo, who had previously been unheard of, managed to climb to third place. It seemed that Team Jiang Mo possessed some merit. However, third place was still behind her own team. While the rank difference was minimal, the actual popularity was a different story. Just as they were substantially behind Team Kunkin, with a gap of at least half in terms of popularity, they only differed by one rank. In Li Hui's view, only her team and Team Kunkin belonged to the same echelon. The other teams simply did not measure up. On Jiang Mo's end, upon witnessing the ranking results, he felt little emotional fluctuation. Both Team Kunkin and Team Xiaoyo had arrived with formidable fan bases prior to the show, while he was but an ordinary individual. The fact that the audience's votes had elevated him to third place was already a significant nod to his presence. Nevertheless, predictions were merely conjectures. The true results would only be revealed in due course. Despite the considerable dissent expressed by the viewers in the live chat, Jiang Mo maintained a relatively stable demeanor. Brothers, what is the rush? Isn't this merely a guessing game? The results will only be revealed tomorrow. Moreover, as newcomers, even if we do not secure the first place, there is no shame in that. Reaching this point is already quite an achievement. LV11 Rageful Old Horse. Why can't that top spot be ours? LV16 Solitary. Exactly. Haven T, we proven our strength by winning today. LV20 AA Salva. Let us go. We must bring that Kuin down a peg. Jiang Mo is quite familiar with the rules governing this popularity ranking, which primarily considers online viewer count, total online duration, and the rewards garnered in the live broadcast. Honestly, he believes that his data in these aspects is not too shabby. However, he does recognize the significance of the term top tier, as the capacity of those fans to cast votes is indeed astonishing. He likely falls short in the gift-giving department. Just then, the elder in the live room spoke up. LV60 Tiger roaring. I know what you're worried about, kid, concerned that the donations in our room one team match those of the competition, right? Fear not, for I shall elevate you regardless. LV60 Jiang 007. Enough talk, let us just start sending gifts. After these two elder statesmen spoke, they began to shower the room with extravagant gifts. The viewers in the live stream responded in kind. LV11 Rageful Old Horse. Enough said, let us send our brother soaring. LV11 Rageful Old Horse, sending Doing number 1 X1. LV16 Solitary, sending a sports car X1. LV20 AA Salva, sending airplanes X2. In that instant, the live room erupted into a frenzy, filled with a cascade of gift effects. The viewers unleashed all their might. Even those who typically refrained from spending were indulging in wild generosity this time. Observing the situation, Jiang Mo quickly cautioned, brothers, don't get carried away. Don't spend all your living expenses. You still need to get by. This was a sincere thought. Although he too desired to vie for the top position, he believed in acting within one's means. He had once been a spendthrift while gaming, splurging recklessly and then having to scrape by for the rest of the month. The regret was profound, and he wished for his viewers to avoid such a fate. However, the viewers were not receptive to his warnings. LV23, I love to speak the truth. Are you lecturing me on how to act? LV11, a certain mountain king. Shut up. Do you think this only concerns you? LV16 walking on thin ice. Exactly, as long as we can reach first place, I'm happy to spend some money. What's the issue? LV17 Taro Grape. I got money, I enjoy spending. LV36 Bright Moon miles away. I've said, we will elevate you regardless. With such a determined audience, Jiang Mo found himself utterly powerless. The spectacle of gifts cascading across the screen persisted for 2 full hours, showing no signs of abating. Jiang Mo was indeed feeling quite anxious, as if he were truly on edge. Enough of the incessant scrolling, my friends. Take it easy, lest you find yourselves reduced to mere dust. Yet, no one seemed to hold him accountable. LV11 Impetuous Old Horse. Brothers, as you go about your tasks, refrain from complicating matters further. LV16 Solitary. Indeed, if you are weary, then retire for the night. We shall cease when we feel it is time. LV20 AA Salva. Hurry and rest. Tomorrow will reveal the outcome. Wait, is this a reversal of fortune? Are they simply instructing him to sleep while they take charge? What does this mean? Isn't he the main player? Why does it feel as though the viewers have become somewhat entranced? After a moment's contemplation, he realized that the situation had indeed transcended his individual concerns. It had evolved into a collective endeavor, where the viewers were not merely vying for supremacy, but rather for communal honor, driven by a shared spirit. Chapter 65. Announcement of results early the next morning. Nearly all participants of the competing teams refrained from venturing out for food, as they awaited the results of the weekly championship rankings. Even though many contestants were aware that they would not clinch the title, they were eager to discover their team's standing and to indulge in the excitement of the competition, curious about which team would emerge victorious. The program's live stream was inundated with viewers, all gathered in anticipation. The volume of comments surged to several times its usual count. When will the results be announced? This is unbearable. Is there no one on the upper floor paying attention? Isn't it visible in the top right corner? The announcement is set for 10 o'clock sharp. Just 15 minutes left. Oh, how agonizing the wait is. As for us Coen fans, we are not anxious at all. Victory is assured for us. Not necessarily. Until the results are revealed, no one can predict the outcome. Last night, Jiang Mo's live stream gifts flowed throughout the night. What does that matter? Can their numbers compare to ours? The first place is undoubtedly secure. We shall only see how the second and third places unfold. Jia, as the host, also had not yet received the ranking data. To maintain suspense, the production team would only provide the host with the specific data 3 minutes before the announcement. Ladies and gentlemen, there are merely 15 minutes remaining until the reveal of our weekly champion. To be honest, I have yet to receive the ranking list. So like all of you, I am filled with anticipation. Meanwhile, Jiang Mo was equally excited. How to describe this feeling? It was akin to the sensation of countless ants crawling over him. He had thought he could approach the situation with tranquility, but reality proved otherwise. Both Nanxian and Qian, who had momentarily set aside their grievances with Jiang Mo, now gathered together. Qian rubbed her hands nervously, saying, "I'm so anxious. This feels just like waiting for my college entrance exam results." Nanxian glanced at Jiang Mo, remarking, "Our team's ranking hinges upon you. My and Qian's live stream only has 20 to 30,000 viewers, and we are relying on your influence. Do you feel confident?" "Not at all," Jiang Mo replied candidly. "Although I am reluctant to admit it, Kuen's team and Xiaoyo's team possess formidable strength. While my supporters are enthusiastic, the fans of other contestants are surely rallying as well." "Sigh," Qian lamented. "I don't even know what I am hoping for. While I am aware that first place is out of reach, I still wish to gamble on that slightest chance." Me too. The remaining two chimed in unison, sharing a glance and then breaking into laughter. This laughter served as a reconciliation, allowing bygone grievances to be set aside. Jiang Mo felt a sense of happiness. Even if they did not secure the weekly championship this time, at least he had mended things with his two teammates. In the broadcast studio, Jia announced, "Dear viewers, there are only 10 minutes left until the results are revealed." On Kuen's side, despite appearing outwardly relaxed, he was internally quite anxious. He had heard that after Jiang Mo concluded his stream and went to sleep, the gifts in the live chat had continued to flow throughout the night. His fans have indeed been quite active, yet the demographic of his fan base tends to be relatively young with modest purchasing power. Although there are some older individuals, they represent a minority. In contrast, Jiang Mo's supporters are primarily working professionals, many of whom might begrudge spending 30 yuan on a pair of undergarments. However, when it comes to financial contributions, they can be quite generous. Just then, Jia's voice resonated once more, announcing a 5-minute countdown. On the side of the Little Cow team, upon hearing Jia's countdown, the three of them inhaled deeply. At this moment, Little Cow was no longer preoccupied with whether Li Hui was likable or not. He clenched his fists tightly. Despite being acutely aware of the gap between his team and the Kuan team, he still wished to take a chance. After all, one never knows what might happen. Xiao Feng remarked, "Our team should have no trouble securing second place. There's even a chance for first." Xiao Feng, a singing streamer with over 100,000 followers, paired with Little Cow, made for a rather impressive team composition. Li Hui agreed, "I feel the same. Our team is quite competitive." Little Cow shot her a glance. feeling quite disgruntled. It was infuriating that she was dragging the team down, lacking in popularity and performing poorly outdoors. He truly regretted choosing such a teammate. In the broadcasting studio, Yu Jia announced, 1 minute remaining. At that moment, the viewers could hardly contain their excitement. Oh no, why is there still a minute left? This wait is excruciating, they exclaimed. Can't they announce it early? I'm nearly at my wit's end. Despite having a good guess about the rankings, they yearn for the actual results. Exactly. Until the final verdict is declared, everything remains uncertain. Just as the audience was about to burst with anticipation, the time drew near. Yu Jia declared, 5 seconds remaining. We will officially announce the rankings thereafter. 5, 4, 3, 2. Dear viewers, we will first reveal the rankings from 4th to 10th place. 4th place goes to the Old Ma team, with a popularity score of 700,000, an online presence of 270,000, and gifts totaling 430,000. 5th place is the Lu Tong Tong team, with a popularity score of 640,000, an online presence of 240,000, and gifts totaling 400,000. 10th place is the Eggplant team, with a popularity score of 420,000, an online presence of 180,000, and gifts totaling 240,000. Next, we will announce the top 3. Are you all eager for this, dear viewers? Upon hearing this, the audience was nearly beside themselves with excitement. Hurry up and reveal it. Stop keeping us in suspense, they implored. Do you know how anxious we are right now? Please just announce it directly. All right, we will now reveal the 3rd place. Yu Jia glanced at the list in her hand, her expression shifting, a moment captured clearly by the audience. Could it be that the 3rd place diverged from predictions? With all other teams having their rankings disclosed, only the Kuan team, the Little Cow team, and the Jiang Mo team remained. The audience predicted that Jiang Mo's team would secure 3rd place. Yet, judging by Yu Jia's expression, there appears to be a discrepancy. It is also possible that Yu Jia is merely acting, as many hosts tend to indulge in theatrics. Aside from the audience, the most anxious party must undoubtedly be Xiao Nyoji's team. They are genuinely reluctant to hear their team's name. If their name is not called at this moment, it would at least mean they are among the top 2. If their name is announced, it would be the end. Just then, Yu Jia's voice resonated. Let us extend our congratulations to Xiao Nyoji's team for achieving 3rd place. With a popularity score of 1.2 million, an online audience of 480,000, and gift rewards totaling 720,000. Upon the announcement of this result, the members of Xiao Nyoji's team appeared as deflated as punctured balloons. They had initially expressed a desire to contend for the championship, yet now they find themselves devoid of even a 2nd place finish. The audience erupted in astonishment. What? Does this mean Jiang Mo's team is at least 2nd? My goodness, this is indeed thrilling. Indeed, the 1st place remains uncertain. Chapter 66. The final verdict. When Yu Jia beheld the 2nd place, he was momentarily taken aback. The ranking on this day exceeded all his expectations, bordering on the surreal. Every movement he made was scrutinized by the audience. No way. This is bad. It seems something has gone awry. Kuan, this is dangerous. Could it be that my brother Jiang might actually ascend to the top? How thrilling. He urged, stop dawdling and announce it already. At this moment, the one who felt the most anxious was undoubtedly Kuan. Deep down, he believed that the 1st place was rightfully his, with no room for any surprises. He had observed the team divisions of a show, and he had never regarded the 2nd place team, led by Xiao Nyo, as a threat. His true concern lay with Jiang Mo. Since the inception of the program, he had repeatedly encountered this name in his live streams. Initially, Jiang seemed like an inconspicuous figure, but as time passed, he appeared more frequently, even securing 3rd place in audience predictions. What troubled Kuan the most was that his fans had failed to win an argument against Jiang's supporters, which spoke volumes about Jiang's rising prominence. When the announcement of the 3rd place was made for Xiao Nyo's team, Kuan felt more unsettled and anxious than Xiao Nyo himself. He knew full well that if they both placed 2nd, Xiao Nyo posed little threat. However, if Jiang Mo was among the top 2, his own claim to 1st place would be jeopardized. The subtle expression on Yujia's face only heightened his anxiety. At that moment, his teammate offered some reassurance. Kun, don't fret. The host sometimes enjoys creating suspense. It's all part of the show. Kun took a moment to reflect, realizing there was merit to his teammate's words. Having participated in numerous singing competitions, he recognized that the production team often relished in creating an air of mystery during the ranking announcements. His visible anxiety did not go unnoticed, as many devoted fans waiting in his live stream offered comfort. Brother, don't worry. The first place is surely yours. I've seen through the production team's antics. Everything is under control. Don't be afraid, brother. Jiang Mo has only been here for a few days. How could he possibly outshine you? The first place is definitely yours. As for the production team, including the director and all staff members, they were oblivious to the specific rankings. Once the data was compiled, only the producer had access to the results. Now, aside from the producer, there was another person privy to the truth, Yujia. They were uncertain whether Yujia's astonishment was genuine or merely a ploy for dramatic effect. The director remarked, based on my understanding of Jiang, he is likely not feigning surprise. The first place is undoubtedly my good brother S. You all can wait for me to collect breakfast. The operations manager scoffed. You've only known Jiang for a few days. How can you claim to understand him? Young man, don't be too complacent. I fear you may be heartbroken when the results are revealed. The stage manager interjected. Rational analysis suggests that Kun has a greater probability of winning. The cameraman concurred. Absolutely correct. On this occasion, the director surprisingly refrained from taking sides, his brow furrowed in contemplation, as it became increasingly plausible that Jiang Mo, the underdog, might indeed seize victory. Yujia, observing the audience's heightened enthusiasm, decided against prolonging the suspense. The announcement of the second place was imminent. Let us extend our congratulations. In that moment, time seemed to stand still, with every breath held in anticipation. They understood that the name about to be revealed would signify the loss of the championship for someone. At last, Yujia's words echoed forth. Congratulations to the Kun team for securing second place. The Kun team garnered a popularity rating of 2.7 million, with 1.9 million viewers online and 800,000 in tips. Upon the revelation of this result, the audience erupted in excitement. My goodness, if Kun secured second, then Jiang Mo must have clinched first. Who could have predicted such an outcome? It was truly astonishing. In less than half a month on the show, a mere amateur had outshone the top-tier stars. Jiang is remarkable. The Water Friends are exceptional. Yet, amidst the jubilation, some fans of Kun stubbornly clung to their denial. What are you celebrating? The first place has yet to be announced. Indeed, it's possible the numbers could be identical, resulting in a tie for second place, right? Observing such misguided remarks, other audience members quickly interjected in rebuttal. Are you foolish? All other teams have been announced, leaving only Jiang Mo's team. Could the first place possibly belong to anyone else? Exactly. Even in the event of a tie, it would still be considered a shared first place. Do you understand? As the debates escalated, Yujia's voice resonated once more. Let us congratulate Jiang Mo's team for successfully claiming the title of popularity champion for the week. Jiang Mo's team, popularity rating of 3.1 million, 95 million viewers online, and 1.15 million in tips. With this declaration, the matter was decisively settled. The audience was driven into a frenzy. Incredible. I find myself a loss for words to express the exhilaration coursing through me at this moment. Although I miscalculated and forfeited my chance at the lottery, witnessing Jiang Mo's triumph fills me with joy. As a casual viewer, seeing an amateur contestant triumph over a top star evokes an exhilarating sense of identification. Ha ha ha. Now, I eagerly anticipate how the doubters will respond. Indeed, this is incredibly uplifting. Backstage at the production team, the director was so overwhelmed with excitement that he leapt up, for this was his moment of MVP reckoning. No one in the entire production team had anticipated that Jiang Mo would emerge as the weekly champion. Previously, everyone regarded him as a fool, but at this juncture, reality validated that his choices were indeed astute. He was the singularly correct individual. If not now, when should he flaunt his triumph to his colleagues? A gaggle of little Karami. Speak up. His neck flushed crimson as he raised his voice several decibels higher, demanding responses. Why the silence? Are they not fond of conversation? Others wore smiles, gazing at this lively character with a mix of exasperation and amusement. The director interjected, all right, you've won. We'll buy you breakfast. The operations manager remarked, you are impressive. The stage manager added, you have the keenest insight, don't you? The cameraman exclaimed, bro, you are incredible. I purchased breakfast for you. Could you refrain from flaunting that smug expression? Ha ha ha. The director laughed heartily, his hands flailing uncontrollably in front of him. What a delight. Upon hearing that they were champions, the three individuals leaped up in sheer excitement. Ah. The two girls could hardly contain their exuberance, unleashing a barrage of ecstatic shrieks. Brother Jiang, you are amazing. I truly never expected our team would emerge as champions. Jiang Mo, you are remarkable. Nan Xian let slip an expletive, overwhelmed by her excitement, unable to contain herself momentarily. At this point, Jiang Mo humbly responded, attributing the victory to their collective efforts, acknowledging, you are all exceptional. Without you, our team could not have triumphed. Chapter 67. Li Huihui explodes. After a moment of excitement, the group finally calmed down. Brother Jiang, allow me to prepare a meal for you. Qian exclaimed with joy. She had never anticipated that her live stream would attract over 30,000 viewers, nor could she fathom that her team had triumphed over a top-tier celebrity. Prior to participating in the show, her live stream audience barely reached double digits, mostly consisting of friends and neighbors. To her astonishment, she had become a significant internet sensation. She recognized that this success was largely attributed to Jiang Mo. Without his invitation to join the team, she would still be in her former situation. Thus, during the upcoming Wilderness Survival Challenge, she was determined to excel and not let Brother Jiang down. Although Nan Xian did not place much importance on popularity, her career aspirations lay in academia, and she had joined the program solely to hone her skills. Regardless of her indifference, now that she had gained such recognition, new opportunities had presented themselves. To speak candidly, the weekly champion was awarded a prize of 1 million, which would equate to over 300,000 after distribution. This was no trifling sum, and for that reason, she felt immense gratitude towards Jiang Mo. Even without the championship, she had forged deep bonds with her two teammates during their time together. Her frustration towards Jiang Mo stemmed entirely from her genuine concern for him. I will assist as well. You are the key contributor to our victory, so take a break. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mo did not refuse, as he had an important task at hand. He needed to open his live stream to express gratitude to his supporters. Without their encouragement, he would not have reached this milestone. As soon as he initiated the stream, the chat was flooded with messages. Numerous small gifts adorned the screen, and unlike the previous day's lavish donations, today showcased an abundance of modest tokens, particularly the small fireworks. The atmosphere of victory was palpable, reminiscent of celebratory firecrackers and drumbeats in the digital realm. LV11, boisterous old horse, impressive Brother Jiang. We truly secured the weekly championship. I'm ecstatic. LV16, solitary. You have no idea how elated I am right now, truly. I can finally hold my head high. LV20, Salva. I can already envision Kuin's sour face and the myriad of stubborn fans he has. LV11, dong damn. I'll be someone of stature now. In the realm of the internet, we can walk with pride. LV32, villainous kitten, absolutely necessary. LV24, Anan, we have not let anyone down. We have not let anyone down. Witnessing the enthusiastic comments from his supporters, Jiang Mo wore a warm smile and earnestly addressed the camera. In my heart, I have countless words, yet gratitude is all I can express. I, Jiang Mo, am immensely fortunate to have such supportive brothers. I shall never forget this kindness. LV60, Jiangnan007 Ugh. How sentimental. LV60, Fierce Tiger, don't get too emotional. We're not here solely for you, but for the entire team. With the two prominent figures speaking up, other supporters quickly joined in. LV23, I love to speak the truth. Exactly. Although you are impressive, my brothers are even more remarkable. This is something I have wanted to express for quite some time. Everyone here is exceptional. The sense of camaraderie and shared purpose is a sentiment that no man can resist. A passionate kiss yesterday was exhilarating. I had planned to change my vehicle, but with the down payment gone, I have no regrets. It was thrilling. I am not far behind. The two esteemed brothers have never ceased their celebrations, and we must not let our spirits wane. I curse. Let us see if that group of miscreants dares to act so brazenly in the future. Every encounter will be a reckoning. The excitement among the fans is palpable. It is truly unwise to allow three men to gather, for it could lead to significant trouble. Even if Jiang Mo does not rally the crowd, fans will organically mobilize for support. Such is the power of men congregating. On the side of Brother Nyo, Li Huihui was utterly astonished. She could never have anticipated that the champion would be Jiang Mo's team. At this moment, she feels as though she has lost a fortune. She has just learned that there are 30,000 viewers in Nanxian's live stream. 30,000. Moreover, Nanxian only began streaming after joining the program, lacking any prior foundation and rarely engaging in casual conversation during broadcasts. Yet, here he is, amassing 30,000 viewers. Had she agreed at that time, considering her looks and management skills, her stream could have reached over 100,000 viewers. She was initially proud of her own stream's audience of 10,000, but now, looking at that number, it doesn't seem so appealing. The main issue is that these opportunities were once within her grasp. Had she not been so self-serving and had she accepted Nanxian's request, everything could have unfolded so naturally. Her scheming, which alienated friends, has led to an unsatisfactory outcome. The disparity is something she finds difficult to accept. How on earth does Jiang Mo possess such popularity? His opponent is Kuan, a top-tier celebrity in the entertainment industry. The very thought of a mere internet celebrity managing to challenge him is unfathomable. Brother Nyo is also unable to feel joy. Losing to Kuan is something he can accept. But how did Jiang Mo suddenly emerge as a contender? Where did this underdog come from? His two teammates boast of over 30,000 fans, and it is evident that those fans belong to Jiang Mo. This implies that Jiang Mo is essentially taking on an entire team by himself. The most astonishing part is that he emerged victorious, even defeating the very Kuan he aspired to look up to. It is incomprehensible. Now that the results are in, the tension that once gripped their hearts has dissipated. Having waited by the phone all morning for the outcome, his stomach now growls. They do not possess the reserves that Jiang Mo's team has. If they do not venture out to seek sustenance, they will go hungry. Despite feelings of disappointment, the challenge continues. He rises and calls out to the two women. Xiao Fengfeng, Li Huihui, let us go find something to eat. All right. Xiao Fengfeng quickly agrees. Li Huihui remained rooted in place, utterly unresponsive. Xiao Nyo called out to her several times, yet there was no reaction. At that moment, the fire within him could no longer be contained, and he exclaimed, Li Huihui, what do you mean by this? You have not participated in any team activities, merely waiting for others to serve you. What is this? Do we owe you something? At this juncture, Li Huihui regained her composure, slightly embarrassed by Xiao Nyo's words. Had it been before, she would have obediently followed him, but her mindset had since transformed. How dare you, a mere third-place finisher, speak to me so harshly? I initially declined to team up with the champion. Do you have any idea what I sacrificed? Someone like Xiao Nyo is no longer worthy of her regard. Chapter 68. A messenger you do not desire, why do you shout at me? Li Huihui's tone was decidedly unfriendly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Nyo was taken aback. What the hell? You prance around like a lord, devoid of skills and popularity, and truly believe you are a princess? He resolved to clarify matters today. If Li Huihui continued to abstain from team activities, he would no longer share food with her. She could fend for herself. Are you leaving or not? Not leaving. Liuyui raplia tarseli. Fine. Xiao Nyo had completely severed ties now, no longer concerned about external gossip, even if it meant internal discord within the team. He could no longer tolerate Li Huihui, not for a moment longer. Let me be clear. I will provide you with no food, nor will I ask anything of you. We will each go our separate ways. Li Huihui remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, scoffing. Who are you trying to intimidate? Do you really think I can't manage without you? To be frank, there are plenty of contestants who wish to team up with me. Who do you think you are? Xiao Nyogu thought to himself. This woman has lost her mind. I cannot fathom where her confidence stems from. However, now that the truth had been laid bare, he had no desire to continue this conversation with Li Huihui. He turned and left with Xiao Fengfeng in search of food. In the broadcasting room, Yu Jia observed the scene with a perplexed expression. Was Li Huihui serious? Through this week's observations, it was abundantly clear that all the food for their team was sourced by Xiao Nyogu. Moreover, in terms of popularity, both Xiao Fengfeng and Xiao Nyogu eclipsed her. As a host, Yu Jia had to exercise discretion in his speech, avoiding any harsh words. Ultimately, he shook his head in resignation, unable to comprehend the situation. Old Huang also appeared baffled. Li Huihui seemed incredibly self-assured. Yet, despite racking his brain, he could not discern the source of her confidence. The audience was abuzz with comments. A traditional program. Finally, we witnessed the first internal discord within a team. I anticipated some strife. After all, team formations often lead to such occurrences, but I never expected it to be Xiao Nyoji's team. What astonishes me even more is this Li Huihui. She has some nerve. What good is it if Xiao Nyogu refuses to feed her? She probably couldn't last a day without sustenance. It's exaggerated. Going hungry for a day is manageable, but what comes after? In my opinion, this team is on the verge of disbanding. Since the very first day of forming the team, Li Huihui has not participated in any group activities. Internal conflict was inevitable. Yet I did not foresee that she remains unaware of her own shortcomings. Meanwhile, in Jiang Mo's team, Nanxian and Qian had prepared lunch. The three were joyfully dining by the fire, while Jiang Mo, unusually, was glued to his phone. With no pressing matters today, he hoped to engage with fans for a longer duration. Suddenly, information began to circulate in a live broadcast. Brothers, breaking news. The Mavericks are in turmoil. It appears that Xiao Nyo called Li Huihui to gather food, but after several attempts to get her attention and receiving no response, he erupted in frustration and an argument ensued. The details of the incident were laid out quite clearly, much to the amusement of the onlookers. What audacity does Li Huihui possess? It is utterly baffling. These so-called princesses have become so accustomed to being elevated above others that they truly believe themselves superior. It is laughable to think anyone would wish to team up with her, given her lazy demeanor. Does she genuinely believe that a semblance of attractiveness grants her the right to behave so arrogantly? This is a survival show, not a beauty pageant. Even if it were a contest of beauty, she wouldn't make it past the preliminary rounds. As for the others, they certainly appear more appealing than Li Huihui. After observing for a while, Jiang Mo finally realized that Li Huihui sounded somewhat familiar. After some contemplation, he recalled that she was a high school classmate of Nanxian, whom he had intended to invite to form a team, but she had shown no interest. Nanxian, I have something to tell you. What is it? Nanxian inquired. Looking up, your friend seems to be embroiled in internal conflict with her teammates. Jiang Mo's statement momentarily bewildered Nanxian. Who? Li Huihui. Upon hearing the name, Nanxian paused momentarily before regaining her composure and continuing her meal. What does that have to do with me? It seemed that she had seen through her friend's true nature, and perhaps it was for the best to maintain distance from such a companion. Just then, Nanxian's phone rang, revealing that Li Huihui was attempting to contact her via WeChat. Without hesitation, she chose to decline the call. Li Huihui? Jiang Mo inquired cautiously. Nanxian nodded, confirming, yes, it's her. What does she want now? Perhaps she wishes to team up with us? It's hard to say, Nanxian replied. She must have heard about our team's first-place victory. Given her snobbish character, it's quite likely. Jiang Mo expressed confusion, but if she wants to team up, the production team wouldn't allow it. Suddenly, Nanxian looked up, her expression serious. Even if the production team agrees, I certainly do not. Her conviction was unmistakable. Jiang Mo gave her a thumbs up, exclaiming, what ambition! Truly my sister Xian. Despite Nanxian having hung up several times, Li Huihui persistently called again. Eventually, Nanxian could no longer tolerate it and answered the call. What is it? Do you need something? Her tone was far from pleasant. Li Huihui, using a sultry voice. Replied Xianer. What do you mean? As good friends, can't we call you just to chat? Nan Xian felt a wave of nausea wash over her. In the past, such words might have touched her heart, but now they only made her feel queasy. Do you think I believe that? Spare me the theatrics. If you have something to say, just say it. Li Huihui, taken aback by Nan Xian's tone, felt displeasure rise within her. However, her situation was delicate, compelling her to soften her approach. Xianer, you see, your team. Before Li Huihui could finish her sentence, Nan Xian abruptly interrupted her. We don't need anyone. Even if we did, I wouldn't want you. I was blind before, but don't contact me again. It disgusts me. That's it. With that, she hung up the phone without a trace of hesitation. Chapter 69. Winning the lottery after lunch. The sun shone brightly, and Jiang Mo had no intention of venturing outside. With nothing to occupy his time, he returned to recline beneath the large tree, resting on the banana leaves. It had been a while since he had participated in a lottery. Having secured the first place in this week's championship, his prestige should have significantly increased. With a thought, the system panel manifested before him. Host Jiang Mo, speed 67, strength 73, agility 75, resistance 132. Skills, master level carpentry, high altitude survival skills. Temporary items, strength potion, in use, 1 day remaining. Prestige 530, 245. Jiang Mo rubbed his eyes to ensure he was not mistaken. He had struck gold. Over 500,000. How exhilarating. This meant he could draw from the lottery 50 times. Surely, this would deplete the system's reserves. System, let us draw. Jiang Mo, feeling extravagant, was ready to indulge in his fortune. With such an abundance of prestige, a wild spending spree was in order. Detected that host prestige has reached 500,000. Eligibility for changing the prize pool confirmed. Additionally, the prestige threshold for drawing has increased tenfold. What does that mean? Jiang Mo felt somewhat bewildered. The prize pool has been updated for the host. Each draw now costs 100,000 prestige. No way. Did I agree to this? Jiang Mo was incensed. He had never encountered such a blatant scheme. 100,000 prestige. With the system's track record, how could the new prize pool offer anything of value? This was nothing short of a scam. If I spend 100,000 prestige on a draw, do I gain 1 point or 10 points in attributes? Then, upon hearing this, Jiang Mo felt slightly reassured. After all, attributes were a permanent growth aspect. Whether he won or lost, he would still receive an increase, which served as a safety net. Initially, he intended to inquire about the new prize pool's offerings, but ultimately refrained, fully aware that the currency system would remain tight-lipped. Forget it. Let us draw. He decided to see what he could obtain. System. Draw. The spinning wheel began to whirl, eventually coming to a halt. Congratulations. You've drawn a mystery box X1. Would you like to open it? Typically, Jiang Mo would deplete his prestige before opening a mystery box. But this time he was eager to see what he had obtained for spending 100,000 prestige. If it was merely scrap, he would not waste another moment. He would not let the currency system have the satisfaction of benefiting from his loss. Open the mystery box. Opening mystery box. Congratulations. You have received a strength potion, permanent, which will increase tenfold in conjunction with the host's base attributes. Jiang Mo understood. This meant that if his current strength was 100 gene with the strength potion, it would be amplified to 1,000 gene. Should his base strength eventually rise to 500 gene, his strength would correspondingly expand to 5,000 gene. How incredible! Jiang Mo could hardly contain his joy. Truly, the investment of 100,000 prestige points has yielded remarkable rewards. No wonder I previously only drew wretched, disposable items. It was merely a matter of insufficient funds, not a flaw within the system. How naive I was to believe otherwise. The system, let us continue the draw. Thank you for your patronage. All attributes 10. Onward. Congratulations. You have drawn a mystery box X1. Would you like to open it? Proceed with the lottery. Congratulations. You have drawn a mystery box X1. Would you like to open it? Continue. Thank you for your patronage. All attributes 10. After 5 consecutive draws, I have won 3 times and lost twice. This probability is quite commendable. Indeed, this expenditure of prestige has proven worthwhile. The very first mystery box yielded a permanent strength potion, igniting a sense of anticipation for the subsequent 2 boxes. Let us unveil the mystery box. Opening mystery box. Congratulations. You have received a Spirit Pet Contract X1. A Spirit Pet Contract? What is that? I have no pets, nor do I have any inclination to keep one. What use could it possibly serve? Spirit Pet Contract allows you to bond with any animal, achieve a telepathic connection, ensuring the pet's eternal loyalty and obedience. Any animal? Now I am intrigued. What a splendid item. If it were limited to mere cats or dogs, it would hardly be beneficial. Besides, where would one even find a dog in the wild? However, the system's explanation transforms its nature entirely. I must ponder what creature to bond with. This is a splendid opportunity. Just the thought of it fills me with delight. I must procure myself a mount, elevating my status to new heights. I am exceedingly satisfied with the 2 mystery boxes I have opened today, and the most thrilling aspect is that I still have 1 box remaining. Given the current circumstances, the contents of this final box are sure to be exceptional. I can hardly contain my excitement. System, open the mystery box. Opening mystery box, congratulations. You have received an epic weapon. Breaking illusion rebar. Can be stored. What on earth is this? A weapon? Rebar? What use could I possibly have for such an item? While the name sounds impressive, breaking illusion rebar, at its core, it is still merely rebar. Would you like to extract the weapon? The system's voice resounds once more. Though I am filled with dissatisfaction, I must ascertain what this item truly is. Extract. Boom. A dark, glossy rebar materializes before me, sending dust swirling into the air. I pick it up and scrutinize it closely. It appears to differ slightly from ordinary rebar, being pitch black and gleaming as if polished with shoe wax. But what does that matter? What use is its color? Is it not simply a stick for kindling? An epic weapon indeed. How absurd. Nevertheless, today's acquisition of the Spirit Pet Contract and the permanent strength potion has already made me exceedingly fortunate. In the presence of the system, I seldom find myself in such a position. However, the singular advantage of this item is its storability. With but a thought, it vanishes into thin air. In the system panel, an additional equipment slot appeared, prominently featuring the words broken illusion rebar. Around 4 in the afternoon, the sun's intensity had diminished. The 2 women called upon Jiang Mo and ventured outdoors. The roof of his shelter remained unfinished, so it was necessary to retrieve the bark and grass. Jiang Mo held no objections to this. As they traveled, his mind was preoccupied with the Spirit Pet Contract he had drawn today. What should he bind it to? Surely not a wild boar. Riding such a creature would be absurd. However, there seemed to be no remarkable entities in the rainforest. If only they were in the grasslands. He could easily envision binding a horse. Yet, in this rainforest, he truly struggled to conceive of anything worthwhile. Suddenly, a piercing call resonated through the woods, causing the 3 to halt in their tracks. Nan Xian and Qian Qian wore expressions of panic. An elephant? Nan Xian found it hard to believe such a creature could be found here. After all, this place did not seem far from the southern province. Qian interjected. Though rare, it is indeed possible for Asian elephants to appear here. We must hurry, Nan Xian cautioned. Wild elephants can be extremely dangerous. Chapter 70. Night Operations. I need to use the restroom. Jiang Mo resorted to his old tricks once more. The 2 girls firmly grasped one of his hands each, with Nan Xian exerting all her strength, declaring, not a chance. Hold it in. Jiang, you won't fool us with that tactic again. Qian Qian spoke with rare assertiveness. Today, no matter what, we won't allow you to move an inch. Damn it, I miscalculated. He had not fully decided which animal to bind with the spirit contract. But upon hearing the sound of an elephant, inspiration struck. After all, this is the largest land animal. Although the Asian elephant is smaller than its African counterpart, it is still quite substantial. Imagine surviving in the wilderness while riding an elephant every day. How impressive would that be? Moreover, the elephant could assist with heavy labor, making it utterly perfect. I really need to use the restroom. As soon as he uttered this, the 2 girls tightened their grips even more. Their eyes were fixed on him, leaving Jiang Mo feeling quite helpless. He could only ramble, hoping to persuade them. Actually, I grew up in a circus, and I have an innate affinity for elephants. I'm quite adept at communicating with them, truly. Wasn't your ancestor a fortune teller? Qian questioned, her face a mask of skepticism. You mentioned that last time. My great-grandmother was part of a circus, Jiang Mo blurted out. So, strictly speaking, I possess genes that are inherently close to elephants. Is that so? Qian replied, uncertain. Nanxian rolled her eyes, exasperated. These two, one a master of exaggeration, the other a gullible believer. Qian, you actually believe such a flimsy lie? It's clearly fabricated. You can't even back it up with a single truth. Embarrassed, Jiang Mo rubbed his nose. He had been too presumptive. That reason was indeed a bit questionable. Perhaps? Qian murmured. Jiang Mo was taken aback. Nanxian was equally stunned. Was this girl truly so imaginative? Had she already conjured an entire childhood for Jiang Mo in her mind? Regardless, this was good news for him, whether true or false. As long as he could convince the two of them to successfully bind the spirit contract with the elephant, everything else would naturally fall into place. Qian, Jiang Mo said earnestly, I firmly believe you are one of the few discerning individuals in this vast sea of people. Thank you for your understanding and trust. As long as I can get close to that elephant, I'll be riding it back soon, and then we can collectively face some naysayers. He gazed at Qian with sincerity, certain that if she got carried away, she would agree to his request. No way. Qian replied resolutely. I won't let you go. Huh. Once again, the remaining two were at a loss. Nanxian had initially intended to persuade Qian that Jiang Mo was clearly deceiving them. Yet here was Qian, believing it wholeheartedly. But when it came time to act, she flatly refused. What did this even mean? Jiang Mo found himself perplexed, unable to comprehend the reasons behind the situation. Although he trusted her words, the danger still loomed large. Qian's small face was filled with determination as she declared, Brother Jiang, you must abandon this thought. No matter what you say today, I will not allow you to go. Alas, the contract with the spirit creature was doomed to fail today. Jiang Mo felt a deep sense of discontent. He could hardly bear to wait. His emotions were akin to that of someone who had ordered a cherished item online, only to find that, despite the logistics indicating a delivery today, unforeseen circumstances prevented him from collecting the package. It was exasperating. Let us go. Nanxian tugged at his hand, leading him back to the camp, with Qian following suit. Helplessly, even though he was unwilling, Jiang Mo had no choice but to accompany the two women back. Nevertheless, he refused to lose hope. He could not believe that the two women would be by his side at all times. As long as he confirmed that Asian elephants roamed the area, he was certain that he would eventually bind this creature. If it took a bit longer, so be it, as long as the outcome remained unchanged. He could endure a convoluted process. Upon returning to the camp, Jiang Mo assumed that the two women would no longer keep a watchful eye on him. He thought he could seize the opportunity to sneak away unnoticed. However, disappointment washed over him. The two women had already arranged a watch schedule, with each taking turns to keep an eye on him for an hour, leaving him no chance to escape. For an entire afternoon, Jiang Mo tossed and turned on the banana leaves, his mind restless. Finally, darkness descended. He had devised a plan. After dinner, he would take a stroll. Indeed, once night fell, the two women would likely cease their vigilance. Yet, during dinner, he found himself distracted, his thoughts consumed by the spirit creature. Seconds trickled by slowly. Around 10 o'clock, seeing that Jiang Mo had fallen asleep on the banana leaves, the two women retreated to their shelter. With a sudden jolt, Jiang Mo sat upright, like a corpse revived. At last I have endured. He stealthily exited the camp, making his way toward the location where he had heard the sounds of the elephants earlier. Thanks to his enhanced vision, he moved through the night with ease, clearly discerning his surroundings. The only drawback was his poor sense of direction, yet he had a general idea of where to go. As he walked, he soon arrived near his destination. However, a new dilemma presented itself. Where on earth could he find the elephants? They were silent at night, making it impossible to ascertain their whereabouts. After all, as living beings, they could not remain stationary indefinitely. It was troubling. Was it truly the case that he had no fate with the elephants? If he could not succeed at night, the prospect of daytime endeavors seemed even bleaker. Clearly, he was the focus of the two women's attention lately, making solo actions exceedingly difficult. The situation was dire. Thus, he could not afford to abandon his quest so easily. But how could he trace the elephant's whereabouts? After pondering for a considerable time, he suddenly slapped his forehead. Did he not possess the skill of high-altitude survival? How could he overlook such a simple principle of gaining a broader perspective? Clarity dawned upon him. He swiftly approached a towering tree, exerted his strength with both hands, and with a push of his feet, effortlessly ascended the tree. After climbing approximately 30 meters, he came to a halt, for at this vantage point, he could discern a general overview, rendering further ascent unnecessary. His gaze meticulously scanned the surroundings, and, at that moment, besides earnestly searching for traces of elephants, he was also introspectively reflecting. The skills of high-altitude survival and long-distance vision should indeed constitute a synergistic combination. The potency of 1 + 1 undoubtedly surpasses 2. The items bestowed by the system during a single lottery must be interconnected. Previously, he had never contemplated this direction. So how should the mighty potion, the contract with the spirit pet, and the void-breaking steel be amalgamated? In a moment of frustration, he could not deduce a coherent answer and decided to abandon the thought altogether. Just then, with an exclamation, he shouted, "What the hell?" He had not spotted the elephant, but instead, Chapter 71, African Elephant Tiger. He was certain he had not misperceived. It was indeed a tiger, though it had darted away in an instant. The impression it left on him was profound. Currently, he found himself in the rainforests of Southeast Asia, where the likelihood of encountering a tiger was minimal. Even if a tiger were to appear, it would have to be a Malayan tiger, which is relatively small, typically weighing around 120 kilograms. However, the tiger he had just glimpsed was at least 300 kilograms. Moreover, by all appearances, it seemed to be a Bengal tiger. Shouldn't such a creature be found in India? How could it possibly be here? Was the production team playing tricks? That seemed implausible, given the Bengal tiger's aggressive nature due to its habitat. The production team would surely not risk introducing such a creature for the contestant's safety. So, how to explain this? Something was amiss. From the very beginning, Jiang Mo had sensed something was off. He just couldn't pinpoint which aspect was wrong. Despite racking his brain, he could not arrive at an answer. While he was lost in thought, a rustling sound emanated from 50 meters ahead. Jiang Mo focused his gaze. An elephant. He had found it. As the elephant uprooted a tree, Jiang Mo finally beheld its full form. However, upon closer inspection, he was once again left bewildered, for what he saw was not an Asian elephant, but rather an African elephant. This creature was astonishingly massive, conservatively estimated to stand 4 meters tall, with tusks resembling 2 great white scimitars. It must weigh around 10 tons, truly a moving small edifice. Goodness! Jiang Mo exclaimed in disbelief. He was genuinely dazed. If it were a Bengal tiger, he could concoct some rationalization to convince himself. But an African elephant, which resides in the vast savannas of Africa, would absolutely not appear here. Yet now, it had undeniably manifested. Furthermore, during his half-month participation in the program, he had found no trace of such an animal. Logically, the presence of such a large creature in the rainforest would leave evidence behind. The production team would surely have issued warnings or sought to relocate. Otherwise, wilderness survival could easily turn into a quest for death. These creatures seemed as if they had materialized from thin air. He was utterly confused. He lingered in the trees for quite some time, unable to calm his racing heart. Eventually, fatigue overcame him, and he slowly descended from the branches. Regardless of the circumstances surrounding its appearance, he resolved to forge a bond with this magnificent creature today. What the African elephant? Its size only added to its allure. With determination, he began to approach the elephant. Before long, he found himself within 10 meters of the majestic beast. As he drew closer, the visual impact intensified. One could not help but marvel at how minuscule humanity could sometimes appear in the grand tapestry of nature. Once calm, Jiang Mo focused his thoughts and invoked the Spirit Pet contract. The Spirit Pet contract is in use. You may bind the spirit pet, the African elephant. Do you wish to proceed with the binding? Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Mo affirmed, bind. As his words echoed, a luminous stream resembling a meteor's trajectory emerged from his forehead, racing towards the African elephant. As the radiant arc approached the elephant, it halted, becoming motionless until the beam merged with its form, restoring normalcy to the scene. This seemingly magical spectacle existed solely within Jiang Mo's perception, from an external vantage point. It appeared as though he merely gazed into the eyes of the great beast for a fleeting moment. As the dust settled, Jiang Mo felt an inexplicable sensation stir within him. He attempted to communicate with the elephant without uttering a word, and to his astonishment, it lowered itself to the ground. Is it truly this impressive? The thought crossed his mind, for the sheer size of the elephant, when standing, exuded an overwhelming presence. Yet with a mere thought, the elephant complied. This sensation was undeniably enchanting. Jiang Mo approached cautiously, though a flicker of trepidation lingered within him. Ultimately, he overcame his fear. Upon reaching the elephant, he refrained from immediately climbing onto its back. Instead, he settled before the majestic creature and initiated a dialogue. How did you come to be here? Isn't your homeland the African savannah? The elephant responded, homeland? Is that where I am from? Jiang Montag was flabbergasted. Your very name is African elephant. Where else could your homeland be? After a moment's contemplation, he altered his approach. Did you grow up here? No, replied the elephant. Then where did you grow up? I don't know. Jiang Mo found himself at a loss for words. It seemed the elephant possessed limited knowledge. It was unaware of how it had arrived in this place or the location of its true homeland. One thing was certain. It had appeared here without any recollection of growing up in this vicinity. Realizing further inquiries would yield little insight, Jiang Mo resolved to establish a name for his companion to facilitate future communication. I shall name you. All right. The elephant responded eagerly. What do you think of Fortune? Not suitable. How about Spring Blossom? Your entire family could be called Spring Blossom. At this retort, Jiang Mo felt a surge of indignation and leapt to his feet. You certainly have high standards. And you dare to talk back. Would you like to hear what you have suggested? The elephant's playful tone made Jiang Mo chuckle unexpectedly. It seemed this creature possessed a certain wisdom, acknowledging that those names were indeed inappropriate. From now on, you shall be called Wandering Wonder. That works. With that, Jiang Mo rose and slowly climbed onto the elephant's back. As a majestic elephant rose to its feet, Jiang Mo communicated telepathically, guiding it back. One could easily surmise that the chatroom was abuzz with excitement. This was indeed remarkable. Yet, if one were to seek a rational explanation, it could certainly be conjured. After all, some individuals possess the extraordinary ability to converse with animals. Furthermore, it is worth noting that his grandmother is the head of a circus. Presently, he found himself grappling with numerous unanswered questions. Perhaps the viewers in the chatroom could provide insight. The collective strength of many far surpasses that of a solitary individual. With this thought in mind, Jiang Mo activated his live stream. LV13 Boisterous Old Horse. Wow, brother. You're incredible. LV16 Solitary. I'm envious. An elephant mount. Who else can claim that? LV20 AA Salva. This is so cool. How did you manage this, brother? Upon reading these comments, Jiang Mo was taken aback. Shouldn't the viewers' focus be on the elephant? Was it truly reasonable for an African elephant to be present here? Why was there not a single skeptical comment? Chapter 72. Have you not noticed? Brothers, do you not find it peculiar that an African elephant has appeared here? Jiang Mo could not restrain himself and addressed the viewers in the live stream. LV23, I love to speak the truth. What is the big deal? It's just an elephant. LV11, some mountain king. LV16, walking on thin ice. Good brother, what on earth are you talking about? LV17, taro grape. It's just an elephant, not a dragon. Why the fuss? Jiang Montag was bewildert. Was this not strange? Consider this. Why is it called an African elephant? Shouldn't it inhabit the vast African savannas? How could it possibly be found in a rainforest? As he posed this question, the viewers momentarily fell silent. LV36 Bright, moon thousands of miles. You make a valid point. LV22 Xiao Yuan. The African elephant should reside in the savannah, but why can't it appear in a rainforest? LV13 irritable old horse. Almost led you astray. Why can't an African elephant be in a rainforest? LV16 lonely. Is this really remarkable? Seeing these responses, Jiang Mo felt an icy chill within. Sweat broke out on his back. This was bad. It seemed he had stumbled upon something significant. This world appeared to be amiss. The most terrifying aspect was that no one else seemed to notice anything unusual. Only he did. Fear. For the first time, Jiang Mo experienced a profound sense of dread. This defied all logic. The very notion of traversing worlds was already steeped in mysticism, and now there was this bizarre occurrence. He found it impossible to calm his racing thoughts. Could it be that he was overthinking it? Did the animal behavior in this world differ from that of his original world? But how could that be? It defied scientific understanding. Before long, he and the elephant returned to the camp. Leaning against the elephant, Jiang Mo thought that perhaps a brief rest would alleviate his worries. The feeling of dread would dissipate with sleep. However, an entire night passed, and he could not close his eyes. He appeared dazed, his gaze vacant. It was only when Qian let out a gasp that he snapped back to reality. Yang Yi. You. Qian pointed at the elephant, her mouth forming an O shape, unable to articulate a complete thought. Nanxian emerged from the shelter, astonished by the sight before her. The sheer size of the African elephant was intimidating. It lay there like a small hill. Oh dear. Nanxian's tone was laced with concern. Didn't I tell you not to interact with it? Why do you never listen? Didn't you fall asleep while we were resting last night? I was pretending. Jiang Mo blurted out. Nanxian's face quivered with anger. Do you realize how dangerous this elephant is? Do you understand that even a slight misstep could cost you your life? In Nanxian's eyes, even though the elephant currently showed no signs of aggression and Jiang Mo appeared to be getting along with it quite well, the underlying danger remained palpable. However, this matter is fraught with uncertainty. A sudden bout of madness could easily overwhelm even the most resilient of ginger roots. Yet, the true nature of the situation is known only to the ginger root itself. After the contract with the spirit creature was signed, it forged a bond with the elephant akin to that of brothers. While anyone else might harm it, the elephant would never pose a threat. Nonetheless, such matters cannot be openly discussed. Instead, one must weave a tale. Did I not tell you yesterday? I am the ringmaster of the Great Ant Circus, and my blood flows with the genes of affinity for animals. The elephant will not harm me. Elephant? Nanxian's face was a canvas of confusion. That is the name I bestowed upon this magnificent creature, replied Jiang Mo, giving the elephant's leg a gentle pat. You are truly remarkable, Nanxian teased, as if it could comprehend you. Hey, Jiang Mo retorted, please do not discriminate. How do you know it cannot understand? At that moment, Nanxian regarded Jiang Mo with an expression akin to viewing someone with diminished faculties. Brother, I know elephants possess high intelligence, but after merely one night in its company, do you truly expect it to comprehend your words? And you even named it. Why not throw it a birthday celebration as well? Elephant. Jiang Mo chose not to elaborate further. He believed that the best way to persuade her was through first-hand experience, letting facts speak for themselves. Upon hearing Jiang Mo's call, the elephant raised its head, looking at him with a perplexed expression, as if questioning why it was summoned. Stunt. Jiang Mo shifted his position slightly, and the elephant promptly rose to its feet. This spectacle left the two women utterly astonished. Nanxian was at a loss for words, as this surpassed her understanding entirely. A wild elephant, after only one night of companionship, could be trained as one would a dog? Furthermore, the elephant was remarkably cooperative. Was this truly plausible? She voiced her skepticism, perhaps. It is merely coincidence? Elephant. Seat. With a commanding tone, Jiang Mo issued the command, and the elephant obediently lowered itself. This left both women completely dumbfounded. The first instance could have been a fluke, but the second, it was impossible to deny the reality. Brother Jiang, how are you so extraordinary? Qian's face radiated admiration. You have tamed an elephant. Could it be that you truly are the ringmaster? Why would I deceive you? Jiang Mo asserted confidently. When have I ever spoken falsehoods? When have I ever misled you? That is true. Qian began to respond, but quickly altered her statement. No. You did trick us when you said you were going to the restroom, but then you. Jiang Mo rubbed his forehead, acknowledging that this matter could not be overlooked. Yet, his thoughts were elsewhere, unable to fully relish the adoration emanating from Qian's gaze. Qian, do you recall what you told me yesterday? What was it? Qian appeared somewhat perplexed, as she had shared many things with Jiang Mo and was unsure of which specific statement he referred to. Jiang Mo replied candidly, "You mentioned that. It is indeed possible for Asian elephants to appear in this region, correct?" Jiang Mo vividly recalled the moment, feeling an unusual sense of curiosity. For elephants are seldom found in rainforests. Yet, Qian's argument held merit. Their current locale was indeed the rainforests of Southeast Asia, where the occasional appearance of an Asian elephant was plausible. The crux of the matter, however, was that Wanxiang was not an Asian elephant, but rather a veritable African elephant. Strikingly, the viewers in the live stream seemed oblivious to the discrepancy, prompting Jiang Mo to place his hopes upon Qian. He yearned for validation, a kindred spirit to affirm his perspective, thereby substantiating his own normalcy while deeming the world around him as the aberration. Indeed, Qian nodded with certainty. "I did mention that yesterday, Jiang. Is there an issue?" As long as Qian concurred, Jiang Mo felt an acute sense of anxiety, fearing that he might receive an unwelcome answer. Wanxiang is an African elephant, not an Asian one. Have you not noticed this? Chapter 73. Seek what you desire. Is that an African elephant? Qian wore a look of curiosity, finding it quite challenging for a girl to discern the specific species. This was her first encounter with a real elephant. Apart from marveling at its sheer size, she noticed no other peculiarities. Indeed, Jiang Mo nodded affirmatively. The elephant is an African one, distinguished not only by its formidable tusks but also by its immense weight. Even the most extreme specimens of Asian elephants could never grow to such proportions. Certainly, as she spoke, a flicker of uncertainty crossed her eyes before she quickly amended her statement. "It is indeed an African elephant. Now that you mention it, I realize that too. But why can't African elephants inhabit rainforests?" Jiang Mo was taken aback, having initially believed Qian would share his sentiments regarding the oddity of the situation. However, he was met with disappointment. "Are you out of your mind?" Nonsensical questioned, bewildered. "Isn't encountering wild animals a normal part of wilderness survival? Why make such a fuss over it?" Jiang Mo felt utterly disheartened. He recognized that everything unfolding before him was unusual, yet everyone else regarded it as perfectly ordinary. If he were to argue his case further, it would be he who appeared abnormal, an outlier among them. Moreover, this was a televised program with countless viewers observing. Any excessive display of emotion would undoubtedly render him the target of public scrutiny. "Oh," Jiang Mo feigned an epiphany, realizing his ignorance. "I thought that being called an African elephant meant it could only live in Africa. Illiterate." Nonsensical scoffed disdainfully. Qian, however, reacted quite differently. When Jiang Mo completed his statement, her eyes sparkled momentarily before she quickly returned to her usual demeanor. At 9 in the morning, the entire production team was present and ready for work. In the studio, Yu Jia enthusiastically addressed the audience. "Dear viewers, today marks the 19th day since our show's premiere, during which we have witnessed numerous remarkable moments and have observed the insignificance of humanity in the face of nature. For a considerable time ahead, we will collectively witness how humans overcome various challenges posed by the natural world in extreme survival situations. Now, without further ado, let us delve into today's episode of Conquering the Wilderness. Jiang Mo has now risen to become the most popular contestant on the show, generating the most discussion. Undoubtedly, the director's first camera shot focused on him. When the elephant appeared in everyone's view, the atmosphere erupted. Yu Jia exclaimed, How did Jiang Mo manage this?" Huang Lao was equally taken aback. "An elephant? Can Jiang Mo be any more outrageous? This is a wild elephant. How on earth did he accomplish this?" Meanwhile, netizens were equally astonished. After all, not everyone was a fan of Jiang Mo, nor did they constantly monitor his live streams. What the production team was airing now was their first-hand source of information. Who says humanity is insignificant in the face of nature? Exactly. Not everyone can be like Jiang Mo, can they? That statement carries some truth. The minced ginger. Can he not perform a single operation normally? It's truly exaggerated. Remarkably so. Heaven knows how he tamed such a massive elephant. It left everyone in awe. To speak candidly, even witnessing such a colossal creature in the zoo sends tremors through my heart, and the wild ones are even more daunting. He is undeniably impressive. One cannot dispute that. In the background, several individuals exchanged glances, their astonishment momentarily beyond expression. The director sighed, feeling the weight of age. It is indeed the younger generation that possesses audacity and skill. That lad, minced ginger, I find myself quite enamored with him. Am I right? The director's mouth curled like an AK, unable to conceal his excitement. I have told you all, my good brother is no ordinary figure. You simply refuse to believe. Yet thankfully your insight is sharp. The operator scoffed, casting a dismissive glance his way, as if to say, you speak as though you are impressive. Is it not the talent of minced ginger that is commendable? Ha ha ha. The stagehand mercilessly mocked. You, my friend, are merely engaging in a typical display of bravado, merely gilding your own image. The cameraman chimed in. Indeed, look at how boastful you've become. This time, the director rallied in support of the director's assistant. What issue is there with what the young man has said? Weren't you all initially skeptical of minced ginger? Myself included, and what has been the outcome? Thus, the lad possesses quite a discerning eye. Splendid, splendid. Upon hearing this, the assistant's pride swelled even higher. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? This is why you are fit to be a director. Your words carry weight. A compliment had struck a chord with the director's heart. Young man, keep up the good work. I have faith in you, without a doubt. As the two engaged in mutual flattery, a wave of discomfort washed over the others. The stagehand remarked, I can't take it. The operator added, what a thick skin you have. The cameraman noted, it's true what they say. Birds of a feather flock together. Observing the jovial exchanges, the director, rather than expressing anger, reminded them, jokes aside, we must not be negligent in our work. Understood. Rest assured. Meanwhile, in Xiao Nioji's team, Li Huihui had gone over a day without food. She truly did not anticipate that Xiao Nioge could be so ruthless, refusing to provide her with anything. After enduring such hunger, she found herself quite alert. Recently, she had indeed been a bit carried away, lacking popularity and survival skills. She had acted with excessive pride. Initially, she had thought to cling on to minced ginger's coattails again. Yet, she never imagined that Nanxian would reject her so decisively. Nevertheless, she refused to accept defeat. What was so great about being first? Why act so superior? Previously, she felt somewhat guilty towards Nanxian, but now it seemed that they were all cut from the same cloth. None were morally superior to the others. Since her attempts with Nanxian had proven futile, she had no choice but to return to her own team. Although she currently looked down upon Xiao Nioge, circumstances compelled her to momentarily concede. Observing her teammates indulging in their meal nearby, her mouth watered uncontrollably. Eventually, she slowly approached, adopting a sweet tone, and said, Xiao Nioge, could you spare me a morsel to eat? She asked. I acknowledge my past mistakes, and I assure you that I will participate in all future team activities. Xiao Niu glanced at her, curious about her hunger. Li Hui nodded eagerly, primarily because she was famished. Huh, Xiao Niu scoffed. What gives you the right to ask for food? His words struck Li Hui deeply. She recalled similar dismissals during her discussions with Nanxian. What had she done wrong to warrant such animosity? What do you mean by that? She inquired. It means nothing, Xiao Niu retorted, refusing to meet her gaze. If you desire food, seek it for yourself. I would even spare a morsel from my pot to feed the strays. Do you understand? Chapter 74. A perilous situation. Li Huihui originally intended to persevere, but her hunger was overwhelming, compounded by a bout of hypoglycemia. After a prolonged period without sustenance, she fainted, prompting the production team to swiftly arrange for her rescue. Due to her physical condition and her lack of wilderness survival skills, the team subsequently rescinded her eligibility to compete. In truth, there was no need for an official disqualification. Her performance had already warranted elimination. When this news was announced, the audience erupted in applause. Many felt that Li Huihui should have been eliminated long ago, questioning how she had even been selected in the first place. Such individuals fail to recognize the reality of their situation. Had she possessed even a modicum of cleverness, she could have lasted much longer on Brother Nyo's team. It was also rumored that Jiang Mo had nearly been paired with her, but she dismissed him outright, finding him unworthy. This revelation brought me great amusement, and soon, the news spread rapidly. While having dinner, Jiang Mo and his companions received the information. "Your friend has been eliminated," Jiang Mo declared, tearing into a piece of meat with vigor. "Can't you find anything to occupy your mouth?" Nanxian shot him a glance. "Say that again. Whether she is eliminated or not is of no concern to me. Don't ever mention her name in my presence again. It's repulsive." This was the second time Qian had heard Li Hui's name, and being unaware of the prior events, she curiously inquired, "Who is Li Hui? Do you have a grudge against her, Nanxian?" Nanxian remained silent, truly wishing to avoid mentioning that person. Observing Qian's inquisitive expression, Jiang Mo recounted the entire incident from start to finish. Upon hearing it, Qian's face lit up with understanding, and she cheerfully remarked, "She seems quite nice." Jiang Montauk was perplexed. "What do you mean by that? Are you trying to provoke Nanxian?" Nanxian, too, was baffled. Logically, Qian was not someone with a low emotional intelligence. To praise Li Hui while knowing the conflict between them seemed a veiled affront. "No." Qian quickly waved her hands, realizing her words had been misinterpreted. "What I meant was, if she hadn't withdrawn, I wouldn't have had the chance to team up with you both. I would have lost two excellent teammates." It dawned on them that this was her intent all along. Jiang Mo replied, "Qian, in the future, refrain from making such jokes. You simply do not possess the demeanor for it. We take you too seriously." Nanxian nodded in agreement. "You've been led astray by Jiang Mo." Jiang Mo retorted, "How can everything be attributed to me? You truly have a talent for this." Meanwhile, Qian was grinning ear to ear, feeling fortunate to be part of this team. Suddenly, a deep roar startled the three of them. The sound was all too familiar. Jiang Mo had heard it countless times in the animal kingdom. It was the roar of a tiger. He looked up to see a tiger crouching in the grass nearby, its eyes fixed intently upon them. Were it not for the flickering flames, the tiger would likely have pounced upon them. Qian and Nanchuan's faces turned ashen, evidently frightened. Jiang Mo dared not hesitate. Should the tiger regain its composure, the flames would no longer shield them. "Wanxiang," Jiang Mo called, and the elephant approached. "Get down." He then turned to the two women, urging them to climb up quickly. At this moment, the two women could no longer concern themselves with the danger posed by Wanxiang. After all, it was far less perilous than that of the tiger. Once the two women ascended, Jiang Mo followed closely behind. As the three settled in, Wanxiang stood up abruptly. With a long, resounding trumpet, Wanxiang issued a warning call, its front legs digging into the ground, a display of defiance. In the African savanna, lion prides typically do not dare to attack elephants. However, in certain regions, tourists have been attacked by tigers while riding elephants. This implies that, under normal circumstances, felines would not easily provoke elephants. Yet it is no simple task for an elephant to strike back at them. Agility and speed are not in the same league. Indeed, the tiger remained unfazed by Wanxiang's show of strength, its gaze fixed unwaveringly on Jiang Mo and the two women, never once straying. The intensity of its stare sent shivers down their spines. In the broadcast studio, as the director switched the camera, he was met with this tense scene. Yu Jia's expression shifted dramatically. Previously, Jiang Mo had encountered wild boars and elephants, but their attack power was nowhere near that of a tiger. Moreover, this was a Bengal tiger, the most ferocious of its kind, without exception. Jiang Mo's team was now in a perilous situation, and I trust our staff has activated the emergency protocol. The only piece of good news is that Jiang Mo and the two women are currently safe atop the elephant. After Yu Jia spoke, Old Huang shook his head. "No, Bengal tigers are inherently aggressive due to fierce territorial competition, and look at its movements. It is preparing to launch an attack." One could clearly hear the tremor in Old Huang's voice, revealing his tension as he remained taut with anxiety. May fortune favor Jiang Mo and enable him to endure until the crew's rescue arrives. This scene resonated deeply with viewers, the palpable tension enveloping everyone. It's over. I'm done for. This is no jest. Conservatively estimating, this tiger must weigh upwards of 300 kilograms. I can only hope the crew's rescue arrives swiftly. Otherwise, these three are surely doomed. Though I hate to admit it, they likely won't wait for rescue. Indeed, the crew would require at least 20 minutes to reach the destination. If the tiger is resolute in its attack, it could conclude the battle in a mere minute. Alas, why is Jiang Mo so unfortunate? Just after securing the weekly championship, he finds himself in such a predicament. Within the production team, all the staff bore expressions of acute anxiety. The director, clutching a walkie-talkie, began to urge, "Rescue, rescue. Where are you? How long will it take to arrive? Rescue. Director, it's just about to take off, and you've already asked 4 times. I understand your urgency, but we must be afforded some time, don't you think? Director, can I possibly not be anxious? With every second you delay, there is a glimmer of hope for Jiang Mo's survival. Rescue, I understand. We are doing our utmost." At this moment, the director's expression is as grim as if he had just lost his mother, reflecting the utmost severity of the situation. Undoubtedly, he is the one in the production team most concerned about Jiang Mo. Given Jiang Mo's current condition, the chances of survival are exceedingly slim. He is a seasoned enthusiast of the animal kingdom, well-versed in animal behaviors, particularly those of felines. The more aware and knowledgeable he becomes, the more he realizes that the likelihood of a miracle occurring is nearly non-existent. Chapter 75. The bold encounter with a tiger on this side. Jiang Mo and the 2 others felt their hearts lodged in their throats. A low growl erupted from the tiger once more, its entire body arching, signaling an imminent attack. Wanxiang adjusted his position, ensuring that the tiger remained within his line of sight, for only then could he maximize the protection of the 3. His focus sharpened. If he could strike the tiger just once, it would be incapacitated. However, this was no small feat, as the creature's immense size hindered its agility. Suddenly, the tiger sprang into action, charging toward Wanxiang's left side with the swiftness of an arrow released from a bow, leaving behind a blur. As the beast drew nearer, Wanxiang tilted his head to the right, gathering strength to deliver a powerful blow with his exaggerated trunk. Just as his trunk was about to connect with the tiger, the creature abruptly changed direction, causing Wanxiang's strike to miss. Before he could react, the tiger propelled itself off the ground, its body soaring into the air, a maneuver reminiscent of a motorcycle skidding into a turn before leaping. Ah! The 2 women screamed in a frenzy, ultimately shutting their eyes in despair. They could not bear to witness the tiger's gaping maw. Perhaps closing their eyes would afford them a semblance of safety. Though this act may have been self-deceptive, it was a natural human response in the face of peril. The tiger's leap was astonishing. They were at least 4 meters above the ground on the elephant's back, yet the tiger continued to close the distance, evidently exceeding that height. Qianqian sat at the front, followed by Nanxian, with Jiang Mo bringing up the rear. If the tiger pounced, Qianqian would surely be the first to perish. Just as the tiger was less than a meter away from Qianqian, Jiang Mo sprang into action. Despite the fear coursing through him, he could not stand idly by while Qianqian was in such perilous danger. Aware that he was risking his life, he felt compelled to act. Through their days together, Jiang Mo had come to regard the 2 as his closest companions. Thus, in this moment, he acted without hesitation. With a powerful push against the elephant's back, he launched himself into the air. Aiming with precision, he seized the tiger's neck with one hand. As he descended, the tiger leapt upward, and with the assistance of gravity, Jiang Mo gained the upper hand in this clash. With a thunderous impact, the 2 plummeted to the ground. Bang! The sound echoed as the tiger landed heavily, while Jiang Mo, despite intending for the tiger to break his fall, was flung far away upon landing. Nanxian and Qianqian, initially startled by the commotion, opened their eyes to witness Jiang Mo's audacious act of tackling the tiger to save them, their hearts swelling with gratitude. Yet at that moment, their emotions were overtaken by concern. Jiang Mo, brother Jiang. The cries of the 2 women pierced the air, tinged with desperation. Upon witnessing this scene, Yu Jiao was momentarily taken aback. To speak honestly, if he were to exchange places with Jiang Mo, he would lack the courage. Even though he was aware of the close-knit bond within Jiang Mo's team, he could not bring himself to act selflessly. All that lingered was a sense of luck, perhaps. If the tiger had feasted on its teammates, it might spare him. Although this sentiment was undeniably selfish, it encapsulated his thoughts at that moment. Jiang Mo, he was truly magnificent. After a prolonged silence, he finally managed to articulate this sentiment. Indeed, Elder Huang chimed in, if it were me, I truly wouldn't dare. Jiang Mo was exceptionally bold. However, this was not the time for admiration. Concern was etched across Yu Jia's face. Now that Jiang Mo had departed from Xiangbei, he had no room for retreat, and his predicament had become even more perilous. While I am aware that battling a tiger is akin to chasing a mirage for survival, I still harbor hope for a miracle. Surprisingly, Elder Huang did not refute this notion. Had it been anyone else, death would be certain. Yet if it were Jiang Mo, perhaps a miracle might indeed occur, for he had surprised us time and again. I fervently hope that this time would be no different. On the barrage, although netizens often jested about Jiang Mo, at this moment, they were all captivated by his actions. Jiang Mo, you are truly incredible. If you survive today, I will be your staunch supporter henceforth. Me too. I am genuinely in tears, sob. Jiang Mo, you must hold on. From a moment you unhesitatingly lunged at the tiger, you became the most handsome man on this planet, bar none. Honestly, brother, you are extraordinarily dashing. I have criticized you in the past, and I apologize. Please ensure your survival, all right? Backstage, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. They could hardly fathom that Jiang Mo would audaciously leap at the tiger. How much courage would one need to muster for such an act? Perhaps it was not merely audacity, but a profound sense of responsibility, a desire to protect his teammates. Great individuals naturally command deep respect from those around them. Without a doubt, Jiang Mo had achieved that. At this moment, the director once again seized the intercom, rescue. How long until arrival? Director, it will take at least another 15 minutes. I don't care what means you employ. Hurry. Get those feet moving into the mailbox. His voice was urgent, utterly disregarding his image, revealing the extent of his concern. The live broadcaster clasped his hands in fervent prayer. O Buddha, if you truly possess a compassionate heart, please ensure that my brother navigates through this crisis safely. Under normal circumstances, the other staff members would have teased the broadcaster for his exaggerated demeanor. However, they did not. Instead, they fervently prayed for Jiang Mo in their hearts. This was not merely an act of bravery. It was a matter of responsibility and courage, qualities that people cherish most. All that is hoped for now is that Jiang Mo can await the program team's rescue and emerge unscathed. After the man and the tiger tumbled to the ground, both were momentarily dazed. The tiger, adjusting its posture, regarded Jiang Mo with a cautious gaze. It was instinctive. Tigers are inherently wary creatures, for they are solitary by nature, and an injury often equates to a death sentence. Although this human appeared feeble at first glance, the force with which he had lunged at it was undeniably palpable. To the tiger, this posed a tangible threat. Typically, when confronted by smaller animals, a mere roar would send them scurrying away, and there would be no resistance. In such instances, it would simply pursue and deliver a fatal bite to the neck, swiftly concluding the confrontation. Yet, this human before it had audaciously chosen to challenge it, filling the tiger's mind with a sense of bewilderment. Chapter 76. Intermission. The tiger momentarily paused, allowing Jiang Mo to seize the opportunity to rise from the ground. No one could fathom the rapidity of his heartbeat. His gaze was fixed intently upon the tiger, his mind taut with concentration. In all his life, he had never encountered a moment as perilous as this. He was now face to face with a tiger, specifically the ferocious Bengal tiger, weighing over 300 kilograms. The disparity in their sizes was glaringly evident. Fortunately, due to the enhancements from the system, he had gained considerable agility. Although the tiger's nimbleness was remarkable, he was not without his own advantages. Most importantly, he was now empowered by a strength potion, which should elevate his maximum strength to over 1,000 pounds. In terms of power, he held his ground. The only caution he needed to exercise was to avoid being bitten or struck by the tiger. A single blow could spell his demise. With a low, rumbling roar, the tiger arched its body, evidently preparing for another onslaught. In the blink of an eye, the tiger lunged forward. The two women on the back of the elephant, though terrified, were fixated on the unfolding scene. As the tiger charged, they quickly called out a warning. Jiang Mo, be careful. Jiang Mo's reflexes were markedly sharper than those of an ordinary person, and he had already sensed the threat before their warning reached him. He understood clearly that mere defense would not suffice. Only through offense could he secure his safety. As the tiger barreled toward him, Jiang Mo propelled himself forward with all his might, like a coiled spring released. Seeing him advance rather than retreat startled the two women. Jiang Mo, stop, cried Qianqian. Jiang Mo, don't be reckless, urged Nanxian. Yet their exclamations did little to deter him. A singular thought consumed his mind. Charge. He had even formulated his strategy. Just as the distance between man and beast closed to a mere 3 meters, the tiger leapt toward Jiang Mo in a ferocious attack. Jiang Mo, undeterred, embodied the spirit of a warrior, his courage magnified. He wrapped his arms around the tiger's torso, and using over 1,000 pounds of force combined with the momentum of a sprint, he executed a powerful slam. Smash it down. With a resounding thud, the tiger was forcefully driven to the ground. Taking advantage of the moment while the tiger was still disoriented, Jiang Mo raised his fists and began to rain blows upon the beast. Each strike landed with a dull thud, his fists falling like torrential rain upon the tiger's head. Although the tiger possessed formidable resilience, the sheer weight and force behind Jiang Mo's punches began to take their toll. The tiger writhed in a frenzy, attempting to bite Jiang Mo in retaliation. However, dazed and disoriented from the onslaught, it resembled a drunken creature, flailing aimlessly, its attacks ineffective. Realizing it could not reach Jiang Mo, the tiger sought to regain its footing and stop the current onslaught. Thus, it began to thrash more violently. Though Jiang Mo's strength was considerable, the tiger's size was an undeniable advantage. In a swift motion, the tiger flung Jiang Mo away. Upon landing, Jiang Mo immediately rose to his feet, warily gazing at the ferocious beast before him. At that moment, the tiger appeared even more disheveled than Jiang Mo. It felt its legs weaken and its mind spin in disarray. How could such a diminutive figure possess such immense strength? Having just sustained a setback, the tiger dared not approach recklessly. Jiang Mo, too, was apprehensive. Despite knowing he had the upper hand in strength, he felt no certainty within. Thus, the man and the tiger stood in a tense standoff, an unspoken understanding of mutual respite. In the broadcast studio, Yu Jiao was utterly dumbfounded, completely at a loss. The card he held slipped from his fingers and fell to the floor. Was Jiang Mo even human? This was a tiger. A tiger, not a mouse. You threw it down? Are you even human? Jiang Mo had once again shattered our preconceptions. We were aware of his strength, yet we never fathomed it could reach such staggering heights. Gulp. Huang Lao swallowed hard, his eyes wide as saucers, his speech faltering. Previously, I believed Jiang Mo's strength to be around 700 pounds. Now, it appears to be at least over 1,000. Otherwise, such a throw would be inconceivable. The viewers erupted in excitement. By all that is holy, a real-life powerhouse. You are but a single deliberate punch away from triumphing over this tiger. The contemporary Wu song? I thought it was merely a legend. Yet here it is before my very eyes. While I too regard Jiang Mo as impressive, we must not be overly optimistic. After all, a tiger may err countless times, but if Jiang Mo falters even once, the consequences could be dire. The analysis holds merit. The tiger's bite force is extraordinarily formidable, and should it land a strike, the ramifications are unthinkable. Regardless, Jiang Mo, you must prevail. At the very least, hold out until help arrives. Backstage, the director picked up the walkie-talkie for the 3rd time. Where's the rescue team? I ask you, where are they? The rescue team replied, we're almost there, director. Just give us 10 more minutes. We will arrive. The director retorted, what on earth are you doing? Didn't you claim to have piloted fighter jets before? Why the delay? You seem to be driving a tractor instead. The rescue team responded, Director, I was flying a helicopter, not a fighter jet. I understand your urgency, but please remain calm. We are moving as swiftly as we can. Can I not be anxious?" At this moment, the broadcast director gently tapped the director on the shoulder, urging him to remain composed. "I care for Jiang even more than you do. However, the rescue brother speaks the truth. This situation cannot be rushed." Alas, the director was well aware of this reality. Yet, feeling powerless, he yearned to do something, unwilling to see Jiang Mo succumb to the tiger. All he could do was place his hopes in a rescue team. Thus, he urged, "Everyone, let us not lose heart. Through the previous round of exchanges, we can discern that Jiang Mo possesses a commendable fighting spirit. If he were to apply his intellect, he could potentially endure until help arrives." However, the director interjected candidly, "Intelligence is indeed an admirable trait, but my good brother lacks it. If we speak of courage, perseverance, or other virtues, Brother Jiang is indeed formidable. Yet when it comes to employing his mind, regrettably, he simply cannot." While the director's remarks may carry an element of exaggeration, the underlying analysis holds considerable merit. From the very first day Jiang Mo participated in the program, all his actions have stemmed from sheer recklessness. Expecting him to patiently bide his time seems utterly implausible. The director concluded, "Let me put it this way. I would rather believe that Brother Jiang could deliver a fatal blow to a tiger than trust that he would engage in a battle of wits with one." Chapter 77. Tiger. Danger. Live. Jiang Mo suddenly recalled a crucial detail. The tiger wielded its teeth as weapons. Yet, he too possessed a weapon, one that the system had proclaimed to be of epic caliber. Although to him, it merely resembled an ordinary piece of rebar. It instilled in him a significant boost of confidence as he faced the tiger. Even a simple piece of rebar, when swung with force, could surely break at least a couple of the tiger's ribs. With that thought, Jiang Mo hesitated no longer. He feigned the act of picking something off the ground, and with a mere thought, the rebar materialized in his grasp. Dark and unremarkable, it could easily be mistaken for a fire poker. The audience's attention was completely diverted from Jiang Mo's subtle movements, assuming he had merely stumbled upon a stick. Upon seeing Jiang Mo brandish a weapon, the tiger's eyes widened in surprise. Animals primarily rely on scent to discern their surroundings. To others, this was merely a fire poker, but to the tiger, its potential lethality was significant. Unfair play. It seemed to convey, "You promised a fair fight, yet you wield a weapon." Although the rebar was far less formidable than the legendary weapons of myth, the tiger undeniably sensed a threat. Nevertheless, it was not ready to concede. Even with Jiang Mo armed, it felt confident in its chances of victory. With a low growl, it attempted to disrupt Jiang Mo's focus with its roar before launching an attack. Little did it know, Jiang Mo had seen through its cunning intentions. Initially, he had felt a pang of fear, but now, equipped with a reliable tool, his trepidation had dissipated. He believed that the scales of victory had begun to tip in his favor. The ancestors of humanity triumphed over beasts precisely because they could wield tools. Jiang Mo twirled the rebar in his hand, creating a wind-like motion, a gesture that served as a retort to the tiger's display of aggression. On the back of the elephant, Nanxian spoke urgently, "Jiang Mo, just keep it up like this. Wait for the rescue team to arrive." Qian nodded vigorously. "Jiang, please don't act rashly. Don't think that wielding a fire poker will allow you to confront a tiger. It is, after all, a tiger. No wonder it is said that women only slow the draw of a sword." In that moment, he understood. Fortunately, Jiang Mo remained unfazed. While he recognized the concern of the two women, the reality was that if he did not fight, he would only end up as the tiger's meal. Even in death, he preferred to perish charging forward. During his previous life, he had despised having supports standing behind him while he, as an ADC, faced the enemy head-on. As a damage dealer, as a man of valor, his sole thought was to press forward, never retreating an inch. He glared fiercely at the tiger, muttering, "Today, we shall engage in a true man-to-man duel. Whoever flinches shall be deemed the coward." The tiger, bewildered, could not comprehend Jiang Mo's words. Yet it distinctly sensed the strong taunt carried in his demeanor. In the wilderness, who is not familiar with the tattooed brother, Who amongst us is not a little rebellious? Initially, it harbored some reservations, but it could no longer endure, propelling its formidable body forward like a cannonball. This time, it was thoroughly prepared, vigilant against Jiang Mo's grappling maneuver. Soaring high into the air, it extended its forepaws forward, intentionally exposing a vulnerability in its abdomen, ready to strike with a swipe the moment Jiang Mo attempted to pounce. Having previously underestimated its opponent, it had given Jiang Mo an opportunity. Yet now armed with a weapon, Jiang Mo had no intention of engaging in grappling. He leaped high, brandishing the rebar over his head, his body arched like a bow, adopting a standard battle axe stance. With his long reach combined with the weapon's length, he was confident that before the tiger could reach him, his strike would connect. The tiger, fixated on Jiang Mo's grappling, only realized the danger as it drew near, noticing the spinning rebar aimed at its forehead. Alarm surged within the tiger. If it were to be struck by that blow, it would not only be subdued instantly, but might also meet its end. As the weapon descended towards its skull, the tiger twisted midair to evade the impending impact. Thud! The strike landed forcefully against its side. A sickening crack echoed as its ribs fractured. Yet this was not the end. The force of the blow left it gasping for breath. It felt as though death was imminent. With a thud, the tiger crashed to the ground, struggling for a considerable time before it could rise. Observing this, Jiang Mo exhaled in relief. He was well aware of the tremendous power behind his strike, bolstered not only by his own strength, but also by the rebar's might. The sensation of wielding it was extraordinary. It felt weightless in his grip, perfectly attuned to him, a true embodiment of man and weapon. Although he had yet to unlock the rebar's other capabilities, it was reasonable to expect that an epic-level weapon provided by the system would possess special effects. However, he had not yet discerned these nuances. Yet why dwell on that? At least the immediate crisis had been averted. Seeing the tiger struggling, Jiang Mo approached without hesitation. If not now, when would he strike? Seizing the opportunity to take its life. As he neared the tiger, it lay there, no longer struggling. Clearly, it understood the fate that awaited it. Jiang Mo doubted his own senses. He perceived a pleading look in the tiger's eyes. This was unexpected. You are the king of the jungle. Do you wish for my mercy? He lowered the rebar he had raised. The tiger seemed to comprehend, even nodding in response. This left Jiang Mo bewildered. The tiger was cunning. What if it attempted to ambush him later? Such a creature was unpredictable. Releasing it back into the wild was a grave mistake. Seeing Jiang Mo hesitate, the tiger began to rub its head against Jiang Mo's calf with fervor, its tail wagging like that of a playful kitten. The tiger was genuinely taken aback. Despite Jiang Mo's apparent lack of defenses, it dared not launch an attack. It had already suffered 2 broken ribs, rendering it immobile, and a single bite could result in the loss of one of Jiang Mo's legs. However, a blow from Jiang Mo would surely spell its demise. Though not as intellectually gifted as humans, it understood the gravity of life and death. Jiang Mo was also contemplating the allure of raising a large cat, but had a spirit contract with Wan Xiang, allowing them to communicate effortlessly. This tiger, however, could not comprehend human language. How could he ensure the tiger would obey him? Chapter 78. A single strike cleared the tiger's gaze. Jiang Mo hesitated momentarily. To slay it seemed excessive. Deep down, he harbored a desire to keep the tiger, yet without a contract or any semblance of control. Such a creature was far too unpredictable. He himself was unafraid. But what about Nan Xian and Qian Qian? These 2 women were so fragile, practically powerless before this tiger. They would be mere playthings. Despite his reluctance, Jiang Mo ultimately made a decision. He kicked the tiger, urging it to leave. The tiger looked at Jiang Mo in confusion, clearly bewildered. Jiang Mo had no time to ponder its feelings. Did it not understand the command to depart? With that thought, he raised the steel rod. The tiger understood immediately. If it lingered any longer, a blow from that rod could very well send it to meet its ancestors. It struggled to rise, staggering as it made its way towards the woods, glancing back repeatedly, whether in caution of Jiang Mo's impending strike or out of reluctance. It was unclear. Meanwhile, the production team watched this spectacle, utterly dumbfounded. The director, in particular, was at a loss. Just moments before, He had urged the rescue team with such fervor that it felt like he might exhaust them, and now it seemed entirely unnecessary. Was Jiang Mo truly so formidable? That was a tiger, a Bengal tiger, weighing over 300 kilograms. He had subdued it with just 2 strikes? Unbelievable. He grabbed the walkie-talkie. Come back. It's unnecessary. Rescue, huh? Has someone been harmed? The rescue team felt a pang of regret. Had they arrived sooner, perhaps this tragedy could have been averted. Rescue director, I apologize. We rushed as fast as we could, but we didn't expect to be too late. The director wore a puzzled expression. Did he just say someone had been harmed? Rescue what? No one was hurt. What does that mean? Director, he scared the tiger away. Before he could finish, a loud clatter echoed from the walkie-talkie. The rescue team quickly picked it up, doubting their own hearing. Jiang Mo had frightened the tiger away? Really? Did they truly believe he was some sort of legendary warrior? The director, however, had no time to explain, yet he understood the incredulity of the rescue team's response. After all, the situation was indeed astonishing. You'll understand when you return. The rescue team remained skeptical, but with the director's order to retreat, they had no choice but to comply. All right, we'll return at once. At that moment, the director was left in stunned silence, rooted to the spot like a statue. He knew his friend was formidable, but he had not anticipated such overwhelming prowess. Several times today, he had believed Jiang Mo was finished. Yet, time and again, Jiang Mo shattered his expectations. Could one truly be so extraordinary? He realized that reason could not be ascribed to Jiang Mo, but it was a tiger. With a single blow, he had rendered the tiger's gaze clear, devoid of its ferocity. Was this not more impressive than the legendary warrior Wu Song? The operations team, with stars in their eyes, exclaimed in admiration, "Indeed, there exists such a perfect man in this world. A contemporary elbow. I shall certainly marry such a man in the future. The sense of security would be overwhelming. Being with him, I am unafraid even if the apocalypse descends." The director cast a disdainful glance at him, thinking to himself, is he dreaming? Those eager to bear children for my good brother are probably lining up all the way to Europe. He might as well wait for his next life. In the broadcasting studio, Yu Jia was utterly flabbergasted. When Jiang Mo executed a throw on the tiger, he was left in a state of shock. This is absurd. Jiang Mo picked up a stick and with a single strike, reduced the tiger to the size of a domestic cat. Is this plausible? His mouth agape. He was at a loss for words. Upon witnessing this scene, the netizens were also amused. Ha ha ha. Yu Jia is dumbfounded. To be honest, I have seldom seen Yu Jia lose his composure like this. He is undoubtedly the most remarkable host in my mind. Without exception, we cannot blame him. Have you seen what Jiang Mo just did? I'm still in a daze. I, too, was hesitant to open my eyes for quite some time, fearing I could not stomach the gruesome sight. I even imagined Jiang Mo being torn apart, the strongest man in the wilderness. Do you think this is a joke? Could it be that there really are superheroes in this world? How else could we explain Jiang Mo's actions? Meanwhile, at Jiang Mo's side, as the tiger slinked away in defeat, the two women looked on with dazed expressions. They had mentally prepared themselves for the worst, especially when the tiger first lunged. Qian thought she was facing her demise. Unexpectedly, in that critical moment, Jiang Mo had stepped forward to save her. At that moment, she felt a mix of gratitude and guilt. In her eyes, when Jiang Mo charged at the tiger, he was certainly doomed. She was relieved to be alive, thankful for the heavens' favor. Yet, her heart was torn, knowing that her life had been spared at the cost of Jiang Mo's own. This profound sense of guilt left her breathless. She never imagined that Jiang Mo would emerge victorious. Not only did he survive, but he also subdued the tiger. Jiang Qian's eyes were red, tears streaming down her cheeks, her heart filled with a torrent of unexpressed emotions, unsure of how to articulate them. Jiang Mo glanced at her and smiled, reassuringly saying, "It's all right. It's all in the past now." Jiang Mo. Nanxian seemed to have made a decision from now on. "I shall call you Jiang." She now acknowledged him wholeheartedly. Previously, when Qian had referred to him that way, she had felt disdain. But today, she believed Jiang Mo truly deserved the title. What? Jiang Mo grinned cheekily, placing a hand to his ear as if pretending not to hear. Nanxian rolled her eyes at him. This guy is undeniably strong, but he is also undeniably insufferable. Forcing her to repeat such words felt somewhat awkward. If he didn't hear her, so be it. But could Jiang Mo genuinely not have heard? He merely sought to lighten the mood. For the atmosphere had been too tense moments ago. Come down. The tiger has already left. Upon hearing this, Wanxiang obediently lay down. The two women climbed down from Wanxiang's back, and the moment they reached the ground, Qian dashed to Jiang Mo's side. Before Jiang Mo could fully comprehend the situation, he was enveloped by a pair of arms that embraced his waist, and he found himself cradling someone who was weeping uncontrollably. Nanxian had intended to join in the embrace, but hesitation held her back, and there was little room for her to do so. Instead, she naturally took hold of Jiang Mo's hand as she stood beside him. Even Wanxiang, who had been sprawled on the ground, rose and approached Jiang Mo, affectionately nudging him with his trunk. This heartwarming scene was witnessed by all the viewers in the livestream. LV13 agitated old horse, damn, I'm truly envious. LV16 solitude, here I am, a woman with no one to find, while this guy has two women clinging to him. Who do I complain to? LV20 AA Salva, your perspective is too narrow. This is merely what you can see. What about what remains unseen? LV60 Jiangnan 007. Exactly. Our good brother has truly become the center of attention. LV60 Fierce Tiger. How enviable. LV23 I love to speak the truth, no? You all are envious over the MVP settlement screen. What is the point of that? Chapter 79. Remarkable from a young age, Jiang Mo's outrageous actions have once again stirred up a storm online. Shocking. A modern-day Elbu has emerged in the wilderness, as contestant Jiang Mo boldly confronts a Bengal tiger. The production team hastily purchased exorbitant insurance. Experts remain silent. A video of an ordinary contestant brutally assaulting a Bengal tiger has surfaced, with comments flooding and comparing him to Elbu on a steed and red hair among men. The entire internet is abuzz. Is this wilderness warrior a reincarnation of Elbu? More ferocious than Wu Song, Jiang Mo, with a single strike, rendered the tiger's gaze clear. Numerous trending topics revolved solely around Jiang Mo, elevating his notoriety to new heights. Even many elderly individuals have come to recognize his name. In a park, elderly men and women were preparing to dance in the square when someone mentioned Jiang Mo, igniting a lively discussion. Goodness, that young man, he fought a tiger. I heard my grandson mention him before, but I thought it was just talk. This afternoon, while watching television at home, I happened to catch that segment. How fierce he is. If only I were a few decades younger, I would seek out someone like him. Even at our age, he is truly a formidable man. Alas, such strong men. We can only admire from afar. Isn't there a girl in the Oldley family? Perhaps we could find a way to introduce them. That would be a lifetime of happiness, right? What use is good looks for a man? The key is to be fierce. I only realized this at my age. Similar scenes and dialogues unfold in various places. It is no exaggeration to say that Jiang Mo has truly become a sensation. Unbeknownst to him, he is adored by many middle-aged and elderly women. His mind is solely occupied with one matter, swiftly constructing a reliable shelter. Previously, he had been indifferent and unhurried, but circumstances have changed. He has noticed many anomalies. The appearance of African elephants and Bengal tigers suggests that other formidable beasts could very well emerge. Packs of wolves, prides of lions, grizzly bears, and more. Although he feels no fear after his confrontation with the tiger, what of the night? Without a sturdy shelter, he remains vulnerable to surprise attacks, especially with two women whose defensive capabilities are virtually non-existent. Let us go. We need to transport the grass and tree bark back. I'll gather some wood to reinforce the walls. We must quickly improve our shelter. After the tiger's attack, the two women have also come to appreciate the importance of a secure refuge. Let us go. I'll lead the way. With that, Nanxian stepped forward, but after only a few paces, she hesitated and returned. She then wrapped her arm around Jiang Mo's, pulling him along. Jiang Mo was momentarily taken aback. Observing his expression, Nanxian's face flushed slightly. It wasn't that she sought to flirt with Jiang Mo. Rather, after the incident with the tiger, she felt a lack of security. She feared that another ferocious beast might suddenly emerge along the way. Thus, holding on to Jiang Mo provided her with a sense of reassurance. Jiang Mo, speechless, commanded all creatures great and small, lie down. Originally, he had thought that the three of them could simply walk while Wanxiang followed behind. However, upon observing the two women's state, he realized it would be more efficient to ride Wanxiang. Once Wanxiang lay down, the three climbed onto his back and proceeded towards their destination. Throughout the afternoon, Jiang Mo's group managed to transport all the rainproof grass and bark back. In between, Jiang Mo crafted a rudimentary staircase to facilitate the passing of items between the two women. Even though he could work quickly alone, the cumbersome nature of climbing up and down made it a hassle. With Qianqian and Nanxian assisting, along with Wanxiang, their efficiency increased significantly. By nightfall, Jiang Mo had completed the entire rainproofing of the roof. However, he did not rest. Instead, he hurried to fill in the walls of the shelter, having previously only constructed a framework while leaving the necessary slots intact. There was also an excess of wood from the transport, and tonight, he had to ensure the shelter was fully functional. Since the two women could not contribute much in this regard, Jiang Mo directed them to prepare dinner. Around 10 o'clock in the evening, Jiang Mo finally finished everything. The shelter was nearly complete, requiring only the sealing of drafty spots with mud and grass. But it was habitable for the night. After dinner, Qianqian and Nanxian moved their belongings into the new shelter. They no longer dared to stay in their previous one. Both women had sleeping bags, yet Jiang Mo had only 2 banana leaves. He had initially mentioned that it was inappropriate for men and women to be too close, suggesting they maintain some distance even while sharing a shelter. To his dismay, the two women were akin to startled birds, insisting on staying close to him. Jiang Mo, however, was indifferent. After all, he was not the one losing out. In the past, he might have been thrilled by such a situation, being embraced by 2 women. But now, it felt different. A sense of unease lingered in his mind, filled with confusion, leaving him unable to muster any excitement. Jiang Mo, are you cold? Qianqian gently inquired. Jiang Mo shook his head. Cold? Not at all. The conditions here are better than usual. I often sleep outside like a wild man. A chuckle escaped the 2 women, easing the previously tense atmosphere. Jiang Mo, could you tell us about your past? I'm really curious about what kind of upbringing has shaped you into such a strong person. Nanxian said, with Qianqian eagerly chiming in yes. Jiang, please share. I'm so curious. How could Jiang Mo respond? He was not from this world. In his previous life, he had been an ordinary person, graduating from college without achieving much. He returned home and formed a farming protection team with a few childhood friends. They raised some dogs and purchased a drone to hunt wild boars. He was the bravest among them, often taking on the role of the one to engage the boars, going in for the finishing blow every time they caught one. He had even faced wild boars alone, but at that time, he was well equipped, and with a bit of courage, he managed to handle the situation. One might label him a reckless individual, though such a characterization barely scratches the surface. He has exhibited a rather audacious spirit since childhood, viewing life and death with indifference. If one must die, whether sooner or later is of little consequence. Fear of trivialities holds no sway over him. Yet, how could he articulate such sentiments? Would the 2 women truly believe him? As for the original persona, there is little to be said. In an effort to align with his fabricated identity, Jiang Mo began to weave an elaborate tapestry of exaggerations. I have always been formidable. At the tender age of 3, I wrestled with a wolf dog for my bottle. By 5, I had seized my homeroom teacher's collar to alter my assignments, and at 7, I uprooted the willows to overturn the principal's desk. By 9, I had faced off against the fiercest of the construction site bullies. At 12, I had vanquished all challengers in Xia Village. In the martial world, I am known as the blood-soaked butcher of Xia Village, the foremost dual-wielding prodigy of Longjing High School. Chapter 80. The Lost Tiger. Though both women now viewed him through a lens of admiration, Jiang Mo's boastfulness was indeed a trifle excessive. Could you not express yourself more reasonably? Wanxian remarked, somewhat exasperated. Indeed, Brother Jiang, we are genuinely curious about your past. Qian chimed in eagerly from the side. Jiang Mo was reluctant to fabricate a tale, Yet he found himself at a loss for words. Just as he hesitated, sound from outside the shelter broke the momentary silence. The two women instantly fell silent, instinctively holding their breaths, their delicate faces etched with apprehension. Jiang Mo, too, became alert. He was certain something lurked outside, watching them. Despite a flicker of anxiety within him, he resolved to investigate. Remaining under scrutiny was not a sustainable situation. As Jiang Mo rose, the two women quickly interjected, "Brother Jiang, you mustn't go out. It's dangerous. Please, we implore you, don't venture out." Jiang Mo was equally disinclined to confront whatever lay beyond, but evasion was not a viable solution. Hiding indoors was akin to cowering beneath the covers in fear of a ghost. "It will be fine. Trust me. I shall act judiciously," he reassured them, disregarding their protests as he stepped outside. With a flick of his mind, the rebar materialized in his hand, bolstering his confidence significantly. As he stealthily emerged, his gaze fell upon a familiar figure. The source of the commotion outside was none other than the tiger from earlier that afternoon. Jiang Mo's expression shifted to one of confusion. Had he not ordered this creature to leave? Why had it returned? Was it seeking vengeance? Yet, its demeanor suggested otherwise. Upon seeing Jiang Mo, the tiger obediently laid down, its tail wagging enthusiastically. Having spent years associating with dogs, Jiang Mo surmised that this beast was likely yearning for companionship. "You wish to follow me?" he inquired, slowly approaching the tiger. When he reached its side, the creature affectionately rubbed its head against his pant leg. Confirmed. Unable to resist, Jiang Mo bent down to stroke its head, reminiscent of petting a cat. To be honest, he was quite taken with the idea of having such a magnificent feline companion. It would undoubtedly be quite impressive. In comparison to an elephant, it was even more alluring. However, the underlying issue remained. The creature was still a wild beast, with uncontrollable variables. Although he was untroubled due to his ability to exert force, his two companions were not as fortunate. What a dilemma. Perhaps he should try his luck with another draw? Maybe the system would yield a contract for a spirit pet, which would resolve the predicament. With this thought in mind, Jiang Mo no longer hesitated. He summoned the system panel with a mental command. Host, Jiang Mo. Speed, 117. Strength, 123. Agility, 125. Resistance, 182. Skills, master-level carpentry. High-altitude survival skills. Permanence, strength potion, spirit pet contract. Weapon, breaking illusions rebar. Reputation, 640,245. Jiang Mo gazed in astonishment at his attributes. Previously, he had expended over 500,000 reputation points, augmenting each attribute by 50 points, which had now culminated in all his attributes reaching their limits. He had not given it much thought before, but it was no wonder that he had held his ground against the tiger during the day, particularly in terms of agility. It turned out to be due to this. What astonished him most was the revelation that he had accumulated over 600,000 reputation points. This implied that, regardless of the outcome of the lottery, his attributes would increase by 60 points. How outrageous! If this were to occur, he could effortlessly overpower the tiger without the need for any weapon. With the enhancement of the strength potion, his power was already ample. If he were to bolster his agility and speed further, wouldn't he become invincible? Nonetheless, he still harbored hopes of drawing a spirit pet contract, which would allow him to tame this tiger. The lottery was fraught with uncertainty. What one desired was not guaranteed to be obtained. Moreover, there was the significant issue of a potentially fixed prize pool, where one could only draw each item once. Spending more reputation points would be futile if the desired item simply did not exist. Rather than gamble on probabilities, it would be wiser to directly upgrade the existing spirit pet contract with his reputation points, though he was uncertain if the system provided such functionality. System: can the spirit pet contract be upgraded directly? Yes. Jiang Mo momentarily failed to comprehend. The system had consistently opposed him until now. Its prompt acquiescence was somewhat disconcerting. Is it truly possible? Indeed, 500,000 reputation points. Damn, as expected, the system remains as it always has been. Even capitalists would weep at its heartlessness. With only a little over 60,000 reputation points remaining, Upgrading would consume a substantial portion of his resources. How was he to proceed? Jiang Mo found himself wavering. With 500,000 reputation points, he could participate in the lottery 5 times, which would significantly enhance the probability of receiving a favorable outcome after the system upgrade. He could reasonably expect at least 2 good items from 5 attempts, which certainly offered better value than the spirit pet contract. However, glancing at the tiger, with its eager, pleading eyes, Jiang Mo ultimately succumbed to his softer instincts. Upgrade. Upgrading. Upgrade complete. Spirit pet contract level 2. Can bind 2 pets, current binding 1-2. Observing the remaining 100,000 reputation points, Jiang Mo could not resist the urge and decided to go all in. System. Lottery. Conducting lottery. Thank you for your patronage. Bonus. All attributes 10. Damn. Although he had anticipated this outcome, Jiang Mo could not help but curse. You truly live up to your reputation, always ensuring your father gains no advantage. After venting his frustrations, he closed the system interface and, without hesitation, activated the spirit pet contract on the tiger. The process mirrored that of his previous encounter with the myriad manifestations, and it was swiftly completed. What do you wish to be called? Jiang Mo communicated telepathically with the tiger. Anything is fine. Anything? Indeed. Are you certain? Absolutely. Then let us go with Chunhua. Last time, the name Wanxiang was not chosen. This time, it seems a concession has been made to this tiger. Your entire family is called Chunhua. Am I, the king of the forest, to be named Chunhua? Jiang Mo was displeased. Did you not claim that any name would suffice? And do you dare to retort? What is your standing? What is mine? So you consider yourself the king of the forest, do you? How is it that a single blow has rendered your gaze so clear? Jiang Mo unleashed a torrent of words, and the tiger immediately fell silent. Though it was unwilling to concede, Jiang Mo spoke the truth. It truly could not contend. In the end, it could only stubbornly refuse to be called Chunhua. Jiang Mo scratched his head. Naming was indeed not his forte. Since you desire something fiercer, let us call you Song Biao instead. Thus it was decided. Although the tiger did not comprehend the meaning of this name, it was certainly preferable to Chunhua, and thus it offered no further objections. Chapter 81. Unfair? Very well. Since you have chosen to accompany me, it is time for you to take on a task. The duty of keeping watch shall be entrusted to you. After issuing this directive, Jiang Mo returned to the shelter. Upon his arrival, the 2 women immediately rushed towards him. Is it the old tiger from this afternoon? Jiang Ge. Why don't you just kill it? Qian exclaimed, her face filled with determination. The prospect of a late-night retaliation was far too perilous. While Qian's sentiment was understandable, as a means to eliminate future threats, Jiang Mo reassured them. I have already taken it under my wing as a subordinate. It will guard us during the night, rest assured. It is just like Wanxiang. It will never harm you. What? Both women wore expressions of incredulity. Qian questioned. Jiang Ge, are you serious? Nanxian added, but it's a tiger. If it goes wild, we are finished. Jiang Mo comprehended their reactions. Had it not been for the spirit pet contract, he would never have accepted such a creature. He had invested 500,000 to enhance his abilities solely to ensure the safety of the 2 women. Trust me, nothing will happen. If you truly fear it, I can command it to maintain a distance of at least 10 meters from you. That, Qian found the notion absurd. Just that afternoon, Jiang Mo had been in a fierce struggle with the tiger, and now it seemed to obey him so readily. You don't believe me? Jiang Mo inquired. The 2 women nodded in unison. Without further ado, Jiang Mo called out towards the door, Sang Biao. Stay away from the house, retreat 10 meters. Upon hearing the command, Sang Biao immediately stood and walked backward until he lay down at a distance of approximately 10 meters. Witnessing this scene, the 2 women were astounded. Is that even possible? This was no mere coincidence. Jiang Mo had instructed it to retreat 10 meters, and indeed, it had done just that. How did you manage that? Qian asked, her face a mask of confusion. How can it possibly understand what you are saying? With a playful smirk, Jiang Mo replied, I told you, I am the leader of the Tai Naijia Shituan. The essence of my very being is infused with a gene that allows me to connect with animals. Such abilities are beyond your learning. Upon hearing this, the two women rolled their eyes. While it was undeniable that Jiang Mo possessed remarkable talents, his reasoning was rather far-fetched. Having spent considerable time together, they had grown accustomed to Jiang Mo's temperament. When he chose not to elaborate, no amount of questioning would yield results. As long as they could be assured that the tiger would not attack them, that assurance was sufficient. The following morning, Jiang Mo and his companions awoke and, upon stepping outside, found Sang Biao lying there. The two women still felt a sense of trepidation. Observing their apprehension, Jiang Mo said, "All right, you two go prepare breakfast. I will keep watch over it." He then turned to the tiger, Sang Biao. "Come here." Upon hearing Jiang Mo's call, Sang Biao obediently approached and lay down beside him. Jiang Mo seized the opportunity to recline, using the tiger as a makeshift pillow. "See, I told you it wouldn't attack you. There's no need for fear, is there?" Nanxian shot him a glance. "If I could overpower it, I wouldn't be afraid." "Exactly, Jiangge." As Qianqian tended to the fire, she expressed her desire to possess strength akin to his, unafraid of any challenges. Indeed, upon reflection, the two women had a valid point. In order to facilitate their swift acceptance of the wolf, Jiang Mo interjected, suggesting, "Consider this. With the wolf at our side, we essentially gain a vigilant guardian for the night. Moreover, we need not exert ourselves in hunting. We can simply revel in an abundance of meat whenever we desire." His words struck a chord with the two women. Although they were not currently lacking in sustenance, with plenty of the wild boar from Jiang Mo's recent hunt still remaining, the monotony of their diet had begun to wear on them. If the wolf could truly provide them with provisions, it would indeed be a delightful prospect. "Really?" Qianqian questioned, skepticism lingering in her voice. "Will it truly bring us food?" "Absolutely," Jiang Mo affirmed, thumping his chest. "It is my subordinate. As the elder brother, it is imperative that it obeys my commands. Don't get ahead of yourself." Nanxian remained doubtful, while she too hoped for the wolf to deliver food. The notion seemed rather far-fetched. In response to their skepticism, Jiang Mo wasted no time and rose from atop the tiger, giving the wolf a gentle kick. "Go, bring back some food, and if you fail, don't bother returning." At his command, the wolf obediently departed. In the broadcasting room, Yu Jia and Huang Lao were momentarily taken aback by the unfolding scene. "Is that tiger the one Jiang Mo fought with yesterday?" Yu Jia pondered. "Visually, it appears so," Huang Lao replied. "What's happening now?" Yu Jia inquired further. "It seems it has been tamed by Jiang Mo," Huang Lao deduced. "Really? That's a tiger, a solitary creature, the most proud of hunters," Yu Jia exclaimed. "Well, one must be pragmatic. What can it do if it cannot defeat him?" Huang Lao remarked, rubbing his forehead in disbelief. Yu Jia questioned, "You don't think the tiger will actually bring food back for Jiang Mo, do you? If that happens, how will the other contestants even compete?" Huang Lao clicked his tongue, contemplating the implications. Viewers, witnessing the event, began to voice their thoughts. Could it be the tiger really fetched food for them? The other teams might as well withdraw from the competition. Indeed, while it's impressive, it seems somewhat unfair. Unfair? If the other contestants possess the skill, let them have the tiger hunt for them. Absolutely. If you're dissatisfied, go tame your own tiger. Wait, they just defeated the tiger yesterday, and now they've made it their subordinate? Is the tiger not concerned about its pride? Backstage, the staff were equally bewildered. "Director, at this rate, the other contestants will have no competitiveness left," one crew member exclaimed. "Indeed, Director. Most of the popularity is being monopolized by Jiang Mo. How will we maintain the show's momentum?" The director cast a perplexed glance at the two individuals, exclaiming, "Are you truly lacking in common sense? The remarkable popularity our program enjoys today is largely due to the contributions of Jiang Mo alone. I would confidently wager that even if all other contestants were eliminated, Jiang Mo's presence would still ensure robust viewership." The director of broadcasting chimed in. "Indeed, have you not considered the immense popularity my good brother currently commands? To put it plainly, Kuan is no longer in the same league as my brother Jiang." The cameraman remarked, "While that may be true, it does seem rather unjust." Upon hearing this, the director of broadcasting became visibly displeased, retorting, "You must be jesting, my friend. Are you suggesting it is unfair that the tiger is hunting for my good brother? Yet when my brother was under attack, the other teams remained utterly unfazed. Why did you not deem that unfair? Chapter 82. A blank slate. The reactions to Jiang Mo's request for assistance from the tiger for hunting were varied among the group. The majority held a favorable view, admiring Jiang Mo's audacity. After all, what he had achieved was earned through sheer grit and determination. Had it been any other contestant under attack from the tiger, they would likely have met with a far graver fate. Jiang Mo's team, including Sang Biao, ventured out to hunt, while Wan Xiang sought food, necessitated by his enormous frame, which required substantial sustenance daily. After the trio had a modest meal, they set about enhancing their shelter. The structure was fundamentally sound, yet the walls needed filling, as the nighttime chill still seeped through. While Jiang Mo was indifferent to this, the two women were not. Thus, they divided their tasks. The two women gathered vines and branches, while Jiang Mo diligently mixed mud. He dedicated himself earnestly to this labor. After a morning of toil, the walls were nearly completed, and with some spare time, he crafted a few rudimentary windows, which had been left in the framework for natural light, even in an outdoor shelter. With ample wood remaining, Jiang Mo proceeded to fashion simple furniture, tables and benches among other items. By the time the women prepared their afternoon meal, Jiang Mo had almost finished his work. For the first time in their wilderness survival journey, the three of them sat down to dine at a table. The afternoon's fare consisted once again of roasted wild boar. Jiang Mo laid down a banana leaf on the table, and the two women placed the succulent meat atop it. The scene felt remarkably rustic yet delightful. Qian Qian brought over several bamboo cups, pouring water for each of them. "Cheers!" she exclaimed with a playful grin. "Although our circumstances are a far cry from home, I find great satisfaction in being able to enjoy this in the wild." Nanxian beamed in agreement, casting an appreciative glance at Jiang Mo. Despite the simplicity of their furnishings, they were exceedingly comfortable. She could confidently assert that no other team had fared as well as they had. Upon reflection, Jiang Mo possessed numerous commendable traits. While he might not be exceptionally handsome, his muscular physique held a certain allure for women, very manly indeed. As for his personality, he could be a bit reckless. Yet, he had the credentials to be so strong, resilient, and bold, embodying the quintessential traits of primitive male. "Cheers!" She raised her cup earnestly toward Jiang Mo and said, "After the show wraps up, we must keep in touch. After all, we've shared such trials together." "Absolutely," Jiang Mo replied, thumping his chest. "I just worry that you two lovely ladies might find me too rough around the edges and choose to ignore me." "Jiang Qian Qian protested, a hint of discontent in her voice. "What kind of talk is that? Do you think Nanxian and I are like that? And you must not speak of yourself in such a manner. To me, you're the most gentlemanly person in the world. How could you be rough?" Nanxian nodded in agreement, suggesting that you might not fully grasp your current standing. "I estimate that among the viewers of the show, many girls are utterly captivated by you." Huh? This revelation left Jiang Mo momentarily at a loss, as he had never contemplated this notion. In his understanding, didn't all girls prefer those fair-skinned, cultured young men? Could someone like him truly have an appeal? What nonsense! Nanxian shot him a glance, asserting that not every girl is enamored with pretty boys. Indeed, Qian Qian chimed in, expressing her fondness for Jiang Ji's type, realizing she had inadvertently revealed too much. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she hurriedly corrected herself. "What I meant to say is, she struggled to find her words, creating an awkward atmosphere. Jiang Mo, equally naive in this regard, found himself unsure of how to respond. Nanxian, however, boldly interjected, "What's wrong with that? We are all young people. Isn't it perfectly natural to have crushes? You like Jiang too, don't you?" Qian Qian's shocking statement left all three momentarily speechless. "Well," Nanxian initially intended to retort, "what's wrong with liking someone? Is it illegal?" However, after some contemplation, she opted for a different approach. "What are you talking about, you little rascal? I was merely making comparison." Qian Qian pouted, clearly unconvinced. Jiang Mo, unable to navigate such a situation, feigned standing up, saying, "I'm full now. I think I'll go look for Wan Xiang and the others." With that, he swiftly turned and fled. The viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter at this scene. LV13 irritable old horse. It turns out that heaven is fair if it gives you one thing. It will make you lose another. LV16 loneliness. Indeed, my good brother appears impressive, with two stunning beauties interested in him. Yet this fellow is as clueless as a blank slate. He knows nothing. LV20 AA Salva. I'm dying of laughter. It's rare to see my good brother in such a predicament. LV11 A Dong. This emotional intelligence. LV32 Villainous Kitten. My good brother, your antics are even worse than those of Scoundrel. At least make the brothers dislike you a bit. You're doing so well that I'm almost falling for you. LV24 A Nan. I feel embarrassed to expose the truth. Aren't you just afraid that your good brother will pair off while you're still single? You little rascal. LV23, I love to speak the truth. My good brother is wise. It's better to avoid the pain of love. After exiting the camp, the sky had darkened considerably. However, those two had left early and were nowhere to be seen by this time. How far could they have gone? Jiang Mo felt a twinge of curiosity and decided to climb a nearby, skyward tree. Upon reaching the top, he cast his gaze downward across the forest. Strange. Why was there not a single trace? One might argue that when the fierce beasts are hunting, they need to conceal themselves. So Jiang Mo's inability to spot them was understandable. Yet, for Wan Xiang, such a large creature, it was impossible for there to be no signs of movement whatsoever. At his current elevation, Jiang Mo could, without exaggeration, survey a radius of 5 kilometers. Yet, astonishingly, he failed to spot the silhouettes of those two. By all accounts, these fellows can truly sprint. He wondered where on earth they had vanished to. After muttering an expletive, Jiang Mo descended from the tree. He decided to wait. As darkness fell, he assumed these two would eventually return. One small consolation was that, although he had not detected the presence of Sang Biao and Wan Xiang, he had likewise encountered no signs of other animals. A sense of unease began to creep into his heart. He feared the sudden appearance of a polar bear in this desolate place would drive him to the brink of despair. In that moment, he could only fervently wish for one thing, that this world remained ordinary and that the appearance of Sang Biao and Wan Xiang was merely an anomaly. Chapter 83. Hyena's Jiang Mo was disheartened. Even until 10 o'clock at night, those two had yet to return. Not only him, but even the two goddesses appeared somewhat astonished. Jiangge, Qian spoke uncertainly. Do you think they might not come back? The situation is ambiguous, Nanxian rationally analyzed, but Wan Xiang should be returning, as it is evident that they share a strong bond with Jiang Mo. Jiang Mo did not refute the conjecture of the two women. Only he understood deep down that regardless of the circumstances, those two would not flee, for they were bound by a spirit pet contract. If they had not returned, there could only be one explanation. They were unable to return. Not that they were dead, but rather ensnared by some force, temporarily detained. Jiang Mo felt a sense of urgency. It had only been a few days since he had taken them under his wing, and now this predicament had arisen. Especially with Sang Biao, Jiang Mo had invested a substantial 500,000 points of reputation. If they truly did not return, he would suffer a significant loss. Yet, there was no point in fretting now. All he could do was wait. Time for sleep. It doesn't matter anymore. With that, Jiang Mo returned to the shelter, and the two women hurriedly followed, for they dared not roam outside at this hour. Lying behind the banana leaves, Jiang Mo felt restless, tossing and turning. The two women, noticing his agitation, offered words of comfort. Jiangge, don't be disheartened. Perhaps they have simply wandered far off? Indeed, did you not mention that you possess the genes of affinity with animals? Why the lack of confidence now? Sighing deeply, Jiang Mo replied, to be honest, my feelings for those two are not deeply rooted. It has only been a few days. The real concern is the reputation points. 500,000. To lose it so easily. How could I not feel distressed? Never mind. You wouldn't understand, even if I explained. The two women, witnessing his display of emotions, were momentarily at a loss for words. Jiangge, let us sleep. After a good night's rest, everything will seem better. Perhaps when you wake up tomorrow, they will have returned. As Jiang Mo calmed his mind, he pondered the validity of their words. Indeed, what good would it do to rush? In the capital city, within a spacious conference room, 7 or 8 individuals were seated around a rectangular table, with the producer of the program notably present. At the head of the table, a middle-aged man, dressed impeccably, exuded vitality from years of regular exercise. Let us share our opinions. Will Jiang Mo's actions ultimately affect the fairness of the program? The producer glanced at the principal investor and spoke. Mr. Liu, I believe it will not have an impact. Although there is indeed some dissent online, the majority of netizens still support Jiang Mo. A nearby middle-aged man raised his hand in agreement, stating, I share a similar view with Wu Gang. I don't foresee any significant issues. Jiang Mo has a substantial fan base, and he is undoubtedly the leading star of the program. Most importantly, the tiger hunting was not scripted by the production team. It was a life-risking endeavor he undertook. He has rightfully earned all of this. Director Liu nodded, expressing his agreement with the collective opinion that Jiang Mo possesses considerable talent and is quite captivating. External dissent fuels the fervor of discussion, which in turn helps maintain the program's high popularity. I have made a decision. Henceforth, we shall allocate as many advertising placements as possible to Jiang Mo, given his significant fan base. What about Kuan? A middle-aged man at the conference table raised his hand, stating, our original advertising targets have all been Kuan. The producer responded, inquire with the advertisers whether they wish to have Jiang Mo or Kuan for their promotions. The middle-aged man found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Director Liu remarked, everyone here is seasoned in this industry. Whether we recoup our substantial investments ultimately depends on the advertisers. Other revenue streams are merely supplementary. Therefore, let us arrange a meeting with Jiang Mo to discuss advertising fees. Finally, I have one more proposition. The program's cameras should prioritize Jiang Mo as he holds the highest precedence. Does anyone have differing opinions? None. Ultimately, Director Liu concluded, since there are no objections, this meeting is adjourned. Moving forward, all resources will be directed towards Jiang Mo dismissed. The following morning, Jiang Mo awoke, compelled by the urgent need to relieve himself. As he stepped outside, he encountered the 2 companions. However, both the lion and the tiger lay motionless on the ground, deeply asleep. If not for the subtle rise and fall of their bodies, Jiang Mo might have assumed they were lifeless. Approaching the slumbering tiger, he playfully nudged its head with his foot. Startled awake, the tiger bared its sharp teeth, emitting a low growl of warning. But upon recognizing Jiang Mo, it subdued its fierce demeanor. Where have you 2 been? Returning only now? You look as though you've been utterly drained. What on earth happened? The tiger, struggling to keep its eyes open, bore an expression akin to one emerging groggily from a nightclub, utterly exhausted. Understanding the difficulty of extracting any information in this state, Jiang Mo decided to wait for them to fully awaken. After all, their return was preferable to their absence. Jiang Mo found a secluded corner to relieve himself, feeling significantly refreshed afterward. Just as he prepared to return to the shelter, he heard a rustling in the woods and quickly turned to investigate. The sight that met his eyes left him in shock. Hyenas, and there were 4 of them. Jiang Mo felt a wave of despair wash over him. It was not fear that gripped him. After all, he had faced formidable opponents before. As a biped, he could turn and flee more easily than a quadruped, making the prospect of being hunted unrealistic. He had confidence in his ability to confront a tiger, so for hyenas should pose no issue. Yet, the sheer number made him uneasy. However, the most troubling aspect was the unexpected reappearance of the hyenas. Was this not a rainforest? The situation he had dreaded had indeed come to pass. This world was undeniably problematic, although he had yet to make sense of it all. It was undoubtedly a grave concern. A female hyena began to roar at him, appearing quite formidable, weighing approximately 80 kilograms. She was likely the matriarch of her clan. How dare you? For this species, Jiang Mo harbored no fondness whatsoever. In his previous life as a mechanic, he had a particular affinity for observing the animal kingdom. Why is the cheetah referred to as the working leopard? It is precisely due to this creature's influence. The most notorious moniker attributed to this species is that of the rectal specialist, for in the African savanna, who does not regard the cunning hyena with caution. When pressed to articulate his specific disdain for hyenas, Jiang Mo found himself at a loss. He simply held an aversion. Should a confrontation arise, he would not hesitate to strike with lethal force. As for the notion of taking one under his wing as a subordinate, such an idea was utterly foreign to him. Chapter 84. Should I regard its countenance? The commotion outside quickly roused the two women. Qianqian and Nanxian hurriedly exited the room, and upon encountering the four hyenas, panic ensued. Yang Yi, it's dangerous. Come back quickly. Jiang Mo, don't act impulsively. You know how dangerous these hyenas can be. It was evident that Nanxian was familiar with the notorious reputation of the head of the proctology department. Jiang Mo, observing the barking hyenas before him, showed no inclination to engage them. Firstly, the speed of these hyenas was not to be underestimated. Although his various attributes had seen significant increases, he was still uncertain about the exact nature of his own situation. In other words, his understanding of his abilities was insufficient. At present, he could distinctly perceive that his resistance was extraordinary, his strength considerable, and his eyesight exceptional. As for the rest, he knew he was stronger than the average person, but to what extent remained a mystery to him. The hyenas, for their part, were also hesitant to make a move. It was not that they feared Jiang Mo. Rather, what truly instilled caution in them was the corpse of the deceased leopard lying nearby. Had it been a laboring leopard or a lioness in its stead, they would have already pounced on Jiang Mo. In the broadcasting studio, due to adjustments in the program's resources by the investors, the cameras were now primarily focused on Jiang Mo. Upon seeing the hyenas, Yu Jia felt a twinge of concern, though it was far less than the panic he had experienced previously. After all, Jiang Mo was a man capable of single-handedly facing a tiger, and it would be no small feat for hyenas to claim his life. What was it about Jiang Mo that attracted these wild beasts? Why was it that other contestants remained unscathed while he was besieged by tigers and hyenas alike? It remained to be seen whether he could manage this situation safely. Elder Huang remarked, logically speaking, these hyenas should not pose a significant threat to Jiang Mo. He then shifted his tone. However, hyenas are known to be cunning and troublesome creatures, especially with a hyena queen among them. Jiang Mo's task will not be so straightforward. Yu Jia nodded in agreement with Elder Huang's assessment. While they were aware of Jiang Mo's combat prowess, the current dilemma was not a solitary hyena, but rather a pack of four. Engaging in single combat was vastly different from facing a coordinated group attack, and given hyena's aptitude for teamwork, a confrontation could prove challenging for Jiang Mo. As the two conversed, netizens began to voice their opinions. Nonsense. You underestimate my Jiang. Indeed, the title of the fiercest man in the wilderness is not one to be taken lightly. While they were all in good spirits, Yu Jia and Elder Huang's analysis was grounded in reality. Hyenas were not easy adversaries. I share the same sentiment. It would be wise for Jiang Mo to avoid confrontation. If Jiang Mo has any sense, he surely won't engage. Amidst these comments, some netizens exhibited peculiar reasoning. What harm have the hyenas done to you? Why must there be a fight? Exactly. Hyenas can be quite endearing. We are all creatures of the wild. Why resort to violence? If Jiang Mo truly attacks the hyenas, I shall criticize him for life. Upon witnessing the barrage of comments, Jiang Mo's supporters became incensed. Are we still playing the role of the moral high ground here? In the wild, the one with the strongest fist holds the truth. Why is it that when hyenas prey upon other animals, there are no outcries? Indeed, I harbor a deep disdain for hyenas. Jiang Ge must ensure he eliminates these creatures to spare other animals from suffering. Am I mistaken? There are those who actually find hyenas endearing. They embody the very definition of a lack of martial virtue. Devouring prey while it still breathes is the epitome of cruelty. On the African savanna, my favorite sight is witnessing a lion discipline a hyena. This pack is certainly deserving of a reckoning. However, the moralists are oblivious to such realities, trapped in their one-dimensional thinking. So what if the circle of life involves raw consumption? That is a facet of nature. Who are humans to intervene? Furthermore, can we be certain that Jiang Mo can indeed overpower a hyena? Let's not forget there are four of them. What if it is Jiang Mo who falters? I truly do not understand this rough crowd. Is Jiang Mo a myth? The so-called wilderness's mightiest man? I hope he does not find himself begging the production team for assistance. That would be quite the spectacle. Among these moralists are also some fans of Kuan Kuan, who realize that confronting Jiang Mo head-on would be futile, yet they relish in their attempts to provoke him. At this moment, Jiang Mo has discerned that due to the presence of the ferocious beasts, these hyenas are hesitant to approach. Recognizing he does not possess the means to pursue them, he decides to let it be. Although he harbors a strong aversion to hyenas, there is no profound enmity, as long as they do not pose a threat. He sees no reason to engage them recklessly. Thus, he turns his back on the hyenas and returns to the refuge. The ones most pleased by his compliance are Nanxian and Qianqian. Qian exclaims, Yang Ye. If he could always be this prudent, how would he have to be so anxious? Indeed, Nanxian chimes in, you made progress. You're employing your intellect now and acting with restraint. Maintain this course. Jiang Mo casts a bemused glance at the two. He concedes to being impulsive, yet to claim he lacks intellect is sheer slander, pure defamation. Last night, during dinner, he fled without eating a morsel due to discussions on topics he was not well versed in, and now his stomach growls with hunger. Let us get something to eat. Truly famished. Huh? Qian responds with concern, but there are hyenas outside. It's unsafe for us to venture out. I fear the hyenas may go wild if we retrieve food. Sigh. Nanxian laments, praising your prudence was in vain. In this situation, you must endure until the hyenas depart. Not so. Jiang Mo retorts, displeased. What gives him the right to dictate my hunger? I have endured 3 days of starvation during that dreadful system mission, and it left me terrified. As long as the sky doesn't fall, I refuse to starve again. Besides, were these hyenas anyway? It would be preferable if he refrained from provoking them. Yet he dares to entertain his own notions? One must deliver a blow to that dog's brain. Brother Jiang, would you kindly heed my advice? Can't you just endure for a moment? Qian implored earnestly. I cannot endure even a little. Jiang Mo remained unconvinced. You two stay inside and wait for me. Do not come out. I go to grill some meat. Once it is ready, I shall bring it to you. I simply do not believe these rascals would dare to seize my belongings. With that, he disregarded the girl's protests and exited the room, proceeding to gather some dry twigs to start fire. Once he had skewered the meat, he began to grill it, treating the several watchful hyenas as if they were mere air. Chapter 85. Here they come again. Upon witnessing this spectacle, netizens erupted with amusement. Goodness, is Brother Jiang engaging in entrapment? One exclaimed. These hyenas can hardly contain themselves. If they charge in, it would be a futile sacrifice. Unbelievable. I truly cannot fathom this transformation. My good brother has begun to think strategically. Another chimed in, laughter echoing. I genuinely wish these hyenas would rush forward. Then I could witness Brother Jiang deliver a thorough beating to them. What a sight that would be. Splendid. Hyenas, come on. What are you waiting for? Aren't you all quite brazen on the savannah? As the viewers became increasingly animated, the advocates of restraint grew agitated. What's all this frenzy about? Jiang Mo, simply courting disaster? A carnivore should never be subjected to such provocations. One protested. Jiang Mo is incorrigible. Does he truly believe the hyenas would shy away? Their tiger nearby? I've seen dogs rely on their masters. But witnessing a fox flaunting its power behind a tiger is a first for me. If it weren't for that tiger, would Jiang Mo dare to strut around so brazenly? One day, he will learn his lesson. In the background, several staff members observed this scene with varied expressions. The director chuckled resignedly. This kid, Jiang Mo, he simply cannot sit still. He enticing the hyenas to commit a crime? Believe it or not, the director is undoubtedly the most exhilarated of us all. It appears my good brother has adopted some tactics. Look, there are 4 hyenas. If he truly engages them, they might scatter at the first sign of trouble. But with this bait-and-trap strategy, if the hyenas cannot resist, he could capture them all. I've longed to deliver a thorough thrashing to those hyenas. Alas, my strength has not permitted it. My good brother has avenged my grievances. The operator shot him a glance. Don't celebrate too soon. Though hyenas are loathsome creatures, they are not devoid of intelligence. especially when their queen is present. Their combat prowess is quite formidable. Exactly, the stagehand interjected. Why is it that hyenas are deemed second brothers? Isn't their fighting capability only second to that of lions? The cameraman concurred, indeed. Even lions, when confronted by a second brother, must conceal their rears. Would they dare stand their ground? These hyenas may be repugnant, yet we must consider the objective reality. Blind overconfidence is unwise. The director chose not to engage with this group. You know what? I'm not even inclined to wager with you anymore. After all this time, when has my good brother ever been measured by conventional wisdom? Have you ever guessed correctly? The director nodded vigorously. The young man speaks wisely. He resonates with me. He then turned to the others. And you all, why have you shown no growth? Keep up with the times, for heaven's sake. Everything that transpires in Jiang Mo's presence should dismantle your past notions. Do not view him through the lens of your shallow understanding. Upon hearing the director's words, the others scoffed, clearly dissatisfied, yet feeling the weight of authority, they could not retort. Observing this, the director chuckled. What's the matter? Are you not convinced? He does not bet with you. I will wager with you. And this time, I shall bet on minced ginger. Here's your opportunity. Will you take the bet? Operator ibet. I wager on the hyena. Cameraman 1. Stagehand 1. Statistician 1. Wait a moment. The director initially had no intention of betting due to disdain. But since the opportunity has presented itself, I shall raise the stakes, my good brothers. It seems I need to purchase breakfast this year. A group of oblivious individuals, foolish and obstinate, deserve to lose. The others were unconvinced. Operator, winning twice does not guarantee victory every time. Let's see how it unfolds. The director chuckled softly. Indeed, we shall see. Meanwhile, on the minced ginger side, the barbecue sizzled over the fire, its aroma wafting through the air. Two male hyenas could no longer contain themselves, whining and scratching at the ground with their forelegs. However, the queen of the hyenas remained composed, restraining the two males. The situation remained uncertain. Although the tiger had been silent, its snores were thunderous. It was merely asleep, not deceased. If it were to awaken, they would be in dire straits. Though they had never encountered a tiger on the grasslands, its size rivaled that of a male lion. And the scent it emitted while marking its territory filled her with trepidation. At present, their numbers were few. If they could muster a dozen or so, even with a tiger present, they would not be afraid. As long as a few hyenas could distract the tiger, the others could rush towards the minced ginger and swiftly conclude the skirmish. Though the meat was enticing, they had to endure their hunger for the time being. Before long, the minced ginger finished roasting the meat. Noticing the hyenas had not approached, he paid them no mind. His sole concern was his hunger. He simply wished to eat something, with no intention of fishing for trouble. He was unaware that a learned scholar was debating on his behalf. Gourmet, time to eat. With that, he handed the roasted meat to two individuals. Thank you, Brother Jiang. Qian exclaimed, but Brother Jiang, please refrain from such actions in the future. It is truly perilous. Sister Nanxian and I have been quite worried. Jiang Mo was perplexed. I have managed to deal with a tiger. Why should I fear a few hyenas? Is that how you reason? Nanxian looked at him incredulously. If there were only one hyena outside, I would say nothing, but there are 4. Even a good tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves, let alone you being alone. Primates possess highly developed pain receptors. Should they bite you, you will certainly know it. Nanxian's tone was less than pleasant, ultimately for Jiang Mo's own good. Despite her sternness, he seemed oblivious. If she spoke as gently as Qian, he would likely dismiss her even more. All right, I understand. Jiang Mo acknowledged the concerns of the two women. Yet he truly did not regard the 4 hyenas as a threat. Brother Jiang, let's remain indoors today. Our shelter is quite secure. As long as we do not venture out, those hyenas will pose no threat to us. Good. Jiang Mo nodded in acknowledgement, primarily because he truly wished to avoid the incessant chatter of the two women. After all, he had sufficient food at the moment. As long as he felt sated, he could recline on the banana leaves and drift into slumber. Sleeping indoors or outdoors bore little distinction. If hunger were to strike in the afternoon, he would undoubtedly venture out again. After finishing his meal, Jiang Mo fell into a deep slumber, oblivious to the world. However, a series of mournful wails roused him from his dreams, leaving him utterly bewildered. The expressions of the two women mirrored one another in alarm. Could it be that more had arrived? Qian appeared thoroughly panicked, while Nanxian's countenance was equally troubled, judging by the sounds. There were likely 7 or 8 of them. Jiang Mo, too, was perturbed by the cacophony, realizing that the pack of hyenas had indeed grown in number. Chapter 86. Will Jiang Mo dare to come out? Jiang Mo rose and peered outside the shelter. Indeed, at that moment, 7 or 8 hyenas were glaring hungrily at the refuge. It was evident that they were aware of the presence of prey within. Jiang Mo understood that hyenas are remarkably patient hunters. They can linger beneath trees for an entire night, waiting to snatch food from cheetahs, to feast upon bipedal creatures. They would not depart easily. The howls of the hyenas echoed, initially restrained, as they were cautious of the formidable lion nearby. However, as their numbers swelled, so did their courage. At this instant, the hyena queen fixed her gaze intently on Jiang Mo. Despite the cacophony, the lion remained unperturbed. Could it be? Was this beast deaf? Otherwise, with such a ferocious nature, it would surely not tolerate their provocations and would have charged forth to assert dominance. The only plausible explanation for its stillness was that it could not awaken. Regardless of the cause, as long as the lion remained incapacitated, the hyenas felt no trepidation. Suddenly, one emitted a sharp cry, signaling another hyena to approach for a closer inspection. The male hyena, though filled with dread, dared not defy the queen's command. Cautiously, it approached Jiang Mo's shelter, stealing a glance at the lion as it passed, relieved to find it unresponsive. Upon reaching the front of Jiang Mo's dwelling, it bared its teeth and howled woo, woo. Although directed at the shelter, its attention remained fixated on the lion. Should the lion so much as stir, it would flee immediately. After several calls, witnessing the lion's continued stillness bolstered its confidence, and its howls grew more exuberant. After finishing its call, it glanced toward the hyena queen, seemingly seeking validation, embodying the essence of a bully who preys on the weak. Observing that the leading soldier had encountered no issues, the hyena queen made a decisive resolution. They would besiege the dwelling. Today, they were determined to claim their bipedal quarry. Soon, the remaining 6 hyenas advanced towards Jiang Mo's shelter. Inside, the 2 women, witnessing the scene, clutched Jiang Mo tightly, their anxiety palpable. "Brother Jiang, what should we do? They are surrounding us." "Fear not," Nanxian feigned calmness. "As long as we do not venture outside, we should be fine." Yet despite her words, the chilling howls of the hyenas instilled dread within her. In stark contrast, Jiang Mo felt no fear whatsoever. In fact, a thrill coursed through him. His mindset was worlds apart from when he faced the lion. Perhaps it was due to his newfound understanding of his own strength. Or perhaps it was simply his disdain for hyenas. At this moment, Jiang Mo harbored but one thought: to retrieve the rebar and teach these beasts a lesson, imparting a valuable lesson they would not soon forget. The director, sensing the gravity of the situation, swiftly addressed the camera. "Open the dialogue channel with Jiang Mo. I wish to converse with him." The camera operator responded affirmatively. "The dialogue channel is now open. You may begin." "Jiang Mo, can you hear me?" the director inquired. Due to the presence of the shelter, the director was unaware of the specifics within the room. "We want," Jiang Mo bellowed, his voice strained. However, the director could only hear a cacophony of noise, interspersed with the growls of hyenas. Although the exact words of Jiang Mo remained unclear, it was evident that he had responded. As long as Jiang Mo acknowledged him, the director pressed on. "Do you require assistance? If so, we will dispatch a drone immediately." Yet, requesting assistance would mean forfeiting their chance in the competition, resulting in immediate elimination. Assistance? Jiang Mo had never contemplated such a notion. Not only would he not withdraw from the competition, but even if he were offered a way out, he would refuse. "Do not bother to ask me such questions again, regardless of the circumstances. I, Jiang Mo, do not require assistance." He felt a surge of pride in his declaration, unconsciously lifting the corners of his mouth in a smirk. Surely, this has astonished everyone. This is what it means to be a real man. However, the noise was so overwhelming that the director could not discern Jiang Mo's words clearly. What did you say? The director called out again. Jiang Mo's expression fell. Had all his prior words been in vain? He had been so self-satisfied in his assertion. Learning from the experience, Jiang Mo refrained from lengthy elaborations and simply replied, I said no need. No need. This time, the director understood clearly. Jiang Mo had firmly declined assistance. Still, a hint of concern lingered. Are you certain? Absolutely. Without a doubt. Please stop asking. Jiang Mo shouted, his voice strained. In an effort to ensure clarity for the director, he nearly strained his vocal cords. Upon receiving Jiang Mo's unequivocal response, the director ceased his urgings. Their exchange had been fully audible to the staff. Do you think Jiang Mo might be a bit overconfident? 3 more hyenas have joined the fray, remarked the operator. Indeed, with 4, he might have had a slim chance, but against 7 hyenas, he stands no chance at all. The stage manager added, Director, perhaps you should consider sending assistance after all. Given the circumstances, a forced intervention may be prudent. This would prevent Jiang Mo from withdrawing without cause and mitigate potential risks. That makes sense. The director nodded. This approach was indeed the most prudent. Get moving. The producer urged, anxious to notify the rescue team. Under normal circumstances, the producer would remain calm, but this situation was different. The threat posed by 7 hyenas was significant. One should not underestimate the combat prowess of hyenas. Even a one-on-one encounter with a cheetah could prove challenging for them. 7 hyenas. It was essential to grasp the magnitude of the challenge Jiang Mo faced. In the studio, upon hearing Jiang Mo's refusal to seek assistance, Yu Jia's face was a canvas of confusion. Jiang Mo. Could this be an overabundance of confidence? After all, there were 7 hyenas. Could he truly handle such a challenge? Moreover, everyone is aware of the peculiarities of hyenas. Just imagining that scene sends shivers down my spine. In contrast, Huang Lao maintained a semblance of calm, attributable to his substantial experience in wilderness survival. Jiang Mo's shelter was indeed robust. As long as he refrained from making reckless decisions and remained indoors, he should be safe. Meanwhile, the audience was abuzz with speculation. If he could simply stay put inside, would it still be the Jiang Mo we know? Indeed, who among us is unaware of Jiang Mo's temperament? My concerns are mounting. Given my brother Zhang's impetuous nature, if those hyenas were to howl a few more times, he might very well charge out. However, there were also numerous dissenters and naysayers, scoffing at the notion. Do you genuinely believe Jiang Mo possesses such courage? I wager he is currently cowering in his house, terrified to the point of wetting himself. Pretending to be brave, I bet Jiang Mo would never dare to step outside. Chapter 87. Who lacks a helper in this moment? Jiang Mo could no longer endure the cacophony of the hyenas' incessant howling. Let go of me. Today, I shall ensure they regret ever crossing my path. He made a motion to stride outside, yet the 2 women clutched his hands tightly. Jiang, don't go. Stay calm. Was I ever calm? Jiang Mo's voice escalated. This is akin to them defecating on my head. How can I possibly evade their onslaught? However, Qian was on the verge of tears, imploring him, Please, Jiang, it's truly perilous. I beg you, don't venture out. Seeing Qian in such distress softened Jiang Mo's resolve. Even the mightiest of men fear the tears of a woman. Just as he grappled with his compassion, a hyena began to kick at his door. In an instant, Jiang Mo's previous hesitation vanished. Damn it, I shall teach you a lesson you won't forget. With that, he forcefully released the women's hands, adding a final warning. Once I step outside, I will shut the door immediately. Make sure to lock it behind me. No matter what happens, do not come out unless I call for you. With a mere thought, a steel rebar materialized in his grasp. As he flung open the door, the rebar surged forward, crashing into the first and most vocal hyena with a resounding thud. The creature was sent flying, its skull obliterated by the unyielding strike. It hit the ground without a single twitch, lifeless, beyond salvation. Youth is a blessing. It can fall asleep at a moment's notice. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Mo created a path and swiftly stepped outside, ensuring the door was firmly closed behind him. Upon witnessing his emergence, The remaining hyenas disregarded their fallen comrade and lunged at him en masse, intent on overpowering him. Jiang Mo, far from naive, anticipated such an onslaught. Thus, his strategy was straightforward. He wielded the rebar, sweeping around him with fervor. Any hyena daring enough to approach would meet its demise before it could reach him. A single blow would surely send it to its demise. The hyenas, not lacking in wit, observed Jiang Mo as formidable weaponry and opted to encircle him rather than confront him directly. The standoff persisted. Jiang Mo was somewhat taken aback. He expected the hyenas to exhibit such cunning. This stalemate was not in his favor. If he continued to tire, they would eventually swarm him, leading to dire consequences. Rather than remain on the defensive, he resolved to take the initiative. With determination solidified, Jiang Mo ceased his hesitation. The optimal approach in the face of overwhelming numbers was to seize one of them and deliver a decisive blow. His initial target was the queen of the hyenas, yet her position was somewhat distant, making an approach challenging. Thus, he shifted his focus to the closest hyena. Suddenly, he halted his movements, seizing the hyena as momentary distraction. With a surge of energy, he propelled himself forward. The rebar was raised high, and Jiang Mo summoned every ounce of strength within him. The hyena at the forefront of the pack was taken aback. It never anticipated the swift reflexes of the biped. Just moments ago, it was engaged in passive defense. But suddenly, the creature launched an offensive. As the dark stick drew ever closer, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped it. Its subconscious warned that if struck by this blow, its existence would likely come to an end here. Regaining its composure, it hastily adjusted its body, attempting to evade the impending strike. However, it was too late. The forceful blow was unavoidable. Thud! As expected, Jiang Mo's strike landed squarely on the hyena's head. The creature collapsed, falling silent. In less than a minute, the hyena pack had lost two formidable members. At this moment, they realized something was amiss. The biped appeared to be far more formidable than they had initially surmised. A hint of panic flickered in the eyes of the hyena queen, while a lion would typically maul its prey, rolling in death throes. This biped resolved matters in a single decisive blow, devoid of hesitation. To say that the pressure it exerted was comparable to that of the Lion King would not be an exaggeration. Yet, with arrows already knocked, they had no choice but to strike. Enraged by the loss of two strong companions, the hyena queen growled lowly, emitting a sound that resonated with urgency. Jiang Mo sensed something was amiss. This call did not seem to rally for battle. Instead, it appeared to summon allies. Indeed, with the queen's howl, 7 or 8 more hyenas emerged from the thicket, bringing their number to over 10. Jiang Mo was stunned. This was outrageous. He couldn't handle this. In the broadcasting room, he was equally bewildered. How could there be more? Jiang Mo was now in a precarious predicament. Initially, he had confidently dispatched 2 hyenas with ease, contemplating the possibility of subduing 7. Now, with the sudden influx of additional hyenas, his chances of victory had evaporated. Huan Lao Zima? What on earth is happening with Jiang Mo? How could he be so unfortunate? The pack is sizable. He is in grave danger. Witnessing this scene, online viewers erupted in disbelief. Oh my goodness, did he inadvertently disturb a den of hyenas? So many have appeared at once. Just moments ago, I thought my good buddy would be fine, but now it seems he is in serious trouble. Damn it, I wonder if the production team has arranged for rescue. Even a lion would fall under such numbers. It seemed Jiang Mo had not anticipated this hidden threat from the hyenas. The onlookers reveled in the unfolding drama, exclaiming, "Isn't he supposed to be strong? This time he is doomed. This is the price of arrogance. What happened to the mightiest man of the wilderness? Nature is teaching him a lesson in real time. I refuse to believe he can win this time." In the background, several crew members were equally perplexed. The director exclaimed, "How many hyenas have actually shown up?" The operator remarked, "I warned that hyenas are cunning creatures. Acting rashly has led to significant consequences." Stage manager, director, should you urge for assistance? Jiang Mo's situation is dire. Director, urging will not help. It requires time to reach there. I truly hope my good brother can perform exceptionally well this time. Cameraman, oh, I hope Jiang Mo has great fortune and a long life. Meanwhile, Jiang Mo stands his ground. The hyena queen, upon seeing her members assembled, emits another low growl. Simultaneously, her expression contorts into a menacing snarl. She silently vows to tear Jiang Mo apart today. The other members echo her calls, synchronizing with the hyena queen. They advance towards Jiang Mo, poised to strike at any moment. After a brief moment of distraction, Jiang Mo regains his composure. All right. You were the ones who played dirty first. I intended to engage in a fair battle, but you wish to resort to a group attack? In this game, who doesn't have a few allies? With that, he bellows at the wild beast. Wake up, your father is being besieged. Chapter 88. Fishing for evidence. The sound of Jiang Mo's voice jolted Sang Biao from his slumber. Still drowsy, he opened his eyes and was immediately awakened by the sight before him. The remnants of his sleep vanished in an instant. How could he tolerate other creatures encroaching upon his territory? He acknowledged that he could not contend with Jiang Mo alone, yet he regarded the hyenas, those insignificant scavengers, with disdain. In the realm of the Bengal tiger, their prey consisted of formidable beasts such as the wild buffalo. Creatures the size of hyenas could easily be dispatched with a single swipe. Having formed a bond through the spirit pet contract with Jiang Mo, they shared a profound connection, which was why Jiang Mo was able to rouse him. At this moment, he could sense Jiang Mo's fury. With a deep and resonant roar, he startled the entire pack of hyenas. This was the power of their lineage. In the wild, the only true threats to hyenas were the mighty lions and the tigers. Tigers, indeed, were hailed as the pinnacle of feline combat abilities. The singular thought that dominated the minds of the hyena pack was to flee. Yes, escape. Once this notion took hold, it was unstoppable. The hyena queen unhesitatingly conveyed the order to retreat. Just the presence of this bipedal creature had already instilled significant pressure upon them. And now, with the arrival of a ferocious tiger, there was no hope of confrontation. Upon hearing their queen's retreat command, the remaining hyenas turned and scattered without a moment's hesitation. Did they think they could simply run away? Not on Sang Biao's watch. He had no intention of stooping to their level, but having dared to provoke Jiang Mo, they would not leave alive. Sang Biao, Jiang Montak Belot. Today, not a single hyena shall escape. Upon receiving the command, Sang Biao wasted no time. With a powerful push from his hind legs, he surged forward, demonstrating the true essence of a tiger among wolves. He accelerated like a V8 engine and swiftly caught up to a lone hyena. With tremendous force, he leapt high and pounced, his terrifying front paws delivering a blow that shattered the hyena's spine without the need for any biting. With that strike, the hyena was incapacitated. Sang Biao did not linger. The task assigned by Jiang Mo was clear. Not a single hyena was to survive. He rose and promptly lunged towards the next target. Meanwhile, Jiang Mo was not idle. He seized the rebar and charged forward. As he ran, he realized his speed rivaled that of the hyenas. With over 100 attributes, he was nothing short of extraordinary. Even Usain Bolt would appear sluggish beside him. Just as he was about to catch the hyena, he raised the rebar high and brought it crashing down. With a dull thud, the hyena's body was concaved under the impact, the rebar embedding itself within. The sheer brutality of it was staggering. The visual spectacle he created surpassed even that of Sang Biao's ferocity. The scene, charged with primal energy, left the onlookers utterly speechless. My goodness, how fierce! Incredible! What a thrill! Eliminate this pack of beasts. Not a single one must escape. Ah, my dear brother, what a turn of events for you. Were you not once reveling in your dominion over the African savanna? Now do not flee. Here we stand, a man and a tiger, united in battle, an unprecedented alliance, surely unparalleled in history. Where those who once boasted, come forth. Indeed, where has that self-righteous hypocrite vanished? Shout, continue your cries. Is the reputation of the wilderness's fiercest warrior merely a fabrication? What say you, detractors? Witnessing Jiang Mo pursue the hyenas with overwhelming force, his supporters erupted with fervor. Those who had previously boasted are now conspicuously absent. Behind the scenes, observing the sudden turn of events in Jiang Mo's favor left everyone astounded. The director exclaimed, Is this tiger truly so obedient? I had presumed their relationship was merely one of convenience. It appears the tiger has acknowledged him as its master. What master? The director boldly asserted that it was more akin to filiation. With a single strike, Jiang Mo has rendered the tiger's gaze clear. The operations manager gasped in disbelief. Is he truly capable of a comeback? The cameraman lamented, I shall never gamble again. Who can reason with this madness? The stagehand remarked, that hyena has been yapping all day. Yet the tiger remained unperturbed. With a mere call from Jiang Mo, it awakens. I'm beginning to suspect that this partnership is a well-orchestrated act. Upon hearing this, others were once again taken aback. Indeed, there exists a possibility. Even the staunchest supporters of Jiang Mo, upon hearing the stagehand's analysis, could not suppress their astonishment. How preposterous! Jiang Mo has begun to strategize? The implications are staggering. What terror lies in the mind of a calculating Jiang Mo? The others exchanged glances, incredulous that a man and a tiger could synchronize so seamlessly. Their subconscious told them it was impossible. Yet, if there had been no prior arrangement, why did the tiger remain dormant while the hyenas howled? Only to awaken at Jiang Mo's call? This could only be the result of a premeditated plan, a chilling realization. Meanwhile, Jiang Mo was in the throes of pursuit, his singular focus on capturing the entire pack of hyenas. As for the learned scholar defending him, he would likely find the very notion laughable. With another resounding strike, a hyena fell. On the other side, Sang Biao was equally relentless, having already dispatched several of his adversaries. The two were now in a silent competition, each striving to outdo the other. As Sang Biao took down one, Jiang Mo promptly followed suit, leaving no room for hesitation. At long last, the hyena minions had been vanquished, leaving only the queen of hyenas. Upon realizing that her subordinates had been slain, the queen initially contemplated fleeing. However, unbeknownst to her, the man and tiger had already flanked her from both sides. The hyena queen comprehended that there was no longer any possibility of escape. Being a carnivorous creature, having acknowledged her fate, she resolved to fight to the death. Even if hope appeared to be scant, she was determined to make an attempt. Now the question arose. With a human and a tiger encircling her, which direction should she charge? Which side held a greater chance of survival and successful escape? Had it been this morning, she would have unhesitatingly chosen to charge towards the direction of the ginger. After all, the tiger's intimidation far surpassed that of these bipedal creatures. However, at this moment, her perspective shifted. She had witnessed the entire sacrifice of her companion. Though the tiger was formidable, those bipedal beings were utterly inhuman. With a single blow, they had reduced her companion to ruins. It was utterly outrageous. Chapter 89. A sudden downpour out of the blue. The hyena veered sharply, charging directly towards the tiger, leaving everyone in the broadcast room utterly dumbfounded. After a brief moment of astonishment, Yu Jia exclaimed, "Is the hyena queen out of her mind?" She is attempting to break through towards the tiger. "That is a dead end," Old Huang interjected. "If it were me, I would also charge towards the tiger." Yu Jia was taken aback. Old Huang continued, running towards the tiger. With a stroke of luck, I might even remain intact. But running towards Jiang Mo? One blow from him could cleave the hyena in two. Viewers commented, knowing full well they stand no chance, yet still fighting to the bitter end is a brand of foolish bravery. Even if they succeed, it is merely a fleeting favor of fate. Another chimed in, I have witnessed the entire ordeal. The man and the tiger, both ferocious beyond measure. The hyena has rampaged across the African savanna for years, yet today it has met its match. It was brutal. The battle had scarcely lasted 5 minutes. And if one were to discount the time spent in pursuit, it was hardly a minute of actual fighting. The demise of the hyena was truly pitiful, especially at the hands of Jiang Mo, who fought with lethal intent. Goodness, encountering the chief of proctology, anyone would fight with full force. Look at how the hyena queen has been cornered. She would rather face the tiger than confront Jiang Mo, illustrating her deep-seated fear of him. It must be said that the hyena queen was rather naive. Jiang Mo was fearsome, and the tiger's sharp fangs were no less formidable. They were even more exaggerated than those of a lion. As the hyena queen charged, the tiger didn't even bother to rise, sitting back on its hind legs, gazing disdainfully at the oncoming hyena. As the hyena drew near, the tiger effortlessly raised its front paw, seizing the hyena in an instant. It was all so nonchalant. Throughout the encounter, the tiger had remained silent. Yet this time, a flicker of irritation crossed its demeanor. The hyena had shown a lack of respect. With a swift motion, it clamped down on the hyena's throat, and the creature expired before it could even utter a cry. Thus, all the hyenas that had appeared were swiftly dispatched. Logically, with so many carcasses, Jiang Mo could feast for quite some time. However, he held no fondness for hyenas. Even their flesh was distasteful to him. The tiger felt similarly, harboring no desire for the remains. Yet, leaving them to rot would not only create a foul stench, but also attract other predators, a nuisance. Jiang Mo, unwilling to engage himself, instructed the tiger, "You handle this. Dispose of them." Roaring in defiance, the tiger expressed its reluctance. Jiang Mo shot at a glare. "You went hunting and returned empty-handed, yet you still dare complain?" He raised a rebar in his hand. "If you think you can best me, feel free to try." Instantly, the tiger fell silent, obediently attending to the carcasses. Jiang Mo then returned to his sanctuary, undisturbed. The two women stared in astonishment at Jiang Mo, having just witnessed the entire ordeal. Their hearts had remained in suspense, particularly during the moment when Jiang Mo was besieged by a pack of hyenas. There were at least a dozen of them. Qian's eyes were still slightly reddened from the anxiety. Fortunately, at a critical juncture, Jiang Mo managed to awaken the fierce dog, turning the tide of the situation. "Jianggu, you!" Qian struggled to articulate a coherent thought. Nanxian conducted a thorough examination of Jiang Mo, inquiring if he had sustained any injuries. Jiang Mo shook his head, reassuring them that he was unharmed. "Well, that's behind us now. There's no need to fret unnecessarily. By the way, since we have some free time, shall we venture out to find something to eat?" Upon hearing this, the two women nodded in agreement, and off they went in search of sustenance. In truth, they were not in dire need of food, as the wild boar would sustain them for a while. The pressing issue was to incorporate some dietary fiber and carbohydrates into their meals. Fortunately, they stumbled upon some wild fruits and vegetables, though their findings were meager. The trio felt a sense of joy. Qian remarked, "Honestly, my expectations are not high. As long as I can experience days like this, I would be quite content." Nanxian wholeheartedly concurred, stating, "Look at our team. We have a well-established shelter and ample provisions. As long as we remain steadfast, there is still great hope for us." Indeed, Jiang Mo smiled, his thoughts drifting back to the reason he had joined this program, to secure the grand prize of 100 million. After that, he envisioned a life of leisure, with no interest in anything beyond that. Whether it was taming the fierce dog, vanquishing hyenas, or executing those outrageous maneuvers earlier in the game, none were truly reflective of his intentions. Had it not been for the desire to persevere in this competition, he would not have taken such risks. However, the allure of wealth was a powerful motivator. The prospect of that staggering prize was a tremendous driving force for him. Suddenly, a raindrop fell on Jiang Mo's face, followed by a gust of wind. "Let us go. It seems it's about to rain," he suggested. Qian responded, "Surely it won't be another downpour, right? Just look at that misty horizon, and the wind is picking up." Nanxian observed the scene, fearing that it might be even more intense than the previous storm. Chuckling, Qian reassured them, "But we shouldn't worry. With our shelter, unless it's a mudslide or flash flood, we have nothing to fear." "Exactly." Nanxian took a bite of the wild fruit, adding, "At least we're faring much better than other teams. If an uncontrollable disaster strikes, it would be them who suffer first." Jiang Mo understood their sentiments, but the rain was increasingly relentless. "Let us hurry. If we linger any longer, we'll all end up drenched." With that, the trio made their way back to the camp. As they returned to the shelter, torrential rain began to pour down, intensifying with each passing moment. At that moment, the fierce dog had finished clearing the area of carcasses and approached Jiang Mo's shelter, seeking refuge from the rain. Although these large creatures are not particularly fearful of such things, it would certainly be prudent to seek refuge if possible. Observing the zombie dog outside, eagerly gazing at him, Jiang Mo felt a twinge of compassion. Should he allow it to come in and take shelter? While he was fully aware that the zombie dog posed no threat to the two girls, their apprehension was entirely understandable. The two young women hesitated momentarily, yet surprisingly nodded in agreement. Jiang Mo was taken aback by their consent. Indeed, Qian spoke up. It helped you today, so we trust it. This sentiment reflected the girls' genuine feelings. Through today's events, they had come to regard the zombie dog as one of their own. Noticing their agreement, Jiang Mo hesitated no longer and promptly opened the door, allowing the zombie dog to enter. Chapter 90. The Planting Package, Sang Biao, displaying remarkable understanding. Obediently laid down in a corner after entering the room, maintaining a respectful distance from the two young women. The most unfortunate of all was Wan Xiang, given its size. It was utterly absurd to think of bringing it inside. On the bright side, this creature was currently in a deep slumber, showing no signs of awakening. To put it mildly, if such a massive being could be swept away by a torrential downpour, it would indeed signify a catastrophic calamity akin to a global explosion. Hence, Jiang Mo harbored little concern for it. Hello. For the first time, Qian summoned her courage to greet Sang Biao, extending her right hand and waving it modestly over her chest. Although Sang Biao could not comprehend her words, it sensed the girl as friendliness. In response, it extended its forepaw, mimicking her gesture. The initially fearsome exterior, when paired with this action, appeared surprisingly endearing. Wao Qian's face lit up with astonishment as she turned to her companions, exclaiming, "It seems to understand." Ah! Nanxian was equally taken aback. She had presumed that a fierce beast like Sang Biao would be unyielding and serious, but she was pleasantly surprised by its unexpectedly gentle demeanor. Hi! She too imitated Qian, greeting Sang Biao once more. The creature responded again. Wow, it truly can. This time, the two girls were utterly stunned. Initially, they had thought it mere coincidence, but after two consecutive interactions, it became evident that Sang Biao indeed possessed the ability to comprehend and exhibited a remarkably docile nature. Qian felt a flutter of excitement within her, gazing eagerly at Jiang Mo, brother Jiang. May I approach it to touch? Are you not afraid it might attack you? Jiang Mo retorted. Of course I am, Qian replied, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance. That is why I'm asking you. After all, you are familiar with it. If you don't say anything, I wouldn't dare to approach. Go ahead. Ever since they had taken in these two creatures, they had become part of the team, necessitating a bond of familiarity and closeness among them. Given the bizarre array of formidable beasts that might appear here, Jiang Mo could not always be by the girls' sides. At crucial moments, Sang Biao would need to assume the role of protector. With Jiang Mo's encouragement, Qian took a deep breath. Although she had mentally prepared herself for quite some time, approaching the creature still required a measure of courage and audacity. Sang Biao's immense size was daunting. Its wide-open jaws could easily engulf Qian's head without filling it. One could only imagine her trepidation. Qian cautiously moved forward, her hand reaching out while her body instinctively recoiled slightly. Such behavior was quite natural. Even when encountering large dogs for the first time, one often adopts similar defensive gestures. Moreover, this was a tiger. However, the sight of Qian's awkward movements was indeed somewhat comical, and Jiang Mo could hardly suppress a smile. Rest assured, you can approach it directly. It will not harm you. Bolstered by Jiang Mo's reassurance, Qian felt a little more at ease. After a period of tentative movement, Qian finally approached the formidable tiger, Sang Biao. She extended her hand, yearning to stroke the tiger's head, yet her nerves held her back. It seemed that Sang Biao sensed her trepidation and, with an affectionate gesture, leaned closer, rubbing against her hand with an expression of pure enjoyment. In that moment, all of Qian's fears dissipated like mist. Strangely, she felt an almost whimsical kinship with the majestic creature. Mother, I have truly achieved something remarkable. I am now befriending a great tiger, she exclaimed, her face alight with joy. Noticing Sang Biao's gentle demeanor, Qian's courage swelled, and she boldly climbed onto the tiger's back. Observing this, Nanchuan could no longer contain her restless heart and approached to interact with Song Biao as well. As the two young women engaged joyfully with the tiger, Jiang Mo chose to recline on a banana leaf, allowing the scene to unfold without interference. Although rain pattered outside, the interior remained dry, a consideration he had made when constructing the shelter. Though modest in nature, the dwelling featured a floor elevated about 1 meter off the ground, crafted from tree trunks of wrist-thick proportions. In the wild, such conditions were indeed exceptional. The rhythmic sound of the rain outside created an atmosphere perfect for slumber. However, before succumbing to sleep, Jiang Mo intended to check his system panel. With a mere thought, the panel materialized before him. Host, Jiang Mo. Speed, 177. Strength, 183. Agility, 185. Resilience, 242. Skills, master-level carpentry. High-altitude survival skills. Permanent items, strength potion, spirit pet contract. Weapon, rupturing spiral steel. Reputation points, 340. 245. Is that all? Jiang Mo mused, astonished. Although battling hyenas might lack the thrill of confronting a tiger, he had faced numerous hyenas. The reputation points accumulated were merely in the low hundreds of thousands, which felt somewhat insufficient. Nevertheless, it mattered little. He could still draw 3 prizes. Given the system's current probability of rewards, 3 attempts should guarantee at least 1 success. Additionally, he discovered that while skills depended on luck, his base attributes were assuredly enhanced. Disregarding other factors, with his current foundational attributes combined with the strength potion, he had already reached the pinnacle of combat capability in the wild. He pondered whether there might be a limit to this enhancement. If not, the potential for continuous growth would indeed be extraordinary. Was this not akin to possessing a heart of steel? If he were to obtain a blood armor of the Overlord, he could hardly fathom how other beasts would fare against him. Clearing his throat, he reminded himself not to digress. As long as there were guaranteed attribute boosts, even the seemingly trivial lottery held significance. System. Initiate the lottery. Lottery commencing. This draw will cost 100,000 reputation points. As the system's announcement echoed, a grand wheel began to spin. Despite Jiang Mo's fervent internal prayers, the pointer ultimately landed on "Thank you for your patronage." Disappointment washed over him. Jiang Mo exclaimed in frustration, his thoughts racing as he continued to draw. The lottery begins. Congratulations. You have won a mystery box X1. Would you like to open it? Not yet. Let's continue drawing. The lottery begins. Thank you for your patronage. Bonus. All attributes 10. As expected. However, Jiang Mo felt a surge of joy at having won a mystery box. He was curious about what it would contain ever since the system upgrade. The items he had received had been quite impressive. He hoped for something extraordinary this time as well. System. Open the mystery box. Opening mystery box. Congratulations. You have received a planting gift pack X1. A planting gift pack? What does that mean? Is it suggesting he cultivate land in the wild? Surely not.